Chapter 941 Exchange Firearms and Props. Chu Tian scanned the list of redeemable items, looking for props related to firearms. Chu Tian's eyes fell on a prop, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Name: Solid Bomb Production Drawings. Effect: can be used in firearms workshops to produce solid bullets for various primitive artillery. Pre-building: firearms workshop of level 8 or above. Points required: 150,000 points. Possession limit: 1 piece. Finally found the production drawings for solid bullets. Chu Tian has 24 Hongi cannons, but only more than 100 solid bullets. After obtaining such a blueprint, you can supply solid ammunition in the future. Good stuff. Must be replaced. Without this blueprint, the Hongi cannon would soon turn into scrap metal. We also need a firearms workshop above level 8. Firearms-related props are really too expensive. Chu Tian saw the blueprints for a level 9 firearms workshop, which required 500,000 points, and the blueprints for a level 8 firearms workshop, which required 250,000 points. Chu Tian could only retreat and choose to use 250,000 points to exchange for a blueprint for a level 8 firearms workshop. The 8th level firearms workshop plus the solid bullet production drawings consume a total of 400,000 points. Although firearms are very powerful, they also have many limitations, and the props related to firearms are expensive. 2 priceless drawings appeared in Chu Tian's hand. In the 5th National War, only 12 lords obtained more than 400,000 points, and not many lords could redeem them. Name: Level 8 Firearms Workshop. Effect: can produce various primitive artillery, as well as primitive artillery LS. Prerequisite: production is only possible if you have the corresponding drawings. Points required: 250,000 points. Possession limit: 10. Quantity owned: 1. Currently available for production: solid bullets, 80 pieces/month. Not available for production: General Cannon, Red Barbarian Cannon, Bronze Falcon Cannon. Chu Tian shook his head. The upper limit of the firearms workshop was very high, but unfortunately, the output was too low. The main function of firearms was still to damage the enemy's morale and formation. Chu Tian even saw the production drawings of the Hongi cannon, but it required 500,000 points. Each piece of Hongi cannon paper can only produce 20 Hongi cannons. Hongi cannon has durability. After the durability value decreases, the Hongi cannon will be scrapped. In addition, there is a small probability that the barrel will explode. This made Chu Tian flinch. It turns out that the value of the Hongi cannon is so high, equivalent to 25,000 points, that it can only be exchanged for 1 Hongi cannon. At present, Chu Tian is still using the 24 Hongi cannons seized from Mingguan. Mingguan was also lucky, so he was able to obtain a large number of Hongi cannons from the Battle of Songjin. In Bannerlord, primitive artillery is also priceless. Chu Tian still has 120,000 points left. What should I exchange for? Chu Tian glanced again. This time there are many sky-high price props. The Saint-level recruitment order only requires 1.2 million points this time, but no lord has 1.2 million points. Chu Tian, who ranks first in points, only has 750,000 points. After that, grass! Chu Tian saw a drawing worth 2 million points, which was worth more than a Saint-level recruitment order. Construction drawings of the Sea King. The King of the Sea, a sailing warship built by the English in 1637, during the 30 Years' War in Europe, was the largest warship in the world at that time. The Western warships that appeared on the southeastern coast at the end of the Ming Dynasty were actually small and medium-sized warships of several hundred tons. The large European warships were fighting in Europe. The Sea King was the leader among them, and was also featured in Lord, one of the most technologically advanced warships. At the end of the Ming Dynasty and the beginning of the Qing Dynasty, we have to admit that before and after the 30 Years' War in Europe, Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, England, and France competed extremely fiercely for the oceans. There was a need for wars, and the level of European warships had surpassed that of the East. The military commanders and props in Lord are basically from the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period to the late Ming and early Qing Dynasty. So the Sea King is indeed one of the capped warships. Unfortunately, no one can redeem the Sea King blueprint worth 2 million points. For Chu Tian, this is good news, because he also has the opportunity to redeem the Sea King that originally belonged to the English. It is not unreasonable for England to become an empire on which the sun never sets. If there is an opportunity in the future, we must plunder their shipbuilding technology. Chu Tian can only look for opportunities in the future and think of ways to get the Sea King. If the English civilization that gave birth to navigation masters were allowed to obtain the Sea King, it would probably not be easy to deal with them in the future. Chu Tian had the remaining 120,000 points and many precious props that he could not redeem. None of the redeemable props in the National War are just miscellaneous items. All of them have their own uses and values. And most of them are props that cannot be exchanged. Perhaps the system was too high-minded about each lord and released some props with extremely high points requirements in advance. Chu Tian also saw military symbols such as Tianxiong Army and Shaoguo Army, which could recruit special units. These military symbols required a lot of points. Chu Tian didn't have much desire for military symbols. Chu Tian also had the Qishua Army Soldier Talisman and the Iron Eagle Rui Soldier Talisman that were not even on the exchange list. These two soldier talismans Chu Tian planned to leave to his son or daughter, and their value was higher than that of Tianxiong Army and Shaoguo Army. Chu Tian couldn't even count how many special arms his own force had. Chu Tian didn't think much about military symbols. Perhaps there is a better choice. Chu Tian set his sights on a familiar prop. Name: Surrender Order. Effect: you can persuade generals with characteristics such as loyalty/chivalry to surrender for your own use. Restrictions: the monarch cannot be recruited. And the hidden ambition value of the recruited generals remains unchanged. Points required: 100,000. Number of times that can be redeemed this time: 1 time. During the Fourth National War, Chu Tian exchanged a surrender order and recruited monk Wan Yinchun, a Jurchen general who vowed not to surrender. The last surrender order required 300,000 points. But this time it only requires 100,000 points. Because this time in the National War, it is more difficult to obtain points. The order to persuade to surrender is a good thing. It can make the die-hard generals feel really good. There is no happiness in forcing. But Chu Tian insisted on forcing. There is a military general whom Chu Tian captured during the battle at Mongshan. He has not surrendered until now. That is Gao Shun. Gao Shun's lord was Lu Bu, not Lao Qin. Even though Lao Qin died of illness, Gao Shun did not surrender. In addition, even if Lu Bu died in battle, Gao Shun would not surrender. So Chu Tian could only force his bow. You can recruit Gao Shun. And you can also recruit into the trap camp. Isn't it much better than using points to exchange for military symbols? So Chu Tian chose to exchange a surrender order. After playing with the surrender order, Chu Tian couldn't wait to recruit the strong-willed Gao Shun to surrender. Let him serve for him. And then went to attack Lu Bu. Therefore, in a sense, the surrender order is an artifact. Chapter 942 Gao Shun and the world's famous writers. Gao Shun, are you still unwilling to surrender to me? Lu Bu is not a wise master. With your talents, whether you serve him or die for him, it is not worth it. Your ability to command soldiers and horses is even worse than his superior. Chu Tian sent people to escort Gao Shun to Chang'an City. The Gao Shun in front of him had messy hair and stubble, was taciturn, and was not moved by Chu Tian's sweet words. Chu Tian had a sullen face, facing a general who would rather die than surrender. Chu Tian had no solution. Since you don't know how to lift, you can only use force. After all, Gao Shun and Zhang Liao were good generals, as they could defeat Lu Guan and Zhang in the early days, and capture Lu Bei's wife and children. Chu Tian flipped his wrist, and a surrender order slipped out from his robe. Chu Tian had to use the surrender order to force Gao Shun to surrender. Gao Shun had a painful expression on his face. After struggling for a while, Gao Shun's eyes regained their luster, and he knelt down to Chu Tian. Gao Shun is willing to serve Duke Ming. Very good. Chu Tian couldn't conquer Gao Shun with his charm, so there was nothing he could do about it. And no one could recruit Gao Shun. Name: Gao Shun. Civilization: Ancient China. Talent: King-level commander. Level: 83. Identity: Lu Bu's general. The leader of the trap camp. Loyalty: 100. Commander: 90. Force: 81. Intelligence: 71. Politics: 11. Charm: 75. Character: Loyalty. Favorability: 50. Characteristic 1 Trap S-level trait. When commanding a trap camp, the trap camp's attack power plus 30%. Formation maintenance plus 30%. Characteristic 2 Managing the army S-level trait. Morale decline rate minus 50%. Troops are less likely to fall into chaos when encountering unfavorable situations such as ambush, fire attack, water attack, siege, etc. Special arms. Trapped in camp. 8th level heavy infantry/heavy cavalry. Upper limit of 700. Although Gao Shun is not the commander of the army, he is the most suitable general to command the trapped camp. Chu Tian took another look at the ability to trap the camp. Army, trapped in camp. Level 8 heavy infantry / heavy cavalry. Attack power, 31, defense power, 27, speed, 6/13. Skills, special level Fenchuan, infantry type. Improved morale. Special level spear formation, infantry type. Spear formation. Increased damage to cavalry. Special level shield formation, infantry type. Shield formation. Increased defense against crossbows. Special level heavy cavalry charge, cavalry type. Impact power increased. Special trap, infantry / cavalry type. When attacking enemy formation. Attack power plus 25%. Lasts for a period of time. Life or death, morale plus 20%. Pain minus 30%, continue for a period of time. Characteristics, ambition to trap the enemy, when Gao Shun serves as the leader. Attack power plus 7. Defense power plus 3. Damage plus 10%. Sure enough, the trap camp is a special unit specially created for Gao Shun. In the future, you will join the Imperial Guard and serve as a resident guard in the camp. Chu Tian asked Gao Shun, Dian Wei, and Yang Dian to take turns as guards to relieve the pressure on Dian Wei and Yang Dian. If you work in shifts, it is equivalent to a team of soldiers and horses, and only needs to be on duty for 8 hours. Gao Shun's initial loyalty is 100, which is simply terrifying. This kind of loyalty means that even if his lord is killed in battle, Gao Shun will not surrender to him. Moreover, Chu Tian can deprive him of his military power at will and ask him to commit suicide, and Gao Shun will not complain. In a sense, this is true die-hard loyalty, reaching the point of being stubborn. There are not many people trapped in the camp, so they can serve as guards. If necessary, they can be sent to the battlefield to charge into the battle. 100,000 points is well spent. As commanded, Gao Shun was still taciturn, like a piece of wood. It is said that Gao Shun doesn't like to talk, doesn't like drinking, and is almost impossible to be picky. But Lu Bu just doesn't use Gao Shun very much. It seems that being good at pleasing the Lord is still very important. In Chang'an City's teleportation array, Yu Wetai, Ta Duan, Gong Sun Kong, Zhu Neng and others came to Guanzhong from Liaodong under the guard of a group of tiger and leopard riders. Although Chutian's stronghold was Xia City in Xuzhou, Chang'an City was still the capital of the Han Empire and had a larger population. Chutian had no idea of moving the capital, because Chang'an City was indeed at the center of the Han Empire. From Chang'an to the east is the Guangdong region, to the north is the Lus Plateau and the Prairie, to the west is Liangzhou and the Protectorate of the Western regions, to the south is the land of Bashu. If it is limited to the territory of the Han Empire, and there is no threat from the Prairie, then Chang'an City and Luoyang City are undoubtedly the best choices for the imperial capital. Of course, if we conquer the Americas and establish colonies, then establishing an imperial capital on the seaside may be more conducive to controlling the Americas. And Chang'an City is too far away from the Americas. Cao Cao was responsible for escorting Yu Wentai, Ta Duan, Gong Sun Kong and others to Chang'an. At the same time, Cao Cao also represented the generals of the Hebei army and the Yuzhou army to ask Chu Tian for instructions on whether they could invade the kingdom of Goryeo. As a military commander, I hope to make achievements. A group of generals from Liaodong and western Liaoning were brought to the palace where Chu Tian was. Please forgive me, King Xia. Ta Duan's tribe was captured for rebellion. So the first thing Wuhuan leader Ta Duan considered was to beg Chu Tian for mercy. Chu Tian looked at the unfortunate Wuhuan leader and the lord, where there are many fierce generals. Ta Duan was beaten by various princes, and was even beaten by Yu Wetai of the Xianbei tribe for 20,000 to 100,000. He had no dignity. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Serve in the army temporarily, and be in the front line during the war. You will be punished and make meritorious service. After Chu Tian dismantled the Wuhuan tribe, it no longer made sense to kill Ta Duan. When dealing with prisoners, in addition to execution and imprisonment, there is also a common practice, which is to send them to lead the battle in a war, narrowly escaping death. If they can survive on the battlefield, it means that God is not willing to take them away. Ta Duan is willing to go through fire and water for the king, no matter what. Ta Duan was overjoyed when he saw that Chu Tian had given him a chance to live, and quickly kowtowed to Chu Tian. Don't be too happy, because soon you will go to the battlefield of Goryeo. In every battle, you and the captured Wuhuan cavalry will all lead the battle. Come and see me again when you are still alive after conquering Koryo. Chu Tian's tone was cold. If Taduan and a group of captured Wuhuan cavalry served as vanguards in every battle, 2 or 3 of the 10 might not survive. For them, this is cruel punishment. Ding! Diamond-level General Taduan pledges his allegiance to you. Chu Tian received the system prompt, and the Diamond-level General Taduan finally chose to surrender. Name Taduan. Civilization, Ancient China Wuhuan. Talent, Diamond-level General. Level 90. Identity, King Wuhuan was killed by Zhang Liao in the Battle of Bailang Mountain. Loyalty 61. Commander, 85. Force, 83. Intelligence, 67. Politics, 21. Charm, 60. Phaseality, Brave. Favorability, 40. Characteristic 1, Martial Arts, A-level trait. Cavalry attack power plus 7%. Personal attack power plus 15%. Characteristic 2, Powerful to hundreds of barbarians, A-level trait. Has suppressive effect on barbarian tribes. And increased suppressive effect on Wuhuan tribe. Special unit, famous cavalry in the world Wuhuan from 3 counties. 6th level light cavalry of the Wuhuan civilization in ancient China. With a maximum limit of 10,000. Not yet opened. The conditions for opening are to select brave Wuhuan tribes from the 3 counties of Yubiping, Yuyang and Shanggu. Soldiers who are good at fighting can be transferred to the special unit. Famous cavalry in the world 3 commanderies Wuhuan. After 1 year of training by Cao Cao. Famous knight in the world? Chu Tian couldn't help but feel surprised. It turns out that during the 3 Kingdoms period, there was a hidden special force. According to the records of 3 Kingdoms, after Cao Cao pacified the Wuhuan tribe, he moved some of the Wuhuan tribe into the pass, and selected the elite Wuhuan cavalry to serve for himself. They were known as the famous cavalry in the world, and fought for the Chao Wei regime in the south and north. The cost of using barbarian tribes as servants to fight is lower, and the cavalry of these tribes are actually quite warlike. This cavalry also needs special training by Cao Cao. Cao Cao is related to many generals, props, and units. The new Book of Mingda has not been written yet. It happened that Cao Cao escorted this group of people to arrive. Mingda, have you written out your military strategy? Several years have passed since Chu Tian urged Cao Cao to write the new Book of Mingda as soon as possible. When Cao Cao heard Chu Tian's urging, his eyes wandered and his hands kept waving. Soon. Half? 1/5. Chu Tian glared at Cao Cao, who immediately flinched. In 7 or 8 years, only 1/5 of the new Book of Mingda was written. At this rate, even if Cao Cao dies, he still won't be able to finish writing. Chu Tian believed that when Cao Cao had a headache, it was necessary for Hua Tuo to perform a craniotomy on Cao Cao. As punishment, you select 10,000 strong men from Wuhuan in the 3 counties, and train them for 1 year. You must train them into elite cavalry. Chu Tian took advantage of this opportunity to make Cao Cao willingly train his troops, and form the world's famous cavalry Sanjun Wuhuan without paying any price. Cao Cao quickly accepted the order. Chu Tian's attention shifted to the 2 heroes of the Yuan tribe, Yuan Yadugi and Yuan Tai. Chu Tian's forces also had Xianbei generals, such as the handsome man Deguxin. Name Yuan Yadugi. Civilization, Ancient China Xianbei. Talent, King-level commander. Level 90. Identity, the last leader of the Xianbei Yuan tribe during the 16 Kingdoms period. Loyalty 70. Commander, 73. Force, 79. Intelligence, 69. Politics, 51. Charm, 37. Phaseality, mediocre. Favorability, 50. In line with Chu Tian's expectations, Yuan Dogui's panel was very sparse and ordinary, and he had no special abilities. Yuan Xianbei was completely suppressed by Murong Xianbei. Murong Xianbei could defeat Yuan Yadugi by picking any talent at random. The most legendary figure of the Yuan Xianbei tribe is Yuan Tai, also known as Yuan Black Otter. Chu Tian asked. Yuan Black Otter, what reward do you want for quelling the rebellion of the Wuhuan tribe? Yuan Tai replied cautiously. The general and the tribe members are willing to serve Duke Ming, and there is no need for other rewards. Yuan Tai's answer was as expected by Chu Tian. He used retreat to advance. Such negotiation skills were even more brilliant. In the future, you will join the 3rd Legion of the Xiliang Army, the Wuchuan Legion, as a general and serve me. Chu Tian organized Yuan Tai, Li Hu, and Deguxin into a regiment. Chapter 943 Recruiting and Surrendering Liaodong Generals. Black Otter is willing to obey Ming Gong's orders. Yuan Tai had no resistance at all to Chu Tian's arrangement. In fact, he had no choice. The Xianbei people gave birth to many famous generals. Murong Ba and Murong Ke of Murong Xianbei. Tuoba Tao of Tuoba Xianbei. And Yuan Tai of Yuan Xianbei are the best among them. Name: Yuan Tai. Civilization: Ancient China Xianbei. Talent: Imperial Commander, King. Level 90. Identity: Prime Minister of the Western Wei Dynasty. Founder of the Northern Zhou Dynasty. Loyalty: 75. Commander: 96. Force: 81. Intelligence: 93. Politics: 92. Charm: 90. Faciality: Calm. Favorability: 50. Feature 1, Mansion Army System, SS level exclusive feature. Commanding the Wuchuan Army. Li Bai Army. And the Northern Wei Sui Forbidden Brigade. All attributes of the above legions plus 25%. Morale plus 30% during war. Characteristic 2, Controlling Heroes, S level trait. With a limited aura of the whole army. When commanding the 8 pillar states of the Western Wei Dynasty, except Yuan Tai, the 12 generals, and other generals. The ability of the generals under his command will be improved. The command value will be +1. And the military force will be increased. Value +1. No more than 93. When the above generals lead the army alone. All attributes of the army will increase by an additional 3%. Characteristic 3, Reversal of Strength and Weakness, S level trait. When the troops are at a disadvantage. The legion's attack power is increased by an additional 10%, when the force to which it belongs is at a disadvantage. Personal Internal Affairs ability is plus 25%. Special Arms, Wuchuan Legion, level 5. Upper limit of 10,000. Yuan Tai and Chu Tian imagined that apart from force, there were almost no flaws. Yuan Tai can strengthen the abilities of the Western Wei Zhuge and the 12 generals. Chu Tian currently has 2 pillar states, Li Hu and Duguxin, and they can perform even better under Yuan Tai's command. Yuan Tai was as miserable as Cao Cao. After establishing a huge foundation, their descendants were soon usurped. In addition, Yuan Tai is a hero in adversity. The more disadvantaged he is, the stronger he becomes, and he is a bit like Liu Bei, a more complicated person. Chu Tian couldn't see the value of his ambition. Loyalty is not necessarily reliable. A general with high ambition will still rebel if the opportunity comes, even if his loyalty is above 80. Military generals with low ambition value are submissive, silent when the Lord is cheating on them, and even dare not rebel. Also arriving with Yuan Tai and Taduan was Liaodong Gong Sun Kong. Gong Sun Kong was also considered a good general, and he defeated Goguryeo. He had 82 points in command and 78 points in force, and was slightly appeased by Chu Tian. The most important gain is Yuan Tai. Secondly, Chu Tian summoned 3 surrendered generals from Mingguan: Zhu Nung, Sun Chuanting, and Zhu Das Ho. Mingguan betrayed the Han Empire and took refuge with Tuo Lei. Liaodong is now owned by me. It's time for you to abandon the dark side and join the light. How about unifying the Han Empire, using force to stop the war, and preventing the world from continuing to be in chaos? Chu Tian glanced at the 3 people. This time, Mingguan abandoned them and betrayed the Han Empire. So the psychological burden on these generals to surrender to Chu Tian was much lighter. Zhu Dasho was the first to surrender. I am willing to serve Duke Ming. Chu Tian can now check Zhu Dasho's abilities. Name: Zhu Dasho. Civilization: Ancient China. Talent: Diamond level Commander. Level 91. Identity: Liaodong Forward Commander. Loyalty: 70. Commander: 82. Force: 79. Intelligence: 68. Politics: 53. Charm: 20. Characterity: Timid. Favorability: 40. Characteristic 1, Long-term defense, A-level characteristic. When defending the city, the defense power of the defending troops plus 13%. Feature 2, Fortress building, A-level feature. When building a fortress, the construction speed is plus 10%. Characteristic 3, Akin, negative trait. When defending a city, if reinforcements are not available for a long time, the probability of surrendering to the enemy will increase significantly. Special Arms, Guanning Cavalry, 7th level. Upper limit of 1,000. Special Equipment, 3-eyed Fire Blunderbuss. Semi-cold weapon. Semi-firearm unit. Zhu Dasho's ability is pretty good. His specialty is building and defending cities. His shortcoming is that he is not loyal enough, which is in sharp contrast to Gao Shun. Mingguan always appoints Zhu Dasho mainly for 2 reasons. One is Zhu Dasho's own troops. Sometimes, the abilities of generals are not directly related to the types of troops they carry. Zhu Dasho and Wu Sangue were originally generals of Liaodong in the Ming dynasty. commanding the Guanning cavalry. The second reason is that Zhu Dasho tends to surrender to the enemy when he is at a disadvantage. But he is not so easy to rebel when he is in an advantage. Chu Tian reluctantly took in Zhu Dasho for the sake of Guanning's cavalry. The two people he most wanted to conquer were Zhu Neng and Sun Chuanting. Zhu Ning is a fierce general, and Sun Chuanting is the commander-in-chief. Unlike Zhu Dasho, who quickly chose to surrender under unfavorable circumstances, Zhu Neng and Sun Chuanting fell into a painful struggle. In the end, Zhu Neng believed that the situation was over and Mingguan had betrayed the Han Empire, so he chose to surrender. Zhu Neng was the bodyguard of Zhu Di, the founder of the Ming dynasty, and the most powerful general under his command. He helped Zhu Di seize the throne during the Battle of Jing'an. Name: Zhu Neng. Civilization: Ancient China. Talent: Royal Warrior. Level: 82. Identity: Duke Chung of the Ming dynasty. Loyalty: 90. Commander: 84. Force: 97. Intelligence: 67. Politics: 31. Charm: 80. Phaseality: Brave. Favorability: 41. Characteristic 1. Bravely champion the three armies, SS level trait. When trapped. Personal attack power plus 40%. Characteristic 2. Vanguard Yin General, S level trait. When serving as a vanguard. The impact of cavalry from Yin Land plus 30%. Characteristic 3. Protecting the Lord in death battle, S level trait. Loyalty is not easy to decline. When the Lord/Monarch/Prince is in danger, the more serious the injury, the greater the increase in ability. Special Unit, Yuzhou Assault Cavalry, 7th level Heavy Cavalry. Upper limit of 1000. Zhu Ning can serve as a vanguard or a guard. Another situation is that the Monarch and Zhu Ning jointly lead the cavalry to crush the enemy army, which can trigger Zhu Ning's death fight to protect the Lord. Characteristic: allowing Zhu Ning's military force to increase again. Zhu Di, the founder of the Ming dynasty, did this and often led the cavalry to charge forward. Li Shimin, Zhu Di, Cao Cao and others all like to rush to the front, as do Yu Tai and others. The last one to surrender was Sun Chuanting. Sun Chuanting was in disbelief. My lord has always hated foreigners. Why would he betray the Han Empire? Sun Chuanting was surprised, but finally chose to surrender. Name: Sun Chuanting. Civilization: Ancient China. Talent: King-level commander. Level: 89. Identity: famous general in the late Ming dynasty. Li Zicheng's mortal enemy. Loyalty: 82. Commander: 90. Force: 64. Intelligence: 92. Politics: 75. Charm: 81. Phaseality: Calm. Favorability: 42. Characteristic 1. Suppressing bandits, S-level trait. When suppressing peasant uprisings, bandits, and rogue bandits, the legion's attack power plus 40%, and the enemy will have a fear effect. Characteristic 2. Troop training in the field, S-level characteristic. The food output of the army in the field is plus 15%, and the training efficiency is plus 15%. Characteristic 3. Ambush, A-level trait. When ambush is successful, legion damage plus 10%. Special arms, Qin Army, 5th level light infantry. Upper limit of 11,000. Soldier sourced from Guangzhou. Sun Chuanting seems to be good at suppressing peasant uprisings, with a huge bonus. He is mainly used to suppress rebellions, and is also good at strategies and ambushes. However, Chu Tian believed that Sun Chuanting was not enough to serve as the commander of the Liaodong army. Zhu Ning is suitable to be a pioneer general, not a coach. As the remnants of the Mingguan army, the Liaodong army must have an imperial-level commander as its leader, and it cannot be a former general of the Mingguan army. Otherwise loyalty cannot be guaranteed. Chu Tian needed to dispatch an emperor-level commander from other legions to command the brave and capable Liaodong army. Chapter 944 activates the Roman Eagle flag. Chu Tian had two candidates for the commander-in-chief of the Liaodong army. One was Li Ji, who served as the military advisor of the Guangzhou army. He was first-rate in terms of both commander-in-chief and resourcefulness. Another candidate is Lu Yi, who was transferred to the Imperial Guard by Chu Tian. Lu Yi is also good at commanding troops and horses, as well as being good at resourcefulness and internal affairs, no matter who is capable of serving as the commander of the Liaodong army. In addition, many commanders in the Imperial Guard are qualified to serve as military leaders. Chu Tian could even send Xiao Chua to take over the Liaodong army. The Liaodong army was famous even in the Han Empire for its bravery and proficiency in fighting. With the strength of Liaodong's troops, they could conquer the kingdom of Goryeo. Therefore, It is crucial to send someone to take over the Liaodong army and eliminate the influence of Mingguan forces in Liaodong. Li Ji surrendered and served me for less than a year. He was sent to Liaodong City. I'm afraid he won't be able to convince the public. Louis should be appointed as the commander of the Liaodong army. Liaodong was originally the territory of the Yin kingdom. Chu Tian finally decided to appoint Louis to guard Liaodong. Louis has been following Chu Tian for almost 10 years and is considered a veteran. Chu Tian began to set up the Liaodong army. The Yinjia Legion, which was originally the 6th Legion of the Imperial Guard, was transferred to the Liaodong army by Chu Tian as the 1st Legion, with Yinjia as the main force. It ruled the remnants of the original Mingguan army. Yinjia plus the Liaodong infantry were mainly infantry, with a strength of 150,000. Geng Yin and Zhu Ning formed the Assault Cavalry Corps, with Yuzhou Assault Cavalry as the main force. As the 2nd Legion of the Liaodong army, Geng Yin and Zhu Ning's Yuo Cavalry merged, which can be used for field battles and city sieges. They are currently the absolute main cavalry force of the Liaoning army. The Yuzhou Assault Cavalry plus the Liaodong Cavalry are mainly cavalry, with a strength of 100,000. Zhu Dazhou established the Guaning army as the 3rd army with a strength of 50,000. Gong Sun Khan formed the Wuhuan army, the 4th army, with a strength of 50,000. The entire Liaodong army had 300,000 troops, which was far less than during the Mingguan period. The opponent during the Mingguan period was Chu Tian, so it was necessary to gather a large number of troops and fight to the death. After the defeat of Mingguan, the Liaodong army had no pressure, so it streamlined its troops and reduced financial expenditures. Liaodong was originally part of Yuzhou. The number of the Liaodong army and the Yuzhou army has reached 500,000, which is not a lot at all. As the commander of the Hebei army, Cao Cao selected and trained 10,000 Wuhuan cavalry and converted them into famous cavalry in the world. As for Sun Quanting, he was transferred to the Guanzhong army by Chu Tian. The soldiers of his special unit, Qin army, came from Guanzhong. In addition, Chu Tian asked Qin Liangyu, Wu Tugu, and Zhang Yin to form a mountain army to replace Li Yi's army in the Imperial Guard. The military strength is getting larger and larger, and the entire north has become a war machine and needs an outlet. Chu Tian was already preparing for the Western expedition, which was based on the unification of the Han Empire and the conquest of surrounding civilizations. The Goryeo Kingdom, which had just been restored to its own country not long ago, became one of Chu Tian's targets. Before carrying out the big conquest plan, Chu Tian still had one thing to do. There are still 2 Roman eagle flags in Chu Tian's warehouse, which are trophies of the 3rd National War. Now they can finally take them out, and then use the Roman eagle flags to form a Roman legion. The Roman legion is a unique military unit of the Roman civilization. If the lords of other civilizations want to recruit their special military units, there are 3 restrictions. First, it has a Roman eagle flag, and each Roman eagle flag represents a Roman legion. Second, there are generals with Roman civilization. Third, the Roman legions were recruited from Roman citizens. Until now, Chu Tian finally met these 3 conditions. Although the Roman general Varus that Chu Tian recruited on the battlefield of the National War was not the first-class Roman generals such as Scipio and Marius and Fabian, Varus helped Chu Tian achieve the conditions for recruiting Roman legions. Chu Tian returned to the warehouse in Xia City, found the dusty Roman eagle flag, and patted the dust off. The most cherished eagle flag of the Roman Empire has been abandoned by Chu Tian in the past period of time. As a special prop, the Roman eagle flag can naturally be introduced. Chu Tian checked the introduction of one of the Roman eagle flags. Name, Roman eagle banner, 15th Apollo Legion. Level, special props. Cannot be damaged. Effect, used to form the 15th Apollo Legion of the Roman Empire. Legion, participated in the Jewish War, the Dacian War, the Roman War against Persia, etc. Legion ability, under the protection of Apollo, the god of light in Greek mythology. After legionnaires are injured, their injury recovery speed is increased, their morale recovery speed is increased, and their physical strength recovery speed is increased. Chu Tian read the introduction of one of the eagle flags, and knew that this eagle flag corresponded to the Apollo Legion, the 15th Legion of the Roman Empire. Chu Tian's establishment of various legions was actually somewhat based on the setup of Roman legions. However, Chu Tian now controls a larger territory, so there is also a military commander on the legion, which is equivalent to a military district system. Unlike Chu Tian's customized legions, each Roman legion has its own special abilities. This is one of the characteristics of the Roman legion. because the Roman legion itself is a high-level unit, not a customized legion. The Roman emperor could also customize his legion, but he did not have this special ability. The carrier of special abilities is the Roman eagle banner, and this prop only has an effect on the Roman legions. Chu Tian thought about it for a moment, and realized that the relationship between this was very subtle. The Roman eagle banner gives each Roman legion different abilities, and even if the lords of other civilizations capture the Roman eagle banner, other conditions need to be met for the Roman eagle banner to be effective. Without meeting the conditions for recruiting Roman legions, the eagle standard was useless. The 15th Apollo Legion of the Roman Empire. The ability is Restoration. After the war, injuries, morale, and physical strength can be quickly recovered to prepare for the next war. This ability is very practical. The importance of morale and physical strength goes without saying. When the Arab Empire's army was hit by a meteorite and its morale collapsed, Khalid, the Arab Empire's first general, found it difficult to regroup. There is also an eagle flag. Name, Roman Eagle Banner, 17th Legion. Level, Special Props. Cannot be damaged. Effect, used to form the 17th Legion of the Roman Empire. Legion, destroyed by the German barbarians in the Battle of Teutoburg Forest and revoked by Octavian. Legion ability, a legion riddled with bad luck. With poor luck. Because Chu Tian recruited the Roman general Varus. He knew that during the reign of Augustus Octavian in the Roman Empire, the Romans were annihilated by the German barbarians in the 17th, 18th, and 19th legions in the Battle of Teutoburg Forest. These three legions were feared even by the Roman emperors, who regarded them as ominous. They are indeed unlucky. Among them, the eagle flag of the 17th Legion was plundered by Chu Tian during the National War. The 17th, 18th, and 19th legions were the three Roman legions with the worst luck, and their combat effectiveness was probably the weakest, because they did not have their own capabilities like the Apollo Legion. Despite this, it is better than nothing. It is still a high-level legion. After the two dusty eagle flags were taken out, Chu Tian handed them to Varus and ordered him to form the 15th Apollo Legion and the 17th Unlucky Legion of the Roman Empire. Siphias formed the Western Teaching Corps of the Byzantine Empire, not only the elite legions of his own civilization. Chu Tian also began to recruit elite legions of other civilizations. He has more elite legions from other civilizations here, which is equivalent to indirectly weakening the strength of other civilizations and strengthening his own strength. According to Chu Tian's estimation, it will take another year to form effective combat effectiveness. It takes 2 months to recruit a Roman legion. The initial level is level 10, which is a new recruit, and training takes 10 months. Soldier training can improve the level of the Roman legion. At least the average level must reach level 40 before it is considered to be out of the recruit stage. It also takes a year to reorganize, recruit, and train each legion. Raising troops for 1,000 days, and using them for a while is not an empty talk. And, Lord, the existence of levels makes the gap in training more obvious. A Roman legion with an average level of 100 can crush a Roman legion with an average level of 10, because the former is a veteran of hundreds of battles, while the latter is a new legion that has just been formed. In West Asia, a large number of Mongolian, Turkic, and Persian cavalry launched an offensive against the remaining territories of the Persian Empire. Mingwan, the king of Liaodong, participated in Tualei's conquest of the Persian Empire. The Golden Family was determined to destroy the ancient and powerful Persian civilization. To this end, Tualei bribed many nobles and rebel generals of the Persian civilization. A small team from the east arrived on the plateau of West Asia. The legendary lobbyist Wang Lang traveled thousands of miles under the orders of Chu Tian, risking being discovered by the Golden Family. Starting from the Dewan Kingdom in the Western Region Protectorate, heading west, and finally found Mingwan. Wang Lang wore a turban and disguised himself as a camel trader in the desert. As a generation of Confucian scholars, he braved countless hardships, just like Ban Chao, walking on the Silk Road. He came here for only one purpose. I have heard about the name of the Duke for a long time, and I am lucky to meet you now. The Han dynasty is over, and the King of Xia is marching in accordance with the sky, sweeping the 4 seas and pacifying all directions. It is the destiny of heaven. Although the Duke was defeated, it was not a crime of war, but it was actually the Holy Spirit of the King of Xia, civil and military. Your Majesty, please do not act against nature and waste your hard work. Rather than surrendering to evil, it is better to return to China and submit to the King of Xia without losing the title of king. Wang Lang saw the burly Mingwan So he immediately persuaded Mingwan to surrender. Dot! Mingwan frowned deeply. He was greatly surprised when he saw the envoy sent by Chu Tian to lobby him in West Asia. But he couldn't help but wonder whether Wang Lang, the genius Chu Tian sent to lobby him, really wanted to recruit him. After thinking for a while, Mingwan said, I already understand what he means. You can get out? Wang Lang asked again. How about your reply? Roll. Mingwan glanced at Chang Yuchen, then lifted up Wang Lang with one hand and threw Wang Lang out. Wang Lang landed on his butt, patted the dust, and said with a depressed expression, How should I report to King Xia when I go back now? Wang Lang spent a lot of time coming to West Asia, but he was kicked out just after saying a few words to Mingwan. Chu Tian asked him to persuade Mingwan to return to the Han Empire, but for Wang Lang, it was an impossible task. Chapter 945 The Great Conquest Plan begins. It seems we have no choice but to go home. Wang Lang was extremely frustrated that half a year had been wasted. He ordered several of his men to pack their bags and prepare to return to the Han Empire. Sir, your advice to King Ming will come to an end. Prince Ming has already refused. There is no need to mention it again. Wang Lang climbed on the camel's back. Worried, Wang Lang found that he could hardly succeed in lobbying others. When Wang Lang led this camel team of only 4 people, and was about to leave the camp where Mingwan was located, Mongolian cavalry, Jurchen cavalry, Xianbei cavalry, Turkic cavalry, and Persian cavalry all over the mountains and plains poured into the village where Mingwan was stationed. As far as the eye could see, the soldier responsible for protecting Wang Lang hurriedly said, Sir, it's terrible. Could it be that Tuolei discovered that we came to persuade King Ming to surrender? Wang Lang also turned pale when he saw tens of thousands of cavalry appearing on the way. But Wang Lang was one of the princes in the late Eastern Han dynasty in history, and he quickly reacted. Don't panic. If they discover our identity, there is no need to go to such trouble. A centurion can capture us alive. So why bother to use such a huge force? Wang Lang didn't believe that Tuolei would use tens of thousands or even 100,000 troops to capture the 4 of them alive. The presence of a large number of cavalry in front of us indicates that there is a large-scale military operation to tow mines. Fortunately, when every army goes on an expedition, there is often a group of traders around it, selling food and props to the soldiers of these legions. Wang Lang and the others were disguised as traders driving camels. The goals of the 4 people were not obvious, and even if Tuolei discovered their identities, he would not care about these people at all. The sweat is coming. Why don't you get out of here? The general of Tuliai's son Hulagu was so timid that he waved a whip with thorns in his hand to drive away the traders who were blocking the road. This group of Persian and Turkic traders dared not speak out in anger. If the Golden family conquers this land, they must act according to the Mongolian rules. As a general of the Ilkhanate, the timid bourgeois has ferocious eyes and a faint murderous aura on his body, which makes the weak lambs fear him. Wang Lang lowered his head subconsciously to avoid looking at the timid bourgeois. People with a guilty conscience will often show their weaknesses due to nervousness when their eyes meet. The cowardly man without flowers opened the way, and behind him was Hulagu, the son of Tuolei, who was also the cowardly lord without flowers. Hulagu was even more terrifying than the timid one. He punched Persia and kicked Arabia. Historically, the Arab Empire was officially destroyed by Hulagu, and he almost conquered Egypt. Further to the rear is the tow mine that inherited Genghis Khan's military capabilities. The Golden family is still in its prime. It's just that I don't dare to fight with the princes of the Han Empire for the time being. Tuolei's eyes swept over the area where Wang Lang and others were, intentionally or unintentionally, making Wang Lang break out in a cold sweat. Tuolei seemed to just sweep it casually and not care. The Mongolian regiment passed by Wang Lang and his party. Suddenly, among the onlookers, several agile assassins rushed out and rushed towards Tuolei, intending to assassinate the current Great Khan of the Il Khan. The Mongolian army panicked. But Tuolei, the target of the assassination, remained indifferent. A stream of light came through the sky and killed one of the assassins with one arrow. The Mongolian god Baozibi's arrows are all fired. The Mongolian general Wu Liangatai, son of Subutai, who followed Tuolei, held a spear, and guarded Tuolei with the Qishua army. The spear in Wu Lianghatai's hand was thrown out and hit an assassin in the chest. The terrifying impact easily tore the assassin's body apart and pinned him to the ground. The assassin, who was seriously injured but not dead, screamed in agony due to the heartbreaking pain. All the assassins were killed. Wu Liangatai stood up and dismounted, traced the identity of the assassin, and then reported to Tuolay. It's an assassin sent by the Persian Empire. There may be assassins among this group of people. Do we want to kill them all? Tuolay was still indifferent. The Persians have adopted such clumsy methods as assassinations, which shows that they are afraid of us. Afraid that we will defeat them. And afraid that we will massacre the city. This group of traitors can alleviate the supply problem for us. And there is no need to deal with them for the time being. Swing the butcher knife. Yes. Mongolian generals such as Tuolay, Oliang Hitai, and Zibi entered the village. Wang Lang still didn't know that he and his group had escaped. Let's leave this land of right and wrong. Tuolay slaughtered many Persian cities and has made the Persians fearful. Wang Lang left quickly. On the way out, Wang Lang also saw the Jurchen cavalry, Xianbei cavalry, and Turkic cavalry gathering, and was horrified. Tuolay and the others gathered here must be planning something big. Not only is Tuolay taking action, Chu Tian is also planning for the future. In Xia city of the Han Empire, Chu Tian summoned various military leaders, planners, and interior ministers to gather at the Xia Palace to discuss the great conquest. The military leaders are Wu Qi, Yu Fei, Wang Jian, Chao Chao, Wei Qing, Lu Yi, Li Mu, Zheng He, Su Fengyan, and Prince Yan. The masterminds are Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Jia Su, Sun Bin, Zhang Bin, Sun Yu, Guo Jia, Su Yu, Lu Su, Cheng Yu, Li Ji, and Cai. Ministers of the Interior, Sang Hongyang, Zhang Zhao, Zhang Hong, Li Kui, Li Si, Sun Yu, and Chen Kun. A true gathering of talents. Not only that, Wen from the Western Region Protectorate was also recruited by Chu Tian. The Western Region Protectorate maintains 400,000 troops all year round. Although most of them are low-level troops, they are still a considerable force. Chu Tian's great conquest plan is naturally related to the Western Region Protectorate. Rather, the Western Region Protectorate provided Chu Tian with a channel for westward expansion. Huan's occupation of Dewan Kingdom was a very important move. By occupying the teleportation array of Dewan State, the Han army would not have to cross the Songling Mountains several thousand meters above sea level again. Also present were brothers Zhuge Jin and Zhuge Liang. Originally, their positions were not high enough to participate in a meeting of this level. But Chu Tian made the decision. The reason why the Great Conquest Plan has a big word is because Chu Tian's ultimate goal is to launch a Western expedition. Just like the great conquests of the Arab Empire and the Mongol Empire. In 1 year, each legion will be as full as possible to train their troops. The Fubo army expanded from 120,000 to 300,000 and continued to produce warships within a year. Chu Tian glanced at a group of big shots. After years of conquest and management, Chu Tian established a large team capable of launching a large-scale conquest. The conquest may last for several waves before a strong enemy is eliminated. Like the tide lapping against a rock. The first waves are about to sweep across. A year later, the troops were divided into 3 groups. The first group was to capture Hanzhong, break through Baishui Pass, and capture Chengdu. The second group was to attack Nanyang and besiege Xiangfan. The third group was to send troops to Liaodong and sweep away the kingdom of Goryeo. Since it can be destroyed if the Goryeo kingdom was destroyed once, it can be completely destroyed a second time. Then, we will expand on a larger scale. In the whole world, there will be no royal land. Chu Tian pulled out a dagger and inserted it on the map filled with all civilizations. Chapter 946 1 year. In the 15th year of the Lord calendar, 1 year has passed since the 5th National War. The world of lords is still full of disputes and wars. Various emperors, kings, and dukes either fought against each other or accumulated strength. Alexander the Great of Macedonia captured the capital of the Ottoman Turkish Empire. Ogodai stepped up his encroachment on the Mughal Empire in India. Tolai fought with Persian and Arab civilizations. Catherine's Tsarist Empire and the Holy Roman Empire. The Kingdom of Sweden and Poland conflict broke out in the kingdoms. The Roman Empire, the Kingdom of Spain, the Kingdom of France, and the Kingdom of England tried to establish colonies in Africa. And the United States attacked the Mayan civilization. The largest empire, the Han Empire, has entered a rare period of peace in the past year. In Jixia Academy in Xia City, a separate thatched cottage was set up for the Crown Prince Chu Wu. Those qualified to teach the prince are top talents in various fields. Those who succeed or fail in ancient times have their own talents. Even if they are weak, they will be strong. If they are not the same person, they will be weak even if they are strong. Ahem. Your Highness? Sun Yu noticed that Chu Wu was a little distracted. So he reminded him. Sun Yu, Wang Zuoji's talent, became one of the teachers of the Crown Prince Chu Wu at this time. How many people in the world are qualified to let Sun Yu, Jia Su, Sun Bin, Sang Hongong, Wu Qi and others serve as teachers at the same time? Sir, I was wrong. Chu Wu lowered his head, but his eyes were on a small stone thrown in from the window. Sun Yu looked at the direction of the shadow and guessed that it was almost time. That's it for today. After all, Chu Wu was only 9 years old. After Sun Yu announced his resignation, he immediately ran out. Sun Yu shook his head, but he wasn't worried. If Chu Wu was just a good boy, it would make Sun Yu even more worried. In troubled times, it is useless to reason with others. You must speak with your fists. From this perspective, perhaps an active eldest son is better. Li Xiaoning, who was responsible for protecting Chu Wu, regarded Chu Wu as his adopted son. When he saw Chu Wu coming out, he immediately followed him. Chu Wu is the heir carefully cultivated by Chu Tian. If he is assassinated, it will be a heavy blow to Chu Tian's forces. Chu Tian's forces have gathered civil servants and generals from all dynasties, generations, and even civilizations. As the Lord, he must be strong enough to suppress these people. Sister Lure! When Chu Wu saw the pebbles thrown into the thatched cottage, he knew that Ma Yunlu was nearby. Sure enough, a 12 or 13-year-old girl in blue shirt leaned against the tree and waved to Chu Wu. Li Xiaoning relaxed when he saw that it was Ma Yunlu, Chu Wu's childhood sweetheart. Ma Yunlu also studies at Jixia Academy and practices martial arts with Mu Guiying, Hua Mulan and others. Sister Xiaoning. Ma Yunlu knew that Li Xiaoning was Xiao Liang's trusted guard and was currently protecting the prince's safety. Li Xiaoning said to Ma Yunlu, Lure, why not go to the palace? The princess might want to see you. Regarding the teleportation array in Xia City, Lu Fan, a disciple of Sun Jian's forces in Jiangdong, was ordered to secretly send an envoy to Xia City. He needed to determine one thing: whether King Xia was still willing to keep his promise with Sun Jian. The king of Xia once sent Lu Su to negotiate peace with Sun Jian, and was willing to let the crown prince marry a daughter of the Sun family as the crown prince's concubine. But even if both parties make a promise in private, King Xia occupies a strong position and may not keep his promise. In particular, when Sun Jian of Suchao heard that the crown prince of Xia was a childhood sweetheart with Ma Yunlu of the Ma family in Xiliang, he ordered his disciple Lu Fan to come and find out whether the rumors were true. Lu Fan found a carriage under the protection of the Tiger Guards, returning to Prince Xia's mansion from the direction of Jixia Academy. A female military general got off the carriage, and a boy and a girl got off the carriage at the same time. To actually use the Tiger Guards for protection, I think that young man must be the crown prince of King Xia, and that person is our eldest lady's rival, the daughter of the Ma family in Xiliang. As one of the famous ministers of the Jiangdong forces, Lu Fan naturally had a keen eye and could infer the identity of the crown prince of Xia based on his age and travel scale. The eldest lady in Lu Fan's mouth is naturally Sun Shangxiang. Sun Jian and Mrs. Wu had 4 sons and 1 daughter. Sun Shangxiang was the only daughter born in the main family, so she was deeply loved by her father and several brothers. It seems that there is no need to continue to inquire. The eldest daughter of the Ma family has entered the Xia Palace. The Xia Palace may have recognized the eldest daughter of the Ma family. The marriage agreement between the Xia king and the lord is probably a delaying tactic. Lu Fan believed that seeing was believing, so he returned home and reported to Sun Jian. Sun Jian, the tiger from Jiangdong, overturned the coffee table in front of him and was very angry. I believe in King Xia, so I am willing to marry the tiger girl to his son. But how can you bully me? Sun Jian loved his daughter very much, but now that Chu Tian showed signs of breaking up the marriage, he was very angry. Father, since King Xia looks down on our Sun family and uses the engagement to contain us, let's attack Hefei City again and make King Xia regret it. Sun Ce was also extremely angry when he heard Lu Fan's report. On the one hand, Sun Shangxiang is the favorite of the Sun family. On the other hand, Sun Jian, Sun Ce, and his son felt cheated. Because of the engagement, Hefei City did not have any major wars for 2 or 3 years. However, now based on what Lu Fan saw and heard in Xia City, the probability of King Xia going back on his word is very high. Sun Jian and Sun Ce thought it was necessary to use force to remind Chu Tian that Chu Tian had violated the agreement with them. If we cannot become relatives of the emperor, we will work for the king of Xia in the future and have only a few horses and dozens of slaves. Our Sun family in Wu County will definitely not be as prosperous as it is now. Sun Jian originally placed the hope of the Sun family on his daughter. But seeing that there was little hope, he had to consider other options. Sun Ce said, "The king of Wu has generals such as Xie Xian and Zhou Yu, and his father helps him to guard the natural dangers of the Yangtze River, which is enough to rule across the river with the king of Xia." Sun Jian sighed. "The king of Xia has been preparing troops in the past year, and so is the king of Wu. The king of Wu even asked me to set up 6 legions and recruit 300,000 troops. But the king of Xia's cavalry went south and hunted in Jiangnan, and no one could block." Sun Ce's eyes were firm. "If King Xia really deliberately humiliates our Sun family, then I am willing to fight to the death rather than suffer this insult, let alone sacrifice Xiangxiang in order to be safe. Prepare for war." Sun Jian also knew that only by holding military power would he have room for negotiation in the future. Now Chu Tian can break the contract at will, but the Sun family dares to be angry and dare not speak out. The reason is that Chu Tian's power is huge, but the Sun family has little say. In the Yangtze River Basin, Zhou Yu, Lu Meng, and Gan Ning's naval forces were all over the place, as if they were in an uninhabited land. Wu Jun controlled the entire Yangtze River Basin, and Xia Jun had no ships operating in the Yangtze River Basin. Lu Meng in white clothes looked at the vast river. Since King Xia pacified Liaodong and Shiqiang, there has been no movement for a year. Zhou Yu shook his head gently. The Xia army has not moved, which makes people even more uneasy. The rain is coming, and the wind is filling the building. Although King Xia is accumulating strength, my lord is also working hard to build ships and crossbows this year, so he may not lose to King Xia. The northern army is good at cavalry, while the southern army is good at navy. No matter how fierce King Xia's cavalry is, as long as we can't cross the Yangtze River, it will be difficult to defeat us. With your fire attack ability, Gong Jin, once the enemy ship is approached by a fire ship, the losses will be unimaginable." Lu Meng had seen Zhou Yu's terrifying abilities. Every general has more or less his own abilities. Among the naval commanders of the Han Empire, Zheng He was the master of navigation, while Zhou Yu was the god of fire. Lu Meng had seen how terrifying Zhou Yu's fire attack was. When the Wu army fought with the Song army, Zhou Yu's fire attack completely destroyed the Song army's boat division. So the Wu army was able to defeat the Song army and force the Song army to surrender. Lu Meng believed that as long as Zhou Yu defended the Yangtze River, Xia's army would not be able to cross the river. Even if the Xia army had unparalleled cavalry, it would be of no avail in a water battle. Moreover, after more than 10 years of accumulation by Jiangnan army, Tongke has acquired a lot of generals. Not only Zhou Yu, but also Lu Meng, Gan Ning, Xie Xian, Lu Laoji, Sun Jian and others were also good at commanding the navy. In cooperation with Zhou Yu, they were comparable to the Great Wall built on the Yangtze River. After the city of Yu was built, Tongke ordered Xie Xian and others to train their troops and horses, expand the army on a large scale, and absorb a large number of young people from the Shan Yu tribe. For a whole year, there was no movement from the northern army. If you are not familiar with Chu Tian's style, you would think that Chu Tian loves peace. However, the more silent Chu Tian became, the more restless Tongke became, because Chu Tian continued to build up military strength. Once the military strength builds up to a certain level, the offensive launched by Chu Tian will be quite fierce. I have built a strong line of defense. If you want to unify the Han Empire, you must get through me first. Tongke inspects the soldiers and horses in training. The generals recruited by Tongke for many national wars and activities rarely appeared in the sight of the northern princes. Only Yang Shirlang, the king of Song dynasty who fought with Tongke, knew about the generals of Tongke. A young general was also forced to go into battle and participate in training soldiers and horses. Tongke almost drained the talent potential of the entire Jiangdong and wiped out all the opposition generals wandering in Jiangdong. Because Tongke knew that if he didn't do this, he would not be Chu Tian's opponent at all. At this time, Lu Sun had just started serving as an official, and Tongke immediately appointed Lu Sun, who was only 16 years old, as the captain to train Jiangdong soldiers and horses and upgrade the levels of various legions in Jiangdong as soon as possible. Lu Su is with Chu Zimu. I have 3 of the 4 governors of Suqiao. Maybe I can stop Chu Zimu from drinking the Yangtze River. The possibility of the Battle of Red Cliff makes Tongke feel lucky. Maybe he can also achieve an epic victory like the Battle of Red Cliff. Chapter 947 Conquest of Goryeo. King Wu's generals are not only Zhou Yu and Xie Xian. He has won over many famous generals over the years. After many lords in Jiangdong were eliminated by him, he also owned generals. Even Xiang Yin was in his army. In accordance with King Wu's request, Sun Jian established 6 legions. Sun Jian, Sun Ce, Huang Gai, and Sheng Pu each led 1 legion. And there were 2 Lianshan legions. Chu Tian had spent the past year recuperating and preparing his troops for expansion. There are a lot of lords in the south. In the first year of the lord calendar, a large number of player lords received recruitment orders. So there are definitely a lot of civil servants and generals born in the south. When Tongke annexed these lords, it took Xiang Yin and others under its command. However, from the perspective of Chu Tian, a northern lord, he was not familiar with the specific generals of the southern lords. Fortunately, Chu Tian sent scouts to inquire and basically found out the number of generals of the southern lords. There are many famous generals in the south, including Han Shizhong, Huang Gong, Wei Yan, Zhou Yu, Lu Meng, Gan Ning, Xie Xian, Xiang Yin, Lu Renjian, Meng Gong, and Wei Rui, the Nanliang general whom Tongke recruited a year ago. These are all generals worthy of Chu Tian's attention. In a battle on the plains, Chu Tian could crush these generals. But combined with the natural chasm of the Yangtze River and the hilly and water network terrain in the south that is not suitable for large cavalry operations, it is hard to say. The most troublesome one is naturally Jiangdong Navy. Chu Tian didn't know at this time that Sun Jian thought he had betrayed the agreement. Chu Tian was most concerned about the upcoming war against Goryeo. After Mingguan destroyed the Goryeo kingdom for the first time, Chu Tian planned to destroy the Goryeo kingdom for the second time and completely destroy the Goryeo kingdom. This was also the first time Chu Tian launched an expedition to destroy other civilizations. The war with Xianbei and Mongolia was still considered an internal war within the Han Empire. The main force used in this expedition against Goryeo was still the Liaodong army. Not only that, Chu Tian used the Fubo army to cooperate with the Liaodong army to attack the Goryeo kingdom. The Liaodong army has 300,000 troops, and the Fubo army has 300,000 troops, totaling 600,000 troops. Jiangdong Navy has been developing for a long time, and has rich experience in water warfare. Before the battle between Fubo Army and Jiangdong Navy, Chu Tian believed that it was necessary for Fubo Army to go to Korea to gain experience. The Liaodong Army took the lead in attacking the Goryeo kingdom. If the Liaodong Army's attack was unfavorable, the Yuzhou Army and the Hebei Army would be mobilized to attack the Goryeo kingdom. The Fubo Army cooperated with the Liaodong Army. The main force in attacking Goryeo was the Liaodong Army's 300,000 troops. In addition, the advantage of having a huge territory is that Chu Tian can continuously send troops to attack Goryeo. The Yuzhou Army and the Hebei Army combined have 500,000 troops available. Can't the army defeat Korea? Then go 2 ways, 3 ways, until it is defeated. It is easier to conquer the surrounding civilizations than Goryeo. However, because of the terrain, it is more difficult to conquer Japan and Dai Viet than it is to conquer Goryeo. Therefore, Chu Tian regarded Korea as the first target to test the sword. In Liaodong City, Lu Yi served as the commander of the Liaodong army for 1 year, reorganizing the cities in Liaodong, recruiting soldiers and horses, forging weapons, and purchasing grain. The Liaodong army has 4 legions: the 1st Yanjiao Legion, the 2nd Cavalry Legion, the 3rd Guanyin Legion, and the 4th Wuhuan Legion, with a total of 300,000 troops, utilizing the remaining troops left behind by the Mingguan forces. The Liaodong army quickly reached full strength and disbanded a number of extra low-level units to save military pay. Cao Cao helped the 4th Wuhuan Corps of the Liaodong army, selected 10,000 elite troops from the Wuhuan tribe of the 3 counties, trained them into the world's most famous cavalry, and gave them to Gong Sun Kong to command. Lu Yi received an order from the Xia Palace. His Liaodong army was the vanguard of the attack on Goryeo. 300,000 Liaodong troops gathered in Liaodong City. The number of crossbows prepared in advance reached 10 million, and the food and grass could last 3 months for 1 million troops. During this year, the entire north became a war machine, providing various materials for the great conquest. Unifying the Han Empire and conquering the Kingdom of Korea was just a small test. In addition to Li Yi's 10,000 Yanjiao Regiment, Li Yi's 1st Yanjiao Regiment also had Zhu Yi's 800 First Death Soldiers. In addition, 2 veterans, Zhang Ba and Sun Guan, were also transferred to Li Yi's Yanjiao Regiment. Li Yi himself is a veteran of the Chu Tian forces. Yanjiao has been around for a long time and has experienced hundreds of battles. In addition, Lu Yi is the commander and provides a lot of experience in military training. Therefore, the average level of 10,000 Yinjia is very high. The average level reached an astonishing 90. Among the 150,000 infantry of the 1st Yinjia Corps, there were 10,000 Yinjia, 40,000 Liaodong heavy infantry, 100,000 light infantry and crossbowmen. Lu Yi's command value is more than enough to provide bonuses to an army of 150,000. Lu Yi himself was a famous siege general, using a large number of infantry and crossbowmen to attack the city. In the 2nd Cavalry Corps, Geng Yin and Zhu Ning had 11,000 Yuzhou cavalry, and recruited 19,000 low-level heavy cavalry and 70,000 low-level light cavalry, using cavalry assault as the main combat method. The 3rd Guaning Legion was temporarily handed over to the Commander-in-Chief Zhu Das Ho. Its core arms were 1,000 Guaning cavalry, and then a mixed legion of 40,000 low-level infantry, cavalry, and crossbowmen. The 4th Wuhuan Army was temporarily handed over to the Commander-in-Chief Gong Sun Kong, and King Wuhuan Taduan made meritorious deeds. The core arms were 10,000 world-famous cavalry, and 40,000 low-level light cavalry from the Wuhuan and Xianbei tribes. The 4 legions were the main force used to attack Goryeo. My lord ordered us to invade Korea after the spring begins, and occupy at least half of Korea before the cold winter comes. Lu Yi summoned the generals from the 4 legions, and felt the high fighting spirit among them. Zhu Ning, Zhu Das Ho, and Gong Sun Kong all have experience in attacking Goryeo, so this attack on Goryeo should not be difficult. Lu Yi's expression was quite relaxed. After accumulating troops and supplies for a year, it was enough to make a big splash. Because the Chutian forces have a large population, delaying time will be more beneficial to the Chutian forces. It's just that Chutian doesn't want to wait any longer. Historically, Cao Cao went south to attack Jingzhou and Jiandong in a hurry. It's not that Cao Cao didn't know that delaying it would be more beneficial to him, but Cao Cao wanted to achieve unification in his lifetime. Chutian also had similar thoughts and wanted to unify as soon as possible. When the Liaodong army gathered its troops, thousands of warships from the Fubo army gathered in Donglai County. Qingzhou, Zhenghe, Yu Yuan, Zheng Zhilong, Yi Shunchen, Su Sheng and other naval giants led the Fubo army's vast navy to the expedition. Last time, we never had the chance to go ashore and defeat the king of Goryeo, Li Chunggui. But this time, our Fubo army can finally come in handy. Zheng Zhilong wiped his sword. This time, the number of sailors and soldiers of the Fubo army reached 300,000. Even if they fought ashore, they could defeat the 100,000 Goryeo army. Yu Yuan said, our most powerful opponent is the Jiangdong Navy that rules the Yangtze River Basin, and it is said that there are even more powerful fleets in the far west. Chapter 948 Crossing the River. Chu Zimu of the Han Empire has made a move. The Han Empire has been peaceful for a year. Since there is war again, it means that it will start to expand to the surrounding areas. Inform the surrounding kingdoms of this news, and be careful about his movements. It took Alexander 2 or 3 years to capture Istanbul. Part of the Janissary Legion of the Ottoman Empire was bribed by Alexander. A year later, Alexander's wound still seems to hurt. Alexander has always regarded Chutian as his most powerful opponent, and sent people to pay attention to the movements of Chutian's forces. After Chutian started his activities, Alexander spread the news, and all the great lords in the world were alarmed. Many lords had issues with Chutian, or they did not have issues with each other, but their interests were related. So they all paid attention to Chutian's every move. In Ouija's city of Goryeo Kingdom, Li Chunggui appointed Goryeo General Yin Guan and the elite regiment, Biwu Ban, to garrison the city. Yin Guan recruited all the other martial arts squads, and garrisoned 100,000 troops in Iju. He also summoned rebels from all over the country, and recruited players from Goryeo who had higher military force. The players of Goryeo Kingdom experienced a subjugation. After announcing the restoration of the country, the players' enthusiasm was high. Thousands of free players with high military force came to Iju to help defend the city. When they opened the capital, Li Chunggui, King Kanxian of Goryeo, summoned Jiang Hanzhen, Quanli, Zhang Wan, Jin Fanqing, and other famous generals and ministers of Goryeo to guard various places. Goryeo State sent a large number of scouts to Liaodong City. The Liaodong army assembled an army of 300,000 troops and prepared to conquer Korea in the south. The scouts of Korea noticed the trouble and immediately reported to Li Chunggui. Li Chunggui felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. How can the beautiful rivers and mountains be allowed to be captured by foreign enemies? calling all righteous men and strangers together to defend the great rivers and mountains. As the king of Goryeo, Li Chunggui mobilized the entire Goryeo kingdom's troops to defend the Goryeo kingdom. For a time, the Goryeo kingdom summoned 1,000,000 troops, and all the young and strong ones were sent to the battlefield. The alien Lord Li Minjia is responsible for convening the most powerful players in the entire Goryeo kingdom to form a rebel army, and promises these players high-ranking officials and generous salaries. Rebels from all over the country gathered in Iju City. After experiencing one destruction, the country may be restored. But after experiencing 2 destructions, everyone will be desperate. In the north of Iju City, a group of Goryeo cavalry patrolled along the river. Suddenly, thousands of Wuhuan cavalry appeared on the border between the Han Empire and the Goryeo kingdom. Gongsun Kong, the veteran Liaodong general, drove the Wuhuan people who had done meritorious service as the vanguard of the Liaodong army to attack the Goryeo kingdom. Gongsun Kong discovered the clear sentry of the Goryeo kingdom and immediately launched an attack, shooting random arrows at the Goryeo cavalry patrolling across the river. Bang! A Goryeo cavalryman was hit by an arrow and fell into the river, causing waves. Burn the wooden bridge! The Korean defenders on the opposite side immediately ordered the wooden bridge to be burned. The wooden bridge burned and the fire spread. Im Guan, the commander-in-chief of the Ijo army, sent his deputy general Wu Yancheng to lead 30,000 garrison troops to garrison along the river. Im Guan and Wu Yancheng were both generals of the Goryeo kingdom and historically participated in the war between the Goryeo kingdom and the Jurchen Wanyan tribe. Wu Yancheng looked at the fire on the river and fell into silence. After Mingwan's Liaodong army occupied the kingdom of Korea, in order to strengthen their control over the kingdom of Korea, they built wooden bridges. Even if the teleportation array could not be used, they could still invade the kingdom of Korea and reconquer the kingdom of Korea. After Mingwan was defeated, the Koreans occupied the wooden bridge. Now, in order to prevent the Liaodong army from coming back, Wu Yancheng chose to burn the bridge across the river. On the opposite side, the cavalry commanded by Gongsun Kong was already showing off their power. Although Gongsun Kong is not a first-rate general, he can still be used. Originally, Gongsun Kong was a prince in Liaodong during the Three Kingdoms period, and he was quite familiar with this area. The Wuhuan cavalry needed to commit crimes and perform meritorious service. Otherwise they would be executed by the king of Xia. So this group of Wuhuan cavalry became the vanguard of the expansion into Goryeo. After a year of peace, finally, the Liaodong army attacked us. This time we must defend Korea no matter what. Wu Yancheng and Gongsun Kong faced each other across the river. The 30,000 Korean defenders were all nervous, and about 1,000 martial arts players came to help. As long as they cannot cross the river, they will not be able to invade our country of Korea. There is no need to worry. Our country of Korea has been a small China since ancient times. Since the demise of the Ming dynasty, the Chinese orthodoxy should be in our country of Korea. This team of martial arts players was led by a Korean guild leader named Kim Jae-moo, who funded the Ouija army to defend the frontier. For the Goryeo kingdom, what they faced was a war to destroy the country. Jin Ziwu assured the defender Wu Yancheng that the Liaodong army would not be able to cross the river. Wu Yancheng frowned. The strength of free players with high martial arts is generally between 50 and 80. And there are also players with strength exceeding 80. These high-level martial players are equivalent to high-level soldiers of level 5 or above. But they may not be disciplined. Free players, who cannot form formations, are equivalent to knights and assassins, and may not be useful on the battlefield. When 1,000 high-level cavalry fight against 1,000 high-level martial players, the winner is often the high-level cavalry. However, the participation of Goryeo players in the Ouija offensive and defensive battle is a good thing for the Goryeo army. After all, the Liaodong army conquered the kingdom of Goryeo, and generals such as Zhu Neng and Zhu Dasho all had experience in the expedition to Goryeo. If they can get the support of high-level martial arts players, it is equivalent to obtaining a special unit. On the opposite side, Gongsun Kong, after clearing the Korean scout cavalry in the north of the river, waited for the follow-up army to gather, and at the same time collected ships to prepare to cross the river. Gongsun Kang's 4th Wuhuan army, with a total of 50,000 cavalry, stretched for more than 10 miles, causing great panic to the Korean defenders opposite. The same group of familiar soldiers and horses came to conquer the kingdom of Goryeo again. The Korean army set up arrow towers and beacon towers on the riverside, and even used architectural drawings to build city walls to prevent the Liaodong army from marching southward. Im Guan, the commander-in-chief of the Ijo army, sent another 20,000 soldiers to assist Wu Yancheng. The two armies of Gongsun Kong and Wu Yancheng were facing each other. and the number of soldiers and horses had reached 100,000. The number of rebels composed of free players from Korea has gradually increased to more than 2,000 people. When Gongsun Kong restrained the defenders on the opposite side, Zhu Nung, the vanguard general of the 2nd Cavalry Corps, led a group of Yuzo cavalry to cross the river from the upper reaches of Gongsun Kang's garrison at night and invade the territory of Goryeo. Liaodong Army. Liaodong Army is here again! A first-class town in Korea was attacked by Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning led 500 cavalrymen to dismount and board the city. With spears in hand, they drove away dozens of defenders and killed everyone in all directions. No one could stop them. The garrison general and local officials led 800 garrison troops to flee the town, to attack a first-level town. For a strong general like Zhu Ning, there is no need to use trebuchets and ladder trucks. He can pile up earth at night and conquer the town with his own force. Zhu Ning's troops only had 1,000 Yuzhou assault cavalry, and when they captured this first-level town, less than 20 people were killed. Supply food and arrows. Rest for 3 hours, and then rush south to attack. Zhu Ning is familiar with the road. Zhu Ning's goal was to stop Gongsun Kang's Goryeo general Wu Yanchong. The direction of Weijia Castle is suitable for large armies to march straight in. Invading Goryeo from other directions can only be a small force. So Zhu Ning only brought 1,000 Yuzhou assault cavalry. But these 1,000 Yuzhou riders are tribesmen who have followed Zhu Ning in battles for many years, and their average level has reached level 70. Zhu Ning led a small group of cavalry and drove straight in, causing panic in Goryeo. Encircle and suppress this cavalry immediately. Don't let it contain the defenders. Otherwise the Wuhuan cavalry in front will cross the river. Wu Yanchong's face was ashen. He must try to defeat Zhu Ning, who invaded Goryeo from the upper reaches. Jin Ziwu, the leader of the Korean Free Players, took the initiative to ask Wu Yanchong, "General, please give me a team of soldiers and horses to join forces with our guild to defeat the small team that enters our territory." According to what the fleeing civilian said, the opponent has about 1,000 people. I will give you 8,000 cavalry to join with your 2,000 people. There will be a total of 10,000 people. The strength is 10 times that of the opponent. We must take it. NPC General Wu Yanchong assigned 8,000 troops to Jin Ziwu, and personally prevented Gongsun Kang's 50,000-strong army from crossing the river from the front. If 10,000 cavalry cannot annihilate the opponent's 1,000 cavalry, I would like to apologize. Jin Ziwu is quite confident in his abilities. As the president of the Players Guild, he has a cavalry force composed of 2,000 free players. He does not believe that he cannot annihilate Zhu Ning's 1,000 men with 10,000 troops. Jin Ziwu left the camp with 10,000 cavalry. Wu Yanchong continued to strengthen patrols. The pressure on him was mounting. Gongsun Kang had collected hundreds of small boats. In addition, the Fubo army sent dozens of troop transport ships to assist Gongsun Kang. Zhu Dasho's Guaning army reinforced Gongsun Kang's Wuhuan army, and the strength of Jianbei's troops continued to rise to 100,000. In Liangzhou, where the Xiliang army is stationed, Su Fengyan's desk is covered with a topographic map of Bashu. Having gained Long, look back to Shu. To attack Bashu, you can march from Xiliang and Guangzhou. In the Battle of Sima Zhao to destroy the Shu and Han dynasties, Zhong Hui, Deng Ai, and Zhuge Su attacked Shu. The two armies of Wei and Shu faced off at Jiana. Deng Ai detoured Ping and marched 700 miles along the way. Along the way, there were deep mountains and old forests, and there was no human habitation. He made a surprise attack on Chengdu, and Lu Chan surrendered. Su Fengyan, as the commander-in-chief of the Xiliang army, and Wang Jian, the commander-in-chief of the Guangzhou army, were the two generals used by Chu Tian to destroy the Bashu princes. Su Fengyan drew the route map of Chao Wei's three-pronged army to destroy Shu Han on the topographic map of Bashu. In Lords, the terrain of the Han Empire is closest to the Three Kingdoms period, so the lessons of Chao Wei's destruction of Shu Han have certain inspirations for Chu Tian and Su Fengyan. However, Su Fengyan believed that Deng Ai's march route for a surprise attack on Chengdu was not feasible at this time. At this time, it was not Lu Chan who was stationed in Chengdu, but Liu Bei. It was impossible for him to surrender because of a surprise attack from the sky. In addition, the reason why Deng Ai was confident and marched to the city was because Zhong Hui had already captured Hanzhong and reached Jiana. Deng Ai and Zhong Hui cooperated internally and externally. If they failed to capture Chengdu, they could still attack Jiang Wei from a flank. Except for the surprise attack on Chengdu, Chao Wei's route of attacking Hanzhong still has reference significance. The Xiliang army took the Qishan Road and defeated Wuwei County. The Guanzhong army divided into two groups, taking the Baoxia Road and the Qinsong Road. Each route had 200,000 soldiers and horses, and a total of 600,000 troops destroyed Shu. Su Fengnian looked at the four arriving army commanders: Ma Teng, Su Rong, Yu Wetai, and Ma Yuan. Chapter 949. Zhu Ning breaks the formation. In Goryeo Kingdom, northeast of Weizhou City, Zhu Ning's 1,000 Yoju assault cavalry once again captured a village, breaking through more than 10 villages and towns along the way, and captured thousands of people. Goryeo player Jin Ziwu commanded 10,000 cavalry and came to encircle Zhu Ning. When he saw the black smoke billowing from the village, he couldn't help but frown. The Liaodong army is still as fierce as ever. If I surround them, I will kill them all. Sir, the cavalry of the Liaodong army appears. A mere 1,000 people dare to attack us and fight us. Jin Ziwu immediately ordered the formation of the formation. 2,000 free players from Korea couldn't help but feel nervous when they heard that they had encountered the elite cavalry, who had invaded the northern part of Korea and destroyed villages. The 8,000 Goryeo cavalry deployed at a faster speed. A Yuzhou cavalry of the Liaodong army appeared in the sight of the Goryeo players, and all the Goryeo players and cavalry felt tight in their hearts. Zhu Ning led 1,000 Yuzhou cavalry, rolled up the billowing dust, and took the initiative to attack 10,000 Goryeo cavalry. Zhu Ning took the lead. Before the Goryeo cavalry had time to complete their formation, Zhu Ning's cavalry had already charged into the Goryeo cavalry. The cavalry rushed forward and penetrated the opponent's 10,000 cavalry. During one charge, Zhu Ning killed more than 20 cavalrymen along the way and emerged unharmed. After the Goryeo army was penetrated, their morale dropped significantly, and they fell into brief chaos. Impossible. Jin Ziwu fought against the Liaodong army for the first time, and was horrified to find that the impact of the Liaodong army's cavalry was extremely terrifying. With 1,000 breaking 10,000, reorganize the army. We have the strength in numbers, and we will only win in the end. Jin Ziwu worked hard to adjust his formation, and the cavalry generals of Goryeo also tried their best to control their troops. Zhu Ning's troops were smaller, and he adjusted faster than the Goryeo army and launched a second charge against the Goryeo army. The cavalry galloped, and the Yuzhou assault riders armed with spears charged directly head-on. The dead cavalry fell off their horses. The cavalry collided, and the Goryeo cavalry was defeated again. Zhu Ning fought his way out of the Goryeo army, his armor stained with blood, breaking through Goryeo's 10,000 cavalry twice in a row. The cavalry commanded by Zhu Ning showed amazing impact. The Yuzhou assault cavalry itself is good at assault, and the fierce General Zhu Ning took the lead in charging into the formation, which strengthened the Yuzhou assault cavalry's ability to break the formation, and the Goryeo cavalry was unable to resist it. Fight again! Zhu Ning shouted loudly, adjusted his formation, and prepared to attack the Korean cavalry for the third time. This is also Zhu Ning's fighting style, until he overwhelms the opponent's military formation. We are no match for them, so we can only go back and defend the city. The Korean players were defeated by Zhu Ning twice in a row, and 900 cavalry were killed. They felt instinctive fear of Zhu Ning and had the idea of escape. What are you afraid of? If we are 10,000 people and are defeated by 1,000 people from the other side, how can we defend the city? Jin Ziwu was a little angry. He had 10,000 cavalry, but he was suppressed by Zhu Ning's 1,000 cavalry, which made him lose face. There was a dispute among the Goryeo cavalry, and they were still unable to adjust their formation in time. However, Zhu Ning had already launched his third attack on the Goryeo army. This time, Zhu Ning, who fought bloody battles, was still at the forefront, leading the Yuzhou cavalry to kill 500 Goryeo cavalry. The morale of the Goryeo cavalry was shattered, and they fled backwards uncontrollably. In the battle north of Weizhou City, Zhu Ningda killed hundreds of people, and 1,000 Yuzhou cavalry killed 1,400 Korean cavalry. More than 8,000 cavalry fled because their morale collapsed. Dozens of Korean war flags fell on the battlefield. Zhu Ning led the remaining 800 Yuzhou cavalry south along the river, and took advantage of the victory to attack the army of Goryeo defender Wu Yancheng. Zhu Ning alone used 800 cavalry to plunge the Korean army in the south into chaos. Gong Sun Kong and Zhu Dasho in the north of the Yangtze River saw the smoke coming from the other side, so they ordered the legionnaires to board the ship. Groups of Liaodong infantry, crossbowmen, and cavalry boarded the ship and attacked Wu Yancheng's army at night, officially kicking off the destruction of the Goryeo kingdom. The brazier in the camp of the Korean army overturned, The fire spread in the camp. Thick smoke billowed, and the horses ran. Zhu Ning broke into the Koryo camp and killed hundreds of people. He felt like he was in an uninhabited land among the rebellious army, looking for traces of the Koryo general. When the Koryo defenders were in chaos, Wuhuan King Taduan led 2,000 Wuhuan cavalry to cross the river first and attack the Koryo army from another direction, forming a pincer attack and defeating Wu Yancheng's Koryo defenders. The Korean defenders were numerous and had many arrow towers set up. However, they were unable to hold on in the chaos and fled towards Ouija Castle. The next day, Gong Sun Kong drew his sword and cut off the flag of Goryeo General Wu Yancheng, while Wu Yancheng and Jin Ziwu had already fled to Yizhou City. Of the 50,000 Goryeo troops originally displayed on the riverside, in the melee at night, 5,000 were killed, 6,000 were captured, and the rest fled. In Xiaoqing, Wang Lang traveled in West Asia and Central Asia for a year, and then went on a mission to the Russian Empire. Then he returned to Xiaoqing and reported to Chu Tian. "Thank you for your hard work. You will serve as the Minister of Etiquette." After Chu Tian heard what Wang Lang had seen, he didn't say much and asked Wang Lang to serve as a senior executive in the Ministry of Rights. Based on Wang Lang's experiences in West Asia and Central Asia, Chu Tian had some understanding of the situation there. Tuolei and Wokuotai recruited rebels from various civilizations, and theft dozens of small khanates, and won over people's hearts. So they were extremely powerful. "My lord, the Liaodong army successfully invaded the kingdom of Goryeo. In a battle north of Yizhou City, they killed a total of 7,000 enemy troops and captured 6,000 prisoners. The front line of the troops has arrived at Yizhou City. The Liaodong army is expected to capture Yizhou City within a month." Chu Tian received another update on the progress of the Liaodong army's crusade against Goryeo. Zhu Ning's performance in this battle was terrifying. He brought 1,000 Yuzhou cavalry to attract the opponent's attention and allowed the main force of the Liaodong army to cross the river smoothly. The Xiliang army and the Guanzhong army have already formulated a plan to attack Bashu. They only need an order from the Lord to attack Hanzhong. Let the Xiliang army and the Guanzhong army try to attack Hanzhong. If they fail, there is no need to force it. I will attack Nanyang myself. Chu Tian still hasn't solved the problem of Nanyang prefect talking about Tang dynasty. Now it's time to knock it out. The main force attacking Nanyang was Wu Qi's Central Plains army. In the direction of Huainan, Yu Fei's Huainan army was responsible for the defense. The Roman Legion, the Western Teaching Corps, the Knights of the Round Table and other military units recruited by Chu Tian are also fully staffed. And after several months of training, they are ready to fight. "Varus, the king ordered you to lead the Legion of Apollo and the Legion of Doom into battle." The Roman general Varus was stationed in Zhu County of Langya Kingdom to train troops and horses, and received orders from Chu Tian. This was the first time Chu Tian used Roman legions to participate in a war. "The Roman legions will not let the king down." Varus immediately raised 2 Roman legions. It is said that after the 3 emperors of the Roman Empire learned that Chu Tian had formed 2 Roman legions, they wanted to exchange gold with Chu Tian for the Roman general Varus and the 2 Roman legions. The price was 200,000 taels of gold. But Chu Tian was God refuses. Chapter 950 The Panic of Japanese Players. Goryeo Kingdom. Ouija City. Liaodong Army Commander Li came to the city. 300,000 Liaodong Army besieged the city with less than 100,000 defenders. They laid siege layer by layer and built Xiangyang cannons and trebuchets for siege. Yin Jia acted as the main force and fired thousands of arrows to suppress the defenders and storm Yizhou City. The defenders of Goryeo faced Li, an imperial commander who was good at siege, and fell into a desperate and bitter battle. Approximately 80,000 Goryeo soldiers and thousands of Goryeo players were blocked in Yizhou City. Guard General Ingguan and his other troops devoted all their strength to the defense, consuming a large number of stones and crossbow arrows. They set up 300 crossbows in Yizhou City and fired desperately at the Liaodong army. 300 crossbows roared, and a Wuhuan soldier attacking the city was pierced by a meter-long crossbow arrow, and his whole body was bloody and bloody. The Xiangyang cannons and Banyu crossbows outside the city fought back, and the entire city wall was covered with stones and crossbow arrows. Lui drew his sword and personally supervised the attack on the city. The densely packed Liaodong army climbed towards the Ouija Castle in the middle. The bodies of the fallen soldiers rolled down the ladder set up on the city wall and piled up in the moat. The Korean defenders cut the river to build a moat, while Li ordered craftsmen to block the ditches and forcibly fill them up. Li fought steadily and was sure to win Ouija City, the northern gateway to Goryeo. the Han Empire suddenly launched a massive attack on Goryeo, causing an uproar. The Japanese lords located near the kingdom of Goryeo were even more shocked. Once the Goryeo kingdom is destroyed, the next one to be destroyed may be the Japanese shogunate. The current power of Chutian is a bit like the Mongol Empire before the demise of the Southern Song dynasty. The Mongol Empire once tried to conquer the 4 islands of Japan, but failed due to the divine wind. In Japan and Kyoto, a group of players, who assist various daimyo or are daimyo themselves have gathered. Takeda Tadayoshi, Teru Yoshimori and other players are among them. This group of people are the most prominent figures among Japanese players. They know that the 4 Japanese islands may face the historical threat of the Mongolian Empire. NPC daimyo such as Oda Nobunaga may not have a better understanding of the general trend than Japanese players. At the same time, the player group has a stronger sense of national sports than NPC names. Takeda Tadayoshi, who serves as the governor of the Takeda family, presided over this meeting. After a year of silence, Chuzemu launched a large-scale war and assembled an army of 300,000 to attack Goryeo from the south of Liaodong City. But his ambitions were not limited to Goryeo. During the 5th National War, I joined forces with Oda Nobunaga and others to even the army of Western lords cannot completely defeat them. How can we compete with the Central Plains with just our 4 islands? Takeda Tadayoshi looked around at the Japanese players present. There was dead silence among everyone present. They had heard that Oda Nobunaga united with Alexander and Caesar from the west to compete with Chutian on the battlefield of the National War. But Chutian finally defused the offensive. With the 4 Japanese islands, there is basically no chance of winning against the Han Empire's attack. Teru Yoshimori, I heard that you have close contacts with Chuzemu of the Han Empire. The goods of the Han Empire flow into the 4 Japanese islands through your Hirado Castle. All the Japanese players present looked at the Lord of Hirado Castle, Teru Yoshimori. As the city lord, Ping Yisheng has been trading with Chutian for 10 years. He is the Japanese player with the closest relationship with the Central Plains. Therefore, it is difficult for other Japanese players not to doubt Ping Yisheng's loyalty to the 4 Japanese islands. Ping Yisheng said calmly, although I have dealings with Chuzemu, if 2 civilizations go to war, I am still willing to join forces with you. I hope you can remember this sentence. Takeda Tadayoshi continued to tell everyone. The general situation in the world is that the Han Empire, the Steppe Empire, the American countries, and the Western countries are the strongest. We can seek asylum from the American countries in the East, and even assist the Goryeo Kingdom. As soon as Takeda Tadayoshi finished speaking, the Japanese players made a noise. The United States and Korea are not good products for players from the 4 Japanese islands. Seek asylum. Although our hands will be tied, but it is better than being occupied by the Han Empire. We will be at the mercy of others, and we will not have our current status, except for Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu. We have the power to control the 4 Japanese islands. Enjoy endless glory and wealth. Marshal of the United States is willing to send a group of musketeers to help Korea. In addition, he hopes that we will send troops to intervene on the battlefield of Korea to protect Korea. Hold on. Teru Yoshimori interrupted Takeda Tadayoshi. This development seems familiar. If we intervene in the Korean battlefield, it will be a melee between several civilizations, and millions of people will be killed. There is not much difference between the 4 Japanese islands being controlled by the Han Empire and being controlled by the United States. Ping Yisheng issued a warning. The Japanese players present fell silent again. The United States wants to intervene on the Korean battlefield and help Lee Chung-dae and Lee Minja stop the Han Empire's offensive. At this time, the 4 Japanese islands must take sides. Our relationship with the Han Empire has never been good. There have been many wars in history, and we have no choice. Oda Nobunaga has agreed to send troops. Takeda Tadayoshi's words made the representatives of the Japanese player group completely excited. Chutian's action to conquer the Goryeo Kingdom caused a chain reaction and led to the outbreak of the war. It's crazy to expect the United States to be like luring a wolf into a house. After the Kyoto Conference, Teru Yoshimori led a small group of Hirado Castle warriors out and couldn't help but shake his head. He could already foresee that an unimaginable war would break out in the Korean parliament. Should I inform Chuzemu about this? But Takeda Tadayoshi has already set his sights on me. If I betray this news to the Han Empire, I may be assassinated. Ping Yisheng hesitated. Han Empire. Hanzhong. Liu Bei and military advisors Wang Ming, Chun Shi, and Yang Su came out of the teleportation array. Ding Chong, Lu Guang, Zhang Hao, and other generals were waiting at the teleportation array in order to win over Ding Chong and other rebel generals from the old Qin forces. Liu Bei followed Wang Ming's suggestion and infat the counties in Hanzhong to Ding Chong, Lu Guang and others in order to win people's hearts. Benevolence and righteousness have no effect on generals such as Lu Guang. What they hope to gain is power. Liu Bei, Yang Su, and the D rebels reached a consensus. Also entering Hanzhong were 2 rebel generals from the old Qin forces, Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao. Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao believed that if they fell into Chu Tian's hands, they would be killed. So they fled into Hanzhong through Ziwu Road. Liu Bei acquiesced in the establishment of the D Kingdom in Hanzhong. Chu Zima held the emperor hostage and occupied the city of Chang'an. In the past year, soldiers from Guangzhou and Xiliang gathered together to prepare food and grass. The target was Hanzhong. Xuanda, give me 100,000 cavalry. I will march out of Qishan Road and capture Xiliang with ease. At that time, recruit 200,000 Xiliang cavalry to capture Guangzhou, capture Chu Zima alive, and rebuild the Han dynasty. Liu Bu asked Liu Bei for help. Zhang Fei behind Liu Bei was unhappy. Slave of the 4 surname. Now you are a lost dog and a defeated general. How can you be brave? Not to mention giving you 100,000 cavalry. Even if you have 1,000,000 troops, you are still no match for Chu Zima. Liu Bu's face darkened, and under Li Yuanhao's prompting, he suppressed his anger. For some reason, Liu Bu didn't like Zhang Fei, and Zhang Fei didn't like Liu Bu either. This is a personality conflict between different generals. Second brother, don't be rude to Fengxian. Fengxian's military strength is unparalleled in the world, and the only person Chu Zima fears is Lu Fengxian. After Liu Bei thought for a moment, he decided to win over Liu Bu and increase his strength. After hearing this, Liu Bu was indeed very satisfied. Xuanda leads the infantry, and I, Lu Fengxian, lead the cavalry, which can dominate the world. I heard that Xuanda has no heirs, so I would like to worship Xuanda as my adoptive father. Liu Bei looked at Qin Shi and saw that Qin Shi shook his head and signaled to Liu Bei to reject Liu Bu's request. Just kidding. Let alone the entire 3 kingdoms. Even in the entire history, how many people dare to be Liu Bu's adoptive father? Even the mature and steady Lao Qin. Before his death, Liu Bu still rebelled? So Liu Bei said, it is too unfair for Lu Fengxian, a talented man, to serve as my adopted son. It is better to join forces with Ding Chong, Zhang Hao, Lu Guang and others to guard Hanzhong. Wang Jinglu is the military advisor. Even if he has 1,000,000 troops, he can't do anything. Annex Hanzhong. Liu Bu was very proud after hearing Liu Bei's words, so he didn't care about it. Jinglu, I'll leave Hanzhong to you. If troops from Xiliang and Guangzhou attack, my second brother, third brother, and Qin Shi will use all the troops in Shu to resist them. Liu Bei granted Wang Ming the position of prefect of Hanzhong. The person who recommended Wang Ming to defend Hanzhong was the player's military advisor Qin Shi. Qin Shi knew that Wang Ming, Ding Chong, Zhang Hao, and Lu Guang were all civil servants and generals of the former Qin dynasty. Only Wang Ming could control these powerful generals. Chu Tian had sent the Xiliang army to attack and destroy the Chang kingdom, and the Di kingdom occupied Hanzhong and drove Zhang Dao to Shangyong city. My lord, the king of Wu has invited you to meet at Baidi city to divide the world. Qin Shi reminded Liu Bei of his schedule. Zhuge Liang was left in Xuzhou by Chu Tian, so Wang Ming and Qin Shi became Liu Bei's 2 most trusted advisors, and Fa Jing stayed in Chengdu. 3 parts of the world. Let's go to Baidi city. After Liu Bei arranged the defense of Hanzhong, he went to Baidi city. Chapter 951 3/3 of the world. Baidi city, shrouded in clouds and mist, is located in the Yangtze River. Liu Bei brought Qin Shi, Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and Yang Su to the city. Take led Sun Jian, Xiao Mok, and Xie Xian to arrive. The 2 forces chose to meet at the junction. The enemies they faced were unprecedented. It is said that Chu Tian had 3 million soldiers and horses. When he attacked Goryeo, Chu Tian still had enough power to attack Hanzhong and Nanyang. How are you doing, brother Xuanda? Take looked at Liu Bei, as well as Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, who were famous in the late Eastern Han dynasty. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu were enemies of tens of thousands of people, and they were always feared by various princes. To pacify the southern barbarians, no one dared to fight Zhang Fei and Guan Yu head-on. However, Sun Jian and Xiao Mo brought by Tong Ke are not bad either. Alas, I have been wandering for half my life, and finally got better. However, Chu Zimu coerced the emperor to order the princes and make us surrender. Now Chu Zimu is in the north, with 3 million troops. We can only rely on the difficulties of the Shu Road. The danger of the Yangtze River has trapped half of the country. Liu Bei couldn't help but sigh. Liu Bei rose to prominence in the world of lords at the same time as Chu Tian, when he suppressed the Yellow Turban Army. He fled from the north to the south. Fortunately, he was helped by Qin Shi and Wang Ming on the way, with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei as his minions. He finally succeeded with his tenacious willpower. However, before Zhou Mu's position was secured, Liu Bei's forces were facing a crisis. Because after Chu Tian pacified the north and rested for a year, he commanded his troops and horses in an attempt to drink the Yangtze River and penetrate the Shu Road. Liu Bei had no choice but to unite with Wu to resist Xia and divide the world into 3 parts. As a player, Qin Shi looked at Tong Kai, who was also a player. Many things could be seen in each other's eyes. Players are no strangers to 3 points world. If it was the late Han Dynasty, and the pattern of 3 parts of the world was formed, then it would take at least 10 years for the northern princes to unify the Han Empire. But Chu Tian was not Cao Cao. At this time, he also occupied peripheral areas such as Monan, Mabei, Liaodong, and the Western Region Protectorate. So he had no worries. Sun Jian looked around at the people in front of him. No matter Liu Bei, Yang Su, or even the stranger Qin Shi, they were not mortals. Qin Shi took the initiative to deal with Tong Kai and plotted to divide the world. Without Qin Shi, Liu Bei might have been eliminated in the melee in the early stages of the war. Chu Zimu stationed 600,000 troops in Xiliang and Guangzhou in an attempt to enter Shu. He stationed 300,000 troops in the Central Plains, about 200,000 troops in Jianghuai, and 600,000 Imperial Guards. Just these troops and horses used to go south were 1.7 million people. Qin Shi obtained relatively detailed information. Chu Tian's so-called 3 million army was not a bluff. But he really had 3 million troops, and was well prepared. Tong Chua's face was equally solemn. The information you have obtained is almost the same as the information I have obtained. If our 2 princes use all their strength, we can get an army of 2 million and fight with them. Qin Shi ordered someone to spread out a large map. Our Shu army left Hanzhong, and the Wu army divided into 2 groups. One group went out to Xia Road from Fancheng, shocking the Central Plains, and the other group besieged Hefei and peered into the Jianghuai River. After defeating Chu Zimu, the land of Guangzhou, Halu, Xiliang, and Bingzhou will belong to us. The land of Jianghuai, Zhongyuan, Xilu, Hebei, and Yuzhou will belong to you. When the time comes, each of you will work according to your ability. Qin Shi divided Chu Tian's territory with Tong Kai in advance to avoid future conflicts. Such a division is naturally good, but it is not easy to defeat Chu Zimu. We need to cooperate as much as possible and work together without any gaps. Otherwise, the winning rate will be extremely low. We are intimate and work together to prosper the Han Dynasty. Liu Bei stood up and made a bloody alliance with Tong Kai. At the same time, Liu Bei and Tong Chua's promises came true, and Yang Su, Sun Jian, and other military generals were granted the title of king and the country. As the Duke of Changsha under Tong Kai, Sun Jian witnessed the alliance between the leaders of the 2 forces, and thought of Chu Tian's breach of the contract, and thought to himself, could they really be able to divide the world into 3 parts? If the world is divided into 3 parts, given time, there will be changes in the Central Plains, and it is possible for King Wu to succeed. In order to win over Sun Jian's power, Tong Kai proposed to Sun Jian to form the Qin family. Sun Jian had a secret agreement with Chu Tian, and there was only one son Shangxiang. So he never replied. If Chu Tian breaks the contract, Sun Jian will have to rely on Tong Kai and separate his country. Liu Bei and Tong Kai formed an alliance in Baidi City, and the news spread like wildfire. For a time, the Eastern Han Dynasty was in an uproar. 3-point world. The players in Donghan District are really familiar with it. Unexpectedly, the melee in the World of Lords would eventually lead to the formation of a 3-kingdom confrontation. It may be said that the terrain of the Han Empire made it easy for the North and South to confront each other, while the terrain of Bashu made it easy for separatist forces to form. Under the 3 major forces, except for Chu Tian, who has completely achieved territorial unification, there are actually many smaller forces under Liu Bei and Tong Kai. Liu Bei's forces, as well as unstable factors such as Di Ren, Liu Bu, and Yang Sunanman, and Tong Kai forces, Sun Jian, Yang Shirlang, and Tang dynasty are semi-independent forces that always maintain a state of separatism for their own interests. It is difficult to give up power after experiencing the feeling of being one of the most powerful. This is why many princes still resist stubbornly when they know that the situation is over. Even if she was destroyed, Wu still managed to survive for a while. Finally, the world is still divided into 3 parts. But this time it is Xiao Wu who wields his whip and drinks from his horse in the Yangtze River. Chu Tian gathered 600,000 imperial guards and prepared to take Nanyang County first. To take Jiangdong, we must take Xiangyang and go down the river. The battle to unify the Han Empire started from the Huaihe River in the east to Bashu in the west. It was an all-out attack. The Xia army invested millions of troops. Chu Tian didn't know how long it would take to completely unify the Han Empire. But he was on the offensive. As long as there was no internal chaos, and he continued to attack, his chances of winning were very high. In addition, because Chu Tian rarely negotiates terms with various princes, military generals, and tribes, and concentrates all power in his own hands, Chu Tian's internal forces are the most stable, and there is no possibility of military generals betraying them. Liu Bei and Tong Kai are full of unstable factors. While Chu Tian was preparing to drink the Yangtze River and attack the Goryeo kingdom, there were still several troops and horses that were not used. Cao Cao's Hebei army, Wei Qin's Yuzhou army, Li Mu's Monan army, Prince Yan's Mobei army, and Huan's Western Region army. The Western Region army defends Wukuatai in Central Asia and always takes guarding the border fortress as its duty. The other 4 groups of soldiers and horses serve as reserve corps to prevent shortage of troops. Uncle Xiao Wang, a girl greeted Chu Tian from the bottom of her heart. In Prince Xiao's mansion, Chu Tian discovered that Ma Yunlu came to the backyard again and was fishing in the pavilion with Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan, Xiao Chua and others. Ma Yunlu has often been in and out of Prince Xiao's mansion since he was very young. So he is no stranger to Chu Tian and regards Chu Tian as a friend of his father Ma Teng. In fact, Chu Tian did not have a close relationship with Ma Teng, but was in contact with Ma Teng's boss Su Fengyan. It seems that you will be a good general in the future. Chu Tian knew that Ma Yunlu was practicing martial arts with Mu Guiying and Hua Mulan. Before her talent was fixed, she might improve and become a good general in the future. Ma Yuan, Ma Teng, and Ma Chao are all military generals. And the Ma family's military genes are pretty good, etc. Chu Tian suddenly remembered that in order to win over Sun Jian and prevent Sun Jian from attacking Hefei again, he had secretly arranged a marriage with Sun Jian for the next generation. But now his eldest son and Ma Yunlu are childhood sweethearts. Will it not be a sure field from now on? Chu Tian couldn't help but have a headache. If Sun Jian breaks the contract, then Jiangdong Tiger Sun Jian will definitely take revenge wildly. The attack on Jiangdong may not have gone smoothly, but Sun Jian fought very bravely. Sun Jian wanted to support his daughter Sun Shangxiang to become the imperial concubine. And there was only one imperial concubine. Chu Tian had no idea how to face Sun Jian. In addition, the attitude of my eldest son is very important. You follow me to attack Nanyang. Chu Tian brought Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan, Joan of Arc and others. Each of them has their own abilities. Ma Yunlu said, I also want to go to the battlefield. You are still young, but you can follow Hua Mulan and go to the battlefield to watch. Chu Tian used the Central Plains Army and the Imperial Guard this time, and they had strong troops and horses. Hua Mulan did not need to charge into the battle, so it was not a problem for Hua Mulan to take her apprentices to join the army. Chapter 952, Breaking Goryeo's 300,000 yuan. Boom! The huge siege tower was pulled down by the defenders' iron hooks and fell to the ground. Dozens of Liaodong soldiers were crushed by the behemoth siege tower, causing many casualties. A ladder truck was burned by a rocket, billowing black smoke, and the soldiers on the ladder truck rolled down. The thick battering ram slammed against the city gate, making a loud noise that frightened the defenders. Tens of thousands of Liaodong soldiers attacked the city, and tens of thousands of people died in the battle. Zhu Yi, the general who climbed first, led the dead soldiers who climbed up first, mixed with the Liaodong army all over the mountains and plains, arrived under the city wall, and shot at the defenders. Zhu Yi held the divine arm bow and loaded it. Every crossbow arrow could hit almost a defender. The advantage of the divine arm bow is that it consumes very little physical strength. So Zhu Yi participated in the siege 3 times in one day. The Korean army that held on fought bloody battles, and was still struggling in the face of Li Yi's fierce offensive. Guard General Ingguan, whose eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, led the Koryo army, which was at a disadvantage, to defend the isolated city. Of the more than 80,000 Goryeo defenders, 20,000 were killed. The Koryo players who aided Ouija City, after the initial excitement, faced the fierce offensive of the Liaodong army, and their companions continued to die, and finally experienced the horror of the war. If this trend continues, they may be completely wiped out. Lu Yi sent people to persuade Ingguan to surrender but failed, so he planned to eliminate all the defenders and destroy the city. Why haven't the king's reinforcements arrived yet? Facing the tragic battlefield, Ingguan was suppressed by Lu Yi and Geng Yan, making it difficult for him to sleep. Fireballs exploded on the city wall, and both sides threw millions of arrows into the air, covering the entire battlefield with arrows. To the south of Ouija City, Li Chunggui dispatched 2 legions of Goryeo generals Kong Hansen and Chuanli, a total of 200,000 troops, plus 100,000 rebels, forming an army of 300,000 troops to rescue Ouija City. The Goryeo Kingdom's army is mainly composed of low-level troops, and there is also a rebel army composed of players and local heroes. In Iju alone, both sides gathered 600,000 troops. Lu Yi separated 3 generals, Geng Yan, Zhu Ning, and Gong Sun Kong, to meet the reinforcements of Goryeo. He continued to attack Ijo City fiercely, and was about to capture this city in the northern part of Goryeo. Geng Yan, Zhu Ning, and Gong Sun Kong divided their troops into 100,000 troops to confront the 300,000 Goryeo troops. Gong Sun Kong even thought it was a bit crazy, but Geng Yan and Zhu Ning disagreed. Their main force is 10,000 Yuzhou Sudden Cavalry and 10,000 Sanjun Wuhuan Cavalry. The infantry is in the center. Yuzhou's Sudden Cavalry is on the left, and Wuhuan from the 3 counties is on the right. Geng Yan, the best among Yuntai's 28 generals, served as the main general for this encirclement and reinforcements. He didn't have many available troops, so he adopted the classic flanking tactic. In Chuqian's strategy, conquering Goryeo was still a secondary task. Chutian was worried that when Chutian was drinking horses from the Yangtze River, the Goryeo Congress would launch a surprise attack on Liaodong. Therefore, it was the same strategy adopted by Mingguan in the past, and simply destroyed the Goryeo Kingdom and completely eliminated the threat from the Goryeo Kingdom. The north wind roared, and the fierce General Zhu Ning held a long spear and stood in front of 10,000 Yuzhou Sudden Cavalry, followed by 10,000 Yuzhou Sudden Cavalry. However, the momentum of Zhu Ning alone made the momentum of 10,000 Yuzhou Sudden Riders even stronger. In front of Zhu Ning's 10,000 Yuzhou Assault Cavalry were 10,000 low-level light cavalry to cover the position of the 10,000 elite Yuzhou Assault Cavalry. Opposite are Kong Hansen and Quanli, the famous generals of Goryeo. One is a famous general who resisted the Khitan, and the other is a famous general who resisted the Japanese pirates. The 100,000 Liaodong army, the Tuki army, and the Wuhuan army faced off against the 2 legions of the Goryeo army and the 100,000 rebel army. A rebel army composed of 5,000 Goryeo players participated in this battle, hoping to preserve Goryeo and expel the wolf-like tiger Liaodong army. Our country, Goryeo, has already been destroyed once. We must not be destroyed a second time. The traitor Chu Zimu wants to seize our great rivers and mountains. How can we agree? The leaders of more than a dozen Goryeo players used the morale-boosting feature to boost the morale of the 100,000 rebels. For a time, the morale of the rebels was like a rainbow. The command value of these Goryeo players is not high, so they need more than a dozen leaders and use their attributes at the same time to provide bonuses for the 100,000 rebels. We have to fight the Liaodong army again. Jiang Handan and Quanli had been defeated by Mingguan, and now they were fighting the Liaodong army again. Sweating profusely, unlike the high-morale Goryeo players, these battlefield veterans knew how brutal the war was, and how powerful the Liaodong army was. Leave 70,000 people as a reserve force. Jiang Hansen was cautious and reserved an escape route after defeat. Boom! 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 The beating of the war drums of the Liaodong army almost suffocated the soldiers on both sides of the battlefield. The cavalry on the left and right of the Liaodong army came out, and the infantry phalanx in the middle launched an attack on the Goryeo army. 100,000 troops, facing a Korean army of 300,000, actually took the initiative to attack instead of defending. The light cavalry on the left and right wings pressed against the Goryeo army like an avalanche, taking turns to attack the left and right wings of the Goryeo army, using cavalry fire to harass the Goryeo army's formation. Kill! Because of nervousness and lack of experience in a decisive battle, The leader of the Goryeo players drew his saber, and led the rebels, who formed the right army to attack the cavalry of the Liaodong army. Kill! 5,000 players drew their swords, clamped the horse's belly, and charged, full of enthusiasm. From the perspective of Goryeo players, Chutian is the big devil who sent troops to destroy their civilized area. They are fighting for justice. After the 5,000 players attacked the more than 90,000 rebels, they brought charged almost simultaneously. The 100,000 rebels were so vast. Visually, they were extremely spectacular, and they were so dark that they looked like a black wave. The Taegyuk flag of Goryeo is flapping in the north wind. 100,000 rebels. Hundreds of Taegyuk flags. These strangers are brave, but too reckless. As the general, Jiang Hansen was shocked when he discovered that the 100,000 rebels led by the player took the initiative to attack the Liaodong army without his orders. Acting randomly without the general's orders is a taboo for military strategists. It is equivalent to the Korean players setting the pace, forcing the leader Jiang Hansen to cooperate with this group of Korean players. Originally, Jiang Hansen planned to defend first and then attack. But at this time, he could only bite the bullet and order the three armies to press forward. The strong men of the Goryeo kingdom beat the drums. In addition to the 70,000 reserve troops, the 230,000 Goryeo troops all pressed forward to fight to the death with the Liaodong army. The Liaodong light cavalry rained down arrows, and hundreds of Goryeo players were killed by random arrows. On the battlefield, any soldier may die. The Goryeo player who launched the attack had no way to turn back and waved the saber in his hand. Shrink formation. Wall charge. There was an outstanding player among the Goryeo players. Under his call, the cavalry troops composed of Goryeo players began to gather their formation, trying to use a dense charge formation and use sabers to engage the bow-wielding Liaodong cavalry at hand-to-hand combat. Under the pressure of national subjugation, the players of Goryeo tried hard to maintain a dense charge formation. After paying the price of hundreds of people, they fought hand-to-hand with the light cavalry of the Liaodong army. Their sabers cut off the long bows and killed the front row of Liaodong light cavalry. Down! The Liaodong light cavalry quickly abandoned their bows and arrows and drew their swords to kill. A Goryeo player with a strength of over 80 already has the strength of an ordinary general. He killed dozens of Liaodong light cavalry in a row. His saber was stained with blood, and the saber's blood tank was filled with blood. The battlefield echoed with the tragic sounds of fighting. And with every breath, a cavalry fell from his horse. The Liaodong army is nothing more than that. This Goryeo player with high military force was stimulated by blood and killed more than a dozen Liaodong cavalry. He was completely hysterical. After the close combat, the Korean players performed well and fought hard. The low-level Liaodong light cavalry suffered heavy losses. The Liaodong light cavalry suddenly separated, and the Yuzhou cavalry in the rear appeared under the command of Zhu Ning, and fiercely charged into the Korean rebel army on the opposite side. Zhu Ning's cavalry style is to advance with great joy. Yuzhou's sudden cavalry drove straight in and hit the 100,000 rebels. Zhu Ning's cavalry was as strong as 1,000, and he passed by the Korean players with more than 80 strength. After fighting with several moves, he charged forward with a spear. This Korean player was no match for Zhu Ning. He barely managed to hold on for several moves under Zhu Ning's fierce attack, but was killed by Zhu Ning. 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry rushed past like a torrent of steel, and 100,000 rebels were defeated by Zhu Ning. The players from Korea who were rushing at the front finally showed a fearful expression under the impact of the terrifying Yuzhou cavalry, and were overwhelmed by the Yuzhou cavalry. Each and every Goryeo player was stabbed to death with a spear and trampled by cavalry. The right army is defeated. This general has seen it. Prepare the cavalry to support the right army immediately. Jiang Hansen witnessed 100,000 rebel troops being overwhelmed by the opponent's heavy cavalry, and still couldn't believe it. But even if he couldn't believe it, it wouldn't help. He had to turn the tide. Gong Sun Kang's Wuan cavalry was trained by Emperor Wu of Wei Chao Chao, and was good at riding and shooting. They harassed and attacked the Korean left army 5 times, causing the Korean left army to begin to waver. What caused the collapse of the Goryeo army was the fierce General Zhu Ning's 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry. Because the cavalry sent by Jiang Hansen to reinforce the right army was also defeated by Zhu Ning. 10,000 Yuzhou sudden riders killed more than 10,000 people in the melee, destroying the morale of the Goryeo army. Gung Yan personally urged the infantry and crossbowmen to attack head-on, and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the Goryeo army. The two sides fought in a melee from early morning to sunset. The 300,000 Goryeo army was finally defeated, and retreated to the rear under the command of Kong Hansen and Quan Li. In the first battle, the Korean army was defeated, and 70,000 Korean soldiers were killed and captured. Among them, 5,000 Korean players were attacked by Yuzhou cavalry from the front. Only less than 1,000 people survived, and hundreds of others were captured. The Liaodong army lost only more than 20,000 soldiers and horses. For a time, there was a great earthquake in Goryeo, and people were panicked. The Liaodong army is still as strong as ever. Chapter 953 Bloody Ijou. In Ijou City, when the Korean reinforcements were defeated, Geng Yin and Zhu Nong returned to their troops and continued to besiege the city with Li. The siege lasted for 20 days. The walls of Ouija Castle were finally unable to support the continuous bombardment of large counterweight trebuchets, and a section of the wall collapsed. The fiercely armored Yin soldiers broke through the city wall with their shields and halberds, and fought hand-to-hand with the Goryeo defenders at the gap in the city wall. Clog the gap! Goryeo Guard General In Guan personally led a group of soldiers from the Biwu band to fight for the collapsed gap. Zhu Dasho, Zong Ba, and Taduan rushed to the front, slashing with their swords. In order to survive, Taduan had no choice but to fight tooth and nail in the battle and gain as much military exploits as possible. The Biwu band is one of the special arms of the Goryeo kingdom. The archers fired at Taduan's team at the front. Half of the dozens of Yinjia soldiers who followed Taduan were killed. Taduan bravely attacked forward. The saber in his hand hit the shoulder of an archer from the martial arts class and cut it off with force. The archer from the other martial arts class screamed, but Taduan showed no mercy and killed him with another knife. On the battlefield, it's just life and death. Taduan fought fiercely, and with the surviving Yinjia, they fought their way into the Korean soldiers. Zong Ba held a spear in his hand and flew several Goryeo soldiers away, charging all the way. Thousands of soldiers from the Liaodong army and the Goryeo army fell in the gap in the city wall, and their corpses piled up across the gap. Under the command of generals such as Taduan and Zong Ba, Yinjia and Liaodong infantry attacked the city. Although In Guan fought hard, he was still breached. The Goryeo defenders retreated into the city, and the sound of clashing weapons was heard in the city. In the battle that lasted for 20 days, 50,000 of the 80,000 Goryeo defenders were killed, and the remaining 30,000 were blocked in the city. The two sides began fierce street fighting. Each Goryeo soldier was killed and fell to the butcher's knife of the Liaodong army. Under the Liaodong army's offensive became more fierce, and 1,000 Guaning cavalry, led by Zhu Dasho, crossed the ruins. A volley of three-eyed fire cannons was fired, accompanied by white gunpowder smoke. The corpses of Korean soldiers fell in the streets of Ouija City, staining Ouija City with blood. Jin Ziwu, a player from Korea, was hit by 2 arrows, and he and dozens of other players were surrounded by Liaodong's 4th Order heavy armored infantry. The fierce street fighting in Ijou City plunged Jin Ziwu into despair. In a country-destroying war, both sides were furious, and the fighting was extremely brutal. The Liaodong army was ordered by Chu Tian, and was the first batch of soldiers to conquer Goryeo. If they could not capture Ijou City, which was the northern gateway, they would not be able to explain to the Xia Palace. Thousands of Goryeo soldiers were killed in street fighting. 2,000 Goryeo players who followed Jin Ziwu were killed and scattered, and familiar companions were shot to death by random arrows. Jin Ziwu finally collapsed. "I'm willing to surrender. Don't kill me!" The pressure brought by the Liaodong army was unprecedented. Jin Ziwu was finally afraid of death and chose to surrender to the terrible Liaodong army. The street fighting in the city continued, with horses galloping, sabers slashing, and blood splattering on the wooden houses. After the outer city was breached, some Goryeo soldiers, like Jin Ziwu, surrendered to the Liaodong army. In Guan led tens of thousands of Goryeo defenders to retreat to the inner city. Lui personally entered the city, demolished the houses in the inner city, and obtained stones and wood as materials for attacking the inner city. "General, let me lead Yinjia and the dead soldiers first to attack the inner city." Zhu Yi, a general currently in the Yinjia army, volunteered. Although Zhu Yi is arrogant, he must also be respectful in front of a commander of Li Yi's level. "We will capture the inner city within 3 days." "Yes." Zhu Yi holds a powerful crossbow and storms the inner city. The Liaodong army's attack on the inner city of Ijou lasted for 2 days. The defender of Ijou City, In Guan, was shot dead by the crossbow of the first dead soldier. The defender surrendered and the inner city was breached. The Ouija Castle fortress built by the Goryeo kingdom with great efforts and equipped with 300 crossbows was still besieged by the Liaodong army for 22 days before it fell. Of the 80,000 defenders, 60,000 were killed. 200 crossbows were destroyed. The general Yin Guan was killed. And 20,000 were captured. Almost no one could successfully break through. When the Ouija Castle war ended, the Ouija Castle with a population of 500,000 was almost razed to the ground, and a 50-meter wide gap appeared in the solid city wall. As for the civilians of Ouija City, about 200,000 of them fled before the war began. Of the 300,000 civilians who stayed in the city, 100,000 died in offensive, defensive, and street fighting. Originally, Ouija City had been upgraded to a large city, but after the battle, it was directly downgraded to a medium-sized city. The brutal siege caused huge damage to the entire city, destroyed the reinforcements, captured the city, and killed a total of 60,000 people. The limping Sun Guan came to report the loss to Li. With an army of 300,000, we lost 60,000 soldiers and horses in 2 battles at Izhou City alone. Li made statistics. As many as 170,000 Koryo soldiers and horses were killed and captured by the Liaodong army. Koryo had to use human sea tactics to resist the Liaodong army commanded by Li. And the Liaodong army also suffered considerable losses. Zhu Dasho escorted a group of Koryo troops to surrender. General, what should we do with these people? Let them serve as guides and march towards Anzhou. Li holds a topographic map of Korea in his hand. To the south of Ouija Castle is Anzhou Castle. Then Xiaojiang, which is Pyongyang Castle. And further south is Gyekyung, the capital of the Koryo Kingdom. Li Chunggui of Goryeo set up multiple lines of defense in an attempt to build up defenses layer by layer and consume our troops. Li has already seen Li Chunggui's defense. Li Chunggui recruited millions of troops in the Goryeo Kingdom and set up 3 lines of defense. 2 large cities, Ouija City and Anzhou City. And the third line of defense was the giant city of Xiaojiang. Li needed to break through 3 lines of defense before he could besiege Gaijin, the capital of Goryeo. This is related to the terrain of Goryeo. The coastal plain terrain makes it easier to march. The main cities of Goryeo are along the Yellow Sea. The Fubo army will besiege Kaijing in advance and prevent Kaijing from supporting Shijing. In half a year, at least 3 lines of defense must be breached. Li put away the map and commanded the remaining 240,000 Liaodong army to march towards Anzhou City. Kong Hansen and other Goryeo generals led 300,000 Goryeo troops to support Ouija Castle and were defeated, and retreated to Anzhou Castle to defend it. When the northern stronghold of Ouija City was captured by the Liaodong army, the pressure on Koryo was even greater and people were restless. Some villages in the north had already surrendered to the Liaodong army. Yin Guan died in battle. Li Chunggui and Li Mingzhe were horrified when they heard that Ouija had been defeated and their general Yin Guan had been killed. Of the 400,000 Koryo troops assembled in the north, 170,000 were killed and only 230,000 troops were left. There are still 600,000 troops in the southern part of Koryo. However, Li Chunggui had to face not only the Liaodong army, but also the 300,000 Fubo army. We are no match for Chu Zimu. He only used 600,000 troops. We had millions of soldiers and horses, but 170,000 were killed in 1 month. If this continues, the country will be destroyed in less than half a year. Li Chunggui stood on the giant wall of Gaijin, the royal city of Goryeo, and looked at the sea. The Fubo army's Dafu ship appeared again in the waters near Gaijin. This time, the Fubo army has thousands of ships and 300,000 troops. Your Majesty, ships from the Han Empire have landed on the north bank. The Han Empire is really arrogant. Even the navy wants to go ashore to fight. They don't take me. Li Chunggui. Seriously? Reorganize the troops and horses, and I will go out of the city to defeat it myself. As the most capable military general of the Goryeo Kingdom, Li Chunggui single-handedly created the 500-year-old Li dynasty of Joseon. He has his own abilities and arrogance. In Li Chunggui's view, the navy of the Han Empire waiting ashore and besieging Kaijing was simply an insult to him. In order to guard against Fu Bo's army, Li Chunggui set up earthen walls and arrow towers along the coast, defended with 300,000 professional soldiers, and recruited 200,000 strong men from Goryeo, a total of 500,000, using all the national strength. Li Mingzhe looked worried. It seems that we can only rely on the strength of other lords to break the situation. Otherwise we will be occupied by the Han Empire. Li Chunggui looked at Li Mingzhe. The reinforcements you mentioned, when will they arrive? What will be the cost? They will arrive soon. And the price we pay is to pay an annual tribute of 2 million taels of silver to the United States and allow the United States to station 50,000 troops in Beijing. 2 million taels of silver per year is too much. Things must be prioritized first, and we'll get through the difficulties first.
Li Mingzhi also hesitated. Goryeo would either become a province of the Han Empire or a semi-colony of the United States, making it difficult to become independent.
I am a wise and powerful king, but I have to suffer from this cowardly attitude.
As the most powerful general in the Goryeo kingdom, Li Chonggui was manipulated by the Han Empire and the United States because of his weak national strength, and had to choose his side. The Fubo army used more than 1,000 large and small ships to patrol the waters near Kaijing. Zheng Zhilong, the great pirate in the late Ming dynasty, wore an eye patch and held a wild goose feather sword in his hand. Looking fierce, Yu Yunwen, the supervising general of the Fubo army, glanced at Zheng Zhilong with his peripheral vision.
General Zheng, are your eyes injured?
Zheng Zhilong pulled off the blindfold.
I heard from strangers that wearing a blindfold makes you more attractive and makes thieves frightened.
As the supervisor of the Fubo army, Yu Yunwen was particularly concerned about Zheng Zhilong's condition. Unexpectedly, Zheng Zhilong only deliberately wore an eye patch to cover his right eye. But to be honest, after Zheng Zhilong put on the eye patch, he really looked like a big pirate leader.
What a bunch of weirdos.
Su Xing discovered that the senior generals of the Fubo army were almost all a group of weirdos. Zheng He was a eunuch. Zheng Zhilong was a pirate. Yu Yunwen was a scholar. And Li Shunshan was a surrendered general. Only he, Su Xing, was a serious general who had defected to Chutian very early.
I will lead the boat to attack the enemy's position.
Zheng Zhilong commanded 5,000 soldiers and horses, and launched an attack with 300 small boats, braving the rain of arrows from the arrow towers on the shore. Zheng Zhilong was still wearing an eye patch, waving the sword in his hand, one foot on the bow of the ship, and the other hand holding up a shield. Looking menacing, the Liaodong army defeated the Goryeo army in the northern part of the Goryeo kingdom, killing and capturing 170,000 people. The Fubo army did not want to sit idly by, but actively attacked, hoping to capture Kaijing in advance before the Liaodong army marched to Kaijing and established a destruction of the country. Zheng He acquiesced to Zheng Zhilong's dispatch of troops and looked at the arrow tower set up on the shore.
The country has been destroyed twice in 10 years. I am afraid that all the young people of Goryeo will be killed and injured. Even if they want to restore the country, they will be unable to do so. Given time, it can be assimilated.
Chapter 954 A Dragon Seismometer. Kill. Zheng Zhilong braved the wind and waves, led 300 small boats, and braved the arrow rain of the Goryeo army to attack the shoal. The arrow tower set up on the shore, and the Korean archers shot arrows at random, covering Zheng Zhilong's fleet. An arrow hit the cowhide shield in Zheng Zhilong's hand and almost penetrated the shield. Hundreds of Zheng family navy soldiers were killed by random arrows and fell into the sea. 300 boats ran aground near the beach. Zheng Zhilong jumped into the shoal and attacked the earthen wall, an arrow tower set up by Li Chonggui with a sword and shield. More than 2,000 soldiers of the Zheng family navy followed Zheng Zhilong to attack.
They actually came ashore. Hold the wall.
The soldiers of Goryeo panicked and quickly shot arrows at Zheng Zhilong and others. However, Zheng Zhilong worked hard and attacked to the bottom of the earth wall regardless of the cost. The soldiers of the Zheng family's navy climbed up the earth wall with their bare hands and cut down the Korean defenders. The height of the earthen wall set up by the Goryeo kingdom on the seaside was less than 3 meters, and one section of the earthen wall was captured by Zheng Zhilong. Zheng He saw Zheng Zhilong gaining a foothold on the shore, so he ordered the entire army to attack. Tens of thousands of Fubo troops landed ashore one after another.
The Korean army is nothing more than that.
Zheng Zhilong pulled out the Yenling sword and killed a Goryeo military general. The Korean archers on the arrow tower were chopped down by the Zheng family navy soldiers brought by Zheng Zhilong and rolled down from the arrow tower. The Goryeo army that opened the capital gradually reacted. King Kanxian of Goryeo, Li Chonggui, personally assembled 200,000 troops to counterattack Zheng Zhilong. Li Chonggui was far more talented than other Goryeo generals. He gathered 50,000 archers and invested millions of arrows to destroy 10,000 Liaodong troops. The two armies used the earth wall as the boundary and saw back and forth. In Jixia Academy in Xia City, Zhuge Liang was observing a magical prop. This is a special treasure seismometer created by Zhang Heng, an ancient scientist from the Eastern Han dynasty recruited by Chu Tian. The size of the seismometer that Zhang Heng spent a year building exceeds everyone's imagination. This seismometer is 1 foot high and made of fine copper. There are 8 dragons on the outside and toads on the bottom. The surface is engraved with seal characters on the mountain. Turtles, birds and beasts. Like a giant cauldron. Zhuge Liang stood in front of the 8-dragon seismometer. And he looked small. After the 8-dragon seismometer was built by Zhang Heng, it became the treasure of Jixia Academy. Suddenly, the sound of clenching wooden gears was heard inside the 8-dragon seismograph. And everyone in Jixia Academy was shocked. The Balong seismometer is working, indicating that an earthquake is about to happen. Incredible. Zhuge Liang witnessed the seismograph shaking with his own eyes. The dragon head in the chalk position spit out an iron ball and fell into the toad's mouth. 3 seal characters, Yubaping, appeared on the back of the toad. There will be an earth dragon moving in Yubaping County. Please inform the governor of Yubaping immediately to prepare for and provide disaster relief in time. There are junior officials from Qintian Prison and Jixia Academy who are responsible for guarding the seismometer. Not long after the seismograph was cast, it quickly demonstrated its miraculous ability to predict earthquakes. The seismometer built by Zhang Heng was incredible even to the young Zhuge Liang at this time. Not only Zhuge Liang, but also the scholars and great scholars in Jixia Academy were surprised. But they also want to know whether seismometers can really accurately predict earthquakes. If earthquakes can be predicted accurately, even though the predicted location is not detailed, the losses caused by earthquakes can also be reduced. The 8-dragon seismometer is already one of the Empire's artifacts. Xian Yufu, the governor of Beiping County, received the news from Xiaoqing and couldn't help but wonder. Is there really someone in the world who can predict the Earth Dragon? Xian Yufu thought it was unbelievable. But as the governor of Yubiping County appointed by Chu Tian after the unification of the North, he had to obey the orders of the Xia Palace, prepare food, and order the counties to evacuate the population. On the 3rd day after the seismometer issued the warning, an earthquake occurred in a city built by the former player Lord in Yubiping County. A city wall and 1,000 houses collapsed. But there were only 3 casualties. It's actually true. Prince Xiao's mansion is really a clever plan. Xian Yufu led the officials to come to the disaster relief and found that the Xia Palace had predicted the earthquake in advance and became more loyal to the Xia Palace. News of the earthquake in Yubiping County spread back to Xiaoqing, and Jixia Academy was in an uproar. The 8-dragon seismometer really predicts the movement of the Earth Dragon. Technology is the primary productive force. A group of great Confucians had to admit that Moism had the value of existence. Ma's talents like to play with these machines. They are a group of ancient craftsmen and are more likely to give birth to scientists. Unfortunately, they have never been reused by the rulers. There are 8-dragon seismometers guarding the Han Empire, which can reduce thousands of casualties every year. The 8-dragon seismometer has therefore become a sacred object in Jixia Academy. From time to time, NPC scholars come to burn incense and kneel down, completely treating the 8-dragon seismometer as a god. Ancient Chinese beliefs were also very simple and pragmatic. Zhang Heng also has his own place in Jixia Academy. Zhang Heng spent a year making the 8-dragon seismometer and is currently making an armillary sphere. The armillary sphere is also a special treasure. Its power is even more magical than the 8-dragon seismograph. It can predict other natural disasters, such as snow disasters, meteorites, and floods. The armillary sphere takes 3 years. Lord, there was an earthquake in Beiping County. 1 person died and 2 were injured. There is a small group of bandits making trouble in Baibua Valley, Hedong County. There are about hundreds of people, causing harm to one side. The Yellow River in Wei County overflowed and the floods were raging. At least 5 counties were affected. Thousands of houses were destroyed, and 100,000 people were displaced. Chu Tian gathered troops in Xuchang and prepared to attack Nanyang. Fan Xianling, as the minister, reported to Chu Tian the natural disasters in the territory. In addition to fighting and killing, Chu Tian, as the largest lord, also faces cumbersome internal affairs. The territory is too large, and various disasters occur one after another. The earthquake in Beiping County, due to the existence of the 8-dragon seismometer, reduced the damage caused by the earthquake. Order the governor of Hedong County to send troops to attack the remnants of the Baibua army and kill their leaders. As for the Yellow River, the flooding of the Yellow River has been a natural disaster throughout the ages. It is not uncommon and is also extremely destructive. Every time the Yellow River floods, at least 1 million silver taels must be invested to control the Yellow River. Su Shi was appointed as the prefect of Wei County to control floods. The state treasury allocated funds, and Li Kui coordinated the matter. Fan Zhongyan was appointed as the governor of Jizhou and worked with Su Shi to quell the floods.
Chu Tian thought for a moment and sent Fan Zhongyan and Su Shi, who had the ability to control floods, to Wei County to rectify the flood. At this time, the flooding of the Yellow River occurred in the Weijun area, and the impact was not small. The administrative seat of Wei County is Yeqing, a huge city with a population of 1 million. If Yeqing is damaged by floods, it will have an impact on Jizhou's tax revenue. When Chu Tian attacked Yeqing, he once flooded the city, and now Wei County was once again affected by floods.
In addition, we have summoned the world's great flood control talents. Anyone who has the ability to control water will be appointed regardless of their origin. They will be high-ranking officials with generous salaries.
Chu Tian took advantage of the Yellow River floods and issued a recruitment order in Xucheng. There used to be a large number of lords in the north, and they recruited many special talents. And there would always be talents who were good at controlling water. Chu Tian believed that the northern territory was too big, and no one knew whether there were still civil servants, military generals, and special talents. The small ones live in the wild. The big ones live in the city. Some talents are not necessarily willing to serve as officials, but choose to remain anonymous. He had to fight wars and control floods, so it was not easy for him to be a lord.
In the Hedong, Guangzhou, and Xiliang areas, due to the battle to quell Guangzhou, the war was in chaos. Heroes gathered together with local warriors to build forts to protect themselves from the rebels and corvées. If all the forts were demolished, a population of 1 million could be gained.
Fang Xianling reported another matter to Chu Tian, who was about to fight.
Let officials from various places go to appease them. If they don't obey, send troops to attack them.
Chapter 955 Celebrities in Water Control.
The Yellow River is overflowing. Your Highness, King Xia, is recruiting the world's most talented people to control the floods in the Yellow River. If the floods are quelled, you can get thousands of gold.
Notices have been posted in various northern states and counties to recruit special talents with water control characteristics. The Yellow River overflowed, affecting at least 100,000 civilians in Wei County. In Yeqing, Fan Zhongyan returned from Obei and served as the governor of Jizhou, coordinating the manpower and material resources of Jizhou and controlling floods. The blessing value of Chu Tian's forces is relatively high, but his territory is too large. There will always be natural and man-made disasters in counties, and the flooding of the Yellow River is an unavoidable disaster.
Floods in the Yellow River have existed since ancient times, and in troubled times, flooding causes disasters.
When Fan Zhongyan came to Yeqing, he immediately summoned local officials and recruited local braves to go to the flooded areas to control the water. Floods are more likely to occur in troubled times than in troubled times. The world is under great rule, and counties around the Yellow River will organize manpower and material resources every year to dredge the river and prevent floods. After the world was in chaos, military affairs came first, and investment in water control was reduced, making floods more likely to break out. The great writer Su Shi was also transferred to Yeqing and served as the prefect of Wei County. In addition to being a great writer, Su Shi was also a qualified prefect with the characteristics of flood control. Su Shi and Fan Zhongyan, two scholar bureaucrats in the Song dynasty, took on the important task of flood control. When Su Shi also brought fellow citizens to the area where the Yellow River overflowed, he saw many houses destroyed by floods and couldn't help but feel anxious. The water of the Yellow River is extremely destructive and can destroy everything.
The war is in turmoil, and the Xia Palace has limited gold and silver to use to control the floods. People will eventually be displaced. All these refugees will move to Yeqing.
Su Shi didn't have much gold and silver at his disposal. Chu Tian concentrated all his financial resources on conquests, and could not fully take care of both. The people who suffered from floods in Wei County were taken to Yeqing by the government officials and defenders, and the carriages and horses were connected for dozens of miles.
Sister Mulan, this armor is so heavy.
Ma Yulu put on a pair of armor and found that the weight of the armor was not something that a 12-year-old like her could bear.
You can just wear leather armor.
Hua Mulan handed Ma Yulu a pair of customized leather armor with a bit of doting. Hua Mulan believes that if her daughter Chu Xiang grows up, she will probably be somewhat similar to the current Ma Yulu, wielding swords and guns.
Officials in various counties heard that my lord was thirsty for talents, and that Wei County suffered from natural disasters.
So they recommended talents for water control in various counties. and the best ones have been gathered in Xuchang.
Fang Xianling followed Chu Tian and supervised the flood control at all times, unless they chose to become a tyrant. The Lord was supervised by ministers and worked hard to handle political affairs.
Let them come in and see me.
Chu Tian took care of the needs of the harem, prepared for war, and dealt with internal affairs at the same time. Although it is a bit hard, it is not easy to be a wise king. Officials in various prefectures and counties heard that their monarch regarded the flooding of the Yellow River as a serious problem. In order to claim credit in front of Chu Tian, they conducted a large-scale recruitment of talents in the lands they governed. When they heard that the Yellow River was flooding, some reclusive talents actually became officials. Not only special talents, but also a group of players who are good at water conservancy hoped to contribute. Chu Tian didn't mind whether the other party was a special NPC talent or a player, as long as he could control the floods in the Yellow River.
Shaman Leopard?
Chu Tian's eyes lit up. Chu Tian is very familiar with the illusion of Shaman Bao Ji. Shaman Leopard was the Yeqing Order of Wei State at the same time as Wu Qi and Li Kuei. He planned to break the superstition of officials, gentry and witches to plunder the people in the name of Yibo marrying women, and mobilized the people to dig 12 canals to divert river water to people's fields. An excellent local official. Good guy. I didn't expect that the Yellow River in Wei County would flood and attract the Shaman Leopard. Name, Shaman Bao. Talent, King level civil servant. Level 86. Identity, Yeqing Order of the Warring States period. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 75, Force, 67, Intelligence, 85, Politics, 91, Charm, 90. Phaseality, Calm. Favorability, 60. Feature, Governance of Yi, S-level exclusive feature. When governing Yi's city and surrounding land, public sentiment and public security will not decline easily. Official governance plus 30%. Water conservancy project construction speed plus 30%. Grain output plus 30%. Shaman Leopard only has one characteristic, governing Yi. But the strength of this S-level characteristic is not small. It perfectly fits the identity of Yeqing Ling and can allow Yeqing to develop rapidly and expand its scale. Not only that, the effect of this characteristic seems to be able to affect the entire Wei County. It seems that Shaman Bao can be trained in the direction of the Yeqing Magistrate and the Wei Jun Prefect. Chu Tian looked at the other people who arrived. Chu Tian had an intuition that there might be other special talents. In fact, the number of talents in the entire Han Empire is greater than it appears. In the early stage, various small lords fought in a melee. After these small lords were killed or destroyed, these talents may choose to follow their lords to wander around, or change their appearance.
Li Bing?
Sure enough, Chu Tian saw another famous water conservancy engineering expert in the Warring States period. Li Bing, the prefect of Shu County who built Dujianjian. Name Li Bing. Talent, King level civil servant / special talent. Level 90. Identity, Governor of Shu County. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 71, Force, 60, Intelligence, 80, Politics, 90, Charm, 85. Phaseality, Calm. Favorability, 55. Characteristic 1, Flood Control Celebrity, S-level trait. When building water conservancy projects, construction speed plus 30%. Success rate plus 30%. Civilian dissatisfaction minus 30%. Characteristic 2, 3 God Stone Man, S-level characteristic. Can cast the special prop,
3 God Stone Man.
The special prop,
3 God Stone Man.
Can stand in the river, measure the water level, has special effects and has a very small probability of reducing floods every year probability of occurrence. Chu Tian was surprised to see Li Bing's ability. Similar to Zhang Heng, a special talent in the Eastern Han Dynasty, Li Bing has the ability to create special props. In Lord, some special items are endowed with unique abilities, such as the seismometer, the armillary sphere,
or the 3 God Stone Man,
that Li Bing can create.
The 3 God Stone statues are 3 stone statues, mainly used to measure water levels. If you are a bit metaphysical, they can also suppress floods. The special thing about the 3 God Stone Man is that it has a probability of reducing the probability of flooding, although the probability is extremely small. If the effect is triggered at any time, thousands or tens of thousands of lives can be saved and millions of acres of fertile farmland can be prevented from being destroyed by floods. Obtained another artifact to protect the country. Chu Tian knew that the lifespan of his group of people was limited, and special treasures such as the 8-dragon seismograph, the armillary sphere, and the 3 God Stone Man could prolong the destiny of the country. Of course, there is no eternal dynasty, except for Shiman Bao and Li Bing. Others also have the ability to control water more or less.
The floods in Wei County have caused the people to be displaced. The king, led his troops south to capture Jingxiang. I have entrusted you with the management of the floods.
Chu Tian still regards attacking Nanyang County as its top priority. As for the flood in Wei County is the only place that has been severely affected. Chu Tian has sent Fan Zhongyan, Su Shi, and Li Kui to take charge of this matter, together with Shiman Bao and Li Bing, as well as a group of NPC special talents and player talents with water control characteristics. It is enough to quell the flood in Wei County. Unless the entire Yellow River changes its course, Chu Tian will need to go to war.
We will definitely live up to King Xiao's expectations and do our best to control the Yellow River.
A group of players who were good at water control were very excited when they saw Chu Tian, who was famous at this time. This is also an opportunity for them to show off their talents and enter their official career.
Go down.
After Chu Tian sent this group of people to Wei County to control the flood, he turned his attention back to crusade against the princes of Nanyang County to talk about Tang Dynasty. It is said that the Tang Dynasty has been a vassal for many years, and it is divided into one side, which is equivalent to the two emperor. He has a lot of power within his own sphere of influence, and he still wants to continue to have this power.
The chief general of the Tang Dynasty is Guizi, a famous general in the resurgence of the Tang Dynasty. He also has Qin Xiong and Su Chu as his minions. This is not the key. The key lies in the guarding General Zhang Sun.
Chu Tian was not worried about Guizi, because although Guizi was a famous general in the Shongxing of the Tang Dynasty, the commander Chu Tian sent to attack Nanyang County was Wu Qi, the commander of the Central Plains Army. As for Qin Xiong and Su Chu, Chu Tian has Yu Qigong and Dian Wei, who can completely match them. Zhang Sun was one of the top city defenders in the Han Empire during the Unshi Rebellion in the Tang Dynasty. Zhang Sun used thousands of people to contain more than 100,000 rebels, buying time for the Tang Dynasty to gather forces to fight back. And eventually the city was destroyed and he died. In order to defend the city, Zhang Sun even killed his concubines and exchanged his sons for food. According to the view of loyalty to the emperor and patriotism in the feudal era, Zhang Sun was undoubtedly a loyal minister and hero of the Tang Dynasty. Without Zhang Sun, famous generals of the Tang Dynasty such as Guizi and Li Guangbi might not have enough time to organize troops to fight back against the rebels such as Lushan and rebuild the Tang Dynasty. It is said that the Tang Dynasty has always been entrenched in Nanyang County, claiming to be the governor of Nanyang, relying on the power of Jingzhou to maintain his status as a vassal. In the Battle of Guanzhong, it is said that Tang, under the instigation of Lao Qin, sent troops to contain Chu Tian's troops. Chu Tian always wanted to send troops to Tang Dynasty, but he thought that Wancheng might not be able to conquer Wancheng in a year or two with Zhang Sun as its defender. So he delayed conquering Nanyang County. In the early stage, Chu Tian's focus was on unifying the north. Before using troops against Jingzhou, Nanyang County was dispensable. Xucheng is not the center of Chu Tian's power, so Nanyang County poses little threat to Xucheng, and thus to Chu Tian. Now, if we want to capture Xianfan, we must attack Wancheng and Xinya before we can reach Xianfan.
Cao Cao went south, and Lu Biao died of illness. How lucky! Otherwise, with more than 100,000 armored men in Jingzhou, it would not be easy to pacify Jingzhou. It is a pity that Cao Cao failed in the Battle of Chibi.
Chu Tian couldn't help feeling that Cao Cao was in a good position at that time, but he was wasted on him again. Chu Tian was not facing a weak Jingzhou at this time. In today's Jingzhou, Nanyang County was occupied by Tang Dynasty. The most important Nan County was occupied by Yang Shilang, and Jiangxia County and Jingnan County were controlled by Tong Ke. Therefore, Tong Ke has absolute say in Jingzhou. Originally Yang Shilang was going to be destroyed by Tong Ke, but the two parties negotiated and Tong Ke was lent to Yang Shilang from Nanjun. Yang Shilang continued to serve as the king of Song Dynasty, which was equivalent to the historical alliance between Liu Bei and Sun Quan.
My lord, General Wu Qi and the generals of the Central Plains Army are already waiting outside the door.
Chapter 956 Nanyang Strategy. The three chief generals of the Central Plains Army, Wu Qi, Wei Wuji, and Chao Ren, came to see Chu Tian. Chao Ren was full of fighting spirit, but Wu Qi and Wei Wuji had calm expressions on their faces. They seemed not so enthusiastic about drinking horses from the Yangtze River. The Central Plains Army also had generals such as Pang Wan, Chao Hong, Xiahou Dun, and Li Dian. The legions that went south to attack Wancheng, Xinye, and Xiangfan came from the Central Plains Army and the Imperial Guard. The Central Plains is the Central Plains in a narrow sense, and the scope of control includes more than a dozen counties in Yuzhou and Yanzhou. Wu Qi spread out a map on the desk.
To attack Wancheng, we must pass through the Xia Road of Fancheng. Guizi stationed 80,000 troops at Bawangpo in an attempt to contain the king's army. If Guizi is defeated and Wancheng is besieged, Wancheng's defender will be Zhang Sun. Wancheng has been reinforced for many years, and is easy to defend but difficult to attack. If it is difficult to attack urgently, bypass Wancheng, capture Xinye, and intercept Song Dynasty's support of Wancheng. Army. Wu Army.
Wu Qi drew the attack route on the terrain map. Nanyang County is a large county with a population of several million. It recruits all its troops to defend it, and can get 200,000 soldiers. It can be said that Tang Dynasty is not a small prince. There are 300,000 Central Plains Army and 600,000 Imperial Guards. So there are enough troops to implement Wu Qi's offensive plan. If you really can't defeat Wancheng, which Zhang Sun is defending, you can use part of your troops to besiege Wancheng, and the rest of your troops can bypass Wancheng and attack Xinye. Then,
upgrade Xinye to a large city. Activate the teleportation array. Directly bypass Wancheng to transport troops and food, and advance towards Xiangfan. Wancheng will become an isolated city. Once the food and grass are exhausted, or Fancheng is captured, Wancheng will inevitably surrender to us.
The tactics adopted by Wu Qi are similar to the leapfrog tactic. For cities that cannot be captured quickly, they can avoid them, attack other cities with strategic significance, and then turn around to attack. This is a feasible strategy. But, as a commander-in-chief during the Warring States period, Wu Qi may not have a deep understanding of the power of firearms. Chutian has Hongyi cannons and an 8th-level firearms battalion. In 1 year, it has accumulated nearly 1,000 solid bullets. The role of the Hongyi cannon is not just to scare the cavalry, but also to attack the city. The power of the Hongyi cannon is more terrifying than the trebuchet. If Chutian is determined to attack a city, even if the opponent has top-notch defenders and a strong city, Chutian can still use 24 Hongyi cannons, plus more than hundreds of giant trebuchets and giant siege towers. 1 million troops were raised to attack the city day and night and capture it. It's just that Chutian wants to see whether the price paid is proportional to the benefits obtained. This time Chutian wanted to see whether the famous city defender Zhang Sun was more powerful or his own Hongyi cannon.
The king of Song has hoarded heavy troops in Xiangyang and Fancheng. The king of Wu has released the captured generals Han Shizhong and others. Han Shizhong and others returned to Xiangyang. Kai Mao, Lu Pan and Huang Zhong are stationed in Xinye, with about 70,000 troops.
Shui Yu, who was in charge of intelligence, appeared in the camp at this time and participated in formulating tactics. Shui Yu rarely appeared in front of the public, but she was actually one of the important senior leaders of the Chutian force. However, she usually walked in brocade clothes at night, so she rarely appeared in public.
In order to deal with me, King Wu Tongke even tolerated King Song's separatist rule of Nanjun and released the captured generals. He is a strong enemy.
Chutian rarely paid attention to Tongke, a player lord. His limelight was suppressed by Chutian, Lao Qin, and Mingwan. But if he carefully observed the rise of Tongke, he was also an extraordinary figure. During the Yellow Turban Rebellion, Tongke tried every means to become sworn brothers with Sun Jian. As the governor of Lujiang, he led the troops of Lujiang County to the east of the Yangtze River, captured the land east of the Yangtze River, and pacified Baiyu. Then he attacked Song Dynasty King Yang Shirlang, occupied Jiangxia County, divided Jingzhou into two, annexed Jing'an, and forced Yang Shirlang to declare himself a minister. If Chutian hadn't brought too much pressure, perhaps Tongke would not have made peace with Yang Zhulong. The peace talks with Yang Shirlang were no less than a strongman cutting off his wrist. Tongke failed to completely unify Jingzhou and Yangzhou, but it brought pressure to Chutian. Tongke did not push Yang Zhulong into the Chutian camp, making Yang Zhulong always think that there was still a chance to compete for the world. After all, when Liu Bei was almost ready to surrender to Sun Quan, he could turn around with the help of the Battle of Chibi. Now Yang Shirlang still has the entire Nanjun, and the two big cities of Xiangyang and Jiangling are still in Yang Shirlang's hands. Tongke even returned half of Jiangxia County to Yang Zhulong in order to win over Yang Zhulong. From this perspective, it is conceivable that Tongke is not that simple. Sun Jian's relationship with Chu Tian has also been very bad recently. Sun Jian believed that Chu Tian had violated the original marriage agreement, and Chu Tian did not know how to deal with the agreement with Sun Jian. This is the disadvantage of political marriage, as various unexpected contradictions will always arise.
Order Cao Cao of the Hebei army to prepare to go south. He may need to support Jianhui.
When Chu Tian was conquering Nanyang County, he was worried about Jianhui. The general who had been attacking Hefei in the past was Sun Jian. Now that Tong Kai has finished the war with Jingzhou, it is very likely that he will attack Hefei himself, or even bypass Hefei guarded by Yufei and attack Guanling County. The troops of Yufei's Jianhui army came from Jiujiang County, Guanling County, and Renan County. There were about 200,000 troops facing the Jiandong army that came out in full force. They were defeated by 4 hands. If Yufei was besieged in Hefei city, the Jiandong army may choose to avoid Yufei. Therefore, Chu Tian ordered Cao Cao to be ready to go south to support.
Then, let's arrange it this way.
Chu Tian generally agreed with Wu Qi's plan. In this crusade against Nanyang County, there are 4 important cities that need to be captured: Wancheng, Ximya, Fancheng, and Xiangyang.
We will break camp tomorrow in Chaoren. Cao Hong and Xiahou Dun will serve as the vanguard.
After Chu Tian resolutely eliminated the princes of Nanyang County and declared Tang Dynasty, he officially sent 900,000 troops southward. At this time, Chu Tian thought of King Fu Jian of the former Qin Dynasty. In the Battle of Feishui, Fu Jian dispatched more than 800,000 troops south to attack the eastern Jin Dynasty. They were defeated by 80,000 Beifu troops. Fu Jian's leading force of 200,000 troops and horses retreated after hearing that the former Qin army was defeated. The 900,000 strong army also faces a problem. That is, there are few battlefields that can accommodate such a huge force. And even the roads will be trampled by the 900,000 strong army. 9 times out of 10, the enemy will not choose to fight a decisive battle with an army of 900,000 people on the open plain terrain. Therefore, the actual battlefield may be a collision between the vanguard forces.
Taisher Ci, you lead Chieshua's army and go to help.
Chu Tian said Chieshua's army from the Imperial Guard's Iron Cavalry Legion to go south together with Chao Run and Chao Hong's Iron Wall Legion as the vanguard.
Yes.
Taisher Ci got on his horse and carried a long bow on his back. Chao Ren and Chao Hong looked at each other and mounted their horses. Every general is eager to make achievements, and this battle to pacify Jingzhou is their best opportunity to make achievements. The one-eyed Xiahou Dun followed them into battle. There are about 100,000 people in this legion, which is already more powerful than Guizi stationed in Bawangpo. Chapter 957 Qin Qiong and Su Chu.
Kill!
A young cavalry captain held a long sword in his hand and chopped the enemy cavalry off his horse. The Xia Army's scout cavalry entered Fangqing Xia Road for reconnaissance and fought with the Tang Army's scouts in Nanyang. The young captain personally led 20 cavalrymen to encounter the opponent's 30 cavalrymen, and then counterattacked and wiped out all 30 of the opponent's cavalrymen. In troubled times, various princes continued to appoint officials in order to win over their tribes. All kinds of generals were everywhere, and the cavalry captain was already a low-ranking officer.
Lord Captain, there are more and more enemy scouts appearing nearby. It seems that we are close to the Tang Army's camp at Bawangpo. Keep exploring forward.
Liao Hua dragged the knife forward. In the north of Bawangpo, more and more Tang Army cavalry from Nanyang County appeared. Liao Hua joined the army for more than a year and became a cavalry captain by virtue of his own abilities. At this time, newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. Liao Hua led a group of cavalry to a place less than 4 miles away from the Tang Army's camp, and then climbed up the hillside to observe the Tang Army's camp. The chief general of the Tang Army, Guizi, stationed 80,000 troops at Bawangpo to block the Xia Road in Fancheng and prevent the Xia Army from going south.
Draw the Tang Army's defense map.
Liao Hua ordered people to draw a defense map of the Tang Army, and retreated to his camp before the Tang Army's cavalry discovered him. Behind Liao Hua, General Chao Ren arrived with a large group of cavalry. After years of experience, Chao Ren's soldiers and horses have a very high average level, and their soldiers and horses are strong. Chao Ren's Iron Wall Army, with Xiahou Dun serving as the vanguard general, has already fought with the Tang Army's vanguard. However, Xiahou Dun encountered a sudden attack by the fierce General Qin Qiong of the Tang Army. Qin Qiong led 400 Xuanjia troops and 1,000 low-level cavalry to fight back and defeated Xiahou Dun's cavalry. As 9th-level cavalry, the Xuanjia army was extremely capable of breaking formations.
and Xiahou Dun's cavalry was defeated all the way. Qin Xiong and Xiahou Dun fought in the chaos. Qin Xiong relied on his personal force to completely suppress Xiahou Dun. Guan Yu fights Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong is at the level of the 5 tiger generals, and is enough to defeat Xiahou Dun. Xuanjia's army marched forward with great success. And Xiahou Dun was about to turn around and flee until Cao Ren's cavalry came for reinforcements. With the numerical superiority of the cavalry, they forced Qin Xiong back. Guizi commanded the army, and went to war with Cao Ren in the Bawangpo area, hoping to defeat the Xia army's vanguard. Qin Xiong made a comeback and attacked Cao Ren's army again and again. Fansheng Xia Dao could not accommodate many troops, and a battle broke out between the two armies in the hills. The Xuanjia army was galloping, and Qin Xiong, with the power of one person, was trapped among thousands of troops. Cao Hong held his sword and led a group of infantry to try to intercept the Xuanjia army, but was still defeated by the Xuanjia army. Qin Xiong was condescending and defeated Cao Hong with a gun. Cao Hong could only roll on the ground holding his shield to avoid Qin Xiong's spear. King Xia has ordered us to be the vanguard and we must win. Cao Ren was ordered to go to Nanyang County. At this time, he was met by Guizi's stubborn counterattack. Qin Xiong broke the formation and was furious. He joined forces with Taisher Ci to counterattack the Tang army. The timid Shui army stretched out their bows and knocked arrows, killing a group of Tang soldiers, then took off the spears hanging between the saddles, and under the leadership of Taisher Ci, rushed to the front. Taisher Ci's goal is Qin Xiong, who has penetrated the Iron Wall Legion. After a year of rest and recuperation, a Qishua army talisman held by Taisher Ci made Taisher Ci one of the 4 Qishua troops, with a full strength of 2,500 Qishua troops. The troops of the Qishua army come from the most brave and skilled warriors of the Mongolian tribes. They are at the same level as the Xuanjia army, and they are both 9th level heavy cavalry. Taisher Ci heard about Qin Xiong's bravery, but Taisher Ci was not very afraid of Qin Xiong because the cowardly Shui army under his command was far more numerous than Qin Xiong's Xuanjia army. When Shui's army suddenly advanced among the Tang army, Taisher Ci held a long bow and discovered Qin Xiong's position in the melee. Qin Xiong suffers death. Taisher Ci fired an arrow, and the arrow shot out like a shooting star. The spear in Qin Xiong's hand was like a dragon, sweeping away the rain of arrows. Dozens of arrows were deflected by him, but none of them could hurt Qin Xiong. The thief is seeking death? Qin Xiong turned his horse's head and fought against the Xuanjia army, attacking Taisher Ci and Chieshua's army. Qin Xiong is indeed not an ordinary person. Taisher Ci's martial arts was not low, only 1 level lower than that of the 5 tiger generals. One of his arrows was shot by Qin Xiong, knowing that Qin Xiong's martial arts was superior to him. Even so, Taisher Ci dared to fight Qin Xiong with 2,500 timid Shui troops. The Qianhu who were timid about Shui's army had at least 80% of their strength, hundreds of households, with more than 70 armed forces. If one person is no match for Qin Xiong, then they will fight in a group. This is why Chu Tian sent the Qishua army under the command of Taisher Ci alone to help Cao Ren. The Qishua army and the Xuanjia army represent the elites of the Mongol Empire and the Tang Empire respectively. Qishua's soldiers are numerous and powerful, while Xuanjia's individual soldiers are more capable. The two cavalrymen met each other at close range and were trampled by the iron cavalry. Taisher Ci finally fought with Qin Xiong. 2 short halberds clamped Qin Xiong's spear, and his arms were shaking. Qin Xiong was on the offensive, while Taisher Ci was forced to defend and withstood Qin Xiong several shots in a row. The 2 horses passed by each other, and Qin Xiong killed the timid Shui army cavalry behind Taisher Ci. Taisher Ci's wrist was numb, and the Xuanjia army facing him came at him with a 4-meter-long horse spear. Taisher Ci parried, and was almost knocked off his horse by the impact of the horse spear. The Xuanjia army is quite terrifying as an enemy. Even a general of Taisher Ci's level may be killed by the Xuanjia army in the chaos, similar to the Qishua army, which has officers with a strength of 80 or above. The Xuanjia army also has officers with a strength of 80 or above. If Taisher Ci was injured or exhausted, these Xuanjia army officers would have a narrow escape if they took action. Qin Xiong was surrounded by a larger number of Qishua troops, and there were galloping horses and spears of Qishua troops everywhere. Unless Qin Xiong's force reaches 100, it is possible to break out of the army. Su Chu, go to help Qin Xiong and rescue him. Qin Xiong is too deep. If he doesn't rescue him, he may die in the battle among thousands of troops. Guizi, the commander-in-chief of the Tang army, saw that Qin Qiong was besieged by the brave Shui Shui army among the Xia army. So he asked Su Chu to come to help. Su Chu flipped his wrist, dragged his sword, and went out with a group of tiger guards, directly attacking the battlefield where Qin Qiong was besieged. Liao Hua participated in the melee. In the melee, there were county soldiers from Nanyang County and Guizi's special unit, Shuafang Army. In order to save Qin Qiong, Su Chu rushed through the soldiers and horses where Liao Hua was, completely ignoring Liao Hua and the others, and killed hundreds of people along the way. Liao Hua tried to stop Su Chu, but Su Chu knocked him back with a knife. Liao Hua was sweating profusely as he looked at the spear in his hand that had become two pieces. He was almost killed by Su Chu's sword. Su Chu didn't care at all about Liao Hua, who was the cavalry captain, but went to join Qin Qiong. The lower-level troops were difficult to resist. Su Chu grabbed the spear with his left hand and threw it backhand, easily killing the Xia army cavalry who tried to surround him. Qin Shui's army surrounded Qin Qiong layer by layer, but Su Chu relied on his amazing brute force to fight a passage with the tiger guards and successfully merged with Qin Qiong. The general asked you to retreat. I will cut off the rear. Su Chu was not polite and directly asked Qin Qiong to withdraw. Qin Shui's army, as a 9th-order heavy cavalry, attacked Qin Qiong with all its strength. Qin Qiong was injured in the fierce battle with Qin Shui's army. Commanders, retreat! Qin Qiong also knew that if he fought with the 400 Xuanjia army and the more than 2,000 Qiushu army, his entire army might be annihilated. So he did not force himself anymore and led the remaining Xuanjia army soldiers to break out. Su Chu raised his sword and shouted loudly, like a tiger roaring, "Who dares to fight with me?" Shui Jun was stunned for a moment, and his momentum was faintly suppressed. Deterring the enemy is one of Su Chu's abilities. When Shui's army hesitated, Qin Qiong led the Xuanjia army with less than 200 horses left to break out. The Tang army had 400 Xuanjia troops, but half of them were lost in one battle. Don't let it happen! Taisher Ci shot another arrow, and the sound of the armor-piercing arrow piercing the air made Qie Shui's army react again, and attacked Su Chu and Qin Qiong again. Su Chu slashed away Taisher Ci's armor-piercing arrow with one strike, but Taisher Ci's archery skills still found it difficult to achieve results from the front. Su Chu Zhiyong is no less brave than Ma Chao, Qin Qiong and others. I'm here to help you. Qin Qiong turned around and joined forces with Su Chu, fighting while walking. The Baijia soldiers who arrived from behind responded, and a large force of the Tang army came to kill them. The two armies once again fought hand to hand. Arrows rained down like rain, and corpses lay everywhere on Xia Dao and Fancheng. Guizi, the commander-in-chief of the Tang army, witnessed the battle between the two sides and the constant depletion of troops, and he couldn't help but worry. It is not very wise for Nanyang County to use one county to counter the Central Plains Army. Nanyang County is certainly a large county, and Anchuan County in Yuzhou is also a large county. The soldiers and horses trying to open up the Xia Road in Fancheng were just a legion of the Central Plains Army, and Guizi had already gone all out. If it weren't for the fact that Fancheng Xia Road was a pass in and out of the Central Plains and Nanyang, and could accommodate only a small number of fighting troops, perhaps what appeared in front of Guizi was not just Chao Ren's Iron Wall army, but an army of 900,000. If the princes of Nanyang County want to resist the army from the Central Plains, they must rely on the strength of other princes. Zhu Zima's army has arrived at Bawangpo, tried to open up the Xia Road of Fancheng. This time he claims to have an army of 1 million. Although it may not be millions, it is almost the same number. If you don't support me, I will the one who will be eliminated is you. We will lose our current power and status. In Xianyang City, the Nanyang prefect said that Tang had a dispute with Yang Shirlang, Tongke and other southern princes. If they are lucky, then they can completely become local emperors for the rest of their lives. What happens after death is none of their business. Be patient. Chu Zimu is not invincible. In the north, his cavalry is everywhere. But in the southern terrain, large-scale cavalry operations will have negative effects. That is to say, the actual combat effectiveness of his cavalry will be reduced. I will personally lead a team of soldiers and horses as reinforcements to support Wansheng. Yang Zhulang finally agreed to send troops. I also sent a force of soldiers and horses to assist Wansheng. In addition, I have a guard named Lu Renjan, who can defend the city no less than Zhang Sun. He can defend Fancheng. They are the horns of each other, even if the other side besieges the city with 10 times the force.
They may not be able to capture it. Sun Jian went to attack Hefei's city. And
Tao Ke glanced at the two southern princes who were on the same camp as him, and seemed to have some means of counterattack. Yang Zhulan looked at this opponent, who was actually very scary.
What do you want? Do you know that in the late spring and autumn period, the state of Qi was not a rival to the state of Wu and the state of Yu?
Chapter 958 Sun Quan and Sun Shangxiang.
Has my lord decided to do this?
Zhou Yu stood on a giant building ship and sailed across the Yangtze River. For a while, he had no opponent. Lu Meng, Lu Sun, Xie Xian, Lu Laoji, Wei Rui, Gan Ning, Dong Shi, Ling Chao, and other famous generals were all gathered on this giant ship. Under the protection of Xiao Mo, Tao Ke summoned the generals to discuss the march. Qin Ping, the second counselor in the early Han dynasty, served as military advisor.
There are hundreds of shipyards in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River to the coast of the East China Sea, which can build thousands of ships every year. However, even if there are natural dangers in the Yangtze River and thousands of warships, it is not a long-term solution after all. Attack is the best defense.
The bronze bird looks at the rolling Yangtze River, where the water reaches Guazhou and flows into the East China Sea. He was taking risks. Zhou Yu, Lu Meng, Xie Xian, and others were all cautious. In this war between the North and the South, both sides are playing games. In Lujiang County, Sun Jian gathered an army of 300,000 troops and was ordered to attack Hefei for the fourth time.
The governor of Lujiang County will be changed from Zhang Liao to Yu Fei. It is said that this person is even more difficult to deal with.
Sun Jian's opponent changed from Zhang Liao to Yu Fei. Zhang Liao was one of the 5 good generals and was transferred to Cao Cao's Hebei army by Chu Tian. However, the defender of Huainan was changed to Yu Fei, making it more difficult to attack Hefei. Sun Jian and Zhang Liao can still go back and forth, but when facing Yu Fei, they may be defeated by Yu Fei, who leaves the city. But the order Sun Jian received was to attack Hefei with one force, attack Luan with another force, attack Shouchuan and Runan, and contain the entire force in Huainan and Huaishi. Tongqiu has advised to Sun Jian, facing Yu Fei, the best strategy is to avoid fighting and attack the troops led by other generals. No matter how strong Yu Fei is, he can only appear on one battlefield. Sun Jian's troops and horses put pressure on Huainan and Huaishi.
Chu Zimu wants to break the contract. This time we have to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, we will really treat my daughter badly. Sir, you will be the vanguard.
Sun Jian fought for Sun Shangxiang and was very motivated this time.
Yes.
Sun Su was also dissatisfied with his sister.
Father, I am willing to go to war. Help my father in the northern expedition to the Central Plains, and help the Han dynasty.
A purple-bearded young man learned that his father and brother were about to go out to fight against the strong Xia, so he volunteered. Sun Quan was 17 years old and quite capable. The first and second generations of the Sun family have good martial genes. Although Sun Quan was criticized by later generations, there are actually illusions about riding a horse and shooting tigers. In Sushers,
Jiang Changzi,
there is a saying of
shooting tigers yourself and watching Sun Lang.
Sun Lang is not Sun Tzu, but Sun Quan. Therefore, Sun Quan's force is not low. Of course,
personal force is one thing, but the ability to command an army of 100,000 is another. Sun Jian naturally knew very well how capable his son was. Sun Quan was inferior to Sun Tzu in terms of command and force, and Sun Tzu inherited more of Sun Jian's abilities. However, Sun Quan surpassed Sun Jian and Sun Tzu in terms of political ability. Considering the future of the Sun family, Sun Jian hoped that Sun Tzu would inherit his tribe and Sun Quan embark on an official career, which would ensure the maximum interests of the Sun family. Now Sun Quan requested to join the army. Sun Jian frowned.
This time I fight with the Xia army to the death. I may be buried in horse leather. Quan, you can't join the army. Otherwise Sir and I will have a conflict. And the Sun family still wants you to take charge of the overall situation.
Sun Quan insisted.
My father and my brother are fighting in all directions. Quan only wants to serve in the army and share the worries of his father and brother. I asked my father to agree. That's all.
Sun Jian finally agreed with the somewhat stubborn Sun Quan.
Daddy, hold it high.
A little girl of 7 or 8 years old tugged at Sun Jian's robe.
Why did Xiangxiang run in again? Did she get into trouble again?
Sun Jian had a headache. Sun Quan was just overconfident in his military ability. With Sun Jian and Sun Tzu in check, he would not make mistakes. However, Sun Shangxiang bullied all the descendants of Sun Jian's generals since he was a child, causing trouble everywhere, because he is favored by everyone in the Sun family. Sun Shangxiang is basically not afraid of anyone. Seeing that Sun Su and Sun Quan were also present, Sun Shangxiang blinked.
Dad, what are you discussing?
Sun Su lifted Sun Shangxiang and put it on his shoulders. He obviously doted on his sister.
Dad, and we are going to the war. You stay at home with mother.
Sun Shangxiang pouted.
I want to go too. When you grow up, my brother will take you to the battlefield.
Sun Su believed that Sun Shangxiang would also become a military general when he grew up. Sun Jian was very doting on his wife's only daughter. So Sun Jian actually gave some of the rewards he received during the event to Sun Shangxiang. In Sun Jian's view, Chu Tian wanted to break the contract because he didn't know the goods.
Snort.
Sun Shangxiang was not satisfied and pulled Sun Su's hair.
Stop making trouble. Quan, take Xiangxiang to her mother's place.
Sun Jian asked Sun Quan to take Sun Shangxiang away. Only Sun Jian and Sun Su were left, and they were the only two people in the Sun family who knew about the marriage with Chu Tian.
Chu Zimu is ignorant, so I gave several rewards to Xiangxiang, just to become a relative of the emperor. I will spare no effort in this expedition to let them experience the wrath of the Jiangdong Tiger warriors.
Sun Jian drew his sword and cut the table in pieces. 300,000 Jiangdong soldiers gathered in Lujiang County, with strong troops and horses. Sun Jian and Sun Su each commanded a team of soldiers and horses to attack Hefei and Luan respectively. Song Jiang's Lianshan army was split into two legions, following Sun Jian and Sun Su respectively. Song Jiang has the special characteristic of
Lianshan sworn friendship,
which can attract Lianshan military generals from all over the country to join him. Many Lianshan generals became bandits in various places. Even in the north, there are still many wandering bandits and wubao in the mountains and forests. In troubled times, there is no shortage of bandits, and the government does not have much energy to exterminate these bandits. In order to win over Song Jiang, Tong Kai named Song Jiang the Duke of Liangsheng. Since Song Jiang became an official, he was naturally willing to serve Tong Kai. Song Jiang was not willing to be a bandit. Sun Jian asked Sun Su to attack Luan while he delayed Yu Fei, because Sun Jian believed that Sun Su was brave but not necessarily cautious enough. In Hefei City, Lu Su served as the supervisor and cooperated with Yu Fei to defend Hefei, while Chen Deng continued to guard Guangling County.
Sun Jian has an alliance with the lord between Qin and Jin, so he shouldn't attack with all his strength.
Lu Su, who was in charge of the marriage, had not yet realized that Sun Jian seemed to be dissatisfied with Chu Tian, and he might not show mercy when he attacked Hefei for the fourth time. On the Yangtze River outside Jianya City, 2,000 warships gathered, and at least 400,000 soldiers and horses gathered in Jianya City. Chu Tian's spies deployed in Jianya City noticed the Wu army's movement and immediately reported it to Xia City. Tong Kai and Sun Jian mobilized 700,000 troops at a time, putting unprecedented pressure on the Xia army in the Jianghuai area. Sun Jian has always attacked Hefei, but this time, Tong Kai participated in the attack on Jianghuai. No one knows where Tong Kai will choose as a breakthrough point. Only Tong Kai, Chen Ping, Xie Xian, Zhou Yu and a few other high-ranking officials of Wu army knew about Wu Jun's actions. Chapter 959, Wu Qi goes into battle.
Thousands of ships from the east of the Yangtze River have entered the Yangtze River and are missing? Order Yu Fei and Chen Deng to send soldiers to patrol along the river. If the army from the east of the Yangtze River attacks Guangling County, they will fortify the walls and clear the fields, waiting for reinforcements.
Chu Tian knew that the Tong Kai navy in Jiangdong was powerful, and his Fubo army had only expanded for a year, and was still unable to compete with the Jiangdong navy. So Chu Tian chose to attack Jingzhou instead of Jiangdong. Jiangdong is Chu Tian's last choice. Tong Kai was unwilling to die slowly and chose to send troops to attack instead of defend, which shocked Jianghuai. After Jiangdong navy entered the Yangtze River, they lost news, which made Xia Jun even more uneasy. In the wild, the player system cannot be used to transmit messages. In other words, even if Xia Jun's scouts sneak into the Jiangdong navy, it will be difficult to transmit information.
Chao Ren was blocked at Bawangpo and suffered 20,000 casualties. Guozi is indeed a famous general in the resurgence of the Tang dynasty. However, Chao Ren only went to consume his troops. Wu Qi's Wei soldiers have already passed through Yi County. Let Chao Ren retire and replace Wu Qi.
Chu Tian did not think that Chao Ren could easily defeat Guozi. The real outcome was that the generals responsible for defeating Guizi were Wu Qi and his Wei soldiers. Xiao Liang went out with the army and sat in front of the desk. There is a huge map of mountains and rivers spread on the desk, which marks the scope and strength of various forces. Chu Tian's territory extends to Jeju Island in the east, Dewan Kingdom in the west, Jianghuai in the south, and Siberia in the north. The Xiao army has 600,000 troops attacking the kingdom of Goryeo, and the situation is turbulent. Li has captured Izhou and is besieging Anzhou. Fu Bo's army landed near the Goryeo king's castle and confronted Li Chonggui. Generally speaking, the situation in Goryeo was that the Xiao army was on the offensive, and Li was attacking step by step. The Goryeo kingdom was forced to use the human wave tactic, recruit young people from the Goryeo kingdom, and use all the strength of the country to resist the Liaodong army. On the western front, the Xiliang army and the Guanzhong army, both 600,000 strong, have begun to march towards Hanzhong. On the center line, the Central Plains Army and the Imperial Guard, a total of 900,000 troops, attacked Nanyang County with dark clouds pressing over the city. On the eastern front, there are 200,000 troops in Jianghuai, and Cao Cao's Hebei army of 300,000 is heading towards Jianghuai one after another, for a total of 500,000 troops. In other words, after the Xiao army rested for a period of time, they simultaneously raised an army of 2.6 million and attacked in all directions. Xiao Liang's slender jade fingers traced across the terrain map, finally stopping in Shuzhou. Guizi's Tang army was so difficult to attack. Cao Ren rushed into the enemy camp again and fought with the Tang army, killing thousands of people. Guizi relied on the mountains to continuously counterattack Cao Ren's Iron Wall army, forcing Cao Ren to retreat repeatedly.
Let me lead the cavalry to attack the Tang army again.
Xiahou Dun held a war spear in his hand and was very unwilling. Among the Tang army, two fierce generals, Qin Qiong and Su Chu, charged into the Xiao army from time to time, killed hundreds of people, and then retreated. They could charge into the formation 2 or 3 times a day, which caused the morale of Cao Ren's army to drop, and they were unable to truly defeat Guizi. Xiahou Dun fought against Qin Qiong and Su Chu many times, but was unable to defeat any of them. On the contrary, Xiahou Dun was at a disadvantage, and had to rely on Taisher Ci, Cao Ren, and Cao Hong to force Qin Qiong and Su Chu back. Generally speaking, Cao Ren's army is at a disadvantage. Except for the Shui army, there are almost no special units.
Our vanguard mission has been completed. Wu Qi's Wei soldiers have arrived.
Cao Ren believed that it was enough for him to fight Guizi and rely on a group of low-level soldiers to support him to the current point. After all, Guizi is not an ordinary general.
When Wu Qi comes, Guizi will most likely choose to retreat to avoid his sharp edge.
Manchong, who came to Bawangpo to supervise the army, said to himself, he has great trust in Wu Qi. During the civil war in the empire, Wu Qi was always calm when he attacked Hedong and Guanzhong. He either won or drew, and never lost. Only in the Fifth National War, when he was besieged by a group of Roman and Macedonian generals, did Wu Qi suffer a loss. That's okay, because when Alexander the Great was at his peak, he was also a saint-level commander, coupled with a group of famous Roman generals. It was really difficult for one person to support him. In the current battle of Bawangpo, Guizi, the commander-in-chief of the Tang army, was at a disadvantage and could not resist Wu Qi no matter what. The Fangcheng-Xia road is a narrow road, but it is not as narrow and difficult as the Shu road. It can still allow the army to advance, but it cannot accommodate an army of 900,000.
The Xiao army retreated. Victory belongs to us. King Tang!
Guizi's Tang army cheered. It is said that although the Tang dynasty only had one county, he enjoyed the power and called himself the king of Tang in his own territory. And his army also called himself the Tang army. However, Guizi did not relax like ordinary soldiers because the Xiao army temporarily retreated. The Xiao army assembled 900,000 troops in Xuchang and spent countless silver coins. It was impossible to give up attacking Nanyang County just because of the loss of 20,000 people. Sure enough, after Cao Ren's legion broke out of camp and retreated, another legion of the Xiao army replaced Cao Ren's camp. A group of sharply armored infantry arrived, and a murderous aura filled the Bawangpo battlefield. This legion was fierce and killing. Tang Jun, who had been temporarily relaxed, suddenly felt nervous. Those who fought with them before were only the vanguard of Xiao army, but now it is the main force of Xiao army that has arrived.
Wei! Wu! Pan! Wu Zi couldn't help but feel solemn when he saw the arrival of this elite heavy armored army. Wu Qi's Wei soldiers were numerous, and they were high-level soldiers. The number of Wei soldiers alone was almost equal to Wu Zi's troops. Not many people could fight Wu Qi with the same force. The terrain in the south was not conducive to cavalry operations, but it had no suppressive effect on Wu Qi's Wei soldiers. In other words, the Xia army relied heavily on Wu Qi's infantry to conquer the south of the Yangtze River. As soon as Wu Qi's Wei soldiers arrived, they quickly launched a fierce attack on the Tang army whose morale and physical strength had been exhausted. Rows of Wei soldiers pressed towards the Tang army's camp, holding divine arm bows or mulberry bows, and rained arrows at the Tang army. The Wei warriors in the front row held large shields with both hands, forming a copper wall and an iron wall, and pressed towards the Tang army step by step. Tang Jun felt a suffocating sense of oppression. Wu Qi's legion is mainly composed of high-level Wei soldiers, assisted by low-level cavalry, which is different from Cao Ren's Iron Wall Legion, which is mainly composed of low-level soldiers. Chu Tian ordered Wu Qi to replace Cao Ren at this time, just to win Baoang in one go. The overwhelming army of Wei soldiers is despairing, with no end in sight. The sense of oppression from the Wei Wuzu army was really terrifying. Even though they didn't launch a charge, they could already feel their indomitable force. The dull sound of war drums echoed on the battlefield, and with the pressure of the Wei soldiers, the Tang army's breathing had stopped. Finally, the two armies fought. The soldiers of Wei beat the drums and advanced in unison. The Tang army soon began to retreat. The momentum of the soldiers of Wei forced the opponent to retreat step by step. No, it's hard to compete with him. We can only set fire to delay Xia Jun and buy time. Wu Zi's scalp was numb. Putting aside Wu Qi's personal ability, the elite legion composed of tens of thousands of Wei soldiers was simply difficult to resist. What's more, Wu Zi's legion was consumed by Cao Ren. The Tang army began to abandon the Boangpo defense line and realized that it was difficult to defend the Xia road in Fancheng. They had to burn hay and set fire to the forest to delay the Xia army's march and buy time for the Song and Wu armies to reinforce it. The fire spread in the Baoang area. When Chu Tian saw the fire at Boangpo, he seemed to recall the Battle of the Central Plains a few years ago. At that time, Chu Tian annexed Yuzhou and rushed Tang dynasty to Nanyang County. Tang dynasty burned Baoang, so Chu Tian retreated in the face of difficulties. But this time, Chu Tian no longer retreated, but chose to wait for the fire to disappear and continue to march towards Wancheng. In Xinya City, Yang Shilong's brother-in-law Kai Mao urged Lu Pan and Huang Zhong to step up preparations for soldiers, horses and food, echoing Wancheng. If Chu Tian wants to attack Wancheng, he will have to face threats from the direction of Xinya. The Xinya garrison numbered 70,000, which was actually quite a lot. The Lord will personally bring an army of 200,000 people and set out from Xiangyang to join forces with us. So there is no need to be afraid. Not only that, the King of Wu will also send reinforcements to jointly resist the Xiao army. As long as the Xiao army cannot capture Wancheng, the king will know the difficulty and retreat. We have thousands of fertile fields in Jingzhou, thousands of good generals, and millions of armors. Why should we be afraid of the Xiao army? Kai Mao summoned the Xinya garrison to boost morale. The Jingzhou army once fought with the Xiao army, but was defeated at that time. Kai Zhong, Kai He and his brothers were captured by the Xiao army, so they fought with the Xiao army again at this time. The Jingzhou army had not yet started the battle, and their morale generally dropped by 5 to 10 points. Kai Mao had to find ways to boost morale. The existence of morale forces generals to always consider how to maintain morale. It is not possible to directly recruit soldiers and swarm them. Chu Tian brought an army of 900,000, which was a blow to the enemy's morale. After the two brothers Kai Zhong and Kai He were captured by Chu Tian, the Kai family in Xiangyang used money to redeem Kai Zhong and Kai He. Now Kai Zhong and Kai He are following Kai Mao. Using money to redeem captured generals was a common practice in the West in the Middle Ages. After some wealthy knights were captured, the other party often demanded money but not people. Chu Tian saw that Kai Zhong and Kai He were really useless, so he was happy for the Kai family to redeem them with money. Because Kai Zhong and Kai He had been captured before, they were not as confident as Kai Mao and were submissive. In Xiangyang City, Yang Shilong gathered an army of 200,000 and marched north to support Wancheng. Military generals such as Han Shizhong, Wu Jie, Pan Mei, Chao Bin, Zonza, Wei Pin, and Huang Zhu, as well as civil servants and counselors such as Su Shu, Kuai Yu, and Kuai Lian were all present.
Han Shizhong and Pan Mei were once captured by the Jiangdong army, but Tong Ke was released by Tong Ke in order to form an alliance with the Song army. Beside Yang Zhulong, there was a young general. Players from the Eastern Han dynasty who are familiar with the Three Kingdoms will not be unfamiliar with him. And Yang Sherlang easily recruited this person. Wei Yin from the Three Kingdoms. In the 15th year of the Lord's calendar, the second batch of Three Kingdoms generals had gradually emerged in the Eastern Han dynasty. It's just that Wei Yin was still very young at this time. Yang Zhulong did not have time to train Wei Yin. Or in other words, Wei Yin could only train in the battle. Wei Yin went into battle for the first time, and the opponent he faced was the terrifying Xiao army.
If Nanyang is lost and Xinyet is difficult to defend, followed by Fancheng and Xiangyang, you may not be in your current position by then.
Yang Zhulong glanced at the civil servants and generals present, which were among the few members of his team. Chapter 960 The United States Takes Action. The Anju city of Koryo experienced the fate of Weiju city, and was captured by the Liaodong army commanded by Li. 90,000 Koryo soldiers were killed or captured. General Jiang Hanzhen was forced to abandon Anju city and surrender to the Liaodong army. The three lines of defense retreated from Shijing. In the battle against Anju city, Li ordered 30,000 Korean soldiers to surrender as cannon fodder, attracting arrows from the Anju city defenders and filling up the trenches. After a fierce battle, Anzhou city was in ruins. The two fortresses in northern Goryeo, Weiju Castle and Anju Castle, were captured, resulting in the death of 100,000 Liaodong army soldiers. Koryo lost as many as 260,000 troops in the north. Shijing Pyongyang City, one of the two most important cities in the Goryeo Kingdom, is already under threat from Li Yi's military front.
Open Anzhou City's teleportation array to transport Liaodong City's troops, grain, grass, and weapons to Koryo.
Li opened the teleportation array between Anzhou City and Liaodong City to ensure that supplies from Liaodong City could be obtained. The war between Goryeo and Goryeo consumed tens of millions of arrows, which even Li thought was an astronomical figure. However, the Chutian forces are currently the richest forces in East Asia. They occupy farming areas such as the North China Plain and the Guangzhou Plain. They also trade with Japan and boil the sea into salt. Li rested in Anzhou City for 10 days. Liaodong City replenished arrows for Li Yi's Liaodong army and provided 50,000 low-level soldiers, restoring the strength of the Liaodong army to 250,000. Li continued to march south, aiming directly at Shijing and Goryeo. In Shijing, the leader will be Jiang Hanzhen, the general of Korea. Jiang Hanzhen assembled more than 300,000 troops in Shijing and vowed to resist the Liaodong army to the death. However, Jiang Hanzhen knew the reality of this 300,000-strong army. It is impossible for the Goryeo Kingdom to have millions of elites. On the contrary, there are only a small number of elites, most of whom are low-level troops. And there are also many rebels and local warriors. Therefore, the Goryeo Kingdom was obviously on the defensive and suffered more losses than the Liaodong army. The Liaodong army suffered 100,000 casualties under the premise of a strong attack, while the Goryeo army suffered 260,000 casualties. If the battle were fought in the wild, the number of Korean soldiers killed might reach 350,000. The Kingdom of Goryeo is already using its national fortune to resist the Liaodong army's offensive. The number of young men in the Goryeo Kingdom is not as high as that of the Han Empire. If this consumption continues, maybe even if the Goryeo Kingdom is finally defended, it will not be much different from the destruction of the country. There were 300,000 defenders in Shijing, facing the 250,000 Liaodong army. They were panicked and thought they could not defend themselves. The Liaodong army was actually not only an army of 250,000 people. Li also ordered 50,000 troops from Korea to surrender as the vanguard, which was equivalent to an army of 300,000 people. The same amount was 300,000. The morale of Li Yi's Liaodong army was high, and some people were already fleeing in Shijing.
Seal the city. Women, children, old and young can leave. But young and strong men are not allowed to leave this city. They will live and die with this city.
Jiang Hanzhen ordered the city to be closed and prohibited the young men of Shijing from leaving. Otherwise it would be more difficult to defend the city. Now it is no longer a question of food, but a question of whether it can last for a month under Li Yi's strong attack. The morale of the Goryeo army has declined, and Shijing is a huge city that requires a large number of defenders.
Don't be ridiculous. Izhou City and Anzhou City have lost hundreds of thousands of young people. If we stay in Shijing, we will die. It's better to retreat to Kaijing, defend Kaijing, and abandon Shijing directly. Let us out of the city!
A group of Goryeo players and civilians crowded at the city gate, wanting to leave this dangerous city before the Liaodong army came to the city. The Liaodong army dealt with the Goryeo army and cities without mercy. A brutal war could burn Xijing to the ground. Strict Goryeo soldiers armed with long guns blocked the city gate and only let the old, young, women and children go. These people staying in the city will only consume food. Dark clouds gathered and Xijing fell into chaos. From the teleportation array in Xijing, a group of blonde and blue-eyed musketeers came out of the teleportation array. The Korean soldiers stationed at the teleportation array surrounded this group of people vigilantly. A blonde player said arrogantly,
I am the reinforcement requested by King Lee Chung-gui. Let your general see me.
When the Korean soldiers saw this group of foreign troops appearing in Xijing, it meant that their King Lee Chung-gui had signed an agreement with this group of foreign troops. Otherwise the other party would not be able to use the teleportation array to come to the city. Soon, Jiang Hansen, who was in charge of defending the city, came to see the leader of this foreign army.
I am Jiang Hansen, Minister of War of the Republic of Goryeo.
The blonde player shook hands with Jiang Hansen, which made Jiang Hansen a little stunned.
I am Adams, leading 3,000 musketeers, 3,000 slave archers, and 4,000 light cavalry to help you repel the invasion of the Han Empire. Please give it to me immediately. The soldiers will be provided with the best wooden houses and food, and our horses will be provided with fine grain.
Jiang Hansen frowned. He already knew that King Lee Chung-gui of Goryeo had chosen to ask for help from the United States in the East. But Lee Chung-gui had promised to pay a satisfactory price to the United States and hired legions from the United States to help him fight. The United States player named Adams now spoke in a condescending tone. Players in the United States are also accustomed to looking down on other civilized areas in a superior manner. In the American civilized area, no civilization can compete with them. Currently, four powerful forces have formed in the world of lords: the Han Empire, the Turkic Empire, the Western powers, and the United States. The United States has far more population and territory than Korea, so it does have the strength to look down on Korea. In order to defend Xijing in the Goryeo Kingdom, Jiang Hansen had to swallow his breath and say,
The heavenly soldiers are coming to help us to resist the powerful enemy. All supplies will naturally be provided with the best. Very good.
Adams' reinforcements numbered 10,000 people. When the Korean players learned that the United States had sent reinforcements, they suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. At present, Marshal, the great lord of the United States, is the second lord after Chu Tian. Adams is Marshall's staff and capable general. He wants to support the Goryeo Kingdom as a puppet and contain the development of the Han Empire. Now that the king of Goryeo has foreign aid, the country of Goryeo, which was originally in danger, may not be destroyed.
Those were Indian archers and West African archers.
Goryeo players soon discovered that the slave soldiers of the United States were composed of prisoners from Indian civilization and African civilization. In Xijing, more than 300,000 soldiers and horses were assembled one after another, including 10,000 United States legions and 10,000 rebels composed of Korean players.
Let's go see the cavalry of the Han Empire. We, the United States, have not fought even once with the Han Empire in the main world. This time, let them experience the terror of our 3rd Dragoon Regiment.
When the Korean defenders closed the city and defended themselves, and people were in panic, the arrogant Adams wanted to challenge the Liaodong army.
The Liaodong army is brave and aggressive. Are you sure you want to challenge the vanguard of the Liaodong army?
Jiang Hansen was not familiar with the strength of the United States, let alone the purpose of the Dragoon Regiment. But he knew the terror of the Liaodong army.
The Han Empire was nothing more than that. If he came in person saying, I just want to farm well, maybe I would still be worried.
Adams ignored Jiang Hansen's advice and led 4,000 light cavalry to attack, including 1,000 Special Force Dragoons.
How could these useless Goryeo people know that this is also a good opportunity to collect data on the Han Empire's legions? As long as we have the data on each arm of the Han Empire, the Han Empire will not be afraid.
The United States does not have its own historical ministers and generals, and the players are basically in power. As the staff of the Second Lord Marshal, Adams not only aids the United States, but also tests the reality of the Han Empire. Once Chu Tian is allowed to unify the Han Empire, no one knows whether the Han Empire will organize a fleet to expedition to America. Gongsun Kang's Wuhuan cavalry served as the vanguard of the Liaodong army. Gongsun Kang went all the way south, less than 100 miles away from Pyongyang City. Xijing, with the speed of the cavalry, they can march for a whole day and night. and they can reach the city. Weiju Castle and Unju Castle were lost. The Koryo defenders along the way had no fighting spirit and abandoned the cities one after another and retreated to Shijing. Therefore, Gongsun Kong went south from Anzhou City with almost no obstacles.
Capturing Shijing is equivalent to occupying half of the country of Goryeo. Maybe my Gongsun Kong can also take the credit of destroying the country.
Chapter 961 Dragoon.
In less than a day, we can arrive at the gate of Shijing City of Goryeo Kingdom. After capturing the Goryeo King City, everyone can return home in glory.
Gongsun Kong ordered the cavalry to camp. He personally led 3,000 Wuhuan cavalry as the vanguard. Taduan and a group of Wuhuan nobles, who had committed crimes and meritorious services, gathered around the bonfire. In the battles between Izhou City and Anzhou City, a group of Wuhuan nobles and cavalry were killed. Only the Wuhuan nobles who survived the war against Goryeo and made meritorious service could be exempted from the death penalty and be appointed as generals or lieutenants.
The Goryeo Kingdom is more tenacious than we thought. The last time it was destroyed, King Maon used more elite troops, and the Goryeo Kingdom was not so tenacious at that time.
Taduan once followed Mingguan to destroy the Goryeo Kingdom. This time, the Goryeo Kingdom summoned an army of 1 million with great momentum. Gongsun Kong cut off a piece of golden mutton with a dagger.
They are unwilling to accept the subjugation of their country once.
Gongsun Kong lived in Liaodong and was familiar with the habits of the Wuhuan people. So he commanded this group of Wuhuan cavalry. The Wuhuan cavalry was also convinced of Gongsun Kong. After surrendering to Chutian, Gongsun Kang's status rose, and he succeeded Taduan and commanded the Wuhuan cavalry.
There are 2 gates in the west, Datong and Chongqing. In the east, Lumen and Hanzi Gate in the south, Dongfang and Qixing Gates in the west, and Maitamen and Yudenfang in the north. If you want to completely encircle such a huge city, it will take 30. The army of 10,000 is a little reluctant. Maybe we can surround 3 towers and set up an ambush on their retreat.
Gongsun Kong held the topographic map of Shijing in his hand. When Mingguan ruled the Goryeo Kingdom, he had already collected topographic maps of various parts of the Goryeo Kingdom. These topographic maps provided Chutian with a lot of convenience for his second conquest of the Goryeo Kingdom. The next day, Gongsun Kong continued to go south and defeated a small group of Goryeo cavalry. When Gongsun Kong went south and was less than 40 miles away from Shijing, a Wuhuan cavalry team at the front came back and reported,
"General, there is a cavalry force of thousands of people in the south to fight. The Koreans actually had the courage to go out and defeat them."
Gongsun Kong urged the Wuhuan cavalry to go south. A cavalry of about 4,000 people appeared, several of them holding Western-style fire dragon battle flags.
"Stop the march!"
Gongsun Kong raised his whip, and the Wuhuan cavalry stopped one after another.
"What kind of flag is that? It doesn't look like the Korean flag."
Taduan reined in the horse and drew his saber. Gongsun Kong looked at the enemy cavalry and saw the fire dragon flag for the first time. After the cavalry from the opposite side arrived, some of the cavalry dismounted and formed a formation, blocking the passage to Shijing.
"These are mounted infantry. Overwhelm them."
Gongsun Kong drew his saber, and Taduan led the world's famous cavalry to attack the mounted infantry who blocked them. The horses galloped. The Wuhuan cavalry took out their bows and arrows and approached the enemy. Confederate Adams narrowed his eyes and directed the dragoons to dismount. Dragoons are musketeers on horseback who use the high mobility of cavalry to allow musketeers to quickly withstand the battlefield. Of course, there are exceptions, and that is the Swedish dragoons of Gustav II, the Nordic Lion, or the heavy dragoons of England. On both sides of the dragoons, there was traditional light cavalry cover for hand-to-hand combat. The Western-style fire dragon war flag was fluttering. When the Wuhuan cavalry entered the range of the matchlock gun, the dragoons in the front row began to fire. Dozens of the Wuhuan cavalry were killed in the galloping. The morale and formation of the Wuhuan cavalry were destroyed. A group of dragoons holding spears stood in the front, preventing the Wuhuan cavalry from attacking the musketeers. The light cavalry of the United States on both wings attacked Gongsun Kang's cavalry. Gongsun Kong and Taduan did not expect that there would be firearms units on the Goryeo battlefield, and they were instantly overwhelmed. Even though the Sanjun Wuhuan cavalry is a 6th level unit, as light cavalry, its defense is not high, and it cannot withstand firearms fire. A Wuhuan noble's chest was penetrated by a lead bullet. He fell off his horse, and was trampled by the panicked horse. After 2 or 3 rounds of volleys from the opposite side, some Wuhuan cavalry finally approached the dragoons. They threw their bows and arrows and killed dozens of musketeers on the opposite side. The Wuhuan cavalry and the United States cavalry on both wings fought with sabers and swords.
There are indeed many nomadic tribes on the grasslands of the Han Empire. Their combined population may exceed 10 million, or even more. But in the face of firearms, the cavalry appears so weak.
Adams saw that the Wuhan cavalry was flanked by spearmen and light cavalry, and was unable to deal with the continuous volleys of dragoons in the middle. It gradually collapsed, and was recording the performance of the Han Empire cavalry. Although the Wuhuan tribe was also a barbarian to the Han Empire, even the Han Empire regarded the Wuhuan tribe as part of itself and later integrated it into China. Therefore, the Wuhuan cavalry was also a special unit of the Han Empire. As marshal staff, Adams came specifically to collect data on various arms of the Han Empire.
By capturing a group of Wuhuan cavalry and persuading them to surrender, I can collect more detailed data.
Adams sent 500 cavalry in reserve to the battlefield. Gong Sun Kong was in a bitter battle. The muskets that could not be avoided with the naked eye killed many Wuhuan guards around Gong Sun Kong. The United States used a cavalry regiment that mixed firearms and cold weapons. Gong Sun Kong, who drove straight in, was caught off guard and was defeated by Adams's 3rd Dragoon Regiment.
Retreat!
Gong Sun Kong desperately led the Wuhuan cavalry to break out of the encirclement and cut down the United States light cavalry who tried to surround him. Taduan fought until he was in front of the dragoons, killed several spearmen, and hacked 3 dragoons. When Taduan wanted to turn back, Gong Sun Kong had already been defeated, and Taduan was trapped in a tight siege and was captured alive by Adams. The tied-up Taduan was brought to Adams. Taduan's armor was filled with 5 arrows and dripping with blood.
You should be the leader of the Wuhuan tribe. Could it be that you are one of the 3 kings of the Wuhuan tribe?
Adams saw that Taduan's armor was different from other Wuhuan cavalry, and judged that Taduan was a Wuhuan nobleman, not an ordinary Wuhuan cavalry.
Are you Western barbarians?
After Taduan was captured alive, he found that almost all the people in front of him were blonde and blue-eyed Westerners.
To be precise, our United States is to the east of you.
Our United States lacks generals,
especially cavalry generals. Why not serve for us? We will give you the official positions and gold you want. With your talents, you can command at least thousands of cavalry.
Adams tried to recruit Tayton to surrender. For the United States, which has a blank history, it may become even stronger if it can recruit civil servants and military officers from other civilizations. Taduan was angry.
I am a general of the Kingdom of Heaven. How can I surrender to the Western barbarians?
Several United States dragoons drew their infantry swords and tried to kill Tayton. Adams stopped them.
Take those weak Koreans back. They heard that I captured the opponent's general, and maybe their morale will increase.
After Gong Sun Kang's defeat, he regrouped his troops. Only 1,900 cavalry remained from the 3,000, and 1,100 high-level light cavalry were killed or captured.
General, our leader is missing.
Wuhuan cavalry discovered that Taduan was missing.
He may have died in battle or been captured. This group of cavalry is not the cavalry of the Koryo people, but the cavalry of Western civilization.
When Gong Sun Kong was fighting just now, he had clearly seen the appearance of the enemy's cavalry. The enemy was definitely not the cavalry of Goryeo. Gong Sun Kong also followed Mingguan on national wars, so he was no stranger to the appearance of Westerners. The appearance of cavalry from Western civilization in Goryeo shows that Western civilization came to help Li Changge.
This battle against Goryeo may be more difficult than imagined. Even Western civilization has intervened in the war. I need more detailed information.
Gong Sun Kong didn't know which civilization intervened on the battlefield of Goryeo, so he stopped marching to Shijing and waited for news from the Xia army's scouts. Lui, who is located at the rear, has learned the accurate news.
About 10,000 reinforcements from Western civilization are stationed in Shijing, including dragoons, a special firearms unit.
Lui was not very relaxed when he received the news. The dragoons are similar to the Shinji battalion. Li Changge, who received the support of the United States, regained his confidence in fighting the Liaodong army.
Gong Sun Kang's vanguard force was defeated by the United States cavalry, and Taduan may be captured by the enemy.
Gong Sun Kong sent his cavalry back to report to Lui.
It seems Gong Sun Kong encountered their dragoons.
Based on the news reported by Gong Sun Kong and the intelligence obtained from the Goryeo kingdom, Lui was very sure that Gong Sun Kong was defeated by the opponent's dragoons. In the world of lords where cold weapon cavalry are rampant, dragoons are, as the name suggests, giving people a great sense of oppression.
General, what should we do?
Zhu Dasho looked at Li uneasily, waiting for Li's decision. Even Wuhuan King Taduan was captured by the dragoons, and they may also suffer such a fate.
Continue to march towards Shijing. There are only 1,000 dragoons. Once they are caught by the heavy cavalry, the entire army will be annihilated.
Lui did not give up the siege. As long as they reach Shijing and cut off the teleportation array in Shijing, the dragoons will not be able to replenish the black powder, and the supplies will be exhausted sooner or later. The victory or defeat of military strategists is not just a comparison on paper. Supplies are equally important. After Gongsun Kang's defeat, he joined the main force of the Wuhuan army and continued to march southward. Taduan's capture had an impact on the morale of the Wuhuan army, but it did not cause the Wuhuan army to lose its combat capability. Gongsun Kang became cautious, and 30,000 Wuhuan and Xianbei cavalry deterred left and right to force Adams's dragoon regiment back. Adams did not dare to be entangled by 30,000 light cavalry. Otherwise his dragoon regiment would be annihilated by the main force of the Liaodong army that followed. Li Yi's 300,000 Liaodong army finally arrived at Shijing City, when the Koryo defenders regained their morale a little because they captured Taduan alive. Li Yi's Liaodong army appeared on the outskirts of Shijing, with an army as far as the eye could see.
The main force of the Liaodong army is here.
The defenders of the Koryo kingdom fell into chaos again, and people were panicked. Capturing a Taduan alive is nothing to the Liaodong army.
The dragoon regiment is responsible for defending the ordinary gate, and General Quan Li is responsible for defending the Peony Peak.
General Jiang Hansen assigned tasks to various Goryeo generals, as well as the arriving Adams. Although the giant city is strong, Shijing has 7 gates and 1 mountain to defend. For the defenders of the Koryo kingdom, failing to defend Shijing was equivalent to losing half of the Koryo kingdom. Chapter 962 Fubo's army retreats.
Mitai Gate is easy to defend but difficult to attack, so we won't attack it yet. The cavalry corps attacked Muten Peak. The Yinjia corps attacked the ordinary gate and Qixing Gate in the west of the city, and the Wuhuan corps drove the Koryo troops to pretend to attack the Lumen Gate and Hanxi Gate in the south. The Ning army will serve as a reserve force and leave the Datong and Chongqing gates in the east, which cannot be surrounded.
Lu Yi marked the targets to be attacked by each general on the map. The Liaodong army concentrated its forces to attack the west of the city and Peony Peak in the north of the city, and pretended to attack the south of the city, leaving the east of the city behind. The 2 east gates face the Datong River and are difficult to attack.
Take orders!
After receiving the order, the generals immediately went down to prepare. 300,000 Liaodong troops pressed into the city, except for the Datong River in the east. The Liaodong troops were overwhelming in all other directions. The Liaodong army obviously wanted to drive the defenders of Shijing to Kaijing. The main force of the Koryo defenders stayed in the city and set up muskets, bows and arrows, oil, wood and stones on the city walls. The Koryo general Quan Li led 40,000 defenders to garrison at Moran Peak outside the city and set up horse fences to respond to the danger. Peony Peak is located in the north of the city, with a commanding position. Once attacking, the cavalry will gain terrain bonus, like a tiger descending the mountain, driving straight in. Therefore, Lu Yi was very keenly aware of the threat from the defenders of Muten Peak, so he ordered Zhu Neng and Geng Yan to attack Muten Peak. The carriages of the Liaodong army arrived one after another, and craftsmen began to manufacture Xiangyang cannons, siege towers, ladder trucks, ramming trucks and other large siege equipment. Geng Yan and Zhu Ning's Yuzo assault cavalry were deployed at the foot of Muten Peak, preparing to attack the Goryeo army stationed at Muten Peak. Over Shijing, there are dark clouds, and the north wind is howling. The entire giant city was filled with a sense of solemnity, and the air was suffocating. In the eyes of the Goryeo army, the Liaodong army was almost invincible. At the ordinary gate, the dragon cavalry regiment's fire dragon battle flag was flapping in the wind. A group of Indian and West African archers were stationed on the city wall, accompanied by tribal wizards, who could strengthen the combat power of the primitive tribal troops. Although the United States has no heroes of its own, it can capture alive or buy a group of wizards with gold, and purchase West African archers and other arms from other civilizations. In addition to the 10,000 soldiers of the United States, the Korean General Jean Zidian led 20,000 troops to guard the common gate with Adams. Jean Zidian said to Adams,
"The reinforcements you sent are too few. Only 10,000. On the opposite side, the troops of the Kingdom of Heaven claim to be 1 million. We are attacking the ancient Mayan kingdom. Conquering the rainforest requires a large number of troops. Otherwise, how could only 10,000 people come? 30,000 people have already gone to Kaijing. That patrolling heavy armored infantry should be Yin Jia from the Han Empire soldiers. As far as we know, only Lu Yi has this special unit.
Adams was observing the military situation of the Liaodong army on the opposite side. He saw the razor-clad Yin Jia, like Qin Ruishi, Wei Wuzhu, Qi martial arts, and Zhao Bianqi. All belonged to the special arms of the Warring States period. Under the protection of Zhu Yi, Lu Yi explored the fortifications of the western capital of Goryeo in the west of the city. The ordinary gate has 12 giant arrow towers and 72 large crossbows. This is the second largest city in Goryeo.
Tear down all defenses.
Lu Yi can build a large counterweight trebuchet to destroy arrow towers, city towers, and other fortifications. Lu Yi even considered whether to borrow the Hongyi cannon from Chu Tian and bombard Xijing. However, Chu Tian transferred the Hongyi cannon to attack Wancheng in Nanyang County, a Taiwan Xiangyang artillery, a large siege tower, and a ladder truck stood in the west of the city. The Korean defenders also realized that the west of the city was the main attack direction of the Liaodong army. So Jiang Hansen assembled 120,000 defenders and reserves in the west of the city. The Dragoon Regiment is also in the west of the city. The width in the west of the city is longer, suitable for using 100,000 troops and horses at the same time to attack. When the king of Goryeo opened the capital, Lee Chung-gae met with the Kyushu generals Tachibana Michiyuki and Shimazu Yoshihiro sent by the Japanese shogunate. Under the instructions of Oda Nobunaga, 50,000 Kyushu island soldiers assisted the Koryo kingdom and intervened on the battlefield of the Koryo kingdom. The United States sent 30,000 troops to open the capital. Lee Chung-gae, Zheng Zhilong, and other Fubo army generals were fighting in the north of Kaijing. The arrival of this new group of troops in Kaijing was undoubtedly the key to turning defeat into victory for Lee Chung-gae. Lee Mincheol, who served as the Prime Minister of Goryeo, introduced the arriving reinforcements to Lee Chung-gae.
Tachibana Doyuki, known as Kadoiki, the head of the Tachibana family, Shimazu Yoshihiro, known as Oni Shimazu, is one of the 4 brothers of the Shimazu family. They are almost Kyushu Island, the strongest general, and the general of the United States. Brand, if you help me to defend the kingdom of Goryeo, I will keep my promise and pay tribute to the United States of 1.2 million taels of silver and the Japanese shogunate of 800,000 pieces of silver every year, and allow the 2 countries to station a small number of troops in Kaijing and open up trade.
Lee Chung-gae made a promise to the arriving reinforcements. His face was twitching because the conditions proposed by the United States and the Japanese shogunate were very harsh. However, in order to continue to maintain the exclusive status of the king of Goryeo, he could only choose to seek help from other civilized areas.
I hope your majesty can keep your promise, and the Fire Dragon Legion of the United States will not disappoint you.
Brand's voice from the United States was gloomy. Lee Minja introduced to Lee Chung-gae in a low voice.
The United States also has many legions. The Fire Dragon Legion is the 2nd legion, second only to the 1st legion.
After hearing this, Lee Chung-gae said to Brand,
"Why don't your 1st regiment come?"
Brand replied,
"The Federation governor is conquering the Mayan kingdom, and our Fire Dragon Legion only has 30,000 people, which is enough. If Goryeo is ultimately defeated, then there is no need for the king to fulfill his promise."
Lee Chung-gae still believed that the United States had underestimated the Liaodong army. The Han Empire only sent 2 troops, the Liaodong army and the Fubo army, to attack the Koryo kingdom. The main force in the Central Plain simply did not bother to attack the Koryo kingdom. You won't be disappointed. The 2nd Army of the United States, the Fire Dragon Army, supports 10,000 people in Xijing and 30,000 people in Kaijing. It is bound to win. The Tachibana family from Kyushu Island in Japan came to Japan with 10,000 people, using Tachibana Kua as their battle flag. And the Shimazu family came to 40,000 people, with Marijishi as their battle flag. Lee Chung-gae received 80,000 fresh troops, so he immediately counterattacked the Fubo army that landed. The great pirate Zheng Zhilong of the Fubo army led about 100,000 navy soldiers to land and occupied the earthen walls and arrow towers on the seaside. They were blocked by the 300,000 Koryo army. After Zheng Zhilong came ashore, his command value dropped by 10 points, so he could not defeat Lee Chung-gae. The supervisor Yu Yunwen was capable of fighting on land, so he commanded an army of 100,000 and was at loggerheads with Lee Chung-gae. If the stalemate persists, the Fubo army can withdraw to the sea.
Generals, the southeast section of the earth wall was attacked by the enemy. Japanese warriors and firearms troops appeared among the enemy. General Su Shun was injured in the battle.
Yu Yunwen and Zheng Zhilong worked together to repel the Koryo General Zhang Wan's army. However, Su Shun, who was responsible for defending the southeastern section of the Earth Wall, was injured by the United States Fire Dragon Army, and the Earth Wall fell.
I'm going to rescue Su Sheng.
Zheng Zhilong and Su Sheng established the Fubo Legion together, and have a close relationship to this day. At this time, they heard that Su Sheng was injured and the Fire Dragon Legion captured the southeastern section of the Earth Wall. So they immediately went to support Su Sheng.
After rescuing Su Sheng, abandon the earthen wall and withdraw to the ship.
Although he could not get accurate information, Yu Yunwen realized that the counterattack of the Koryo army was no small matter. The best strategy is to retreat to sea. Of the 100,000 Navy soldiers, 20,000 were killed, and Su Sheng was seriously injured under the coalition offensive led by Li Changui, Brand, Tachibana Michiyuki, and Shimizu Yoshihiro. Because of Yu Yunwen's decisive decision, the remaining navy boarded the ship and evacuated to the sea. The Koryo army and the Nefubo army were helpless. The importance of sea control began to rise. Even if the Fubo army cannot defeat the coalition forces after landing, the coalition forces will not be able to severely damage the Fubo army. Su Sheng, who was seriously injured, was rescued by Zheng Zhilong. There were traces of gunshot wounds on his armor. If it weren't for the fact that the armor equipped by the generals of the Xia army was made by famous men, Su Sheng might have been killed in battle.
The Shinji Battalion is a unit similar to the Shinji Battalion. They are Westerners.
Su Sheng gasped for air, covered his wound, and reported to the coach Zheng He.
I received news here that Prince Xia's mansion ordered us to return to defend Shuzhou. The Jiandong Navy attacked from the sea and attacked the coast of Shuzhou. Unfortunately, our Fubo army has to abandon the battlefield of Goryeo.
Zheng He didn't care about the victory or defeat of Goryeo on the battlefield.
Jiandong Navy crosses the sea to attack Shuzhou.
Yu Yunwen and Zheng Zhilong were shocked by Jiandong Juan's generosity. The Jiandong Navy was no longer satisfied with occupying the Yangtze River, but went out of the Yangtze River estuary and headed north to attack counties in Shuzhou. As the hinterland of Shuzhou, there has been no war for many years. But this time, King Wu Banke avoided the difficult Yufei, went north along the coast, and invaded Shuzhou and Qizhou. As the only army that could fight the Jiandong Navy, the Fubo army received military orders from the Xia Prince's palace to return to Qizhou and Shuzhou to aid. The military orders of the Xia Palace cannot be disobeyed. Yu Yunwen pondered.
Only the Liaodong army is on the battlefield in Korea. I'm afraid,
Zheng He said,
the Monan army and the Mabe army will intervene in the battlefield of Goryeo.
Chapter 963 Shuzhou War breaks out again. In Chu County, Shuzhou, Jiandong Army's warships appeared on the sea, and all the merchants and civilians in Chu County panicked. The number of Jiandong Army ships reached thousands. The huge building ship was rising and falling on the sea, and hundreds of soldiers stood on the various decks of the building ship under the cold light. Tongkai, Zhouyu and Xiexian stood on the city wall. They could see hundreds of merchant ships in Xuxian harbor and the panicked people at the dock.
Shuzhou is Chu Zima's base. His main force is transferred to the Central Plains to attack Jingxiang. This is a good opportunity to attack Shuzhou and Qingzhou.
Tongchua's Jiandong Navy also ran rampant in the coastal areas. Zhouyu, Lu Su, and Lu Meng, as naval generals, have bonuses to the fleet, improving the fleet's navigation capabilities and reducing losses during navigation.
Retreat to the city.
The head of the Mi family, a wealthy family in Chu County, is at the port, preparing to lead a merchant fleet to Japan for trade. When he saw the Suzaku battle flag of Jiandong army appearing, Mizhu turned pale. As one of the top officials of the Xia army, Mizhu naturally knew the flag of the Wu army. The Fubo army was currently attacking the kingdom of Goryeo, and could not appear here. The large merchant ship originally loaded with goods was abandoned by Mizhu and a group of merchants, and the strong man lost his arms. If captured by the Wu army, they might be killed or severely blackmailed by the Wu army. As a commercial port, Chu County had basically no fortifications, because Chu Tian believed that offense was the best defense. This was also the first time that Chu County was attacked by the enemy, facing Wu's army of at least 200,000 troops. Chu County's several hundred city defense troops were unable to defend it. Rather than saying they are city defense troops, they are just government servants who maintain law and order in peacetime. From the teleportation array in Chu County, the first batch of 500 women soldiers came out. Pingyang Princess Li Xiaoning strode forward and led the women's army to take over the county government in Chu County. Li Xiaoning was named the central protector by Chu Tian, and was already a senior member of the Imperial Guard. In the event of a war, Li Xiaoning's rank was much higher than that of the county magistrate, and could even order the governor.
Master Zonghujin. Wu Jun has thousands of warships, and at least 100,000 people. We in Chu County only have 500 low-level soldiers, and less than 100 horses.
So we can't defend it all.
The Tsushin magistrate's face was now not just pale, but bloodless. All along, the county magistrate of Chu County has only needed to develop the economy. But this time a powerful enemy attacks, and Chu County is in danger. Li Xiaoning came to reassure people.
There is no need to panic. The teleportation arrays in various counties in Shuzhou have been occupied by King Xia. Tens of thousands of reinforcements are gathering in Chu County, and they will definitely protect the city.
Mi Zhu also came to the county government office.
Our Mi family is willing to donate 1 million taels of silver for military supplies, and recruit 3,000 strong men to defend the city.
The county magistrate of Chu County couldn't help but be moved. This is 1 million taels of silver. Because Chu County, where Mi's family was located, was threatened. Mi Zhu directly donated 1 million taels of silver to defend Chu County. The Mi family's arrogance is second to none in Shuzhou. Mi Zhu and Mi Fang hold high positions in Chutian's power, and Chutian intends to hand over the trade of Japan to the Mi family. Therefore, the Mi family is so rich that it rivals the country. In Chu County, even the county magistrate looks at the Mi family's face. Because Li Xiaoning was Xiao Liang's bodyguard, she didn't need to rely on the Mi family's support. She cupped her fists and said,
Master Lao Mi, without King Xia, there would be no prosperity for the Mi family. It's just 1 million taels of silver.
Mi Zhu waved his hand. Compared with Chu Tian's huge financial resources, the Mi family's 1 million taels of silver is really nothing. Chu Tian's military expenditures and supplies every month amount to tens of millions of silver. Li Xiaoning came to defend the city in person, and the detachment of women came one after another from the teleportation array. The teleportation array can teleport a limited number of people every day, probably more than 10,000 people. Merchant ships parked at the port were looted by Jiangdong's army, and a large amount of cargo was lost. But compared with their own lives, although Mi Zhu and other businessmen felt sorry for their losses, they still believed that their own lives were more important.
With the development of Chuzimu, Shuzhou is truly as rich as any other country.
Talke saw the soldiers of Jiangdong army snatching ships from Chu County, and each ship was loaded with goods that were about to be shipped to Japan. The goods of each merchant ship may be worth tens of thousands of taels of silver, or even more. There is no doubt that Shuzhou is currently the richest state because Chu Tian built a large number of special buildings in Langya Kingdom with various bonuses. Chu Tian's ambition was not only to unify the Han Empire, but also to remotely control Korea, Japan, and America from Xia City. So he never gave up on Xia City. Chang'an and Luoyang are located in the hinterland of the Han Empire. They are the best choices to control the Han Empire. However, as the importance of sea control increases, Chu Tian needs to have a longer-term vision. However, when the enemy turned into the Wu army with a huge fleet, the previously peaceful Shuzhou once again became a battlefield. Jiangdong Navy directly bypassed the Jianghuai defense line and approached Langya Kingdom. If the Xia city of Langya Kingdom is captured, then for the Chu Tian forces, not only will they lose a huge city, but also the morale of all the legions will drop.
Just the looting of Shuzhou merchant ships is enough to make up for the military expenses of the northern expedition. The northern Jiangsu plain is conducive to cavalry operations, and even if it is captured, it will be difficult to hold on. We go to attack the hilly area in the eastern part of Langya Kingdom, which is conducive to our infantry and archers. Crossbow defense.
Talke gave up the attack on Chu County, believing that the plains of northern Jiangsu were easy to attack and difficult to defend. This is also the most troublesome part of the northern expedition. Even if Shuzhou is captured, it will be difficult to hold it. However, Talke also has a choice, and that is the hilly terrain of Shandong. The news that Jiangdong Navy attacked Chu County and plundered merchant ships spread throughout Shuzhou, and people were panicked for a while. There has been no war in Shuzhou for 10 years. In Shihai County in the eastern part of Langya Kingdom, tens of thousands of Beifu troops came ashore and easily captured this defenseless county, threatening Xia City. The magistrate of Shihai County had already begun to migrate people to Ju County before the arrival of the Suqiao Navy. When the Suqiao Navy arrived, the few low-level soldiers in the area fled without fighting. The 600,000 Imperial Guards originally assembled in Xuchang had to withdraw to Langya Kingdom one after another, interfering with Chu Tian's plan to capture Nanyang County. At the end of the spring and autumn period, the state of Wu attacked Qi, The two sides were already fighting on the sea. Tokay wanted to imitate the war between Wu and Qi and attack Shuzhou and Qingzhou from the sea, forcing me to return to defense and give up attacking Jingzhou. All of this, it's not much different from your judgment a few days ago.
After the Jiangdong Navy disappeared, the Jiangdong Navy had several possible attack locations. Chu Tian, Xiao Liang, Sun Bin and others all imagined that the Jiangdong Navy would attack Shuzhou. But when Tokay actually crossed the sea to attack Shuzhou and Qingzhou, Chu Tian was still shocked by his generosity. The courage of Tokay now is different from that of Sun Quan in history. Tongchua's offensive went into full swing, swallowing up Qingzhou and Shuzhou.
On the battlefield of Koryo, Marshal of the United States sent the Fire Dragon Legion, and Shogun Oda Nobunaga sent the Shimazu and Tachibana families to support King Li Chunggui of Koryo. Koryo's counterattack may be extremely fierce.
Not only did the Jiangdong Navy cross the sea to attack Shuzhou, but the war in Goryeo fell into a stalemate after the initial devastation.
Our understanding of the United States is limited. It seems that we need to bribe a group of players in the United States to obtain the intelligence we want. They may be powerful enemies in the future.
This was the first time Chu Tian heard about the Fire Dragon Legion. In other civilized areas, Chu Tian can also roughly know their strength through the hero ranking list. However, there are no historical heroes in the American civilization zone. They only have powerful troops. Therefore, Chu Tian is also unable to grasp the strength of the American civilization zone. The United States has established legions such as the Fire Dragon, Griffin, and Crusaders, among which the Fire Dragon Legion is a legion dominated by dragoons. Tachibana Michiyuki and Shimazu Yoshihiro are both decent generals. The Japanese samurai have Bushido characteristics, so their combat power is not weak. At least, they are stronger than the soldiers of Koryo. Taduan was captured on the battlefield of Korea. Chu Tian didn't take it seriously, because Taduan's life and death was not important, and would not affect the overall situation. The injured Su Sheng was transferred back to Qingzhou by Chu Tian to recuperate.
Order Li to capture Shijing as soon as possible. Occupy the northern territory of Goryeo, and confront Li Chunggui.
Because the United States and the Japanese shogunate strongly intervened in the Koryo kingdom, Chu Tian would not be able to destroy Li Chunggui for a while. So he retreated and occupied the northern part of the Koryo kingdom, and divided the Koryo kingdom into two. The prerequisite for occupying half of the Koryo kingdom is that Li can capture Shijing of the Koryo kingdom as soon as possible, and use Shijing as the base of the Liaodong army in the Koryo kingdom. The coalition composed of Li Chunggui, Brand, Tachibana Michiyuki, and Shimazu Yoshihiro has begun to move north to support Shijing guard Jiang Hansen. Uprisings broke out in the mountain towns near Weiji Castle and Unju Castle in the Goryeo kingdom, and Li Yi's retreat was unstable. So Chu Tian issued orders one after another.
Order Li Mu's Monan army and Prince Yan's Mabe army to go to the kingdom of Goryeo to support Li Yi.
Almost all the legions established by Chu Tian were dispatched to defeat all powerful enemies. Chu Tian's 600,000 Imperial Guard troops were divided into two groups. One to return to support Shuzhou and Qingzhou, and the other to stay in the Central Plains to attack Nanyang County with Wu Qi. The fire at Bawangpo disappeared, and the armies of Wu Qi, Wei Wuji, and Chaoren went south and marched toward Wancheng. Reinforcements from Xinya, Xiangyang, and Jiangxia also targeted Wancheng and massively supported Wancheng. There are hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses entering Nanyang County one after another. When Chu Tian left, he called Wu Qi.
I'll leave the war in Nanyang County to you. Take Wancheng and Xinya within half a year, and then return to me in Xiaoqing.
Chapter 964 Shiliang Army versus the former Qin Army. In the city of Gui in Hanyang County, Su Fengnian assembled an army of 200,000 to attack Qishan. The flags of the Shiliang army were ringing, and 200,000 armored soldiers were in huge crowds, their black armor like clouds. Xia's army is mainly black, and once tens of thousands of soldiers and horses march, it will bring a great sense of oppression. Ma Chao, the commander-in-chief of the Shiliang army, held a 100-gene iron spear and mounted his horse, leading the Shiliang cavalry to clear the way. A battle flag of the Shiliang army was fluttering behind Ma Chao. The Shiliang army and the Guanzhong army tried their best to capture Hanzhong. The difficulty of attacking Sichuan and Shu was more difficult than imagined. Otherwise, Lao Qin would not have been unable to win Hanzhong defended by Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao's Hanzhong fell because he was attacked from the north and the south, so he had to retreat to Shangyong City.
The road to Shu is as difficult as climbing to the sky.
Su Fengnian entered the Qishan Mountain Road, which was just the beginning of his journey to Shu. To capture Chengdu from Shiliang, we still have to pass through Yangping Pass and Jianghe, and go through steep mountains all the way. For hundreds of thousands of troops, supplies are as difficult as climbing to the sky. Only large cities can activate the teleportation array, and the prerequisite for a large city is to have a population of 500,000. Su Fengnian's Shiliang army took the road Zhuge Liang took out of Qishan, and attacked Xiaobin City in Wudu County. Liu Bei's army stationed 30,000 troops in Xiaobin. Han Zhong heard that the Shiliang army took the Qishan road to capture Bian, so Wang Ming personally led his troops to support Xiaobin. At the same time, he asked Yang Su to set up a mountain fortress at the exit of Baoxia Road and Tangluo Road to block Guanzhong. Military. As long as the exit of the mountain road is guarded, it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Hanzhong can definitely defeat the majority with less. When Wei Yin served as the governor of Hanzhong, even if Qiao Wei tried his best to attack, he might not be able to capture Hanzhong. The Shiliang army approached Xiaobin City, the most important city in Wudu County. Xiaobin City was captured and Yangping Pass was in sight. Wang Ming personally led the army and joined the Xiaobin garrison. Under his command were a group of former Qin warriors, including Ding Chong, Zhang Hao, Su Cheng, and Lu Guang. Also arriving at the same time was the former Qin king Fu Jian, who is also the current king of Di. There are many Chong and Di tribes in Wudu County, and Fu Jian has the ability to win over the Di tribes. When Fu Jian appeared in Wudu County, tens of thousands of Di people came to seek refuge. Wang Ming selected 20,000 Di soldiers from them, bringing his own strength to 130,000. Fu Jian originally did not want to confront the imperial court represented by Xia Jun, but now he was sidelined and could not help himself. Sighing from time to time, Wang Ming had an inexplicable liking for Fu Jian, so he treated Fu Jian well. It is a pity that Wang Ming has a new Lord Liu Bei, and it is impossible to join the historical Lord Fu Jian. Lu Guang will guard Xiaobin, while I, Ding Chong, and Zhang Hao will station troops to secure the mountain. If the Shiliang army attacks Xiaobin, we will cut off their retreat and annihilate them all. Wang Ming is quite imposing. Why is it so complicated? Let me, Lu Feng, take the lead and defeat it with one strike. A group of fierce generals followed Wang Ming, holding Fang Tian's painted halberd, filled with murderous intent. After Lu Bu recovered from his injuries, Liu Bei named Lu Bu the general of the Di Kingdom and assisted Wang Ming in the defense of Hanzhong. Although Lu Bu seemed to be promoted, the Di Kingdom only had two counties, Hanzhong County and Wudu County. Like the Tang Kingdom established by the Nanyang governor in the Tang dynasty, it was a small separatist kingdom that was stubbornly resisting. Wang Ming didn't like Lu Bu very much, because of his status as a military advisor. He smiled slightly and said, "If the general listens to my command, he can defeat the Shiliang army. Otherwise, he may be defeated by the Shiliang army. Are you looking down on me?" Lu Bu raised Wang Ming with one hand. In his eyes, Wang Ming's martial arts were mediocre, and he could knock Wang Ming down with one hand. However, if Chu Tian or Liu Bei were given the choice, they would choose Wang Ming instead of Lu Bu. Wang Ming is equivalent to Zhuge Liang's type of talent. Except for his force, there is nothing to criticize in other aspects. Wang Ming did not argue with Lu Bu, but said, "The general's military force is unparalleled in the world. But Shiliang has many soldiers, with 200,000 troops and horses, and we only have 130,000. A difference of 70,000. With the bravery of the general, he can match 10,000 people, it's okay. But I'm afraid it won't be able to make up for the gap of 70,000 people." Right. Only then did Lu Bu let go of Wang Ming. Lu Bu really couldn't guarantee that he could make up for the gap of 70,000 people. Unless Lu Bu could defeat 1,000 people with one horse in the melee and kill Su Fengnian, the leader of the Shiliang army, he would be able to achieve an epic victory. However, Su Fengnian has been fighting for a long time and has survived until now. It is impossible for Lu Bu to easily expose his flaws and give Lu Bu an opportunity to take advantage of him. In fact, Su Fengnian may even find a shadow warrior to take over the position of coach, just like Chu Tian in the Mongshan battle. Even if Lu Bu succeeds in his surprise attack, he may only be killed by Su Fengnian's stand-in. All generals are good at using force. I don't doubt your bravery. But if you are talented, you will not be exiled to Hanzhong. In this battle, you can just charge the battle. As for the tedious matters such as dispatching troops and horses, I will leave it to you. Give me." Wang Ming waved his right hand, and a roll of terrain map spread out. The next day, 200,000 Shiliang troops arrived at Xiaobian smoothly, without being hindered on the Qishan road. Wang Ming chose Xiaobian city as a stronghold to defend. Lu Guang, the general of the D tribe, was guarding Xiaobian, and Wang Ming personally led the main force to guard the mountain. They were the horns of each other. Under the management of Wang Ming and Yang Su, Hanzhong was impregnable. This time, it was also a contest between the Shiliang army and the former Qin army. Fu Jian, Wang Ming, Deng Chong, Zhang Hao, Lu Guang, and Su Cheng are all heroes of the former Qin dynasty. If Wang Ming hadn't died of illness, and Fu Jian was pinned to the ground and rubbed by Xie Xian's Beifu army in the Battle of Feishui, the former Qin might have had a chance to unify China. The opponent Su Fengnian faced was the dream combination of the former Qin dynasty. With Wang Ming's wisdom, Deng Chong, Zhang Hao, Lu Guangji's courage, and Fu Jian's monarchy characteristics. Although the former Qin army, which was mainly composed of rebels, had 70,000 fewer troops than the Shiliang army, Su Fengnian did not relax. The attacking side often needs to invest more troops than the defending side. This is normal and cannot be completely regarded as an advantage. Han Sui, who was responsible for the investigation, came back and reported to Su Fengnian.
Sir, Wang Ming is stationed at Gushan. We captured the D cavalry. According to torture, we said that if our army attacks Xiaobian, Wang Ming will cut off our retreat.
Su Fengnian listened to the scout's report and pondered for a long time.
Wang Ming is just bluffing. If you want to deceive the enemy, you must deceive your own people. The intelligence provided by these D prisoners may not be accurate, because they do not know Wang Ming's true thoughts. Prepare to attack Xiaobian and force Wang Ming to fight us. Xiaobian is the only city in Wudu County that has a teleportation array. Taking this city is equivalent to directly using the teleportation array to obtain supplies from Liangzhou.
Su Fengnian fought with Wang Ming and knew that everything could not be judged according to common sense, because Wang Ming was not an ordinary person.
Sir, a counselor who calls himself Li Ru has come to see you and hopes to serve you.
While Su Fengnian was cautiously dealing with Wang Ming, an important counselor appeared. Su Fengnian was a little shocked.
Li Ru? Isn't he Dong's advisor? He has disappeared for more than 10 years.
Chapter 965 Li Ru comes out. A counselor in black was brought to Su Fengnian. There were already many frowns on his face, and he had a goatee and a slight look of vicissitudes of life. Li Ru disappeared after the demise of Dongzhuo's power. Now, Li Ru appears in front of the world again. Just over 10 years have passed. Chu Tian and Su Fengnian have grown from fledgling young men to their 30s, while Li Ru has aged a lot.
Li Ru, where were you during this time?
The war was about to begin, but Su Fengnian calmed down.
The king of Qin framed my lord, so he did not serve him. He lived in seclusion in the Longnan Mountains and did not care about worldly affairs. I heard that the king of Qin was dead and my family was in decline, so I had to go out and ask for a job. I heard that the Shiliang army was attacking Hanzhong. If you don't dislike it, willing to serve in the military.
Su Fengnian did not expect that a penny would stump the heroic man. Dongzhuo's chief advisor, the notorious Li Ru, actually had to come out of the army again because of his family's decline. After all, Li Ru could not stay away from worldly affairs. For the sake of future generations, Li Ru came out of retirement after the death of his most hated Lao Qin. Jiao, when a person is concerned, he will have weaknesses. The family is an important concern that many civil servants and military generals cannot ignore. Su Fengnian didn't mind Li Ru's black spots very much. The counselor makes suggestions for the king or the general. If the counselor knows the character of the general, he will not provide any evil plans.
Although I, as the commander-in-chief of the Shiliang army, do not have the authority to appoint or remove captains and military advisors, I still have the authority to recruit a few scribes to help handle affairs. You will serve under my command for the time being.
Su Fengnian chose to take in Li Ru. After all, Li Ru was also an important figure in the late Eastern Han dynasty, and Su Fengnian could still afford a scribe's salary. Chu Tian gave Su Fengnian at least tens of thousands of taels of silver every year. Su Fengnian could afford to support 100 scribes, not to mention a few scribes. The problem was that Su Fengnian could not do such a thing that Chu Tian was afraid of. The temporary recruitment of Li Ru was also to better capture Hanzhong. The Shiliang army had Xie I in white, and Li Ru in black as double military advisors.
Li Ru?
The 2nd Legion of the Shiliang army, Su Rong, Zhang Xiu, and Hua Xiong were all Dongzhuo's old troops. when they saw their former military advisor Li Ru appearing in the Xiliang army. They felt like they had seen a ghost. Li Ru lived in seclusion for 10 years, and has been forgotten by the world. When Li Ru saw Su Rong and others again, he couldn't help but lament the changes in things and people.
My colleagues, how are you doing lately? My sword is not rusty at all.
Hua Xiong's temples have also turned white. Dongshua's old troops once again gathered in the second army. Li Ru saw Zhang Xiu.
The boy who was with Zhang Ji at the beginning can now stand alone? How is Zhang Ji now? My uncle was killed in battle with the Mongolian army at the Battle of Yumen Pass a few years ago. I see.
Li Ru couldn't help but sigh again. At that time, Dongshua's old army was torn apart. The lives of Li Ju and Guisi were unknown. Fan Chou was burned to death by the Xia army in the Battle of Weibei. 10 years is enough for things to change, and people to change. 200,000 soldiers from Xiliang came to Bian City. Su Fengnian led the 3rd Wuchuan army of Yuetai, Devu Xian, and Li Hu to capture Bian, and the remaining 150,000 soldiers surrounded Gushan. Wang Ming bluffed and tried to force the Xiliang army to withdraw. But Su Fengnian saw through it. So he led his troops to fight the former Qin army in Gushan. Ma Chao and Pang De of the Xiliang army lined up in front of the formation. Looking down at the formation opposite, Wang Ming also led Lu Bu, Deng Chong, Zhang Hao, and Su Cheng into the battle, and Fu Jian assisted. Xiliang's army numbered 150,000, and the former Qin's army numbered 100,000. The two armies faced each other. The north wind howled, and the dust filled the air. Lu Bu single-handedly showed off his force in front of an army of 250,000 people.
Lu Feng is here first. Is there anyone who dares to fight? Come and fight!
Ma Chao from the Xiliang army fought out, and fought with Lu Bu in front of the two armies. The iron spear whizzes like the wind in Ma Chao's hands, with the characteristics obtained from Wang Yanzhang, superimposed with his own personal characteristics. He can fight against Lu Bu.
How can it be?
A battle broke out between Lu Bu and Ma Chao, and he found that Ma Chao's weapons were heavier than those used by ordinary generals. When Fang Tian's painted halberd collided with Ma Chao's iron spear, he was unable to defeat Ma Chao.
Is this the strength of Lu Fengxian, who is unparalleled in the world?
Ma Chao did not forget to taunt him. Lu Bu was furious. Veins on his forehead popped out, and he entered the unparalleled state. Gods and demons were dancing wildly. Fang Tian's halberd's speed of chopping and thrusting increased significantly, making Ma Chao fall into a hard fight. The reaction speed of the Red Rabbit horse is also much higher than that of other war horses, and it carries Lu Bu to charge. Ma Chao could only defend for a while.
When Lu Bu entered the unparalleled state, he was still as brave as before. Maybe it will take another 10 years for Lu Bu's strength to decline.
As Dongshua's counselor, Li Ru knew Lu Bu's bravery. Now he saw Lu Bu activate his unparalleled state, and couldn't help feeling that Lu Bu was still as strong as before. It's not that Lu Bu has become weaker, but that other generals have gradually reached their peak level of 90 or 100. Lu Bu has no level suppression. Su Rong crossed his arms and observed Lu Bu, who was attacking crazily.
It is unusual for Ma Chao to be able to push Lu Bu to this point. As expected, heroes have been born since ancient times. Lu Bu has a Red Rabbit horse, which seems to improve Lu Bu's combat power. Go and support Ma Chao's withdrawal.
Seeing that Ma Chao and Lu Bu had fought hundreds of times, Su Fengnian was sweating profusely. He was worried that the most powerful general of the Xiliang army would be lost. So he sent Pang De to meet Ma Chao. Pound drew out his sword and his horse galloped. A green light slashed out, and Lu Bu, who entered the unparalleled state, reacted in time and blocked Pang De's full-force sword. Lu Bu swayed, but Ma Chao did not intend to retreat, but continued to attack Lu Bu fiercely. The former Qin army's 10,000 enemies Deng Chong and Zhang Hao attacked and joined Lu Bu.
Go away! It's just two of you!
Lu Bu was very dissatisfied with the appearance of Deng Chong and Zhang Hao. Deng Chong also disliked Lu Bu.
If the military advisor had not requested us to fight, I would not have taken action.
Deng Chong waved his gun, forcing Pang De to block and put himself on the offensive. This time Ma Chao and Pang De had to retreat and return to the Xiliang army.
The people joining forces with Lu Bu may be Deng Chong and Zhang Hao, two fierce generals under Wang Ming's command. If they join forces to charge into the battle, maybe I will be killed by them in the midst of thousands of troops.
Seeing that Ma Chao and Pang De were defeated, Su Fengnian knew that the strength of Deng Chong and Zhang Hao was not low, probably above 95. Wang Ming and Fu Jian may have the aura of the entire army,
It seems that maybe we should ask Chu Zimu for a general who can kill Lu Bu with his spirit.
Su Fengyan is patiently waiting for the opportunity. On the other side, Yu Wentai, the 3rd Wuchuan Corps of the Xiliang Army, teamed up with 2 veteran generals, Li Hu and Dugu Xian, to storm the Xiaobian city defended by Lu Guang. Yu Wentai held a sword and supervised the battle. He was a tycoon on the same level as Cao Cao, Liu Bei and others. The Battle of Wudu was regarded as a pledge of surrender. The Xiliang army was encroaching on Wudu County, while Wang Jian's Guanzhong army was divided into 2 groups, taking the Baoxia Road and the Tangluo Road. The number of 400,000 Guanzhong troops was too large, and the passage between Qinling Mountains was narrow. So Wang Jian led an army by himself, while Li Ji led another 200,000 troops, and agreed to jointly attack Guanzhong. Meng Tian, Meng Wu and his son followed Wang Jian on the expedition, while Feng Yi and Yang Yi followed Li Ji on the expedition. The Golden Fire Cavalry was marching in the Qinling Mountains. Meng Tian was holding a halberd. They had been marching in the Qinling Mountains for 5 days. The Qinling Mountains in the Lord's world are even more majestic, with many mountains, like a natural chasm.
The Shu army may set up fortresses at various exits of the Qinling Mountains, which will then become a fueling tactic. The advantage of military strength may not be able to be used.
The topographic map of Western Shu in Wang Jian's hand has clearly depicted the passes of the Qinling Mountains. The Shu army only needs to hold the pass, and the 2 sides are at a stalemate. Then, Wang Jian's army may have to retreat because of running out of food. However, if you attack Hanzhong from Guanzhong, you must risk running out of food and try to attack Hanzhong. There is still a chance if you try. But if you don't try, you won't even have a chance to capture Hanzhong. In Chengdu City, Liu Bei received a request for help from Hanzhong. Hanzhong had 250,000 troops. Wang Meng supervised 130,000 troops to resist the Xiliang army, while Yang Su only had 120,000 troops left in Hanzhong. Liu Bei gathered troops in Chengdu. Liu Bei also had a difficult problem, and was unable to exhaust all the troops in Shu. The Xiliang army may make a surprise attack on Yiping and march into Mianzhu and Chengdu. Therefore, Liu Bei must leave at least 100,000 men to defend Chengdu and the cities around Chengdu. To suppress the southern barbarians, at least 100,000 troops are needed. Brazil County also needs to be guarded by troops.
Second brother, third brother, follow me on the expedition. The country we finally conquered cannot be lost so easily.
Liu Bei personally commanded a 200,000 strong army and went north to Hanzhong for reinforcements. 2 powerful generals, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, set off again.
Liu Bei has moved. Fa Jing and Huang Quan are left in Chengdu. Yin Yan is stationed in Bajuan. Wu Han is stationed in Nanman, and Li Yan is stationed in Mianzhu.
Liu Bei led Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to the expedition. The spies sent by Chu Tian to Chengdu City immediately detected Liu Bei's movements. The threat from Guan Yu and Zhang Fei is not small, so Chu Tian always pays attention to the 3 brothers Liu, Guan and Zhang.
Su Fengyan requested that Shuai Gui be dispatched to Wudu County in Lianzhou to counter Lu Bu. Order Shuai Gui, Zhao Yun, and Chen Qin to go to Wudu County beforehand.
Su Fengyan wanted Shuai Gui to fight against Lu Bu, so Chu Tian simply transferred Shuai Gui and Zhao Yun to Wudu County. Lu Bu, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and all the powerful generals of the former Qin dynasty are almost all military-type generals. Guan Yu's command value may be the highest among the 5 tiger generals. Chu Tian has returned to Xiaqing. The coastal hilly areas in the east of Langya Kingdom and the eastern part of Beihai Kingdom were captured by Jiannong Navy, and several counties were occupied by Jiannong Army. However, Xia City has not been threatened yet. Chu Tian has already transferred 300,000 troops back to Xuzhou and started to regain the coastal counties. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for Wu Jun to gain a foothold along the coast. The kingdoms of Shu and Wu made Chu Tian realize the dangers of mountains and rivers and the pain of Cao Cao. It is difficult for the Shu kingdom to occupy the Shu road, and the Jiannong navy is all over the world. It is not easy to destroy these 2 kingdoms, as well as the Tang kingdom, Song kingdom, and Di kingdom that are dependent on the 2 kingdoms.
Tongke attacked from the sea and bypassed the Huainan defense line. Do I have a way to bypass the Qinling Mountains and the Yangtze River?
Chu Tian was inspired by Tongjue's massive attack on Xuzhou and Qizhou, and was also considering changing his thinking.
Miss Sir, do you know how Mongolia destroyed the Song dynasty?
Xiao Liang followed Chu Tian back to Xia City, and she proposed a new idea to Chu Tian. Chapter 966 Mongolian-style detour.
Mongolia destroyed Song dynasty?
This really touched Chu Tian's blind spot. Chu Tian knew that Kublai Khan's Mongol Empire destroyed the southern Song dynasty and established the Yuan dynasty. But Chu Tian did not know how the Mongolian army attacked the Song dynasty.
The war between the Song and Yuan dynasties lasted for decades. When Mengge served as the Great Khan of Mongolia, due to the lack of a strong navy, he ordered his younger brother Kublai Khan and Subutai son Wu Liangatai to lead an army from Liangzhou. Passing through western Sichuan, Tubo conquered Dali and encircled Sichuan and Shu. From the Nanman, they could go north to attack Chengdu, or they could pass through Jiaozhou and go down the river to attack the 4 counties in Jingnan.
Xiao Liang pointed out an amazing large circuitous route on the big map. The Mongolian Great Circuit. Chu Tian was slightly suffocated. Few people would consider a large detour strategy that could last thousands of kilometers. When the Mongol Empire was at its most powerful, it relied on the mobility of the Mongolian army, which was best at detours and destroyed many civilizations with its mobility. When attacking Sichuan, Shu and Jiangdong, the northern heroes usually follow the rules and capture Hanzhong and Xiangyang, then destroy Shu and go down the river. But Mengge ordered Kublai Khan and Wu Liangatai to cross the western Sichuan plateau, destroy the Dali kingdom, attack the Annan kingdom, contain the southern Song dynasty's troops from the rear, and achieve the goal of destroying the Song dynasty. If Brother Ming hadn't been killed by a stray arrow in Jiaoyu City, maybe the southern Song dynasty would have perished early. However, Mengge, as the great Khan of Mongolia, wanted to surpass Temujin and go into battle himself. But he died in Sichuan.
The final result was that Mengge was killed in battle, and the great detour strategy also failed. I remember that Kublai Khan succeeded Mengge to destroy the Song dynasty, and chose Xiangyang as a breakthrough point, which was still the traditional southward route.
After Xiao Liang's reminder, Chu Tian probably recalled the rough process of Mongolia's destruction of the Song dynasty. The Mongol Empire went south 3 times in an attempt to destroy the Song dynasty. For the first time, the Mongolian Khan Wokuatai, the third son of Temujin, led hundreds of thousands of Mongolian troops from the Huaihe River in the east to Bashu in the west, launching a full-scale attack on the southern Song dynasty. The Mongolian and Song dynasties fought fiercely for 6 years, with dozens of large and small battles. Meng Gong, the master of mobile defense in the southern Song dynasty, defended the defense. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, and Wokuatai died of illness. The main force of the Mongolian army returned north and stopped temporarily. The second time, Mongol Khan Monk, the grandson of Temujin, carried out a Mongol-style roundabout and destroyed Dali. The 3 armies attacked the Song dynasty in an all-round way. Monk led the main Mongolian forces into Shu, using Sichuan and Shu as a breakthrough, and the Liang united with Taiwan. The invasion of Jingnan was almost successful, but Mengge died in the battle, and the main force of the Mongolian army returned north to compete for the throne. The third time, the Mongol Khan Kublai Khan, brother of Mengge, besieged Xiangyang for several years. He used Xiangyang artillery and navy to break through Fancheng, forced Xiangyang to surrender, and finally destroyed the Song dynasty. The previous 2 Mongol armies destroyed the Song dynasty. Both ended in a hurry with the death of the Khan. The southern Song dynasty has always had good luck. When the Jin dynasty attacked the Song dynasty, famous Zde generals such as Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and Wu Jie tried to turn the tide. The Mongolian attack on the Song dynasty also gave birth to Meng Gong and others. And 2 Mongol Khans, one died of illness and the other died in battle, delayed the time of destruction. It is a pity that the rulers of the southern Song dynasty were incompetent and ultimately failed to take advantage of the opportunity to counterattack. In attacking the Song dynasty 3 times, the Mongols had tried almost all other methods except sea routes. For Chu Tian, the Mongolian Song War still has reference value. The situations faced by the Mongol Empire and the Xia Kingdom of Chu Tian were too similar. The Mongolian army was so powerful at that time. Each attack on the Song dynasty lasted several years and resulted in many casualties. It was almost exactly the same as Chu Tian's current situation. Even the territorial scope of the Mongolian Empire and Chu Tian were very similar. Chu Tian is the real Mongol Empire in the world of lords. They all want to annex the south as soon as possible, but they are blocked by the natural dangers of the Qinling Mountains and the Yangtze River. And the princes defending the south are not weak. Chu Tian drew a circuitous route on the map. Mongolia's Great Detour was more dangerous than Deng Ai's sneak crossing to Yiping and surprise attack on Chengdu. Of course, Chu Tian can send troops to recreate the Ming-style roundabout. However, starting from Liangzhou and passing through the western Sichuan Plateau, the difficulty of such a surprise attack is simply unbelievable. The Dali Kingdom during the Mongol Empire was actually the southern barbarian region during the Three Kingdoms period.
To attack Chengdu or Changsha from Nanman, the journey is long and supplies are not easy.
Despite this, Chu Tian still carefully considered attacking the Nanman from the western Sichuan Plateau. Xiao Liang said,
as long as there is a teleportation array, transporting weapons and food from the north to the southern barbarians is probably not a problem. It's just a bit expensive. Money is not a problem.
Chu Tian's eyes lit up. And, Lord, because of the existence of the teleportation array, many seemingly impossible strategies can indeed be implemented. The United States even directly intervened in the Korean battlefield through the teleportation array. However, because of the high cost of the teleportation array, the United States only sent 30,000 Fire Dragon legions to support the King of Korea. Li Chunggui,
summon Huan and Nyuk to come see me.
Chu Tian had something in mind. In Luntai City, the protectorate of the western regions, Huan and his son were farming outside the city. They could see the towering Tian Shan Mountains. Yes, the biggest problem of the western region protectorate is food and water resources. So farming is very important in the western region protectorate. Huan has tried his best to feed the 400,000 troops in the western region. He led the officials of the protectorate of the western regions to reclaim farmland at the southern foot of the Tian Shan Mountains, and brought the farming tradition of the Central Plains to the Tian Shan Mountains. A lot of the food and grass for the Western Region Protectorate actually comes from military fields. Nyuk took his little daughter with him. After the annexation of Daiyuan Kingdom, the Western Region Protectorate did not intervene in the disputes in Central Asia. It focused on defense and was calm and peaceful. So Huan lived a relatively stable life.
Damn! This kind of field is much harder than fighting.
Huan cursed, but still waved his hoe and set an example. At least 100,000 soldiers and horses were stationed near Luntai City. Huan's son was only 8 or 9 years old. He was sitting on the edge of the field with a small team of Imperial Hussars responsible for protecting the eldest son of the Western Region Protectorate. Xuanzi, the governor of the Western Region's Protectorate, came to Huan and said,
the king of Xia invites my lord to go to Xia City to discuss the attack on the Shu Han. I can't help you in attacking Shu Han.
Huan thought for a while, and it seemed that he had nothing to do with him. However, since Chu Tian was looking for him, he still wanted to go. Huan said to Nyuk,
take the 2 children and visit Prince Xia's mansion, and let them meet their aunt. Chu Zimu may want to use the chess pieces we left in the southern barbarians.
Nyuk, who once guarded the southern barbarians, probably guessed the purpose of Chu Tian calling them to the Xia Palace.
But Liu Bei left 100,000 troops in the southern barbarians, and controlled a few 2 or 3 teleportation arrays in the southern barbarians. Liu Bei's general who guarded the southern barbarians was among the 28 generals of Yutai.
Wuhan is famous. And although the southern barbarian tribes are quite brave, their tribal leaders are not very intelligent and cannot achieve success. That's why we need the generals from our Western Region Protectorate. Chen Tang, I'll leave the farming matter to you.
Huan left Chen Tang, the general of the Western Region Protectorate, in charge of farming, and then headed to Xiaqing. Xiaqing, the main city of Chu Tian, has been under martial law, with 100,000 troops stationed, and is preparing to send troops to recover the eastern counties occupied by the Suchao Navy. Huan and Nyuk came to Xia City and found that the city was heavily guarded. They couldn't help but wonder.
Xia City has always been prosperous. Why is it heavily guarded today? Master Deduhu, the Jiangdong Navy set out from Jianya to attack the coastal area. We, the King of Xia, have assembled our forces and are preparing to counterattack. Jiangdong's army is coming across the sea to attack? Do you have an idea?
Huan thought of Tonke crossing the sea to attack Chu Tian, and Chu Tian wanted to implement a Mongolian-style roundabout. The offensives of the north and the south were in full swing. I am afraid that only the civil war in the Han Empire could be so unconstrained. Chapter 967 Destroy Xijing. In Xijing of Korea, Zhu Ning and Geng Yinyang attacked Muden Peak. The defender of Korea, Quan Li, was good at defending mountain cities. He was a military commander of the mountain city defense type and provided a large number of bonuses to the mountain city defenders. Zhu Ning killed hundreds of defenders with his hands, like a bloody war god, which frightened the defenders of Goryeo. Yuzhou Tuki dismounted and followed Zhu Ning to attack the mountain city. The attack was fierce, and the first fence was demolished. Zhu Ning has been attacking Yudenfeng Mountain City for several days. Every time he goes out to fight, he will definitely kill hundreds of people. For 3 consecutive days, Zhu Ning killed 500 enemies. The defenses of Mutanfeng Mountain City were complete, and thousands of arrows were fired. The Liaodong Army's assault cavalry regiment lost 6,000 people in the 3-day battle, but still could not capture Mutanfeng Mountain City. Gong Yan ordered the troops to retreat, but Zhu Ning was unwilling to withdraw.
Who is Quan Li? Why is the mountain city he defends so difficult to defeat?
Gong Yan captured alive a group of Goryeo soldiers who were guarding Mutant Peak. He learned that the guard was the Goryeo general Quan Li, and asked the players who were accompanying the army. Players know the abilities of many generals. The player of the Liaodong army replied,
This person is good at defending mountain cities. He is a defender, and is not good at field battles. It turned out to be a guard, and a mountain-type guard at that.
Gong Yan knew that terrain advantages could make up for the gap between famous generals, and it was the most troublesome to encounter this kind of city-defending generals. An excellent general can contain tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of troops, with thousands of soldiers and horses.
If we attack tonight, we will definitely destroy them.
Zhu Ning took off his helmet, took the cowhide water bag, and poured water into his dry throat. Zhu Ning attacked the mountain city for 3 consecutive days. Although he single-handedly killed 500 people and damaged the morale of the Goryeo defenders, he was not satisfied with the progress. The Liaodong army has received news that the 200,000-strong coalition of Kingly Chunggui of Korea and Brand, Tachibana Michiyuki, and Shimizu Yoshihiro are heading north. If 200,000 reinforcements are allowed to join the 300,000 defenders of Xijing, the Liaodong army will be attacked on both sides.
Let's rest for now and fight again tomorrow.
Gong Yan was worried that Zhu Ning, the most powerful general of the Liaodong army, would be damaged. Gong Yan would not let Zhu Ning go into battle until Zhu Ning's physical strength was completely restored. Li Yi's Yinjiao army mainly attacked the west of the city. Dozens of Xiangyang artillery and siege towers continuously attacked the west wall of Xijing. 10,000 Yinjiao served as the main force, and 90,000 Liaodong soldiers,
led by the first General Zhu Yi, attacked the west city wall for 3 days. There were mountains of corpses piled under the west city wall. On the west city wall, the musketeers and dragoons of the Fire Dragon Legion used firearms to shoot. Even Yin Jiasi could break through the defense and be killed by firearms. On the 3rd day, the Liaodong army lost more than 20,000 people and was unable to capture the west gate. Louis stood at the foot of the city, facing the huge 12-meter-high city wall, and was unable to break through the city as quickly as possible. If he was given enough time, maybe Li could take the city. But Li Chunggui didn't have long left for Li.
General. 2 generals, Gong Sun Kong and Zhu Das Ho, have broken through the Hanji Gate in Nanchang. Really?
Li learned that Gong Sun Kong and Zhu Das Ho had joined forces to defeat Nanchang, and he couldn't believe the news. The main force of the Liaodong army was unable to attack the west city, but the south gate responsible for the feint attack suddenly collapsed, making Li doubt his ability. Gong Sun Kong was the cavalry commander, Zhu Das Ho was the defender, and Li was the siege commander. As a result, Li had not yet conquered the west city. Gong Sun Kong and Zhu Das Ho, the generals in charge of the feint attack, broke through the south city faster,
immediately attacked the west city again, and contained the defenders for the south city.
Although greatly surprised, Li immediately sent troops to attack Xijing. In Nanchang, Gong Sun Kong and Zhu Das Ho sent troops into the city. Guan Ning's cavalry attacked and used their 3-eyed fire blunderbuss to kill the Korean spearmen blocking the front. Once the Wuhan cavalry and Liaodong cavalry enter the city, there will be no majestic city wall to block them. On the battlefield of Goryeo, the Liaodong army's cavalry is almost invincible. Gong Sun Kong and Zhu Das Ho did not expect that they could break through the south city gate. Originally, the task given to them by Li was to drive the Korean troops to pretend to attack the south gate. The morale of the troops surrendered by the Goryeo kingdom was low, and they had little combat effectiveness. So there was little pressure on the south city gate. Jiang Hansen, the general who defended Xijing, saw the reality of Li Yi's deployment, concentrated his main forces to defend Xijing, and neglected Nanchang. However, among Gong Sun Kang's army, there were a group of Wuhan people who wanted to make meritorious deeds. Eager to achieve success, they turned from a feint attack into a strong attack and attacked the city desperately. Before Jiang Hansen had time to readjust his troops, they were caught off guard and broke through the south gate, allowing the Liaodong cavalry to advance straight in. Unexpected changes for both the offensive and defensive sides gave the Liaodong army an advantage.
Nancheng has been defeated, and Xijing can no longer be defended.
Jiang Hansen and a group of Goryeo generals learned that the south gate had been lost, and the Liaodong army marched straight in, knowing that they could no longer defend it.
How did you set up your defenses?
Adams of the United States was pale. The gates of the city were breached, and it was almost impossible to defend. Jiang Hansen also realized that street fighting was impossible.
There are no enemy troops in the East City. We can cross the Datong River and escape to the Royal City. But this means giving up Xijing. There's no harm in giving up. Saving your life is crucial. My Fire Dragon Legion has already lost 3,000 people. We can't fight anymore.
Adams immediately led the members of the Fire Dragon Legion to retreat to East City.
I am ashamed of myself, Your Majesty, and I can only live and die with this city.
Jiang Hansen struggled, drew his sword, and prepared to lead the Goryeo defenders in a fierce street battle. Adams's Fire Dragon Legion withdrew the West City Wall, and Goryeo General Jean Zidian fled. Soon Yinjia captured the West City Gate, and Yinjia soldiers in razor-sharp armor entered the city through the West City Gate.
What a fool! Take him away.
Adams asked the dragoons to take Jiang Hansen away by force. There were not many capable generals in Goryeo. Xijing was in chaos. Black smoke billowing, and the Wuhan cavalry with red eyes galloped through the city, wielding their sabers to chop down the Korean soldiers on the streets.
There's a fire in the city. It seems that Li has broken through the city wall. Let's fight at Peony Peak again.
Geng Yin and Zhu Ning originally planned to rest and fight again tomorrow. Suddenly they saw the smoke rising in Xijing City, so they immediately organized their troops to attack Mutant Peak again. The Korean defenders of Mutant Peak also saw the beacon fire in the city, and their morale was shaken. The city gate was breached and Xijing was lost. The troops defending Mutant Peak no longer had any meaning.
Break out!
Guard General Quan Li led the Mountain City defenders to break out in the direction of the Daedong River. The Liaodong army came to attack, and the mountains were densely packed with soldiers from Liaodong. 2 soldiers and horses were fighting at the foot of the mountain, with arrows, weapons, and shields everywhere. Zhu Ning's force broke out again in the melee, and his spear rushed out, killing dozens of people in a row.
No!
Quan Li was extremely unwilling, but there were fewer and fewer soldiers around him. Defending the mountain city, he was able to block the attacks of famous generals and break out into the field, but was crushed by Geng Yan and Zhu Ning. Dozens of arrows shot at Quan Li, and the armor-piercing arrows penetrated the armor. Quan Li's eyes widened, and he stood with his sword to support his body.
A small country with few people will ultimately be unable to save itself.
Quan Li fell to the ground and died in the battle. Xijing fell. Of the 300,000 Korean defenders, 60,000 were killed and 50,000 were captured. The remaining soldiers crossed the Datong River and fled south. Half of the country of Goryeo was captured by the Liaodong army.
Build the city wall and put the entire city under martial law.
Li captured Xijing due to unexpected circumstances. After capturing Xijing, he immediately reorganized the defense of Xijing to prevent the army of Goryeo King Li Chungue from counterattack.
General, an order came from Prince Xia's mansion. The Monan and Mabe grassland armies were ordered to intervene on the battlefield of Goryeo Kingdom. After we occupy Xijing, we immediately activate the teleportation array to open up Goryeo Kingdom in Mabe. Open the teleportation array.
The Liaodong army came to the stone monument of the city lord's palace, activated the teleportation array, and incorporated the Xijing of Goryeo into its own territory. Soon, Prince Yen led a group of Mongolian cavalry out of the teleportation array in Xijing. There is also the General Di Qing beside Prince Yen. Both of them have wolf skins wrapped around their waists, and long bows on their backs.
I didn't expect Xijing to be captured by you so quickly.
Prince Yen came from Halahilan in Mobe, because he had lived in the grassland for a long time. He had a bit of the bold character of the prairie.
How many cavalrymen from the Mabe army will arrive in Goryeo?
Lo Yi asked directly.
50,000. Only 50,000?
Lo Yi was a little unbelievable, because the number of war horses grazing in the pastures of Mabe exceeded 1 million. The population of Mabe was managed by Temujin, so there must be several million. Based on the mobilization rate of the nomadic tribe, 1 in 10 would be drawn, and the number would exceed 100,000. Prince Yen shrugged.
The order I received is to lead 50,000 Mongolian cavalry to the Mongolian battlefield.
In fact, there was one thing that Prince Yen did not tell Li clearly. Chu Tian secretly transferred 100,000 Mongolian cavalry to Lungxi County. As for why Chu Tian transferred the 100,000 Mongolian cavalry from Mabe, Prince Yen had no right to ask. and there was no need to ask. He was just executing the order.
Li Mu's Monan army should have 150,000 Xianbei, Hans, and Mongolian cavalry.
Chapter 968 The Great Detour begins.
100,000 Mongolian cavalry are entrusted to you. They will march from Longxi County, pass through the western Sichuan Plateau, and enter the southern barbarians. Using Yuk's influence, they will incite the southern barbarian tribes to revolt and expel Wuhan.
Chu Tian handed over the Tiger Talisman of the Mabe Mongolian army to Huan. In order to weaken the general's control over each legion, the Chu Tian forces began to mobilize their troops with Tiger Talismans. Each legion would mobilize only after seeing the Tiger Talisman. The reason why Huan was chosen as the general to complete the Mongolian roundabout was because Huan had a mountain marching general like Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji, who could easily cross the Pamir Plateau, was the top mountain marching military commander in the Han Empire, and was also the main military commander in this Mongolian-style roundabout. With marching generals, you also need to form an expeditionary army. Chu Tian chose the Mongolian cavalry with strong endurance. Mongolian horses are not picky about feed, and it is not difficult to survive on the plateau. 100,000 Mongolian cavalry and 300,000 Mongolian horses were used as the main force of the expedition. Chu Tian believed that Liu Bei would not deploy scouts within Tubo territory. After all, the Mongolian Great Detour is really unbelievable. So far, no one has tried to detour from Liangzhou to Nanman. And, Lord, due to the characteristics of generals and the existence of teleportation arrays, the success rate of the Mongolian roundabout has been increased. So many things that originally seemed impossible have become possible. Another condition for the Mongolian Great Detour is that Muyuk is well known among the southern barbarians. As long as Muyuk returns to the southern barbarians will rise up. The success of an operation is determined by many factors, and Chu Tian worked hard to gather these factors. Huan took the Tiger Talisman. This Tiger Talisman can mobilize 100,000 Mongolian cavalry. The ability of the Mongolian cavalry has been experienced by the princes of the Han Empire who fought against Temujin.
Temujin was training troops in Mabe, and he really stayed. A valuable asset. Recapture the southern barbarians and attack Chengdu. I will hold a banquet in Xia City to welcome you and wash away the dust. As long as the dynasty remains, the Hua family of the western regions will be the king for generations and serve as the night watchman of the western regions.
Chu Tian made a promise to Huan. Huan provided a lot of help when Chu Tian was competing in the Central Plains. In addition, Huan guarded the Western Region Protectorate, helped the Han Empire preserve the territory of the 36 countries in the Western region, and cultivated farmland in the Western region, which was a great achievement in itself. Having been a king for generations, and a king with a different surname, there is no reward for higher qualifications. Huan smiled bitterly.
I can only do my best and make a detour from the unfamiliar western Sichuan Plateau. I don't know what year and month I can reach Nanman.
In the backyard of Prince Xia's mansion, Muka took Huan's son and daughter to visit Huqing, who married into Prince Xia's mansion. In Prince Xia's mansion, Chu Tian's children, Chu Wu, Chu Xian, and Chu Qi were all in the backyard. The second-generation characters have big eyes and small eyes, and are a little afraid of strangers. Although they are still young, as great princes, they are destined to dominate the main world in the future. During Chu Tian's battle in the Central Plains, several families who supported Chu Tian all became aristocratic families, and the Hua family in the western regions became the night watchmen of the Chu family in the Central Plains, which lasted for hundreds of years.
You have to work hard to have a child of your own, so that you can have a certain status in Prince Xia's palace.
Muyuk reminded Huqing in a low voice. Huqing said quietly,
I think so too. But
Chu Tian was busy with the war and had many harems to deal with. So Huqing was also in a dilemma.
Kiki, it's time for us to leave. Xingqing, you must take care of yourself.
After Huan received Hufu and the topographic map of eastern Sichuan, he prepared to make a major detour with Muyuk leading 100,000 Mongolian cavalry. As the former leader of the southern barbarian tribe, Muyuk was an indispensable core figure in this great roundabout operation.
Let the two children stay in Prince Xia's mansion.
Huan winked at Muyuk. Although Muyuk didn't know what happened, she chose to believe Huan and decided to temporarily give her two children to Huqing to raise. Let the two descendants of the Hua family stay in Prince Xia's mansion for a period of time and have friendships with several descendants of the Chu family. The relationship between the two families will be closer in the future. Huqing nodded.
I will take good care of them. What happened?
After Muyuk left Prince Xia's mansion, He was reluctant to part with his son and daughter, but he knew that Huan must have had a reason, so he made such a choice.
Kiki, we have to return to Namman. This time it may take a year or two. We don't have the energy to take care of 2 children.
Huan spoke with sincerity. As you enter your 30s, you must take responsibility. Moreover, if the Mongol-style roundabout is successful, the Hua family in the western regions can be king for generations and become the guardian family of the Chu family in the Central Plains. According to the Japanese model, it is equivalent to the relationship between a daimyo and his family members. Huan briefly mentioned the roundabout journey to Muyuk. Muyuk's eyes widened.
It is simply unbelievable to attack the southern barbarians in a roundabout way from the western Sichuan plateau. Soldiers are crafty, and sometimes they can win by surprise. It is not impossible to attack the southern barbarians from Longxi County. We once set out from Luntai City, crossed the Soling Mountains, attacked the Dayuan Kingdom, and crossed the Tianshan Mountains to attack the Wusun Kingdom. The difficulty is not too small either.
Huan has many experiences in mountain marches, so Chu Tian really found the right person. Huan and Muyuk went directly to Lintao County in Longxi County. 100,000 Mongolian cavalry arrived here one after another, bringing with them 300,000 war horses. Only Chu Tian, who had occupied the prairie and claimed to be the great Shanyu, could be so arrogant, mobilizing 300,000 war horses, countless weapons, and provisions for an expedition. This is the economic advantage. Oda Nobunaga could conquer other daimyo by virtue of their economy and population, and Chu Tian could also implement the Mongolian roundabout strategy by virtue of his economic and population advantages.
Our protectorate of the western regions has tightened our belts to survive. Every time we launch a war, we have to sell off the pot and sell iron. The Central Plains is really rich. The troops, horses, and food for an expedition can be prepared in the blink of an eye.
Huan can bet that Chu Tian must have thought of a major detour in a hurry. But with the financial resources and population of the Central Plains, as long as Chu Tian makes up his mind and mobilizes resources, it is not difficult to prepare supplies for 100,000 cavalry. 100,000 Mongolian cavalry. Everywhere you look, there are soldiers and horses. This group of Mongolian cavalry did not know their purpose. They only obeyed the orders of the general, who obtained the tiger talisman. Another advantage of mobilizing Mongolian cavalry from Mabe for expedition is that it can conceal people's eyes. It is impossible for Liu Bei and Tong Kai to reach far away in Mabe. Huan recruited Gao Xianji, Li Sai, and Wang Zhongxi as generals for the expedition. As for Wutsubing and Ban Chao, they stayed behind in Dayuan to prevent Wokuotai from attacking the Western Region's protectorate. The 400,000 soldiers and horses of the Western Region protectorate remained motionless. Ajadai, who rebuilt the Mongol Empire, was always a huge threat. The Mongolian cavalry was very mobile, and even Chu Tian was very wary of Wokuotai, and did not dare to mobilize the troops of the Western Region protectorate again. As for Chen Tang and Wang Xuanzi, Huan stayed in Tianshan to farm. Chapter 969 heading south to Beijing.
Your Majesty, Shijing has been captured.
King Li Chunggui of Goryeo led 200,000 reinforcements to the north, less than 200 miles away from Shijing. He received the bad news that Shijing had been lost, and that only less than 200,000 of the 300,000 strong army remained. Li Chunggui's face looked uncertain. Shijing, which was defended by 300,000 defenders, neglected to defend the southern city gate, and was attacked by the Liaodong army in advance. The 300,000 defenders were defeated, and at least 100,000 were killed and captured. In other words, Goryeo has lost more than 300,000 young men in the north. For the Goryeo kingdom, 300,000 young people were lost, and their vitality was severely damaged.
We have 10,000 people in the Fire Dragon Legion in Shijing. If they are all wiped out, the commander of the Griffin Legion will probably laugh at me.
Brand, the leader of the Fire Dragon Legion, carried a two-handed giant sword on his back and frowned. The United States has more than a dozen legions, and the commander in charge of each legion holds a high position in the United States. The loss of 10,000 people in the Fire Dragon Legion will affect Brand's status in the United States. Li Chunggui looked at Brand out of the corner of his eye, feeling uncomfortable. The various legions of the United States are not weak in combat strength, but they do not pay much attention to the war in Korea, and only regard Korea as a puppet to contain the Han Empire. According to Li Chunggui's knowledge, the United States has 13 legions, and Federal Governor Marshall only sent part of the Fire Dragon Legion to Goryeo. 200,000 Allied troops approached Shijing. Adams and Jiang Hansen retreated again and again. When they saw King Li Chunggui, they were dismayed. In the northern battle of Goryeo, Guan, Quan Li, and other Goryeo generals were killed, and 300,000 young men died. The kingdom of Goryeo had never experienced such heavy losses, and was facing the disaster of national subjugation.
Commander Brand, Shijing is lost. We must keep Kaijing.
When Adams saw the leader of the Fire Dragon Legion, he was not very polite. Adams is marshal staff, equivalent to the role of military advisor, while Brand is the commander of the United Fire Dragon Legion. Brand crossed his arms and carried a giant sword on his back.
What is the combat effectiveness of the Liaodong army?
Adams replied.
The Liaodong army's field combat capability is greater than that of siege. This time in the Battle of Shijing, a lot of useful data was collected. If the Griffin Legion joins forces with our Fire Dragon Legion, plus the main force of Korea, it will be enough to defeat them in the wild. Unfortunately, our Fire Dragon Legion has 100,000 people, and only 30,000 have arrived. Brand, your Fire Dragon Legion has a lot of slave soldiers, but the number of real firearm soldiers is not enough. Our Fire Dragon Legion is the second legion, second only to the first legion.
When two players from the American Civilization Zone, Brandon Adams, had a dispute, Li Chunggui summoned Shijing guard Jiang Hansen. Jiang Hansen looked ashamed.
Shijing was lost and General Quan Li died in battle. It is my fault.
Li Chunggui originally wanted to execute Jiang Hansen, but then he thought about it. The generals of Goryeo suffered heavy losses in this war of subjugation, and there were fewer and fewer generals available. If he still executed a useful general at this time, then Li Chunggui will face a situation where he will have no generals available, except for relying on the troops from other civilized areas.
We retreat to Kaijing. The Liaodong army has newly occupied Shijing and should be unable to move south in the short term.
Li Chunggui announced the withdrawal of troops and defended the capital. Weiju, Anju, and Shijing in the north were occupied, and the territory of the Liaodong army was connected. More than 300,000 young men of the Goryeo kingdom were killed in the battle, and their vitality was severely damaged. Li Chunggui also had to take a rest. In addition, the more than 100,000 Goryeo defenders who retreated from Shijing were demoralized and unable to fight again. Li Chunggui believed that it was necessary to rest and reorganize, and wait for the more than 100,000 defeated troops to regain their morale before recapturing Shijing. The 200,000 allied troops, including Li Chunggui and Brand, gathered more than 100,000 defeated troops and returned to Beijing, hoping to divide the kingdom of Korea equally with the Liaodong army. The reinforcements such as the Fire Dragon Legion, the Tachibana family, and the Shimazu family were unwilling to fight in the wild with the Liaodong army whose morale was high. So they went south with Li Chunggui.
The Liaodong cavalry left Shijing and marched southward in large numbers.
Just when Li Chunggui, Jiang Handan, Brand, Tachibana Doyuki, and other coalition forces announced that they would withdraw their troops and go south. After Li captured Shijing, he commanded the Liaodong army and marched straight in, and immediately marched towards the Goryeo King's city.
The Liaodong army is really crazy.
Li Chunggui was furious when he heard the news. The Liaodong army did not rest, but made an all-out effort to capture the southern part of Goryeo and completely turn Goryeo into the 14th state of the Han Empire. In Li Chunggui's view, the Liaodong army did not take him seriously at all, and even planned to overthrow the entire Goryeo kingdom. For a time, the Korean soldiers were panicked, especially the Goryeo garrison who escaped from Shijing. They were all soldiers, and they were as afraid of the Liaodong army as tigers.
The Liaodong army is too arrogant. They have just experienced a tragic siege, and the physical strength and morale of the army should have dropped significantly.
Adams was calculating the recovery time for the overall morale of the Liaodong army.
Since the Liaodong army is chasing us, we will encircle the Liaodong army in the northern suburbs of Kaijing.
Brand of the Fire Dragon Legion decided to fight the Liaodong army in Kaijing.
The Liaodong army is aggressive. I must destroy it.
Li Chunggui was angered by Liaodong's momentum. If he retreated again and again, then he, Li Chunggui, would not have enough prestige to serve as the king of Korea. Michiyuki Tachibana and Yoshihiro Shimazu had the idea of a showdown with the Liaodong army because they had the king of Goryeo and the Fire Dragon Legion as teammates. Li Chunggui chose the location for the decisive battle with the Liaodong army in the north of Kaijing, and set up layers of defense lines. Once the Liaodong army attacked Kaijing, it would surely be surrounded by the coalition forces. Li Yi's Liaodong army was brave and skilled in fighting. They marched southward and were approaching the king's city of Goryeo. Li Yi was confident that he would go south immediately after the brutal siege. The reason was very simple. He got 200,000 cavalry from the prairie. Prince Yan's Mobay cavalry and Li Mu's Monan cavalry are both good at riding and shooting, and are almost invincible in the wild. Li Mu brought Xiao Shi, Xiao Kwa and his son, as well as Hu Ma, Lu Hu and others as players.
Goryeo will soon become the 14th state of the Han Empire, or it will establish a separate prefecture.
Prince Yan joined Li Yi's army going south. After Li Yi captured Shijing, he left 100,000 guards behind and sent another 50,000 to suppress the Goryeo rebels in the mountains and forests around Weiju City, Anju City, and Shijing, and stabilize the rear. Li Yi's Liaodong army consisted of 150,000 men, combined with 200,000 prairie cavalry, and a total of 350,000 men marched south. A powerful empire can continuously provide supplies of soldiers, horses, food and grass to the frontline commander, so Li Yi can freely attack the city, which is undoubtedly very easy for Li Yi. The Liaodong and grassland allied forces crossed the Datong River. The pressure on the southern part of Goryeo is increasing day by day. The scout cavalry from both sides are fighting in the north of Kaijing. The Fire Dragon Legion of the United States and the samurai of the Japanese shogunate have built a defense line in the north. Chapter 970 Di Qing and Tachibana Doyoki. A group of Japanese samurai cavalry were scouting the northern outskirts of the Goryeo king's castle. The retainers of the Tachibana family carried bows and arrows on their backs and samurai swords on their waists.
The Liaodong army may have arrived nearby, so be careful.
The 10-hour company's cavalry numbered about 150. A war eagle soared in the air, then swept down and landed on the shoulder of a Mongolian cavalry. A Xiao army general led 500 Mongolian cavalry as an outpost and approached the Wuling Mountains on the northern outskirts of the king's city of Goryeo, less than 30 miles away from the king's city.
To attack Kaijing, we need to pass through hilly mountain passes such as Huyinling, Wangkexian, Tashixian, Wuling, etc. In the plains between the hills, some passes are only a few dozen meters at their narrowest. This is tricky.
Di Qing led a small group of cavalry to Wuling, and the Korean reconnaissance cavalry might appear nearby at any time. However, the more he probed, the more unhappy Di Qing became. According to the planned march route, the main force of the Xiao army will move south along the mountain road of Huin Ridge. When Di Qing went south to explore, he found that there were rugged and narrow hills, rivers, and valleys along the way, and paddy fields were scattered in the small plains between the hills. For the Xiao army, which used cavalry on a large scale and even brought cavalry from the prairie, this terrain was a disaster and severely restricted the movement of the cavalry. Di Qing had no way to solve the terrain problem, except for a few generals who can reduce the adverse effects of terrain. Most generals cannot avoid the effects of terrain. The 350,000 Liaodong army cannot fully deploy in such terrain. In the same way, the opponent cannot launch an army.
General, not only that, the fog here is also quite serious, especially in the early morning. Indeed,
Di Qing also noticed that fog also affected marching and fighting. Fog and heavy rain are the weather. Hills, rivers, and valleys are geographically favorable.
An enemy scout cavalry appears nearby. How many people? I don't know. Attack it.
Di Qing led the cavalry to encounter the cavalry of the Tachibana family retainers for 10 consecutive hours on the Wuling Mountain Road in the north of the Goryeo King's castle. Di Qing estimated that the number of scout cavalry on the other side would not exceed 1,000. So when he saw the cavalry on the other side, he took the initiative to attack. At 10 o'clock, as soon as Lianjia saw the shadow of the Xiao army's cavalry, Di Qing drew his sword and led 500 Mongolian cavalry to attack. An outpost battle broke out between the two cavalry.
It's the Xiao army's scout cavalry. Retreat!
Tenshi Lianjiu immediately pulled out his katana, and the sharp samurai sword glowed coldly in the sun. However, before Shirshir Lianjia had time to retreat, he was overtaken by 500 Mongolian cavalry. Di Qing rode a horse and galloped to get Shirshir Lianjiu, who looked like the captain. When they met, the sword in Di Qing's hand was chopped off, and the samurai sword was broken into 2 pieces. For 10 seconds, Di Qing cut him off the horse with a sword. The Mongolian cavalry who were good at hunting roared past, and easily cut down 150 Japanese cavalry. Only a few Japanese warriors escaped successfully.
How can you be victorious if you bully the few with more?
Di Qing used 500 Mongolian cavalry to bully the opponent's 150 Japanese cavalry. But he was not proud of it. In Di Qing's view, this was a matter of course. If he still loses with such an advantage, he probably won't be able to go back and explain. Di Qing managed to describe the surrounding terrain in detail and mark the opponent's deployment. More and more scout cavalry appeared around, and Di Qing had to retreat.
His Excellency Shi Lianjiu, the general in charge, was killed by Xia's army when he was investigating in Wuling.
Tachibana Michuki led a group of retainers and samurai on an expedition from Kaikyo. On the way, he learned that the general had been killed in battle for 10 consecutive days, and he couldn't help but be moved. The Toki clan is an important retainer of the Tachibana family, and 1/3 of the Tachibana clan's military strength comes from the Toki clan. The main forces of the two armies have not yet engaged in battle, and he has already lost a general on his side. This is not the first time that Tachibana Michuki has fought against Xia Jun. However, every time, Tachibana Michuki failed to fight Chu Tian on his own. Tachibana Michuki was one of the daimyo of Kyushu Island, one of the 4 Japanese islands, and was attached to the Otomo family. The Shimizu family defeated the Otomo family and unified Kyushu Island. After Oda Nobunaga established the shogunate, he redivided the territory of Kyushu Island and enfeoffed the land of Kyushu Island to various daimyo. The main city of the Tachibana family is Takebanayama Castle. The Tachibana family and the Otomo family belong to the same force, while the Shimazu family belongs to another force. Both parties are the 2 most powerful forces on Kyushu Island. This time Tachibana Michuki and Shimazu Yoshihiro led 50,000 Japanese soldiers from Kyushu Island to support Li Changde, repulsed the Fubo army, and then attacked the Liaodong army. However, fighting Xia Jun will result in death. Tachibana Michuki was heartbroken because an important retainer was killed in battle. Taki Rinsada, one of the 4 great kings of Takebanayama Castle, was furious when he learned that Taki Renkyu of the same family had been killed in battle.
No matter who asked for Taki Renkyu's head, I will kill him!
The other 3 of the 4 heavenly kings, Yubu Weishin, Anton Katada, and Takano Daisen, had different expressions when they heard that they had been killed in battle for 10 consecutive days. The Japanese Kyushu Island has a population of about 3 to 4 million. They are considered brave generals on Kyushu Island. But on the battlefield of Goryeo, any one of them may die in battle with the heavenly soldiers of the Han Empire. Challenging the sovereign state would inherently involve taking huge risks.
March towards Lishuxian. Use the hills and valleys north of Kaijing for defense. Restrict the movement of the Han Empire's cavalry, and annihilate them.
The person who served as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces was Li Changde, who was familiar with the terrain of Goryeo. Li Changde also knew that the Xia army had a terrifying number of cavalry, as long as Chu Tian was willing and the terrain allowed. Chu Tian could even recruit millions of cavalry. Therefore, Li Changde chose the hilly area north of the royal city as the battlefield for the decisive battle.
The Fire Dragon Legion still has 25,000 people who can go into battle, including 2,000 dragoons, 3,000 musketeers, 10,000 traditional cavalry, and 10,000 slave soldiers. The Japanese seem to have suffered considerable losses in the outpost battle.
Brand, the leader of the Fire Dragon Legion, counts the soldiers who can still fight. The Western-style Fire Dragon war flag is fluttering, and the dragoons and musketeers are proud. They are the high-level arms of the United States, with a higher status than traditional cavalry, and slave soldiers have the lowest status. Di Qing returned to the camp and met up with Prince Yin, who was the vanguard general.
We must cross Huin Ridge as soon as possible and occupy Wanka Xian and Toshi Xian. Otherwise, if these terrains are occupied by the Goryeo coalition forces, it will be difficult to go south.
Prince Yin got the detailed terrain map drawn by Di Qing and fell into deep thought.
The terrain here is not suitable for large cavalry operations. The relatively flat plain terrain is broken, and there are many muddy farmlands.
Di Qing was as worried as Prince Yin.
The general has the same idea, but some spacious areas can still allow thousands of cavalry to charge. As for tens of thousands of cavalry to charge at the same time, it is almost impossible. No matter what, only by taking these places can we take Kaijing.
Prince Yin knew that the terrain was disadvantageous, but at this time, he could only bite the bullet and go south. He could only see the occasional melee, the adaptability of the generals on both sides, and the eliteness of the troops invested. Before continuing south, Prince Yin sent someone to greet Li Yi and Li Mu, asking them to follow them as soon as possible. 50,000 Mongolian cavalry entered Huin Ridge and rushed towards Wankexian. Because the valley was narrow and could not accommodate 50,000 Mongolian cavalry and a large number of baggage teams, Di Qing commanded about 5,000 cavalry, as the vanguard of the Mongolian cavalry.
Wang Kexian, there is something strange here.
After Di Qing left, Prince Yin saw a post station in Wang Kexian on the topographic map. After 50,000 Mongolian cavalry passed through Huiying Ridge, they faced Wang Kexian, which runs from northeast to southwest. The saddle of Wang Kexian can be marched, but it is narrow. After Wang Kexian, there is Dashi Xian, which also requires climbing over the saddle between two hills. This area is the most dangerous for Xia Jun. Prince Yin summoned a native of Korea and asked him about the location in the southeast of Wang Kexian.
There is a post station here, and it is marked with a granary. Can it have a name?
The native of Goryeo replied,
Sir, this place is called Baijian.
Because Di Qing went to investigate in person. He was familiar with the road. He led 5,000 cavalry, divided into several teams, quickly passed through Huiying Ridge, arrived at Wang Kexian, and occupied Batigwan Station.
The saddle in the middle of Wang Kexian is suitable for marching. After passing through the saddle, there is a small plain, which is convenient for cavalry to move. You stay at the post station to support the rear army.
Di Qing is best at commanding cavalry, so he prefers to march in flat areas. Di Qing left 500 cavalrymen to guard BD Pavilion and personally commanded 4,500 Mongolian cavalrymen to continue their march south. With the size of the troops commanded by Di Qing, they were no longer considered reconnaissance, but the vanguard of the Xia army. To the south of Wanka-Heian is Toishi Heian. When Di Qing passed through Wanka-Heian, Kyushu Army Komodachi Hanamichi Yuki's regiment, as the vanguard of the coalition forces, passed through the saddle of Toishi Heian and was about to enter the broken area between Wanka-Heian and Toishi Heian plain. Tachibana Michiyuki led the first formation with 2,000 people, including Ono Jin Yuki, a retainer of Tachibana. Yuba Yanabu, one of the four heavenly kings of Tachibana, formed the middle formation with 1,500 people. The rear formation was led by Tachibana Michiyuki himself with 5,000 people.
My lord, I would like to request to serve as the vanguard.
Tokoki Rinsada, one of the four heavenly kings of Takibanayama Castle, wanted to avenge his cousin Tokoki Ryuzu because he was killed in battle. So he took the initiative to ask the head of the family, Tachibana Michiyuki, to take the lead. Tachibana Michiyuki was still calm.
If you are impulsive, you will most likely be defeated.
10 o'clock Lianjin drew his katana.
I'd rather die.
Michizuki Tachibana thought for a long time, and finally nodded.
Ono Zanuki was changed to the captain of the surprise team. The first team adopted the tactic of showing weakness.
Knowing that Tachibana Michiyuki had agreed to his request, Totoki Rinsada put on his helmet and rode forward to take over the 2,000-man vanguard force. Tachibana Michiyuki sent 800 troops from the rear to Ono Zanuki, making them a surprise force. At 10 o'clock, Lianjin took over the lead, crossed the saddle first, and approached Wang Kexian. Tachibana Michiyuki looked at the sky. The action between the two armies took place in the early morning. When the two sides entered Toishi Heian and Wanka-Heian, the sky was already slightly white. Tachibana Michiyuki felt the murderous aura in the air. The scout leader of the Xia army suddenly killed the Tachibana family for 10 hours, indicating that the main force of the Xia army should be arriving nearby, and a large-scale encounter may occur at any time. In addition to Tachibana Michizuki, Shimizu Yoshihiro's Satsuma warriors, Brand's Fire Dragon Legion, and Li Chingui's army all gathered in the direction of Toishi Xian and Wanka Xian. Chapter 971 Battle against the Tachibana family. 4,500 Mongolian cavalry passed through the saddle between Wang Kexian and entered the small plain. Di Qing left another 500 Mongolian cavalry to guard the pass to ensure that the way back was safe. Then he took the lead with the dragon knife and continued southward.
Japanese cavalry were found ahead. The number is unknown.
Dozens of Mongolian captains and centurions looked at Di Qing in unison. Di Qing could decide whether to attack immediately or hold on to Wang Kexian. This kind of broken terrain has many mountains. The south side of Toishi Xian is almost full of enemies. There are scouts on both sides. It is basically impossible to detect the strength of the other side. We can only rely on the general's experience and ability to adapt to changes.
Luck. It's probably just the opponent's vanguard and can be defeated.
Di Qing, as usual, roughly judged that the opponent's troops were not large. So he immediately launched an attack. He left 500 Mongolian cavalry to guard BD Pavilion, another 500 Mongolian cavalry to guard the Saddle Pass, and 4,000 Mongolian cavalry. Di Qing put on a ferocious bronze mask to cover up the tattoos on his face. His hair was disheveled, and with a flip of his wrist, the dragon sword was ready to kill the enemy at any time. Taki Rinsada's 2,000 mixed samurai, a Shigeru, and cavalry troops served as a decoy force. According to Tachibana Michiyuki's arrangement, they first showed weakness to lure the enemy, attracting the vanguard of the Natsu army. And then the main force of the Tachibana family cooperated with the surprise troops to attack in a pincer attack, annihilate the Xiao army's vanguard and improve morale.
If the enemy scout leader is captured alive, he must be killed.
Tokusha Rinzada carries several javelins with him, and his main weapon is a large naginata. According to Tachibana Michiyuki's estimation, the Xiao army's vanguard force only has a few thousand people at most. With the Tachibana family's military strength, they can probably take it.
The Xiao army's cavalry is ahead. Very well. Engage it, and then lead it to the center.
Toshiki Rienzan was not frightened by the encounter with Di Qing's Mongolian cavalry, but chose to follow Tachibana Duyuki's deployment to fight Di Qing and pretend to be defeated. The two teams met on the broken plain between Wanka Xian and Dashi Xian. Di Qing's Mongolian cavalry launched a rapid offensive. The 1,000 Mongolian cavalry soldiers were divided into two groups and deterred from both sides. It seemed that they did not intend to give them a chance to retreat. The two armies were fighting, and the sky was covered with arrows. The Mongolian cavalry fell off their horses after being hit by arrows, and were overwhelmed by the cavalry behind them. Japanese samurai and a Shigeru pikeman were shot by Mongolian bows and fell in pieces.
Fight and retreat.
Originally, Toshiki Rinsada wanted to retreat after the battle, but the Mongolian cavalry, which was proficient in riding skills, moved faster and cut off Toshiki Rinsada's retreat in time, inserting itself between the Tachibana army's leading and middle formations. Di Qing's offensive was too fast. Unlike ordinary military commanders, who cautiously tried their best, Shirshir Lianjun had no time to retreat and was outflanked by the Mongolian cavalry. The first line of 2,000 men was besieged by 4,000 Mongolian cavalry. The horses of the Mongolian cavalry galloped, constantly harassing the military formations that continued for 10 hours. The Tachibana samurai, who were trapped, looked around in horror, seeing Mongolian war horses everywhere. Each Mongolian cavalryman carries 2 sets of quivers, which means that each cavalryman carries more than 40 arrows, which is enough to support a big battle. The Mongolian bow was bent, and in a roundabout way, it was launched towards the surrounded Shirshir Lianjun army. The samurai and a Shigeru around Tokiki Rinsada were shot and killed by arrows one after another. Even Tokiki Rinsada had several arrows hanging on his armor.
Sir, there is a Xiao army cavalry blocking our retreat. We cannot retreat. Damn it! Break out to the south.
Shirshir Lianjun fell into hysteria. He had no choice. If he continued to be surrounded, his entire army would be annihilated. 10 o'clock Rinjin personally led a group of warriors to try to open up the situation. Dozens of javelins were projected, passing through several Mongolian cavalry who had no time to dodge, and killed them. The Tachibana family has a tradition of using javelins. After throwing the javelin, Tajiki Rinsada charged into the battle holding a large naginata. The Mongolian cavalry slashed at them with their swords, holding back the Tachibana family's first line, not giving them any chance to escape.
Sir, the front line is under siege by the Xiao army.
Yubu Yashin, who was in command of the central formation, learned that Ten Shilianzhen had been hit hard by the Xiao army's cavalry, and he looked solemn.
You guys, follow me to support immediately. As for the two of you, go and inform the Lord.
Bu Weishin led 500 cavalrymen, broke away from the central formation, and tried to join Shirshir Lianjun.
Kill!
Di Qing wore a ferocious mask and killed more than a dozen Naginata cavalry with his dragon sword. Blood spattered on Di Qing's bronze mask, making Di Qing look very scary. The 10-hour military formation was broken through by Di Qing, and Di Qing felt like he was in a deserted place in the enemy's formation. The sword rolled and the warrior's blood splattered. 10 o'clock in the morning. Jinjin was attacked from both sides. The original tactic of showing weakness to lure the enemy turned into a lone army going deep. The Mongolian cavalry was inserted between the Tachibana family's front and center formations. When Yubu Yainabu tried to rescue Tatsuki Rinsada, the Mongolian cavalry immediately intercepted Yubu Yainabu's cavalry. The equipment of the Mongolian cavalry is different from that of other cavalry. Bu Weishin recognized the Mongolian cavalry, and his face was not very good looking. The Mongolian cavalry was so terrifying that only a few cavalry could compete with it. Yubu Yashin desperately reunited with Toshiki Rinsada, and Tachibana's home formation and rear formation came one after another.
You must save Shirshir Lianjin. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to Shirshir's family.
Tachibana Michiyuki couldn't help but feel a headache and immediately mobilized his troops. Ono Zanuki's surprise team received the order, and 800 cavalry moved in the direction of Jusha Renzada, hoping to rescue Jusha Renzada. The vanguard of the two armies has turned into a melee. However, Shirshir Lianjin, who was fiercely attacked by Di Qing, had already been killed by Di Qing. The samurai around Toshiki Rinjin fell into panic. The 10 Toki Rensada of the 4 heavenly kings of Takabanayama Castle died in an encounter just like this. Unable to complete the task assigned to him by the family leader Tachibana Michiyuki, Di Qing slashed with his broadsword, harvesting the warriors around Shirshir Lianjin.
General, there seem to be more and more enemies around.
The Mongolian cavalry reminded Di Qing. Di Qing is still working hard to harvest the 10 consecutive pioneer formations and expand the results. The main force of the Tachibana army from the rear arrived one after another, and fought with the Mongolian cavalry. Di Qing led the Mongolian cavalry to repeatedly attack the Tachibana army. Ono Zenyuki, a military general of the Tachibana family, led a team of surprise troops to attack from the flank and suppress the Mongolian cavalry. Tachibana Michiyuki also personally went into battle, and tried his best to suppress the Mongolian cavalry. A group of Taegyuk flags appeared, and Goryeo General Kong Hansen led 10,000 Goryeo cavalry across Toishi Heian, and joined Tachibana Michiyuki in the attack on Di Qing. Di Qing fought and retreated, retreating in the direction of Wangkexian. Behind the scenes, Prince Yan's Mongolian cavalry also arrived at Wangkexian and Beatty Hall. Prince Yan boarded Wanka Xian, and saw Di Qing's cavalry fighting with Tachibana and Goryeo soldiers. He immediately mobilized more Mongolian cavalry to pass through Wanka Xian and join the battle. Tens of thousands of people fought at the narrow bowl-shaped exit of Wangkexian. The Mongolian cavalry attacked many times in an attempt to repel the opponent. To the south, the Fire Dragon Legion of the United States and the Shimizu Legion of Kyushu Island arrived on the battlefield one after another, with flags all over the mountains and plains.
I need a strong general to break through the western pass of Toishi Heian. Go around to the enemy's rear, cut off the passage between Toishi Heian and Kaijing, and completely annihilate the enemy forces between Wanka Heian and Toishi Heian. Let the general go forward.
Gongsun Zan's younger brother Gongsun Fan took the initiative to challenge Prince Yan for war. Prince Yan frowned slightly. After Gongsun Zan was killed in battle, Gongsun Zan's family was taken care of by his sworn brother, Prince Yan. Gongsun Fan is not yet capable enough to compete with the Goryeo coalition forces for the western pass of Toishi Xian, because his commander value is 73 and his force is 69, and he can only be regarded as a third or fourth-rate cavalry general.
I will go and fight for it myself.
Prince Yan decided to take action himself. Chapter 972 The Battle of Beatty Pavilion.
Break the West Pass.
Prince Yan personally supervised the battle and commanded the Mongolian cavalry to storm the western pass of Dashixian. The Mongolian army fired thousands of arrows, and a large group of Mongolian cavalry went to fight for the pass. Defending the pass was the military commander Shimizu Yoshihiro, known as Onishimazu. The Satsuma warriors were not greatly affected in the mountains, and tried their best to prevent Prince Yan's Mongolian army from breaking through. The morale of the Goryeo army dropped significantly, and it could only rely on foreign troops, such as Satsuma samurai, as the main force. Japanese warriors such as Tachibana Michiyuki and Shimizu Yoshihiro did not disappoint Li Changui. At least they showed stronger combat power than the Goryeo soldiers. Shimizu Yoshihiro's Satsuma warriors relied on the terrain to block the Mongolian army's advance. The narrowest point is only a few dozen meters, and rocks are constantly rolling down. Shimizu Yoshihiro had 40,000 troops, divided into two groups, commanding one group personally and handing it over to his brave brother Shimizu Yehisa. Prince Yan, Gongsun Fan, Gongsun Yu, Gongsun Su, and other generals used Mongolian cavalry to repeatedly attack Shimizu Yoshihiro's main formation. Gongsun Yu rode on a war horse and urged about 1,000 Mongolian cavalry to advance. The Mongolian bow opened and shot at the Shimizu warriors. Prince Yan's team mainly came from Gongsun Zan's forces. Van Zhongyan was transferred by Chu Tian to Wei County to control floods, while Di Qing was fighting with the Tachibana family's legion. Gongsun Fan and Gongsun Yu are the younger brothers of Gongsun Zan, and Gongsun Su is his son. Now they all serve under Prince Yan. The Satsuma warriors blocked the western pass. The bodies of the Satsuma warriors alone were enough to block the Mongolian cavalry attack. Prince Yan estimated the time and found that it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. 3 hours had passed since the encounter between Di Qing and Tachibana Michiyuki's army until Prince Yan attacked the western pass of Toishishian Road. Reinforcements from both sides entered the small battlefield one after another, and the situation was not favorable for the Mongolian cavalry. At least half of the 50,000 Mongolian cavalry need to dismount to fight.
The warriors of the Shimazu family have been delaying the enemy at the West Pass. The Fire Dragon Legion is heading north along the western ridge of Toishishian, making a detour to attack the Bakudo Pavilion and surround the Xia army.
Brand commanded the Fire Dragon Legion, bypassing Prince Yan along the rugged mountains, trying to surround Prince Yan's 50,000 Mongolian cavalry. Both Prince Yan and Brand were not mediocre in the complex and narrow terrain. The tactics they adopted were to attack the opponent's retreat in a roundabout way, in an attempt to achieve the result of annihilating tens of thousands of people. At Bai Ti Pavilion, Di Qing left 500 Mongolian cavalry to garrison. After Prince Yan learned that this place was the famous Bai Ti Pavilion, out of caution, he sent an additional 3,000 Mongolian cavalry to garrison Bai Ti Pavilion, in the plains and hills between Wangkexian and Tashixian. The Xia army and the Goryeo allied forces invested more than 100,000 troops. The encounter turned into a bloody battle, with cavalry running horizontally, thousands of arrows fired, infantry fighting hand to hand, and the cry of killing echoed on the battlefield. 3,500 Mongolian cavalry were stationed at Bai Ti Pavilion. 1,000 Mongolian households were nervously paying attention to the battle between the Xia army with their backs at Wangkexian and the Goryeo coalition forces with their backs at Toishishian. The outcome of this war may determine the ownership of Goryeo.
Sir, there is a group of enemy troops in the southwest, flying the Fire Dragon flag. The enemy wants to capture the Beijing Pavilion and take a detour to the rear of Wangkexian. Be sure to hold on to the Beijing Pavilion.
Thousands of Mongolian households took down their Mongolian bows. The Baiho Pavilion, garrisoned by 3,500 Mongolian cavalry, was attacked by the United States Fire Dragon Legion. A group of slave archers used poisonous arrows to shoot at the Baiho Pavilion. The wooden boards of the post station were shot into hedgehogs. The musketeers of the Fire Dragon Legion, under the cover of the slave archers, who served as cannon fodder, attacked the Bai Ti Pavilion. The dense matchlock guns suppressed the rain of arrows woven from the Mongolian bows, and the smoke filled the air. The Mongolian cavalry had to huddle near Bai Ti Pavilion and hold on. At 11 o'clock, Prince Yan, as the general of the former army, received a warning from the Mongolian cavalry from Bai Ti Pavilion, and the Xia army's retreat was unstable. At this moment, Shimazu Yehisa, the brave general of the Shimazu family, led a group of Satsuma warriors from the mountain on the right side of the pass, condescendingly attacking Prince Yan's cavalry. Gong Sun Yu's cavalry was the first to bear the brunt, and was caught off guard. A group of Mongolian cavalry was shot dead by the Shimazu family's iron artillery team. The Satsuma samurai of the Shimazu family held a large naginata, and used the impact brought by the terrain to cut into the Mongolian army.
No retreat!
Gong Sun Yu fought desperately, holding a spear in his hand, and flying a naginata warrior. However, on the battlefield of the Fifth National War, the Shimazu iron artillery team that Chu Tian had faced showed its strength. Gong Sun Yu was fired at by the iron artillery team, and his armor was shot through by the matchlock gun used by the iron artillery team.
The mountain fighting ability of Satsuma warriors is undoubtedly stronger than that of Mongolian cavalry. The Shimazu family was also one of the first daimyo in Japan to come into contact with firearms.
Prince Yan also felt deeply troubled when encountering such terrain. In plains or grassland terrain, a small group of Mongolian cavalry can defeat a large number of Satsuma warriors at the palm of their hands. However, in hand-to-hand combat in mountainous terrain, the Satsuma warriors still have the advantage. The 4 islands of Japan are mainly mountainous, and mountain towns can be seen everywhere. Matchlock guns flowed into Japan's Tanegashima, and the daimyo of Tanegashima was a retainer of the Shimazu family. So the Shimazu family's iron artillery team ranked first among the Japanese daimyo.
Sir, General Gong Sun Yu was killed by the Shimazu family's iron artillery team. Gong Sun Yu. I can't explain to Gong Sun Zan now.
Prince Yan learned that Gong Sun Yu had been killed in battle, and that another good general from the Gong Sun family had been killed. So he recalled Gong Sun Fan and Gong Sun Su, who were fighting at the front, hoping to save some blood for the Gong Sun family. In a melee involving 100,000 people, and the terrain is narrow, anyone could be killed. Even Prince Yan could be killed by random arrows.
I will personally go into battle and make sure to capture the West Pass.
Prince Yan came to the front.
and the Mongolian cavalry continued to kill the Shimazu family samurai due to the arrival of the coach and the attribute bonus of Prince Yin. Their morale was restored. The battle at Beatty Pavilion was even more fierce. The Fire Dragon Legion besieged the 3,500 Mongolian defenders of Beatty Pavilion from three sides. The dragoons drove out the slave soldiers as cannon fodder and stormed the Baiho Pavilion. During this period, a Mongolian Chinhu led the cavalry to counterattack the Fire Dragon Legion. They were fired upon by a volley of dragon cavalry and attacked by a large number of traditional cavalry before retreating back to the mountain. Brand, the leader of the Fire Dragon Legion, waved his giant sword with both hands and beheaded 100 Mongolian households. Of the 3,500 Mongolian defenders, 2,000 were killed, leaving only 1,000 people from each 1,000 Mongolian households.
Lord Qianhu, if this continues, we will all die in battle. Keep holding on.
Thousands of Mongolian households were hit by several arrows and defended the Beatty Pavilion. The Fire Dragon Legion that besieged Beatty Pavilion sent 12,000 people, as well as high-level units of dragoons and musketeers. The numerically inferior Mongolian cavalry suffered heavy casualties. The remaining 1,000 or so Mongolian cavalry fell into despair. The strength displayed by the Fire Dragon Legion, ranked second in the United States, exceeded the imagination of the Mongolian cavalry. At the Huin Mountain Pass, a young general led 3,000 Zhao Bianchi as the vanguard of the second batch of Xia troops. The shouts of killing on the battlefield could already be heard. The scout cavalry sent by Prince Yin to the rear to ask for help met with this elite Zhao Sai cavalry.
General Zhao Kui, Beatty Pavilion has been attacked. Please go to the rescue immediately. Go forward. Target Baiho Pavilion.
Zhao Kui pulled out his sword and pointed it in the direction of Beatty Pavilion. 3,000 Zhao Guibian riders galloped through the valley less than 100 meters wide to quickly support Beatty Pavilion. Soon Zhao Kui's cavalry fought with the Western cavalry surrounding Beatty Pavilion and defeated the Western cavalry on the outside. Zhao Kui slashed with his sword, fought with the Western cavalry, and beheaded a Western cavalryman. Unless they are high-level cavalry, low-level Western cavalry cannot withstand the impact of Zhao's border cavalry.
Dragoon, build a defense line.
Brand ordered 1,000 dragoons to dismount and form a musket line, trying their best to block the advance of Zhao's frontier cavalry. The Zhao Bianchi in the front rows were shot dead by dragoons, while the Zhao Bianchi in the rear, under the command of Zhao Kui, continued to attack the dragoon defense line, and finally broke through the spearmen protecting the dragoons, killing 300 of them. Dragoon! The horse's hooves trampled the matchlock and destroyed it. The dragoons without the protection of the spearmen were extremely vulnerable, and had almost no resistance against the high-level cavalry. Brand, the commander of the Fire Dragon Legion, personally commanded the cavalry to fight back. He killed a Zhao Bianchi with his two-handed sword, and the sharp two-handed sword tore through the armor. Zhao Bianchi continued to fight to the death, all the way to the bottom of Beatty Pavilion.
Polu General Zhao Kui has come to rescue you. How many more of you are there?
Zhao Kui, who was covered in blood, shouted to the thousands of Mongolian households trapped in Beatty Pavilion.
General Zhao, we have less than 600 people left. Repel these Western barbarians.
Zhao Kui kills with red eyes. They meet on a narrow road. The brave one wins. The follow-up troops of the Fire Dragon Legion arrived at Jade Pavilion. Brand easily waved his giant sword with both hands and led a massive counterattack by the 20,000 Fire Dragon Legion. Zhao Kui's Zhao Bianchi were killed one after another, so that Zhao Kui had to retreat to Beatty Pavilion and join up with the Mongolian cavalry, who had less than 600 people left, with their firearms and more troops. The Fire Dragon Legion besieged Zhao Kui and thousands of Mongolian households in Beatty Pavilion.
This is the Fire Dragon Legion of the United States. Their numbers are greater than imagined. How many enemies are there in this area?
Zhao Kui's scalp was numb. According to Zhao Kui's inference, Li Chengui may choose to stick to Kaijing. But judging from the current situation, hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses have gathered in the small battlefields around Toishi Xian and Wanka Xian. The two sides are fighting each other on the broken terrain. At least tens of thousands of people have been killed in the battle. The Fire Dragon Legion made a comeback and stormed Beatty Pavilion, putting Zhao Kui, Mongolian Qianhu and others in crisis. However, when Zhao Kui and the Mongolian Qianhu were a little desperate, the 2nd Zhao Cavalry came and fought with the Fire Dragon Legion. There were more Xia army cavalry behind them.
Retreat 2 kilometers and get out of the battle.
Brand witnessed more Xia army cavalry reinforcing Beatty Pavilion and knew that the plan to capture Beatty Pavilion and cut off the Xia army's retreat had failed. So he broke away from the battle
and relied on the half-moon-shaped Dashi Xian to continue to put pressure on the Xia army. This time, Zhao Guo's cavalry successfully defeated the Fire Dragon Legion, whose physical strength had declined, and rescued the defenders of Beatty Hall.
You're not even close yet.
This general of the Zhao Kingdom side cavalry came to Baitai Pavilion and took off his helmet. But it was Zhao Guo's father, Zhao Shi, the king of horse uniforms. Chapter 973 Roman Legion vs. Beifu Army.
The melee has lasted for 5 hours. That is, 10 hours. Our army Gongsun Yu was killed and Di Qing and Zhao Kuo were injured. The casualties are estimated to be 23,000.
When Li arrived at the front line of Beatty Hall, it was already approaching sunset. The physical strength of each legion was really unsustainable. So Mingjin withdrew his troops and retreated to Wangka Xian. The coalition forces on the opposite side were also exhausted. The Tachibana family's generals Ten Tokiretsu and Tokiretsu were killed. Several generals from the Shimazu family were also killed. Kong Hansen, the Koryo Kingdom general, was injured, and the coalition forces retreated to Toishi Heian. The two armies continued to confront each other. The Goryeo allied forces planned to lead the Xia army into a valley terrain that was not conducive to the performance of the Grand Cavalry Corps, and then annihilate its main force failed. Xia Jun's intention of breaking through the defense line of Koryo, quickly capturing Kaijing, and occupying the entire Koryo kingdom could not be achieved for a while.
The terrain here restricts the cavalry from marching straight in. The king city of Koryo is located in a dangerous place, and the offensive against Koryo may be protracted.
After counting the losses, Lu Yi found that he could not quickly seize the capital and could only try to fight with the Korean coalition forces. Fortunately, there was no need to use Lu Yi's legions in various battlefields within the pass. Chu Tian entrusted Lu Yi with full authority to temporarily govern the military and political power of the Koryo kingdom. Lu Yi had enough time to take over the Koryo kingdom. Currently, the task assigned to Lu Yi by Chu Tian is to occupy half of the country of Goryeo, and Lu Yi has completed it.
It's better to send a team of soldiers who dare to die and burn down the Longshan granary.
Prince Yan, whose face was gloomy because Gongsun Yu was killed in battle, pointed out on the map the place where Li Chunggui had hoarded grain and grass. On the coastal hilly mountain road in the east of Langya Kingdom, 2 Roman legions, the 15th Apollo Legion and the 17th Legion of Doom, served as the front army to attack Shihai County occupied by the Wu army. Shihai County is an important sea salt producing area. After being occupied by the Wu army, Langya Kingdom suffered a lot of losses. Varus, the general of the Roman legion, went on his first expedition in the main world, and his target was the Wu army. The Wu army was not good at fighting in the plains, and could only attack the hilly areas of Shuzhou and Qinzhou by clever means. Xie Xian's Beifu army was stationed in Shihai County to contain the Langya Kingdom's troops. Langya Kingdom is the most important county in Chutian. The eastern part of Langya Kingdom is occupied, which can contain Chutian's large number of troops. Xie Xian commanded 10,000 Beifu troops and 20,000 low-level archers to intercept the Roman legions on the mountain roads of Shihai County. A war breaks out between the Roman legion and the Beifu army in the eastern part of Langya Kingdom.
Apollo Legion, attack!
Varus drew his sword and pointed it straight ahead. The eagle flag of the Roman legion was waving, and the neat Roman heavy infantry held up their spears and marched step by step to attack the Beifu army. Xie Xian wore a white cloak and rode a white horse to supervise the battle. The Beifu army just blocked the Roman legion. The Beifu army occupied the terrain and blocked the exit of the mountain road. The Roman legions were unable to attack in a hurry.
Legion of Apollo retreats, replaced by the Legion of Doom.
Valus frowned and had to rotate his legions before attacking the Beifu army again. After the Apollo legion retreated, the Roman eagle flag triggered Apollo's protection effect, and the entire legion's morale, physical strength, and injuries quickly recovered. The 15th Apollo Legion of the Roman Empire has recovery characteristics and has a strong continuous combat capability. However, Varus was unable to win against the Beifu army, because the Beifu army was the most powerful legion in the Eastern Jin dynasty, not inferior to the Roman legion. In the Battle of Feishui, tens of thousands of Beifu troops defeated Fu Jian's more than 200,000 front troops and turned the offensive. As the founder of the Beifu army, Xie Xian is most suitable for the Beifu army and greatly increases the combat power of the Beifu army. Chen Qingji's White Robe army, Ren Min's Beggar army, and Muronka's Lianmao army were all elite legions during the northern and southern dynasties. If Caesar, Octavian and others commanded the Roman legions, the Roman legions could explode into a more powerful combat force than when they were led by Varus. Values is still slightly inferior.
King Xia indeed has a Western army. Lu Laoji. Break it!
Xie Xian asked Lu Laoji, the fierce general of the Beifu army, to go into battle.
Yes!
Lu Laoji, with a purple complexion, was brave and majestic. He commanded a group of officers from the Beifu army, with 3,000 elite Beifu army troops. He stormed into the 17th Legion of Doom of the Roman Empire. Lu Laoji held the sword and shield, cut into the Legion of Doom, and defeated the Legion of Doom. As its name suggests, the Legion of Doom had bad luck and retreated backwards. The Apollo Legion, which had rested in time, supported the Legion of Doom. Lu Laoji fought with more than 60 Roman heavy infantry, and then retreated when he saw the heavy infantry of the Apollo Legion arriving.
The legions in the east are so terrifying.
Varus's luck was not very good either. During his first campaign in the east, he encountered the Beifu army, one of the most powerful legions in the Han Empire. Although the Xuanjia army, Zhongxia army, Shishu army, and Huban army are more elite, they are not large-scale legions. Wei Wuzu, Xin Ruishi, and Beifu army are the same as the Roman legions, with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops. Grand Legion. Valuz met the Beifu army personally commanded by Xie Xian and Lu Laoji, and suffered his first defeat. Varus counted the losses of the two Roman legions. The Apollo Legion suffered 700 casualties, and the Doom Legion suffered 1,800 casualties. The Doom Legion suffered far greater losses than the Apollo Legion.
The king of Xia sent the Shinji camp to help.
Varus was blocked by the Beifu army and could not break through. Chu Tian had to mobilize the Shinji battalion and the Roman legion to try to break through the Beifu army's defense line. Varus finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would not be able to defeat Xie Xian even if he handed over 2 Roman legions here. According to Chu Tian's calculation, as the founder of the Eastern Jin dynasty's powerful army, the Beifu army, Xie Xian should be an imperial commander. So Tongke would feel confident sending the Beifu army to occupy the eastern part of Langya Kingdom and contain the main force of the Xia army. Jiaozhou Bay in Qinzhou was also occupied by the Wu army. Zhou Yu burned down the wall of a city with a fire, and the defenders surrendered to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu's fire attack has a high bonus, and its destructive power is unimaginable. After capturing Jiaozhou Bay, Tongke recalled Zhou Yu and went to attack Huang County, the seat of Donglai County.
The Fubo army's stronghold is in Huang County. As long as we occupy Huang County and destroy the Fubo army, we will be invincible in the East China Sea.
Tongke was not satisfied with taking over the coastal areas of Langya Kingdom and Beihai Kingdom, but instead changed its goal to annihilate the Fubo army. The Fubo army is undoubtedly a huge threat to the Jiangdong Navy. Zhou Yu led the Navy soldiers to board the ship. During the Three Kingdoms period, Zhou Yu's Fire God ability was limited in its scope and could basically only be active in the Yangtze River area. However, in Lords, the place where the fire attack can be used is not just the Yangtze River. The battlefield of Lord can be the Yangtze River, the East China Sea, or the Four Oceans. Therefore, Zhou Yu and Lu Xun's fire attack abilities are actually quite versatile. Thousands of warships sailed towards Huang County, cutting through the wind and waves, and huge building ships entered the Yellow Sea from the East China Sea. In order to give full play to Zhou Yu and Lu Xun's fire attack capabilities, Tongke specially brought 200 small fire attack ships. As long as the fire attack is successful, any navy will be defeated by Jiangdong Navy. In Xia City, Chu Tian was deep in thought in his study. He was deciding whether he should mobilize the Fubo army to fight against the Jiangdong Navy. The Fubo army lost tens of thousands of people when attacking Goryeo, and there were still more than 200,000 troops and horses, and the losses of warships were negligible. According to the strength on paper, the Fubo army is capable of fighting against the Jiangdong Navy. However, the Fubo army only expanded for a year, and there was a huge difference in level from the Jiangdong Navy.
Maybe I should be more cautious.
Chu Tian hesitated again and again, and decided to order Fu Bo's army to avoid the Jiangdong Navy. The Fubo army is the only army that can target the Jiangdong Navy. If the Fubo army is destroyed by the Jiangdong Navy, the Jiangdong Navy will have no opponent at all along the coast.
Order the Fubo army to retreat to Liaodong and avoid the Jiangdong Navy. Build a high-end shipyard in Liaodong and expand the Fubo army to 400,000.
Chu Tian was deeply aware of the terror of the Jiangdong Navy, so he repeatedly expanded the Fubo army from the original 120,000 to 300,000 and then to 400,000. There were 5 naval generals, each of whom was in charge of 80,000 troops and 700 troops, a large or small warship, regarding Jiangdong's armies looting along the coast. Chu Tian chose to tolerate it temporarily. As for several important cities along the coast, they were heavily guarded by a large number of troops.
Let Cao Cao's Hebei army enter the Jianghuai River, build warships in Guanling County, and make a sneak attack on Jianda City to put pressure on Jiangdong.
Chapter 974 Xuerengui and Lu Bu.
Lu Fengxian is here. Who dares to fight?
Lu Bu rode a red rabbit horse and called for formation again in front of the Xiliang army. The Xiliang army and the former Qin army faced off for 7 days, with 2 major battles and 9 minor battles. Each side was unable to do anything to the other.
5 surnamed domestic slaves. Come and fight.
Ma Chao fought again. During the 7 days when the 2 armies faced each other, Xiliang's fierce General Ma Chao and Bingzhou's fierce General Lu Bu fought endlessly every day. Both the Xiliang army and the former Qin army were used to it.
Most likely, Ma Chao and Lu Bu fought in front of the 2 armies again. You were ordered to come, which really solved the problem I faced.
Su Fengnian was in the main tent and met with the 3 generals of the White Robe army sent by Chu Tian, Chen Qingji, Xuerengui and Zhao Yun. Su Fengnian wanted to transfer Lu Bu's old enemy Xuerengui, but with a wave of his hand, Chu Tian directly sent Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun to help Su Fengnian's Xiliang army capture Hanzhong. Hanzhong is the northern barrier of Yizhou. Taking Hanzhong is equivalent to taking half of Yizhou.
That guy Lu Bu failed to win the battle last time. He will definitely win this time. It would be great if there was a red rabbit horse.
During the Battle of Guanzhong, Xuerengui fought with Lu Bu many times. Lu Bu had a red rabbit and a horse, and it was difficult to capture him alive, as he walked on flat ground among thousands of troops. However, Xuerengui can be regarded as the person Lu Bu fears the most, because Lu Bu found that he could no longer defeat Xuerengui. Therefore, Su Fengnian specifically requested to dispatch Xuerengui to punish Lu Bu.
Lu Bu calls for battle outside the camp every day,
and with the help of 10,000 enemies, Deng Chong, Zhang Hao, and other powerful generals, it is difficult to match. Since you are here, I feel at ease. Chen Qingji, Yu Wentai is attacking Xiaobian. Why not lead the White Robe army to help?
Su Fengnian needed to rely on Chen Qingji's White Robe army to attack the city, and also needed the help of Xuerengui and Zhao Yunziyang. Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, Pang De, Lu Bu, Deng Chong, Zhang Hao, and other powerful generals gathered just to compete for Wudu County. Xuerengui was full of fighting spirit.
I'm going to meet Lu Bu for a while.
Zhao Yun and Xuerengui are brothers with the same surname.
I will help out when necessary. I will take 7,000 white robes and go to help Yu Wentai.
As a veteran on the battlefield, Chen Qingji was very calm, so he commanded the white-robed army to participate in the attack on Xiaobian. The white robes are the rare cavalry that can attack a city. Xuerengui and Zhao Yun came outside the camp and saw that Lu Bu and Ma Chao were fighting hard. They couldn't help but be surprised.
That white-robed general is actually quite powerful. It is said that he is the most powerful general in the Xiliang army.
For various reasons, Ma Chao is younger than Xuerengui and Zhao Yun. When they saw Ma Chao breaking out in a short period of time and being able to equal Lu Bu, they couldn't help but admire him.
Lu Fengxian, your martial arts skills have deteriorated.
Xuerengui deliberately said words to irritate Lu Bu. In fact, Lu Bu is still at his prime. It's just that Ma Chao and others have grown up. Lu Bu, who was fighting anxiously with Ma Chao, was furious when he heard this familiar voice. His unparalleled title was competed for by Xuerengui against Ma Chao. Lu Bu could still win until the end, but against Xuerengui at his peak, Lu Bu could only draw in a draw no matter what.
Boy Ma Chao, get out of here. Today I will fight to the death with Xuerengui.
Lu Bu's Fang Tianhua Ji opened and closed, forcing Ma Chao to retreat, unwilling to fight Ma Chao again. At this time, Lu Bu's target is Xuerengui alone. When Ma Chao saw that Lu Bu had escaped from the battle, he subconsciously turned around and looked at the Xiliang army's camp. 2 generals with the same silver armor and white robes stood in front of thousands of troops. The equipment of Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, and Ma Chao are almost the same. Xuerengui and Zhao Yun observed with great interest the duel between Ma Chao and Lu Bu. Just now, it was Xuerengui who took the initiative to provoke Lu Bu.
I know you, General Xuerengui and Zhao Yun.
Ma Chao also lost interest in fighting Lu Bu and returned to the camp. For Ma Chao, Xuerengui and Zhao Yun are seniors. Leave the rest to me. Shuai and Gui wielded Fang Tian's painted halberd and faced Lu Bu single-handedly in front of the two armies. Shuai and Gui waved his right arm, and Fang Tian pointed his halberd at Lu Bu. Unwavering.
Lu Fengxian, if you seek refuge with my lord, maybe my lord will forgive your past crimes and give you a lighter sentence.
The Fang Tian painted halberd in Lu Bu's hand was also pointed at Shuai and Gui. Tit for tat.
I am Marquis Wan, the general of the D Kingdom. How can I be reduced to a prisoner by my subordinates? I will kill you today. I've said so much, and now I'm going to die.
Shuai and Gui stepped forward on horseback. Fang Tian's painted halberd danced wildly in his hand, and a battle broke out with Lu Bu. The peak strength of both people is 99, which represents the highest strength of the three kingdoms and the Tang dynasty. Lu Bu knew that Shuai and Gui was currently as powerful as him, so he turned on the unparalleled mode as soon as he came up. The attack speed increased significantly, and Fang Tian's painted halberd was as light as nothing, roaring like wind. Both men were fierce generals, who could kill thousands of low-level soldiers in one battle. At this time, the two armies were fighting in front of the formation, and the soldiers on both sides were stunned.
I am not as good as these two people.
Ding Chong and Zhang Hao, the two 10,000 enemies of the former Qin dynasty, couldn't help but sigh when they saw the two peak generals fighting.
With the two of them teamed up, it might be difficult for either of them to match up. Shuai and Gui also saw that Lu Bu's military power was very high in Lord, so he had the idea of surrendering Lu Bu. However, Shuai and Gui did not know that even the heroic Cao Cao, who reused Zhang He, Zhang Liao and other surrendered generals, gave up conquering Lu Bu because of Liu Bei's persuasion.
Su Fengyan asked King Xia for help. This time he is in trouble.
Wang Ming frowned when he saw Shuai and Gui fighting against Lu Bu. Lu Bu had completely lost his previous domineering aura. Su Fengyan just used the advantage of having a large number of people to bully a small number of people. He did not show martial ethics and asked the king of Xia for help, asking for more troops. It is not necessarily the case of defeating more with less that makes a famous general. As a coach, the more troops the better. Wang Jian destroyed the Chu state and asked Qin King Yingzheng for an army of 600,000. Yingzheng could not help but worry that Wang Jian would take away his military power. Su Fengyan also asked Chu Tian for Shuai and Gui to come to help in order to be sure of success.
Announce an emergency to the Lord and ask Generals Guan and Zhang to come for reinforcements.
Wang Ming thought of the two brave generals Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. If the two fierce generals Guan Yu and Zhang Fei come to Wudu County, then on the Wudu County battlefield, 4 of the 5 tiger generals, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, as well as Shuai and Gui and Lu Bu, will gather together. As for the remaining 5 tiger general Huang Zhong, he is currently on the battlefield in Nanyang County. Liu Bei had arrived in Hanzhong and received Wang Ming's request for help. Since Xiaobian City in Wudu County, which had a teleportation array, was besieged by Yuantai, the teleportation array could not be used. Liu Bei had to order Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to pass through Yanping Pass and go to Wudu County to support Wang Ming. The Guanzhong army has passed through Baoxia Road and besieged the walled city established by Yang Su. At this time, Hanzhong entered the rainy season, with heavy rain, and the two sides fought in the heavy rain. In Shangyong City, Zhang Dao, the original governor of Hanzhong, received news from Chu Tian and asked Zhang Dao, Zhang Jiao, and others to go south along the Han River to cooperate with Wu Qi in attacking Nanyang County. Chapter 975 Guan Yu and Zhang Fei come to help.
The military advisor is in urgent need. Go to support as soon as possible.
Guan Yu and Zhang Fei led the cavalry across Yanping Pass, with Guan Ping and Zhang Bao as the vanguard, galloping all the way. Soldiers need to be quick, and there is no need to delay. Chu Tian sent Shuai and Gui, Lu Bu, and Qin Qingji to support the Shiliang army. Wang Ming could not continue to support the overall situation, and could only ask Liu Bei for help. It rained heavily in Guanzhong, and the war horses galloped across the muddy dirt road, leaving pitted horse hoof prints.
Second brother, I heard that the Shiliang army has a fierce general named Ma Chao. There are also old rivals, Shuai and Gui and Zhao Yun.
Zhang Fei galloped on his horse. Since arriving in Yizhou, he had not fought against the generals of Chu Tian's forces for a long time, and he couldn't help but be excited. Zhang Bao asked,
Father, are Shuai and Gui, Zhao Yun, and Ma Chao very strong in martial arts? Not ordinary strong.
Zhang Fei readily acknowledged the strength of these 3 men. Guan Yu did not deny it. They had fought against Gui and Zhao Yun before, so they knew how terrifying they were.
I also have to work hard to keep up with my father.
Zhang Bao inherited some of Zhang Fei's martial arts, but he was still far from Zhang Fei. In Wudu County, Yuan Tai rushed to attack the city many times, and even attacked the city himself with a shield. After entering the rainy season, it rained heavily in Wudu County, so Yuan Tai, Li Hu, and Duga Xian did not stop attacking the city. A group of white-robed cavalry dismounted and attacked the city with a ring-show knife in hand. With the help of General Chen Qingji, the white-robed army climbed the scarred city wall and attacked the city in the heavy rain. The offensive and defensive sides repeatedly fought for the city wall, and the soldiers of the Wuchuan army and the white-robe army fell into the water. Boom! The battering ram violently bombarded the city gate, and with a loud noise, the city gate finally couldn't withstand the repeated impacts of the battering ram and collapsed. The cavalry of the white-robe army and the Wuchuan army rode in, and Li Hu chopped down the enemy soldiers along the way with his sword. Lu Guang, the fierce general of the D people, saw that the city was broken, so he had to withdraw from Xiaobian through another city gate.
The city is finally broken.
Yuan Tai braved the heavy rain to enter the city, and his armor was soaked by the heavy rain. The attack on Xiaobian was a declaration of surrender to the Xiao army. Only with military exploits could he be recognized by other Xiao army generals. Xiao Bianba was captured, and Wudu County in Lianzhou was merged into Chutian's territory. At this point, all the counties in Lianzhou were recovered.
Thanks to the help of the White Robe Army for this attack on Nadii,
Yuan Tai said to Chen Qingji. Although Yuan Tai could have captured Xiaoban without Chen Qingji's White Robe Army, the arrival of Chen Qingji's White Robe Army became the straw that broke the camel's back. Chen Qingji saw the destroyed city and said,
"If Xiaobian is defeated, Wang Meng will definitely retreat to Yangping Pass."
As Chen Qingji had judged, after the fall of Xiaobian, Wang Meng gave up Gushan and began to retreat. The combat effectiveness of Yuan Tai's Wuchuan Legion was more powerful than expected, and Lu Guang was unable to defend it. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's reinforcements had not yet arrived. Wang Meng saw the defeated Lu Guang coming to join him, and thought for a while.
As soon as our army retreats, they will definitely come to pursue us. Lu Bu and Ding Cheng, you two are lying in ambush in the rear. Once the other party comes to pursue you, attack their commander fiercely. Don't be reluctant to fight or defeat him. After 2 times, come back to me again.
Lu Bu was confused.
Will they come after me twice? Just follow the orders.
Wang Meng left behind 10,000 cavalry for Lu Bu and Ding Cheng respectively, and then personally commanded the army to leave. In the Shiliang military camp, Su Fengnian learned that Wang Meng had retreated, so he sent the 1st Shiliang Legion including Han Sui, Ma Teng, and Ma Chao to pursue him. Li Ru said,
Wang Meng is cunning and may set up an ambush in the rear. We should send another cavalry as backup.
Su Fengnian gave another order.
Gui, Zhao Yun, you will take over later.
Ma Chao, the fierce general of the Shiliang army, held a gun and led the Shiliang cavalry out of camp in the heavy rain to chase Wang Meng's army. Li Ru watched Ma Chao leave and fell into a brief silence.
Perhaps the general should command the army and support the 2 groups from the rear. Do you think Wang Meng still has some energy left? It may not be impossible. Except Yuan Tai, who stayed behind in Xiaoban. The rest of the group will follow me southward.
Ahead, Ma Chao, Han Sui, and others who were chasing Wang Meng were attacked by Lu Bu and Deng Cheng. Lu Bu wielded Fang Tian's painted halberd and made a surprise attack in the heavy rain. The Shiliang cavalry along the way was killed by Lu Bu.
The troops must not panic.
Han Sui tried his best to control many of his subordinates. The heavy rain made the dirt road muddy, and the sight was disturbed. Han Sui, Li Can, Zhang Heng and other generals pursued them all the way. They were attacked by 2 cavalrymen, Lu Bu and Deng Cheng, who had been ambushed by Wang Meng in advance. They suffered heavy casualties. Lu Bu advanced all the way and approached Han Sui's location. Han Sui's general Zhang Heng was beheaded by Lu Bu.
My lord, retreat immediately.
Yang Qiu, Ma Wan and other generals protected Han Sui and retreated. Ma Teng and Ma Chao received the news that Han Sui was ambushed, so they turned back to rescue Han Sui and counterattacked Lu Bu and Deng Cheng.
Lu Bu, the military advisor has said that you must not be reluctant to fight. Retreat immediately.
Deng Cheng and Lu Bu worked together to defeat Han Sui and delay the attack. Deng Cheng decided to leave as soon as Han Sui was defeated and would not hesitate to fight.
Coward!
Lu Bu saw Deng Cheng leaving, so he left with him. Ma Teng, Ma Chao and Han Sui reunited and went south to pursue them again. Xuerengui and Zhao Yun's cavalry arrived. When the Xiliang army thought that Lu Bu and Deng Chong had retreated, Lu Bu and Deng Chong followed Wang Ming's instructions and set up an ambush to attack again, killing the Xiliang army's 3,000 cavalry. And the two sides fought in a melee. While Lu Bu and Deng Chong were delaying the advance of the Xiliang army, Wang Ming's main force had already moved towards Yangping Pass.
Sir, the front army suffered 2 consecutive enemy counterattacks, and the pursuing troops suffered heavy losses. It seems that Wang Ming is indeed prepared.
Li Ru and Xie Ai both reacted at the same time.
The whole army is pressing forward. We cannot let them reach Yangping Pass easily. I will pursue it myself.
Su Fengnian led the light cavalry in pursuit. The Xiliang army took the initiative and pursued them relentlessly. Lu Bu and Deng Chong also suffered heavy losses in order to cut off the rear. After 2 consecutive counterattacks, they had to retreat at full speed. The Xiliang army was disturbed. But Li Ru and Xie Ai judged that Wang Ming would not counterattack for the 3rd time and continue the pursuit. On the 3rd day of the game between the two sides, the light cavalry of the Xiliang army finally caught Wang Ming's main force, and Wang Ming personally defended the rear. Wang Ming probably also knew that with the number of Xiliang army cavalry, it was basically impossible for him to escape unscathed, so he could only buy time.
Xuerengui, come and fight me!
Lu Bu was forced into a desperate situation by Xuerengui and became hysterical.
Why don't you dare?
In order to pursue the enemy, Xuerengui did not take a good rest for 3 consecutive days. He was also very angry and broke out into a battle with Lu Bu.
Lu Bu is a serious problem for my lord. I will help you kill him.
Zhao Yun thought that Lu Bu had been enemies with Chu Tian many times, so he joined forces with Xuerengui to fight against Lu Bu. As for Deng Chong, Zhang Hao, and other fierce generals, Ma Chao and Pang De have teamed up to look for their traces in the melee.
It's useless no matter how many people come.
Lu Bu directly activated Wushuang. His momentum was violent, and he swept through thousands of armies.
Work together to kill him!
Xuerengui and Zhao Yun had murderous intentions and attacked with all their strength. Even if Lu Bu entered the unparalleled state, he could not resist the joint attack of the 2 fierce generals.
No one can escape today.
Su Fengnian commanded the Xiliang light cavalry to make detours left and right. Su Fengnian's eyes were bloodshot, and the high-intensity marching and fighting drove both sides crazy. The heavy rain continued in Hanzhong and Wudu, and the 2 armies fought in the rain. Wang Ming drew his sword to boost the morale of the former Qin army, and they fought and retreated. It won't take long for this large army to enter Yangping Pass. Yangping Pass guards the key point. Once entering Yangping Pass, it will be difficult for the Xiliang army to capture it for a while. The number of people killed by the former Qin army reached tens of thousands.
Second brother, you can already hear the shouts of killing.
Zhang Fei waved his snake spear, and his cavalry were approaching the battlefield.
It should be the military advisor and the Xiliang army who are fighting. Hurry!
Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's cavalry broke through the muddy official road, directly intervened on the battlefield, and attacked the Xiliang army. When this cavalry appeared on the battlefield, the originally one-sided battlefield began to reverse. The green light cut through the rain curtain. Guan Yu raised his sword and dropped it, and several Xiliang cavalry were killed off their horses. 500 swordsmen wielded the Yanyu sword, and like a strong wind passing by, the Xiliang cavalry fell into the water one after another.
Military advisor, Zhang Ida from Yan is here.
Zhang Fei was even more brutal. He picked up a Xiliang cavalryman with his 8-foot-long snake spear and flew him several meters. The latter fell heavily and was shattered to pieces.
Sir, enemy reinforcements are coming. I suspect they are Liu Bei's reinforcements.
Su Fengnian personally killed a D cavalryman with his sword and received a report from the defeated cavalryman.
Liu Bei? If Generals Guan Yu and Zhang Fei arrive, it will be troublesome. Pull back your troops.
Su Fengnian was also very decisive, thinking that Liu Bei might send Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to help. So he ordered the troops to retreat. Lu Bu was attacked by Xuerengui and Zhao Yun and suffered terribly. His originally handsome face had a scratch from Zhao Yun's gentian silver spear. Facing Xuerengui and Zhao Yun's joint attack, Lu Bu might also be killed.
Bullying the minority with more will lead to victory without force. Let's fight another day.
Lu Bu panicked a little. If he didn't leave, a famous general of his generation would die under Xuerengui's Fang Tianhuaji. However, Xuerengui did not give Lu Bu a chance to escape and attacked Lu Bu desperately. Fang Tian drew his halberd like a violent storm. covering Lu Bu madly, while Zhao Yun cut off Lu Bu's retreat. Once Bing Zhou Wolf cavalry came to help, the white horse Yi Song drove them back and besieged Lu Bu. Lu Bu was in a dilemma. Faced with Fang Tian's painted halberd and Jin Shen's bright silver spear, he was attacked from both sides. He was unable to stand alone. Suddenly, Zhao Yun felt a cold feeling behind him, gave up attacking Lu Bu, and used Jin Shen's bright silver spear to block behind him. The Qing Long Yanyu sword slashed down, but was blocked by the Jin Shen bright silver spear, causing fire to fly. Chapter 976. Civil War between 5 Tiger Generals.
It's you, Guan Yu.
Zhao Yun returned to his horse and fought with Guan Yu. The bright silver spear of Jin Shen swept out with a sound of breaking through the air. Guan Yu faced Zhao Yun and did not dare to be too powerful. He waved the Qing Long Yanyu sword with both hands and fought with Zhao Yun to no avail. Because the 2 5 Tiger Generals have taken refuge in different lords, they are powerful enemies of each other. Imperial weapons collide violently, and the shadows of swords and spears are everywhere. Guan Yu's Qing Long Yanyu sword had a green glow and was powerful enough to break rocks. All the Shiliang cavalry who were struck by the Qing Long Yanyu sword were killed with one blow. However, Guan Yu did not have the advantage when fighting Zhao Yun. The red rabbit horse was still under Lu Bu's crotch, and Guan Yu was riding a king-level war horse, fighting Zhao Yun for hundreds of rounds.
Second brother, I'm here to help.
Zhang Fei arrived with a carefree attitude, brandishing a snake spear 8 feet tall. Suddenly, Zhang Fei saw Lu Bu, who was fighting with Xueren Gui, and couldn't help but spit on him.
It's so unlucky that I saved the slave of the 4 surname. Ring-eyed thief. I can escape unscathed without you coming to save me. I will definitely kill you one day.
Compared to Xueren Gui and Zhao Yun, Lu Bu hated Zhang Fei even more because Zhang Fei spoke unabashedly and often mocked Lu Bu. As expected, Zhang Fei continued to taunt.
If we hadn't arrived, you would have been killed by the sword.
Zhang Fei saw that Lu Bu was fighting with Xueren Gui, and Guan Yu and Zhao Yun were fighting endlessly. He did not want to pay attention to Lu Bu, but decided to join forces with Guan Yu to deal with Zhao Yun. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu joined forces. Even Lu Bu was defeated and fled. Zhang Fei believed that by joining forces with Guan Yu, Zhao Yun could be defeated. Suddenly, a white war horse galloped over among thousands of troops. The iron spear pierced the air, and with the unmatched impact of the war horse, it took Zhang Fei's head. Zhang Fei had to block it, and the terrifying impact almost knocked Zhang Fei off his horse.
Good boy. You have some strength.
Zhang Fei's hands holding the Zhangba snake spear were slightly numb. Ma Chao's weapon was extremely heavy, and even Zhang Fei was a little overwhelmed. Ma Chao inherited Wang Yanzhong's iron spear characteristics. Even if he is equipped with an iron spear weighing more than 100 kilograms, his attack speed will not be greatly affected. When Ma Chao swung his iron spear and attacked in all directions, with spears like a forest, he caught Zhang Fei and fought. A civil war broke out among the 4 fierce generals among the 5 Tiger Generals. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Ma Chao, and Zhao Yun were divided into 2 camps and fought back and forth, their weapons making waves, and Xueren Gui single-handedly suppressed Lu Bu, and the 2 danced wildly. In the battle between these 6 people, ordinary cavalry could not intervene at all. Otherwise, they would be easily slaughtered by these fierce generals. 6 people working together can even defeat a team of 10,000 people. Ma Yuan of the 4th Legion of the Shiliang Army was counterattacked by Deng Chong and Zhang Hao. Guan Ping and Zhang Bao led a cavalry assault, but was blocked by Yang Shiho's Silver Spear Army. The Shiliang Army retreated at the sound of gold. Xueren Gui heard the sound of gold, so he said to Zhao Yun and Ma Chao,
Retreat temporarily. Guan Yu, let's fight another day.
A bit of cold light in Zhao Yun's hand arrived first, and hundreds of spear shadows were thrust forward, and hundreds of birds looked at the phoenix. Guan Yu's Qing Long Yanyu sword is like a half-moon, with dragon roar, crushing Zhao Yun's spear shadow. On the other side, Ma Chao and Zhang Fei fought for 200 rounds with no outcome. Ma Chao retreated, but Zhang Fei found that his right arm was shaking. In order to block Ma Chao's stormy offensive, Zhang Fei was severely exhausted. The weapons Ma Chao used were too heavy, and Ma Chao's ability to speed up his attacks made Ma Chao's attacks powerful and heavy.
Third brother, this is the golden voice of the military advisor.
At this time, Guan Yu reminded Zhang Fei that Wang Ming had ordered his troops to retreat. Both the Shiliang army and the former Qin army knew that the situation at this time was inextricable, and that continuing the war would only hurt both sides. So they broke away from the battle. Su Fengnian was mainly worried about the losses suffered by Shuai and Gui and Zhao Yun, because Chu Tian's goal was not only to defeat Liu Bei, but also to deal with powerful enemies from other civilizations. The loss of a strong general within the Han Empire was a loss for the Han Empire.
Second brother, they are indeed a strong enemy. That young general is probably Ma Chao, a fierce general in the Xiliang army who has recently emerged.
Zhang Fei readily admitted that Ma Chao was a formidable enemy and led his troops away. Wang Meng's main force was close to Yanping Pass. After receiving support from Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, he entered Yanping Pass to defend and prevent the Xiliang army from entering Hanzhong. Lu Bu returned to Yangping when injured, with a very worried face. He was almost killed by Shuai Gui and Zhao Yun, and it took Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to help. So Lu Bu came back alive. The Yangping garrison, plus the troops of Wang Meng, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, reached 150,000 troops and occupied the main pass. Historically, when Cao Cao attacked Zhang Lu, he took Chinsong Road, detoured around Wudu County, and attacked Yanping Pass. Now, Xia's troops were divided into 3 groups. One to attack Yanping Pass, one to go through Xiegu, and one to go through Luogu. Liu Bei also divided his troops into 3 groups to meet the enemy. Wang Meng guarded Yanping Pass, Yang Su guarded Xiegu Pass, and Hu Luduan guarded Luogu Pass. Liu Bei personally took command of Nanjing County and, together with Qin Shi, the foreign military advisor, dispatched troops and horses from all walks of life to defend. Natural danger blocked Xia's army. Su Fengnian reorganized the Xiliang army and counted the losses since the war with the former Qin army. Because of the torrential rain for days, and the pursuit of Wang Meng for many days, many low-level troops were lost. About 30,000 Xiliang troops were killed or missing in battle, and 40,000 were injured. The Xiliang army fought all the way to Yanping Pass. Facing the pass between the 2 mountains, Su Fengnian, Ma Teng, Shuai Gui, and other generals were helpless for a while.
I'm afraid even with the Hongyi cannon, it may not be possible to break through Yanping Pass.
Su Fengnian couldn't help but sigh. It was difficult for the Xiliang cavalry to cross Xiongwan. It doesn't matter if the generals guarding the pass are mediocre. Wang Meng is the civil servant and Lu Bu, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei and Deng Chong are the military commander. Even if they attack by force, it will be difficult for the Xiliang army to win. The good news for the Xiliang army is that Wudu County has been recovered and the army has advanced to Yanping Pass. After passing Yanping Pass, you will reach Hanzhong Basin. Su Fengnian looked at the Nianshui River between the mountains.
During the 3 Kingdoms period, Liu Bei and Cao Cao competed for Hanzhong. Yanping Pass guarded by Xia Hoyuan and Zhang He blocked Liu Bei for a year.
Suddenly, Su Fengnian seemed to have thought of something. Because in history Liu Bei successfully captured Hanzhong, and Xia Hoyuan was killed by Huang Zhong at Dingjun Mountain.
Dingjun Mountain. Could it be that the key to breaking the situation lies in Dingjun Mountain? I wonder if Liu Bei's military advisor Qin Shi has established a walled city in Dingjun Mountain.
Su Fengnian knew that Liu Bei had an outstanding player strategist beside him. Players who are familiar with the history of the 3 kingdoms all know that in the Battle of Dingjun Mountain, Cao Cao's general Xia Hoyuan was killed by Huang Zhong. Because of the battle at Dingjun Mountain, Xia Hoyuan's abilities dropped a notch in each game. Su Fengnian knew about the Battle of Dingjun Mountain, and so did Qin Shi.
Are we going to fight for Dingjun Mountain?
Su Fengnian fell into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. If the Battle of Dingjun Mountain breaks out and one of the generals is lost, Su Fengnian will find it difficult to explain to Chu Tian. However, taking the mountain road of Dingjun Mountain is undoubtedly a better choice than attacking Yanping Pass directly.
Camp at Yanping Pass, confront Wang Meng, and wait for the opportunity.
Chapter 977 Lu Zijing goes to the meeting alone. In Luan County in Huainan, Sun Ce, the little overlord of Jiandong, wielded his overlord's fierce spear and swept through the defenders. He defeated the defenders of Luan County and captured the granary. The forces of Chu Tian were engaged in large-scale farming in Huainan, and the counties in Huainan cultivated a lot of grain. Sun Ce obtained military supplies and threatened Shouchuan City.
As long as Shouchuan is captured, the Hefei defenders will be under siege and will definitely flee without a fight. Chu Zimu actually looks down on my sister. This time, I want him to see the anger of the Jiandong Sun family.
Sun Ce suppressed his anger and asked Lu Fan to lead a group of troops to move away the population of Luan County, and then march toward Shouchuan. For a time, Jianhui was greatly shocked. Lu Fu, the governor of Zhejiang County, declared martial law and waited for Cao Cao's Hebei army to come for reinforcements. Cao Cao went south from Yicheng, where troops were stationed, to Sichuan, and came out of the teleportation array in Sichuan. 5 good generals followed Cao Cao: Zhang Liao, Zhang He, Su Huang, Lu Jin, and Eugene, each with their own strengths. In addition to the 5 good generals, there are also Tiger and Leopard cavalry generals Cao Chun and Cao Xiu, as well as Xinqing Xia Huyuan and the eldest son Cao On. Gu Jia and Sun Yu were sent by the strategy department to serve as military advisors and military supervisors. Cao Cao led 300,000 troops and entered Jianghuai one after another. Chen Ding, the prefect of Guangling, was ordered to build warships on a large scale in Guangling County, peak at the construction of Yu City, and force the Jiangnan army to return. The main task of Cao Cao's 300,000 troops is to suppress Sun Jian, Sun Ce, and his son with Yu Fei. When Cao Cao heard that Sun Ce had captured Luan County, he couldn't help but sigh.
He is worthy of being the little overlord of Jiangdong. His advance is so fast that his troops are approaching Sichuan. It's a pity that he met me. Cao Mingde.
The 5 good generals will attack Sichuan to intercept the Jiangdong little overlord. As for Hefei, Yu Fei was guarding it. Cao Cao believed that Yu Fei could hold Hefei without sending troops. Outside Hefei city, Yu Fei rushed into the formation with a gun and defeated Song Jiang's military formation with Yang Zixing. Song Jiang's Liangshan army was able to bully the defenders of various counties. However, they met Yu Fei, the strongest commander in the Song dynasty, and were defeated by Yu Fei. Song Jiang fled with Hua Rong and Wu Song and Luo Wang. The tiger fighting hero Wu Song once fought against Yang Zixing, a fierce general of the Yu family army, in a melee, but was defeated by Yang Zixing. He knew that he was no match for Yang Zixing. Yu Fei was guarding Hefei, facing Sun Jian's attack. His first priority was not to hold onto Hefei, but to take the initiative and kill 20,000 Liangshan troops and defeat Song Jiang. Yu Fei reined in the reins and watched Song Jiang escape into Ruxu water.
If Jiangdong Tiger Sun Jian only has this ability, he will never be able to capture the city of Hefei.
Yu Fei defeated Song Jiang and thought something was wrong, because Sun Jian's army, the Jiangdong Tiger, could not be defeated as easily as Liangshan's army. Sun Jian's legion has been fighting for more than 10 years, and is a veteran of hundreds of battles. Even Yu Fei had to spend some effort to defeat him. This is not the case with the Liangshan army. Most of the Liangshan army are just temporary recruits, and belong to the low-level peasant army. In another battlefield in Hefei city, Jiangdong Tiger Sun Jian desperately attacked Zhang Xian, the general of the Yu family army. The ancient ingot sword danced wildly in Sun Jian's hands. The 2 veteran generals Cheng Pu and Huang Gai always followed Sun Jian. At the same time, Sun Jian was followed by those who were good at using it. The general with the long bow fired all his arrows, and all the soldiers of the Yu family who were shot by him were killed with 1 arrow. As a prince, Sun Jian participated in many battles and recruited several generals from other dynasties. However, he had a secret agreement with Chu Tian before, so he did not use all his strength. At this time, Sun Jian tried his best to explode. He would rather use Song Jian to lure Yu Fei away, but also eat part of the Yu family's army, which made Chu Tian feel distressed. There was a big difference between Zhang Xian and Yu Fei, but they were quickly defeated by Sun Jian's full attack. Sun Jian led his troops to sweep through the area, and Zhang Xian lost 12,000 troops and horses.
The main force of Yu Fei's Beiwei army will arrive soon. Withdraw the troops?
Sun Jian followed Tongchua's order and tried his best to defeat Yu Fei. If defeated by Yu Fei, Sun Jian's army would be unable to pose a threat to Sichuan and Hefei. The Hefei defenders attacked in 3 groups and swept away the Wu army near Hefei city. Yu Fei's side won a complete victory. Wen Yang did not encounter a large-scale Wu army, but Zhang Xian's army was defeated and retreated to Hefei city. Lu Su learned from Zhang Xian that Sun Jian fought desperately and severely wounded Zhang Xian. Almost all the soldiers of the Yu family under Zhang Xian were wiped out, and he couldn't help but frown. Lu Su thought that Sun Jian would follow the unspoken rules of political marriage and would not really take action. However, now Sun Jian is like a mad dog. Even if he cannot defeat Yu Fei, he still uses guerrilla tactics to attack Yu Fei's partial division.
There is nothing that cannot be resolved through negotiation. Why does Sun Jian act like this?
Lu Su firmly believed that the goal could be achieved through diplomacy. So Lu Su led a group of cavalry and went out of the city to find Sun Jian to negotiate. Li Dian stopped Lu Su and said,
Sijing, There is no need to take such a risk. Why should I be afraid when I go to a meeting alone? Sun Jian will not kill me easily.
Lu Su resolutely left the city. Yu Fei returned to the city and reorganized the city's defenses. Sun Jian brought many generals to attack everywhere. Yu Fei could suppress them all. But his generals were not necessarily Sun Jian's opponents. Zhang Xian, the deputy general of the Yu family army, took off his armor and said,
"There is an archer in Sun Jian's army who shot through the armor of the general from 100 meters away. Fortunately, no bones were injured."
Yu Fei took over the armor that was shot through. With a solemn expression,
"This man's bow skills are almost the same as those of Shui Gui and Li Guang. Order the whole army to stay away if they encounter this man. Where is Lu Su?"
Yu Fei withdrew his troops. And Sun Jian also withdrew his troops at the same time. Song Jiang took Wusong, Lu Zhishan, Hua Rong and other Lianshan generals to join Sun Jian. Sun Jian successfully defeated Zhang Xian. But Song Jiang's Lianshan army was trained by Yu Fei's army, which made Song Jiang suffer a lot. Wu Yong believed that Sun Jian deliberately asked Song Jiang to attract Yu Fei's attention. Song Jiang listened to Wu Yong's reminder, but did not dare to get angry at Sun Jian. Song Jiang is now Duke Liangshang of Wu State. He obeys Sun Jian's orders, and does not dare to disobey Sun Jian's orders.
Yu Fei is really powerful. No wonder King Wu ordered us to avoid Yu Fei's sharp edge.
Based on Song Jiang's description, Sun Jian can roughly estimate the combat power of the Yu family army. The Yu family army commanded by Yu Fei is not on the same level as Zhang Xian's partial army.
"Lord, we captured Xia Jun's Lu Su alive."
Veteran General Huang Dai came to report to Sun Jian. When Sun Jian heard that Lu Su had come to his door, he couldn't help but darken his face. It was Lu Su who deceived Sun Jian into marrying the Chutian forces. But now the possibility of marriage is slim.
"Bring Lu Su here. I want to see how he makes excuses. If you are not satisfied, then I will kill him."
Soon, Lu Su was escorted by Wu Jun and was sent to Sun Jian. Lu Su went to the meeting alone and showed no fear when facing Sun Jian. Sun Jian glared at Lu Su angrily.
"Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?"
Lu Su looked calm.
"The two armies are fighting, and I will not kill the envoy. I am following the command of the general and requesting you to withdraw your troops. I was ordered by the king of Wu to attack Hefei. How could I withdraw my troops because of your flattery? You go down first."
Sun Jian asked Huang Dai, Cheng Pu, Song Jiang and others to leave, leaving him alone with Sun Jian's force. Even 10 Lu Su might not be able to kill Sun Jian.
"Sun Watai, don't forget that we have a private agreement to marry the daughter of the Sun family as the crown prince of King Xia, to marry the Qin and Jin dynasties, and to stop the disputes. Why are you leading your troops to attack now and won't stop until death?"
Lu Su had a private dispute with Sun Jian. Sun Jian repeatedly broke appointments, which made Lu Su's performance not very good. Fang Xianling promoted Xia Liang to the position of Princess Xia, thereby obtaining the official position of Shangshuling. Lu Su wanted to promote the marriage between the Sun family and the Chu family, which could not only solve Sun Jian's threat to Huainan, but also determine the choice of the crown princess. One stone, two birds. But as time passed, Sun Jian seemed dissatisfied with Lu Su's arrangements and made a comeback. This is Sun Jian's 4th time to attack Hefei. Sun Jian snorted coldly.
"I have accurate information. King Xiao wants to make the eldest daughter of the Ma family and Xiliang the crown prince. How could he have thought that we had an agreement?"
Lu Su was silent for a while.
"I have never heard that King Xia plans to marry the Ma family of Xiliang. Maybe we can negotiate. Even if King Xia has the idea of marrying with the Ma family of Xiliang, maybe we can discuss the order."
Sun Jian's face was as dark as water.
"King Xia is going too far. Prince Xia is still a little kid. Do you want all the daughters of the Ma family and the Sun family? Ahem. It's not impossible. King Xia has 3 wives and 4 concubines. His Royal Highness. This is nothing."
Lu Su tried to come around. Although Chu Wu was not yet 10 years old, it was indeed a bit excessive to decide on the future crown prince and concubines. But this was a master, who was born with a golden key in his mouth. Sun Jian thought for a long time. Sun Jian only had 1 wife and 1 concubine, taking the Wu sisters. But Chu Tian's son, who was young, had many marriages, one of which was his own daughter, and he didn't know how many concubines he would have in the future. Sun Jian frowned.
"My daughter is not an ordinary person. She must be the crown prince's concubine."
Sun Jian was speechless about his future son-in-law, and now he could only hope that his daughter could become the future crown princess.
This, I can't guarantee it. If my daughter cannot be in the front, then we can only fight without negotiation. Even if Sun Jian, are defeated and die, I will still fight for my daughter and the Sun family. You can leave. When will King Xia agree to my terms? I will slow down the attack.
Sun Jian put his hand on the handle of the knife to show his determination.
I see.
Lu Su bowed and left Sun Jian's camp calmly. When Lu Su passed by a general carrying a long bow, the general carrying a long bow glared at Lu Su with murderous intent. Lu Su was secretly shocked. This seemed to be a general who was good at archery, no less than Shui Gui and Li Guang. Lu Su got on his horse and left calmly among the thousands of troops. Wu Yong, the military advisor of the Lianshan army, saw Lu Su leaving Sun Jian's camp and was thoughtful. Compared with the top counselors in history, Wu Yong is nothing, but he is still quite strategic. He seems to have discovered that there is a connection between Lu Su and Sun Jian. Wu Yong said to Song Jiang,
perhaps Sun Jian, the prince of Changsha County, has secret contacts with the Xiao army.
Song Jiang shook his head.
Wu Yong, you are worrying too much. Sun Jian recently defeated Zhang Xian, the deputy general of the Yu family army, killing tens of thousands, and the Yu family army was shaken. Brother Song Jiang, these princes are fighting for their own interests, and anything can happen.
Wu Yong still suspected that Sun Jian and Lu Su had a dirty deal. Chapter 978, Crown Princess Candidate.
Is this Sun Jian's condition?
Chu Tian stared at Lu Su, who came to Xia Cheng to meet him. Lu Su went to the meeting alone and negotiated with Sun Jian for the third time. Sun Jian insisted on raising his daughter to the position of crown princess.
Sun Jian killed 10,000 soldiers of the Yu family army just for this trivial matter?
Chu Tian really couldn't bear to be disturbed. Sun Jian had several Jiangdong veteran generals, as well as military generals from other dynasties he had recruited over the past 10 years. He was actually quite a prince. However, Sun Jian did not have his own territory and was attached to the king of Wu, so he had to obey Tongque's orders. At the same time, Sun Jian and Tongque were still sworn brothers. At least on the surface, they would not violate Tongque's intentions. Sun Jian was very persistent and attacked Hefei continuously. If Sun Jian didn't agree to it, Sun Jian would probably fight tooth and nail. Chu Tian could see the hero rankings, and coupled with the news from the scouts, he actually knew what generals Sun Jian had. Sun Jian has always maintained an independent status as a prince and participated in many epic battles and several national wars. So Sun Jian has really received many recruitment orders and rewards. Chu Tian didn't have much dealings with Sun Jian before and didn't care. In fact, the Jiangdong Sun family was quite strong under Sun Jian's management. If he could win over the Jiangdong Sun family, these civil servants and generals would be his. So Chu Tian would only agree to the marriage before. In the hero rankings, there was Yang Yuji, the archery god of Chu, who was ranked high in terms of martial arts, and he was recruited by Sun Jian. Yang Yuji is the god of arrows in the spring and autumn period. He lives up to his name. The idiom, 100 steps can pierce a poplar, was first used to describe Yang Yuji. Yang Yuji can catch arrows from all directions with both hands, and can shoot 1,000 jin bow with both arms. His understanding of archery is so superb that he is extraordinary. Yang Yuji only needs one arrow to kill an enemy, so he is also nicknamed Yang Yuji. In addition to Yang Yuji, the Sun family also recruited several other generals, who were less of a threat than Yang Yuji. In order to win over Sun Jian, Chu Tian fell into deep thought. You stay in Xia City for now. I need time to make a decision. My lord, please put the overall situation first. The Sun family is the tiger of Jiangdong. Although General Yu Fei is not afraid, if Sun Jian is allowed to attack everywhere, Huainan will not be able to be disturbed. Lu Su stood up and said goodbye. After Lu Su left, Chu Tian paced in place. Chu Wu possessed Lu Xiu's characteristics, Lu Ji's characteristics, and
I am born with talents that will be useful.
With Wu Qi, Jia Su, and Sun Yu as his teachers, Zhuge Liang as his senior brother, and Li Xiaoning as his guard, Chu Tian invested a lot of resources just to choose the eldest son as the first heir. Chu Tian was also very cautious about the selection of the future crown princess. What Chu Tian is more worried about is that Chu Wu is not satisfied with his arrangements. In the future, his father will be kind and his son will be filial. Chu Tian found Xiao Liang to discuss the candidate for the future crown princess. Ma Yunlu and Chu Wu grew up in Prince Xiao's mansion and were childhood sweethearts. Xiao Liang and Ma Yunlu had a good relationship. Behind Ma Yunlu is the Shiliang Ma family, including Ma Teng, Ma Chao, Ma Tai, Ma Xiao and Ma Dai, who are good at force. Behind Sun Shangxiang are the Jiangdong Sun family, Sun Jian, Sun Se, Sun Quan, as well as Cheng Pu, Huang Gai, Han Dang and other veteran generals, and Shou Tai, Jiang Qin, Yang Yuji and other new generals recruited by Sun Jian. If you want to be a crown princess, the power behind your natal family is usually quite large.
Wu is only 9 years old, and you want to arrange 2 marriages for him? Do you think he is the king of the sea like you?
Xiao Liang pinched Chu Tian. Chu Tian grabbed Xiao Liang's hand, but Xiao Liang couldn't get away.
Wu is in this position, so he must make some sacrifices to balance the forces of all parties. After my training, Ma Yunlu is still obedient. If it is Sun Shangxiang, I don't know. But it is said that the eldest lady of the Sun family has been causing trouble everywhere since she was a child.
Xiao Liang also seriously considered the candidate for the crown princess. Chu Tian was speechless after hearing this. It turned out that Xiao Liang had trained Ma Yunlu so quickly to ensure that Ma Yunlu would be in the same camp as her in the future.
It's not impossible to give the position of crown princess to the Sun family. Then we can train Sun Shangxiang well. Wait, if this happens, doesn't our son have an affair with Liu Bei?
Xiao Liang thought of something.
Ahem. Liu Bei and Sun Shangxiang are just a political marriage. After Liu Bei entered Shu, didn't he marry Wu Yi's sister Wu? Maybe Liu Bei and the earliest Mrs. Mi and Mrs. Gong were in true love. When they get older, they will pay more attention to interests. This is the helplessness of being in a high position.
Chu Tian somewhat understood Liu Bei's later intentions. As a hero, there are many things you cannot control yourself.
Just quibble. I have no objection. I will lobby Wu and Ma Yunlu.
Xiao Liang was responsible for appeasing the younger generation, while Chu Tian reached an agreement with Sun Jian. Now that the future crown princess has been decided, Chu Tian ordered Lu Su to continue negotiating with Sun Jian. However, Chu Tian also heard that Sun Shangxiang was a family-breaking general, and it was estimated that the crown prince's uterus would be in chaos in the future. But the power of the Jiangdong Sun family represented behind Sun Shangxiang is really too strong. Sun Jian, the tiger of Jiangdong. Sun Se, the little overlord of Jiangdong. For old ministers of Jiangdong. Zhou Tai, the immortal, and Yang Yuji, the god of arrows. Chu Tian just turned a blind eye. Near Shouchuan City, Sun Se, the little overlord of Jiangdong, did not know that Chu Tian had made a compromise and was already fighting Zhang Liao. The 5 Sun general, Sun Se and Zhang Liao originally had no chance to fight. But the fate of the 3 kingdoms characters in Lord has undergone earth-shaking changes because of player intervention. Sun Jian is still alive and well. At this time, Sun Se and Sun Quan went into battle and led their brothers from Jiangdong to attack Zhang Liao. Maybe Sun Quan would be defeated by Zhang Liao. But Sun Se's military ability far exceeded Sun Quan. He attacked Jiangdong when he was less than 20 years old. In 5 years, he unified Jiangdong and defeated Huangzhou. He tried to sneak attack Xuchang in the Battle of Guandu, which almost changed the pattern of the 3 kingdoms. Sun Se was only 26 years old when he was assassinated. Otherwise, no one would know what the direction of the 3 kingdoms would be. If Sun Se exploded Cao Cao's lair from behind during the Battle of Guandu, perhaps Boss Cao would vomit blood and die. Sun Se and Zhang Liao competed for hegemony. The 2 were evenly matched. Sun Se's special unit, the Jiangdong Disciples, is a weakened unit of Xiangyu's Jiangdong Disciples. But it can also explode with powerful combat effectiveness. It has the style of 8,000 Jiangdong Disciples to sweep across the world. There is a reason why Sun Se is called the Little Overlord of Jiangdong. Because Sun Se is equivalent to a weakened version of Overlord Xiangyu. Overlord Xiangyu is undoubtedly a saint-level warrior. And Sun Se, as a weakened version of Xiangyu, has characteristics and weapons similar to Xiangyu, but is far less powerful than Xiangyu. If it were Xiangyu's army, it might quickly destroy Zhang Liao's cavalry instead of being evenly matched. Sun Quan led a group of archers to cover his brother. Sun Se held the Overlord's fierce spear and led his cavalry in and out of Bingzhou Wolf Riders 3 times. With a loud shout, the Bingzhou Wolf Riders' morale dropped significantly. Sun Se has abilities similar to Xiangyu. Seeing his brother's amazing performance, Sun Quan couldn't help but be envious. It would be great if one day I could be like my brother and swallow thousands of miles like a tiger.
Zhang Liao and Hu Sanyang fought with Sun Ce. And Zhang Liao had to admit that Sun Ce had the shadow of Xiang Yu and was a strong enemy. The two generations of the Sun family are full of talents. They were considered one of the big families in the Three Kingdoms period and conquered the world with their strength. However, Zhang Liao was not worried because this time he was not fighting alone. Zhang Liao and Sun Ce's weapons were intertwined. The two sides fought for a round in the melee of thousands of troops. And they could feel each other's strength. Sun Ce's Jiandong disciples are not weaker than Bingzhou Longqi. But they are still far behind the overlord Xiang Yu's 8,000 Jiandong disciples. It was enough to deal with the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry. It is conceivable that overlord Xiang Yu's army may be very strong. My reinforcements are coming. Sun Ce, just surrender and capture them. Zhang Liao pointed his halberd at Sun Ce. Behind Zhang Liao, the 5 good generals Su Huang, Zhang He, Eugene, and Li Jin led their legions to approach the battlefield. Euphorbia soldiers, Qizhou soldiers, and tiger and leopard cavalry entered the battlefield. On the horizon, the dark army of 5 generals, and the tiger and leopard cavalry arrived. Sun Ce had to withdraw his troops. Sun Quan, Zhou Tai and other Jiandong generals also retreated to the rear, retreating like a tide. Near Lujiang County and Jiujiang County, there are a large number of mountains and swamps, which are suitable for Jiandong Army's operations. Jiandong soldiers belong to the full range of arms, fire extinguisher, and are basically not affected by terrain. Chapter 979 Chengbanpo Sword God. Great Khan. After a year of rest and recuperation, Chu Zimu of the Han Empire divided his troops into 4 groups and attacked Goryeo, Jianhui, Xingfan, and Hanzhong at the same time. Chu Zimu wanted to unify the Han Empire in one fell swoop and destroy Goryeo at the same time. His plan was not small. Ajadai led the Mongolian and Turkic cavalry to sweep the Indus Plain. At the same time, Ajadai, the second great Khan of the Mongol Empire, was always paying attention to Chu Tian's movements. In Wukuetai's eyes, Chu Tian was on the same level as his father Temujin. Several years have passed since the war between the Han Empire and the Mongol Empire. Wukuetai has been trying his best to avoid challenging the Han Empire again. However, just because Wukuetai did not dare to challenge the Han Empire does not mean that Wukuetai has no ambition or the idea of challenging the Han Empire again. However, Wukuetai always believed that his strength was not enough. Now Wukuetai sweeps across the entire Indus Plain, and no prince in the Indian Mughal Empire can stop the Mongolian cavalry and Turkic cavalry. The flat terrain is suitable for cavalry operations. The great conquerors who conquered India often conquered the Indus River Plain in the north. The Indian Peninsula has 3 important regions, namely the Indus Plain in the northwest, the Ganges Plain in the northeast, and the Deccan Plateau in the south. Wukuetai's Mongolian and Turkic cavalry swept across the Indus Plain without any difficulty. What is truly difficult to conquer is the Deccan Plateau. Before Chu Zimu unified the Han Empire, capture the entire Indian Peninsula. Wukuetai has learned from the player that this place is called the Indian Peninsula and has a population similar to that of the Han Empire. These populations were of little use in the hands of many princes in India, but not necessarily for Ajadai. Wukuetai believed that a large amount of tax revenue, grain, grass and soldiers could be obtained from here. The Indus and Ganges plains have excellent water and heat conditions, so they can support a large population. 300,000 Mongolian and Turkic cavalry used horse whips to drive more Indian soldiers towards the Deccan Plateau. Wherever the Mongolian cavalry went, all the land they occupied gradually became the pastures of the Mongolian cavalry. The Mongolian cavalry had a stubborn attachment to pasture. A military general stood in front of Chu Tian. After dealing with Sun Jian's threat, Chu Tian still had to mobilize his 3 million troops in various battlefields. During this period, a general from the Xiahou clan recommended himself to Chu Tian. To be precise, this is the guard general recommended by Cao Cao to Chu Tian, and he comes from the Xiahou family. In the Xiahou family at the end of the Han dynasty, many people held high positions because of Cao Cao's relationship. Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan were well known. Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan are currently serving under Chu Tian. Chu Tian almost inherited Cao Cao's team. Of course, Cao Cao's team has little influence on the Chu Tian forces, because the Chu Tian forces are full of heroes, as well as Langya Kingdom's team, Lao Qin's team, and Mingwan's team. Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan are mid-level and senior generals. But they are not Chu, the core military commander of the heavenly forces. The military commander in front of him also came from the Xiahou family, but he was not a historical figure.
but a fictional character named Divine Sword Xiahou In. That's right. It was at Changbampo that he was killed by Zhao Zilong, who entered and exited 7 times. And Xia Haoan, who had the Qingji sword taken away from him. And the Lord Xiahou In is the younger brother of Xiahou Dun. Cao Cao had some selfish motives for recommending Xia Haoan. Cao Cao did not deny it, and successively recommended Cao Xiu, the 1,000-mile horse, and Xia Haoan, the divine sword. Cao Cao's recommendation is not without reason. The Cao family and Xiahou family in the late Han dynasty were indeed full of talents. Chu Tian was a little surprised when he first learned that the person recommended by Cao Cao was Xia Haoan. In a sense, Xia Haoan can be regarded as a divine general.
Xia Haoan is willing to go through fire and water for King Xia. As long as His Highness King Xia orders him, he will do whatever he wants.
Xia Haoan's words were so righteous that Chu Tian came back to his senses.
No need to.
Chu Tian could see the attribute panel of Sword God Xia Haoan. Name Xia Haoan. Talent, Platinum level General, Cavalry type. Commander, 63 Force, 76, Intelligence, 53, Politics, 45, Charm 50. Character Reckless. Favorability, 74. Feature 1, Sword God, Xia Haoan's exclusive feature. When equipped with a sword weapon. Weapon damage plus 66.6%. Characteristic 2, Guard, B-level characteristic. When serving as a guard. Personal defense plus 10%. Characteristic 3, Qingji, S-level characteristic. Recruit Xiahou In. Xia Haoan brings his own special treasure, Qingji sword forging blueprint. The only weapon that can be made is Qingji sword. Special arms, none. The characteristics of the divine sword? For the first time, Chu Tian saw a high weapon damage bonus of 66.6%. This feature is powerful in a sense. However, Sword God is Xia Haoan's exclusive characteristic. A top-notch personal characteristic given to Xia Haoan, who has a force of 76. This is simply a waste of natural resources. Chu Tian secretly cried out that it was a pity. Even if Xia Haoan has top personal characteristics, he will still be easily killed by Zhao Yun. This is probably why Cao Cao asked Xia Haoan to guard the Qingji sword, which eventually led to the Qingji sword being taken away by Zhao Yun. After recruiting Xia Haoan, you can order swordsmiths such as O Yezi and Gan Jiangmui to forge the special weapon, Qingji sword. Chu Tian already has the famous swords Qi Shao, Gan Jiang, and Mo Xie, and it is only a matter of time before he gets the Qingji sword. How to arrange Xia Haoan? It was naturally impossible for Chu Tian to let Xia Haoan serve as his personal bodyguard. Although divine sword Xia Haoan's personal characteristics are very strong and his sword skills are incredible, his basic force is too low. Basic force is equivalent to the foundation. In the eyes of Zhao Yun, who has 98 martial arts, Xia Haoan's swordsmanship seems flashy. Chu Tian's personal guards, Dian Wei and Yang Dian, can beat Xia Haoan. Even Gao Shun is trapped in the camp. Xia Haoan has no special troops. Chu Tian thought about it, and in order to give Cao Cao some face, he sent Xia Haoan to the 5th School of the Northern Army and the Sanha Cavalry.
From now on, you will follow General Mi Fang of the Military Guard and serve in the 5th School of the Northern Army. Thank you, my lord.
Xia Haoan couldn't help but be overjoyed. The 5 schools of the Northern Army and the 3 Rivers Cavalry have a combined number of 60,000 people. They are the largest high-level military regiment among the guards. The commander of the 5 schools of the Northern Army and the Sanha Cavalry was Chu Tian's confidant Mi Fang. Although Mi Fang has no ability, she is Chu Tian's diehard fan. In addition, the real commander behind the 5th School of the Northern Army and the Sanha Cavalry is Chu Tian himself.
The 5 schools of the Northern Army have gathered some generals.
Chu Tian couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Xia Haoan overjoyed and went to report to Mi Fang at the 5th School of the Northern Army. This is great. The 5 schools of the Northern Army gathered Shuzhou War God Mi Fang, Lingling General Xing Derong, Beihai Invincible Iron Hammer Wu Anhua, Wuchao Wine Fairy Chen Yuqiong, incomparable brothers Lu Kuang and Lu Xiang. And now there is a Changbampo sword god Xia Haoan. If this continues, he will collect all the top generals in the 3 kingdoms. Chapter 980 Defend a city and defend the world.
Very good. You will be a member of the Northern Army from now on.
Mi Fang patted Xia Haoan on the shoulder and accepted the sword god Xia Haoan into the 5th School of the Northern Army. Xia Haoan was carrying a long sword and had just performed sword skills in front of Mi Fang and others. Xia Haoan's swordsmanship was superb. In the eyes of Mi Fang, Xing Derong and others, they were astonished. They thought that Xia Haolan's martial arts might exceed anyone they had ever seen. Therefore, Xia Haolan's superb swordsmanship was recognized by Mi Fang, who was already a military guard general. General Wu Wei is already a senior general. Mi Fang has followed Chu Tian for more than 10 years. In the early days, the Mi family funded Chu Tian's fortune. Recently, Mi Zhu donated another 1 million taels of silver. Therefore, Mi Fang's influence in Chu Tian has risen steadily. As long as she doesn't make big mistakes, she still has a chance to be promoted.
When will our 5th School of the Northern Army set off for the expedition? My long sword is already thirsty.
Xia Haolan was eager to try.
Don't worry. Our 5th School of the Northern Army will soon go to deal with the Beifu Army in Jiangnan. Do you know the Beifu Army? It is the most elite legion under King Wu. If you are not careful, you may be defeated by the Beifu Army. Our Beifu Army, the 5 schools, cannot afford any failures.
Mi Fang also knows that if she wants to climb up, she must try to avoid a big defeat. Countless famous generals will easily fall short in the end.
Beifu Army? Let my long sword wipe out all the powerful enemies for King Xia.
At this time, Xia Haolan was still full of confidence and believed that he could make immortal achievements.
With Brother Xiaoho's swordsmanship, I have no doubt.
Xing Derong and Wu Anguo were frightened by Xia Haolan's gorgeous swordsmanship, so they also had confidence in Xia Haolan. The 5th School of the Northern Army and the Sanha cavalry gathered in Xiaoqing, preparing to attack the Beifu army occupying the eastern part of Lengya Kingdom. The Beifu army occupied the eastern part of Lengya Kingdom, but did not dare to attack Xia City because Xia City was located in Iha and Shua Plains and was suitable for large cavalry charges. Chu Tian went out personally to try to recapture the county seat occupied by the Wu army. The Roman legion has already fought with the Beifu army, and the Shinji battalion has merged with the Roman legion. The 5th School of the Northern Army and the Sanha cavalry attacked Shihai County from another direction. The Lengya Kingdom's army was mobilized, and at least 200,000 Xia troops were restrained in the Lengya Kingdom. On the Yellow Sea, Jiangnan Navy attacked Huang County, Donglai County, in an attempt to destroy Fubo's army. However, the Fubo army received the order in advance and retreated to Liaodong to avoid the Jiangnan Navy. There are 30,000 troops stationed in Huang County to prevent Jiangnan Navy from capturing Huang County. Tom K stands on the deck of a huge building ship, overlooking the heavily fortified Huang County. After Chu Tian transferred 300,000 Imperial Guards to defend Shuzhou and Qizhou, the Jiangnan Navy was unable to occupy coastal counties as easily as it had initially.
The Xia army has been prepared. Sure enough, without a strong cavalry, it is difficult to succeed in the northern expedition. Zhu Yuanzhang, the only one who succeeded in the northern expedition, was also because the Mongols bred a large number of war horses on the Jianghuai side. Zhu Yuanzhang had a strong cavalry. At that time, the northern Mongols were in civil strife.
Tongchua's predicament at this time was the same as that of the separatist forces such as Suqiao and the southern Song dynasty. Even if they temporarily captured some northern counties, it would be difficult to defend them without large-scale cavalry. Lu Meng once explained to Sun Quan that even if Shuzhou was taken, he would not be able to hold Shuzhou for a long time. At this time, Lu Meng was dressed in white. Lu Meng, who had been carefully cultivated by Tom K, was like a Confucian general and could even serve as a military advisor. He reminded Tom K,
"My lord, our army has been going north for a long time and has been far away from Jianya for a long time. The news is lagging behind. I'm afraid Jianya will suffer a loss. How about that?
Leave a partial force to harass Lengya and Donglai County at all times to contain the Xia King's Imperial Guards. The Lord turns to attack Guanling County, which will not only be close to Jianya, but also contain the troops of Guanling County. Wait for changes in the north and make good plans. Now it seems like this is the only way to go. Return to Jiangdong."
Zhou Yu, the commander-in-chief of the Jiangdong Navy, led the fleet and returned from Donglai County. In Nanyang County, Wu Qi led the heavily guarded Wei Wuzu army to approach the city. The defenders of Wancheng could already feel the oppression of Wu Qi's army. The sense of oppression brought by the army commanded by Wu Qi was far from that of an army commanded by ordinary generals. The king of Tang said that Tang led the garrison of Nanyang County to garrison Wancheng to resist the Xia army. Tang was not very nervous, because the general defending Wancheng was Zhang Sun, the top defender in the Eastern Han dynasty. Although Zhang Sun was not the commander of a large army like Wei Qing, Yu Fei, or Wu Qi, according to the city defense bonus, no one in the Eastern Han dynasty could surpass him. Zhang Sun's few thousand men can contain hundreds of thousands of siege troops. Therefore, not many people were willing to attack the city that Zhang Sun was defending. Siege battles are quite brutal, especially those with famous defenders. It is undoubtedly a nightmare for the siege party. Zhu Nong and Geng Yan used cavalry to attack a mountain city guarded by a famous defender in Goryeo, but they were unable to capture it in a short time. Huacheng is a large city. After many years of management during the Tang dynasty, the city is strong, with sufficient troops, abundant food and grass, and guarded by Zhang Sun. Therefore, according to Chu Tian and Wu Qi's plan, the Xiao army will bypass Huacheng and take Xinya, intimidate Fancheng and Xiangyang. As for how to capture Huacheng, Wu Qi advocated siege until Tang surrendered. Depending on the player's endurance, they will basically choose to surrender if they run out of food and grass, or if the situation is over. Groups of Xiao army soldiers and horses arrived at the gates of Huacheng. The Wei soldiers were sharp and murderous. The Xiao army's armor and war horses stretched as far as the eye could see. The Fancheng-Xiao road between Xucheng and Huacheng was opened by the Xiao army, and the Xiao army's cavalry poured into the Nanyang Basin. Now the Tang army has completely retreated to Huacheng and dare not fight with the Xiao army in the field. It is said that the Tang dynasty ordered Guizi, Qin Qiong, and Li Daozong to lead a group of troops south to Fancheng and join the Song army arriving from Xiangyang, trying to defeat Wu Qi by cooperating internally and externally. Even if the opponent is the military strategist Yashing Wu Qi, he cannot capture this city. Zhang Sun's defense bonus, coupled with the defense bonus of the city wall, has reached a terrifying level. Attacking Huacheng by force will definitely outweigh the gains. Said that Tang was very aware of Zhang Sun's ability. As Zhang Sun's lord, Tang Sun can see Zhang Sun's abilities. Name Zhang Sun. Talent, King-level commander, city defense system. Commander, 91, force, 61, intelligence, 90, politics, 71, charm, 95. Character, loyalty. Characteristic 1, defend a city and defend the world, SSS level city defense characteristics. Defender defense power plus 70%. Fortification durability plus 30%. Fortification damage to enemy plus 20%. Characteristic 2, righteous and awe-inspiring, S-level trait. Defender morale decrease rate minus 20%. Restore 20% morale every 10 days. Feature 3, active defense, S-level feature. When attacking the enemy out of the city. Legion damage plus 18%. Special unit, Suiyang Death Soldier, level 5 light infantry / crossbowman. Maximum number 7,000. High city defense bonus. Said Tang took another look at Zhang Sun's abilities, and knew what he was doing. Although Zhang Sun is only a king-level commander, and does not have many troops at his command, Zhang Sun has the SSS level city defending characteristics of defending a city and defending the world. This city defense feature is simply terrifying, greatly improving the defense power of the defenders, the durability of fortifications, and the lethality of city defense. Coupled with the S-level incentive feature, righteousness and awe-inspiring, it effectively ensures that the morale of the defenders will not drop to the point where they are unable to fight because the city is attacked. It is said that Tang believed that not many famous generals were willing to attack the city defended by Zhang Sun. Even Wu Qi was no exception. Even if Chu Tian gave Wu Qi enough troops to overthrow Huacheng, he would still suffer heavy losses. Just like the rebels in the Ungshi rebellion, every famous general has his own ability. Zhang Sun's ability is to defend the city, and he has used the city defense to the extreme and terrifying level. It can be said that when Zhang Sun was defending the city, he was not afraid of the saint-level commander coming to attack. Zhang Sun is not without his weaknesses. As long as Zhang Sun goes out of the city to fight Wu Qi can crush Zhang Sun, because the city defense characteristic cannot be effective in the wild. The righteous and awe-inspiring trait is only effective when defending a city. This also determined that Zhang Sun was in a passive position. Encircling Zhang Sun in a city will render Zhang Sun useless. Zhang Sun's practical value can be great or small. If he encounters an intimidating siege general, he will suffer a bloody blow. If the opponent has enough troops to besiege the city, and the main force bypasses the city defended by Zhang Sun, then Zhang Sun's value will decrease. Of course, Zhang Sun also has an active defense characteristic and has the ability to go out of the city to counterattack. Wu Qi's choice was to bypass the city defended by Zhang Sun. Wei Wuji, commanding 20,000 Wei soldiers and 80,000 low-level cavalry, threatens Huacheng. If the Huacheng defenders leave the city, send Wei soldiers to destroy them. Wu Qi ordered his son Wei Wuji to besiege Wancheng. But he did not attack. He already knew that Zhang Sun's ability to defend the city was extremely terrifying, and he had no intention of attacking Wancheng. Chu Tian called in the Hongyi cannon and ordered Wu Qi to use it according to the situation. In addition to the Hongyi cannon, Chu Tian left behind the 3rd Women's Legion of the Imperial Guard, led by General Hua Mulan, the 8th Khitan Legion, led by General Xiao Chua, and the 7th Protectorate Legion, led by Jeanne d'Arc, to supervise the French Protectorate Army, the Bohemian Hussite Chabourg Corps, and the Byzantine Western Teaching Corps. In addition, King Arthur Artoria, who belonged to the 1st Cavalry Corps of the Guards, led 200 Knights of the Round Table as a heavy cavalry assault team, under the command of Xiao Chua. There are approximately more than 200,000 guards under Hua Mulan's leadership. Wu Qi commanded the Central Plains Army's 1st Soldier Corps and 3rd Iron Wall Corps, with a total of 200,000 troops, and joined forces with Hua Mulan to go south. Hua Mulan temporarily commanded the entire army on behalf of Chu Tian, while Xiao Chua served as military advisor. Wu Qi attacked Fancheng, while Hua Mulan attacked Xinya. Fancheng and Xinya are separated by the Baihe River. The first stage of the Xia army's attack on Jingzhou was to capture the outer defense lines such as Fancheng and Xinya. In the second stage, Xiangyang was captured and Jiangling was taken directly. In the third stage, Jiangxia, Jingnan and other places were taken, and the entire Jingzhou was captured. Xiao Taolin, the vanguard general of the Khitan army, led 3,000 Shan army cavalry and was approaching Xinya. Stationed in Xinya were Lu Pan, Huang Gong, Kai Mao, and other military generals from the Jingzhou Song army. In order to strengthen the defense of Xinya, Yang Sherlang sent guard General Wu Jie. Wu Jie is a first-class crossbow general. Huang Zhong stood on the wall of Xinya city and looked to the north. At this time, Huang Zhong was already over 50, and his temples were turning white. When the other 4 tiger generals of the 5 tigers fought in Wudu County, Huang Zhong silently garrisoned Xinya city. Chapter 981 Veteran Huang Zhong. The Xia army's cavalry has arrived in the north of Xinya city. Who can fight against them? As Yang Zhulong's brother-in-law, Kai Mao was responsible for the defense of Xinya city. Khitan military general Xiao Taolin led 3,000 Shan army cavalry as the vanguard to test the defenders of Xinya city, which shocked Xinya. Kai Mao looked around at the generals Wu Jie, Lu Pan and Huang Zhong present. Maybe I can fight. Huang Zhong volunteered. Huang Gong, are you really okay with this? Kai Mao saw that Huang Zhong's temples were turning white, and he was already in his 50s. So he couldn't help but doubt Huang Zhong's ability. Although I am old, my sword is not old. Huang Zhong was unwilling to be outdone. Lord Kai Mao, the Jiandong Wu army dispatched generals Huang Wen, Zhu Ti, Lu Kun, Ling Chao, and other generals to come from Jiangxia County. The reinforcements promised by Wu Jun have finally arrived. Kai Mao was overjoyed when he heard that Wu Jun had sent reinforcements. The Wu army was stronger than the Song army. From the battle between the King of Wu and the King of Song, it can be imagined that the King of Wu had the upper hand. Huang Gong, you lead 5,000 cavalry to attack the Xia army's vanguard. Although Kai Mao is the chief general of Xinya city, the real commander is Wu Jie, a famous general in the southern Song dynasty, who was in the same period as Yu Fei and Han Shizhong. The vanguard must be defeated. Huang Zhong led 5,000 cavalry out of Xinya city and fought against the Khitan general Xiao Taolin. Huang Wen and Zhu Ti led 100,000 Wu troops to support Xinya. Huang Wen and Zhu Ti were famous generals in the eastern Jin dynasty, and they had been active in the Lujiang and Chaisang areas in the early years. Lu Kun and Zhu Ti are the 2 protagonists in the illusion, hearing the chicken and dancing. But Lu Kun's ability is much inferior to Zhu Ti's. Ling Chao is the father of Ling Tong, the general of eastern Wu. At this time, Ling Tong was just a child. The Wu army stationed in Xinya to assist in defense. Kai Mao held Huang Wen's hand and sighed with emotion. The Xia army is coming fiercely and wants to seize the land of Jingzhou. Although we were enemies before, now that the enemy is facing us, we should join hands to defeat it. Huang Wen nodded. I fought with the Xia army in Hefei. At that time, the Xia king had not unified the north. They were indeed an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. The 2 brothers Kai Zhong and Kai He were submissive and whispered to Kai Mao. Brother, Xia Jun is invincible in the world. We cannot be Xia Jun's opponents. Kai Mao scolded. We haven't fought yet. Why should we increase others' ambition and destroy our own prestige? Kai Zhong and Kai He were once captured by Mi Fang and had a psychological shadow on the Xia army. They still whispered that the Jingzhou army could not resist the Xia army's offensive. The 5,000 Jingzhou cavalry led by Huang Zhong and the 3,000 Khitan cavalry led by Xiao Taolin have already encountered each other in the north of Xinya City. Crush the enemy! Xiao Taolin waved the mace in his hand. And 3,000 Xiaochua's Shan army cavalry attacked Huang Zhong's cavalry. Although Xiao Taolin's troops were smaller than Huang Zhong's, the cavalry he brought were among Xiaochua's high-level cavalry. So it was entirely possible to defeat the 5,000 Jingzhou cavalry. The horses were galloping. The Shan army's bows and arrows were firing. And Jingzhou cavalry were constantly hit by arrows and fell from their horses. Huang Zhong held a long bow. And his arrows were all fired. He killed a Shan army cavalry with one arrow. Xiao Taolin noticed that there was a veteran general among the Jingzhou cavalry who was old and strong. He shot a bag of arrows empty in one charge and more than 20 Shan army cavalry were killed. So he swung his mace at Huang Zhong. The Jingzhou cavalrymen along the way were hit by maces. Their armor deformed, and their iron nails destroyed the iron pieces. Huang Zhong gave up his bow and arrow and raised his sword to fight Xiao Taolin. Die! The mace was down and was blocked by Huang Zhong's sword, causing the blade to shake violently. Huang Zhong knocked away the mace and slashed at Xiao Taolin. Xiao Taolin tried his best to avoid Huang Zhong's sword. The blade was less than an inch from the tip of Xiao Taolin's nose. Xiao Taolin could already feel the sharpness of the sword's light. If he was hit by Huang Zhong's sword, he might die in the small town of Xinya. After reacting, Xiao Taolin broke into a cold sweat, tightened his grip on the horse's belly, and retreated backwards. The Shan army cavalry had already overwhelmed the Jingzhou cavalry. But because the general was defeated, they had to turn their horses around and break away from the battle. Huang Zhong relied on his own force to pursue Xiao Taolin with a knife in the melee. After a brief confrontation, Xiao Taolin realized that he was no match for Huang Zhong. So he tried to attract Huang Zhong to where the main troops of Khitan army General Xiaochua were. With Xiaochua's ability, even Huang Zhong would not be able to escape as long as she was surrounded by her superior force. Don't chase the poor bandits! Huang Zhong pursued for 15 miles, and suddenly realized that danger was approaching. So he decisively led his troops and fled back to Xinya. Yes, it was an escape to new lands, not a withdrawal. In front of Xiao Taolin, tens of thousands of Khitan cavalry commanded by Xiaochua appeared. Brother Yel Xiu, Yelu Xiezhen, and the kings of the northern and southern Khitan chambers each led a detour of Khitan cavalry, forming a half encirclement. If Huang Zhong dives into the encirclement or takes a step too late, he will fall into Xiaochua's trap. It's a pity. Some veterans have a keen sense of danger. Xiaochua knew that battlefield veterans were very sensitive to danger. Sometimes, even if they did not see the opponent's ambushing army with their own eyes, these battlefield veterans would have a premonition of murderous intent and then make a choice. After Xiaochua's ambush failed, he didn't think there was anything wrong. If the conspiracy couldn't succeed, then he would attack head-on. The three armies, the Women's Army, the Khitan Army, and the National Defense Army, moved together, and dark clouds pressed down on the city. Huang Zhong returned to the city to fight against Kai Mao, but lost about 700 cavalry. Xia Jun! Xia Jun is already visible! Xia Jun's troops are so fast! Kai Mao, Wu Jie, Huan Wen and others immediately climbed to the city and looked at the black line appearing in the north. As the vanguard of the attack on Xinya City, the Khitan cavalry held the Xia army's battle flag and made a hunting sound. Wave after wave of Khitan cavalry, like a black wave. The guards in the new field were panic-stricken. No matter who it is, they all know that the main force of Chu Qian's forces is cavalry. Huang Zhong saw that not long after he returned to Xinya City, the Xia army came to the city, and there was no end in sight. And he felt a chill behind him. If Huang Zhong had not retreated in time just now, he might have been captured by the Xia army. Huan Wen sighed. Xia Jun is no longer what he used to be. Wu Jie, the real commander of Xinya, said, use the divine arm bow and the 8-oxen crossbow as defensive weapons to defend the city. Do not engage in field battles with the Xia army. Across the Baiha River from Xinya City, Song Dynasty King Yang Shilang, with generals such as Han Shizhong, Zonza, Pan Mei, and Chao Bin as the main force, Su Shu as military advisor, and Zhang Yuan and Wei Pin as naval commanders, supported Fan Cheng and resisted Wu Qi. The generals of the Tang army, Guozi, Qin Xiong, and Li Daozong, joined Yang Shilang. The allied forces of the Tang and Song dynasties confronted Wu Qi in the north of Fan Cheng. Wu Jun sent Guard General Lu Renjian to guard Fancheng. Lu Renjian is also a top defender. The princes of Yizhou, Jingzhou, and Yangzhou relied on the dangers of the mountains and rivers and the solid city held by the famous defenders to build an almost impeccable defense line to delay the war, hoping to force Chutian's finances to go bankrupt and then retreat. The thinking of the three states' princes is basically correct, and their defense lines are currently impenetrable. Xiangfan alone has natural dangers such as the Han River, Baihe River, and Xian Mountain. Fancheng and Xiangyang are horns with each other. The Jingzhou Navy occupies the Han River and can support Fancheng in time. Wancheng and Fancheng have first-class defenders, and even Xinya has defender Wu Jie and a lot of troops. Mountains, rivers, and generals. It's not easy for Chu Zimu to break through such a line of defense. When facing Wu Qi, Yang Shiling focused on defending and tried to avoid a decisive battle with Wu Qi. The wars in Korea, Jianghuai, Xingfan, and Hanzhong came to a standstill for a while. Chutian was still invincible in the north, but in the south, after the terrain changed, the advancement speed was obviously hindered. On the battlefield of Koryo, the two sides saw each other in the mountains north of the King of Koryo. On the Jianghuai battlefield, Tongke took the initiative and attacked coastal counties. Sun Jian attacked Hefei and Shouchuan, and the Xiao army could not bear the disturbance. Many defenders gathered on the Xiangfan battlefield, and the Han River blocked the Xiao army's cavalry from advancing directly to Xiangyang. The Hanzhong battlefield was surrounded by mountains, so the Xiao army could only fight the Shu army on narrow mountain roads. The dangers of mountains and rivers are not just a joke. If it were not for the dangers of mountains and rivers, the three kingdoms would not have been in confrontation for many years. The northern and southern dynasties would not have been formed, and the southern Song dynasty would not have been destroyed by the Mongol cavalry for decades. Chutian is looking for opportunities to break the situation, and the princes of the three southern states are waiting for Chutian's financial bankruptcy or changes in the north. Both sides were in agony. In order to break the situation, Chutian even promised Sun Jian a second time to ensure the status of the Sun family. In Central America, the legions of the United States aggressively attacked the Mayan civilization. A Mayan civilization city was captured. The Griffin Legion of the United States occupied the city, captured 200,000 people, and turned them into slaves. I heard that Brand of the Fire Dragon Legion was severely damaged by the Han Empire in the Goryeo Kingdom. He is really unlucky. It seems that he does not have a share of the Maya Kingdom spoils. The leader of the Griffin Legion summoned a group of great leaders and mentioned the unlucky Fire Dragon Legion. General, a group of dragoons was attacked by jaguar warriors from the Aztec Empire in the jungle, and the entire army was wiped out. The leader of the Griffin Legion laughed at the Fire Dragon Legion's defeat on the battlefield of Goryeo, and a group of dragoons under his command was destroyed. His cheeks were hot, as if he had been slapped. However, he quickly realized the danger. How could the elite warriors of the Aztec Empire enter the territory of the Mayan Kingdom? Could it be that the king of the Mayan Kingdom and the king of the Aztec Empire reached a condition? General, look, it's the eagle warrior of the Aztec Empire. Damn it! The soldiers of the Griffin Legion discovered that the sky was covered by a huge eagle. There were at least 1,000 brave and capable Aztec eagle warriors with eagle head ornaments on their heads, holding spears, riding giant eagles, and casting shadows. As one of the three major civilizations in Central America, the Aztec Empire had special arms: the Aztec Jaguar warriors and the Aztec Eagle warriors. Crossbows and muskets are ready. No one should panic. Shoot only after hearing the order. The soldiers of the Griffin Legion held crossbows and English longbows in their hands, nervously aiming at the Aztec Eagle warriors. The arms of the Aztec Empire were very special. A war broke out between different American civilizations. The Aztec Eagle warriors flew down, threw spears, and penetrated the soldiers of the Griffin Legion. The Griffin army fired tens of thousands of crossbows, killing the Aztec Eagle warrior, and the fallen eagle's blood splashed into the sky. The Aztec Empire and the Mayan Empire joined forces to resist the expanding United States. Chapter 982: Bombardment of New Fields. The Xiao army's military strength is truly terrifying. Huang Zhong held a long bow and shot the Xiao army soldiers patrolling under Xinya city. However, the Xiao soldiers that Huang Zhong shot were only a drop in the bucket compared to the 200,000 soldiers who besieged the city. The Xiao army besieged Xinya city, layer upon layer, and the camp stretched to the horizon with no end in sight. Don't worry. My lord has long expected this day, so he has stockpiled a large amount of food. grass and weapons in Xingye. Even if he defends for a year, the Xiao army will not be able to break through Xingye city.
Kai Mao clenched his fists, full of confidence. As the representative of the Kai family in Xiangyang, Kai Mao was unwilling to hand over the power of Xiangyang easily.
Generals, look! What is Xia Jun going to do?
The defenders of Xingye city suddenly exclaimed. The originally dense Xia army separated into a passage, and 24 Hongi cannons were pushed out, echoing the large trebuchets built by Xia army craftsmen.
What is that?
Kai Mao couldn't help but wonder when he saw the Hongi cannon for the first time. Huang Zhong couldn't help but look sideways, although he didn't understand what the siege weapons launched by Xia Jun were. Huang Zhong knew that Xia Jun would not easily launch siege weapons that had no effect. As a siege weapon valued by the Xia army, the Hongi cannon must have its own value.
This is Hongi cannon!
A player in Xingye city recognized Hongi cannon and turned pale.
Hongi cannon?
Wu Jie, Huan Wen and others fell silent. They might soon see the power of the Hongi cannon. Xiaochua rode on a war horse and urged the army to deploy the Hongi cannon. After Chu Tian obtained the construction drawings of the firearms battalion, Hongi cannon could successfully supply solid ammunition, and it has already stocked up thousands of solid ammunition. The siege ability of Hongi cannon is more terrifying than that of trebuchets. Not only Hongi cannons, Xia Jun craftsmen built dozens of large trebuchets, which stood outside Xingye city. The new field defenders held their breath, facing the 170,000 to 80,000 defenders. The Xiao army of 200,000 actually made a gesture of storming Xingye city. Joan of Arc held the iris-patterned holy flag, while 20,000 low-level infantry and 30,000 French protectorate troops served as the main siege force. The artillery crew had already loaded the Hongi cannon with black powder and solid bullets. 24 Hongi cannons were aimed at the walls of Xingye city. Xingye city is not a large city, but it is famous because Liu Bei once stationed here. A square formation of 5,000 people was arranged outside Xingye city, and 24 Hongi cannons were in place. Xiangyang artillery and bed crossbows cooperated with the Hongi cannons to supplement the siege firepower. Liang Hongyu's Jianyan crossbowmen prepared 200 carts, and 10,000 Jianyan crossbowmen stood behind the carts. The divine arm bows also had medium and long-range firepower. The four heroine generals Hua Mulan, Mu Guiying, Liang Hongyu, and family Hua stood in front of the heroine army, watching the upcoming battle to attack Xingye city. On Joan of Arc's side, Jeshka of the Husaiche Bird Corps set up a chariot outside the city to defend the main camp. Even if the defenders went out of the city to fight back, they could not break through the chariot defense line. General Siphias of the Western Teaching Corps of the Byzantine Empire commanded 4,000 Byzantine Empire heavy cavalry and could launch an attack at any time. As long as the Xingye city defenders leave the city, what awaits them will be the impact of Siphia's Byzantine Empire heavy cavalry and Fan Lihua's Xiliang cavalry. 200 strong men with bare shoulders stood in front of the big cowhide drum, holding drumsticks in both hands, just waiting for the general's order. Because Hua Mulan has been following Chu Tian for a long time, she serves as the head coach of the new field. In fact, the person who advised Hua Mulan was Xiaochua. With Xiaochua's ability, commanding an army of 200,000 people was already relatively difficult. The only person who can command an army of more than 200,000 people with ease is an emperor-level commander. Xiaochua said to Hua Mulan,
Sister Mulan, all the formations are in place, and we can order the attack.
Hua Mulan nodded. The flag-bearer waved the general's flag. When the strong men in the army saw the general's flag waving, they waved their arms and beat the war drums. The war drums roar.
Emission!
The artillerymen lit the match of the Hongi cannon. Boom! With a loud noise that made the ground tremble. 24 Hongi cannons bombarded the Xingye city wall. The solid bullet was pushed by the exploding black powder, hit the city wall, and the brick wall cracked. The defenders of the Xingye city wall could even feel the wall shaking. The Hongi cannon, which is a primitive artillery, has shown more destructive power than the trebuchet.
How come there is such a sharp weapon?
Kai Mao was greatly panicked. The power of the Hongi cannon exceeded Kai Hao's imagination. So much so that Kai Hao turned pale. If Kai Mao could check the morale of the defenders, he would find that the morale of the Xingye defenders had generally dropped by 1 to 5 points. The Hongi cannon has the effect of frightening the enemy, and also has a damage bonus to city fortifications. Huan Gong, Wu Jie, Huan Wen and other generals were all moved.
The Xiao army's trebuchets and crossbows have begun to attack.
There was a turmoil among the defenders of Xingye city, and huge rocks and fireballs were thrown, hitting the top of Xingye city.
Hundreds of 1-meter-long crossbow arrows were thrown down and woven into a dragnet. A Jingzhou defender was pierced by the crossbow arrows, and the thick crossbow arrows destroyed his internal organs. The fireball burst. The fire spread. The battle flag of the Jingzhou Song army burned blazingly, and the smoke filled the air. Fireballs are poisonous! The herbs in the fireball burned, and when the defenders of Xinya City smelled the herbs, their bodies became paralyzed, and they screamed that it was not good. This is the unique fireball of the Xiangyang cannon, the Mongolian siege weapon. Newfield players once again recognized the Xia army's siege weapons. The Hongyi cannon comes from the Qing army in the late Ming dynasty, and the Xiangyang cannon comes from the Mongolian army. These two siege weapons have become commonly used siege methods by the Xia army, and their power never disappoints. Hongyi cannons, Xiangyang cannons, and Banyu crossbows violently bombarded the city wall. Solid bullets, stones, fireballs, and crossbow arrows were overwhelming. 200 catapults, under the cover of long-range siege weapons, advanced towards the city wall. 10,000 Jianyan crossbowmen held divine armed bows and threw rain of arrows at Xinya City. The tall siege tower moved slowly, driven by the combined efforts of low-level soldiers. The 15-meter-high siege tower is enough to overlook all the defenders of Xinya City. The defenders of Xinya City faced a desperate siege system. Not only that, Xiaochua arranged for a team of 5,000 low-level soldiers and craftsmen to dig tunnels, so that the Xinya City defenders had to distract themselves from defense. The Xia army's battle flag was fluttering, and dozens of Xia army generals indifferently urged groups of soldiers to go into battle, while Xinya was caught in the fire. My lord said that if you adapt to circumstances, you can even use up all the solid bullets in the Hongyi cannon. Because Chu Tian delegated power, Xiaochua ordered Hongyi artillery to continuously bombard Xinya City. The defenders of Xinya City suffered heavy losses due to the Xia army's terrifying offensive. A Jingzhou general was hit by a solid bullet, and the gold-level general was killed instantly. Kai Zhong and Kai He hid behind the wall with their heads in their hands, not daring to raise their heads to fight. Xia Jun's long-range attack was too fierce, and 2 arrow towers in Xinya City had been destroyed by trebuchets. The Xia army's ladder hooked the edge of the city wall, and the French Protectorate army, as high-level cannon fodder infantry, took the lead in attacking the city. You two, hold your sword and face the enemy. Wu Jie, the lord of Xinya City, saw Kai Zhong and Kai He huddled under the city, so he kicked them. Brothers Kai Zhong and Kai He trembled and said, Wu Jie, the Xia army is invincible. If we continue to defend, the city will be destroyed and people will die. It is better to surrender. It's about eating the emperor's salary and being loyal to the emperor. Don't forget that the master is still a member of your Kai family. Wu Jie did not count on Kai Zhong, Kai He and his brothers. Instead, he commanded the western army of the Song dynasty and fought back fiercely with the divine arm bow. Thousands of French Protectorate soldiers were shot dead with divine arm bows. Joan of Arc waves the holy flag and provides high bonuses to the French Protectorate. The French Protectorate fits well with Joan of Arc. When Joan of Arc exerts her inspiring characteristics, the holy light envelopes the Protectorate. 30,000 Protectorate soldiers fall into a state of fanaticism and climb crazily. Huang Zhong stepped on the battlements, like a ruthless archery machine, shooting all 24 sharp arrows in his quiver in one breath. The flowing arrows passed by Huang Zhong. The Hongyi cannon roared. Stones and fireballs fell. The city walls trembled. The wind howled. Huang Zhong's beard trembled. Like the god of war, there are dense Xia troops under the city. Even if Huang Zhong closes his eyes, he can hit the enemy with one arrow, basically killing him with one hit. When Huang Zhong reached for the quiver, he found that it was empty. Quiver! Huang Gong! Here you go! Huang Gong's boss, Lu Biao's son Lu Pan, knew that Huang Zhong's bow skills were unparalleled in Jingzhou. So he threw another quiver to Huang Zhong. Even a high-level archer will basically be unable to lift his arm after shooting 20 arrows. But for Huang Zhong, a bag of arrows is simply not enough. The second bag of arrows was quickly exhausted by Huang Zhong, and dozens of French peasant soldiers were shot and killed by Huang Zhong. In addition to Huang Zhong, the new General Wu Jie is also good at archery and can easily kill dozens of people with his own strength. However, even if Huang Zhong and Wu Jie were archers, they could not turn the tide. The Hongyi cannon fired 300 rounds of solid ammunition in an hour, causing the defenders' morale to drop rapidly, and their morale tended to collapse. The intensive bombardment of Hongyi artillery and Xiangyang artillery almost destroyed all the arrow towers in Xinya City.
Ling Chao, the general of the Wu army, was seriously injured by the gravel thrown by the Xia army's trebuchet, and fell on the city wall struggling in pain.
Mr. Zhong, rescue Ling Chao quickly.
Huan Wen, the commander-in-chief of the Wu army, was sweating profusely when he saw that Ling Chao was injured. The Xia army's offensive caused the Wu and Song coalition forces to suffer a lot, and any general could be killed by Hongyi artillery and Xiangyang artillery. Long-range siege weapons were only used to suppress the defenders and undermine their morale. The real casualties were the Jianyan crossbowmen equipped with divine arm bows and the fanatical French farmers blessed by Joan of Arc.
Xia Jun siege tower is less than 10 feet away from the city wall. Fire arrow team. Burn the siege tower. Don't let the siege tower continue to approach. You will follow me later and go together to destroy the siege tower.
Huang Gong, as the force responsible for the defenders of Xinye City, saw the beast-like siege tower approaching the city wall. At this time, he could only try to use his own force to turn the tide again. The rockets were fired, but were blocked by the cowhide on the front of the siege tower. The 15-meter-high siege tower was getting closer and closer to the city wall. 9 feet. 8 feet. 7 feet. Boom! The heavy suspension bridge of the siege tower was lowered, directly crushing several defenders to death. The infantryman in the siege tower, Jia Song, rushed out with heavy steps. Chapter 983 Burning Longshan Granary. Huang Zhong was holding a big sword. The blade was exposed, and a few yellow lights flashed. The footman was beheaded by Huang Zhong, fell from the suspension bridge of the siege tower, and turned into powder. Huang Zhong led a small group of infantry to block the exit of the siege tower. One man was in charge, and no one could open it. When Kai Mao and other Jingzhou army generals suspected that Huang Zhong was old and had retreated in force, Huang Zhong stood up and stood on the narrow suspension bridge of the siege tower, looking down on the enemy troops in the siege tower. The Xia army's siege tower had clearly placed the suspension bridge on the city wall, but the infantry in the siege tower could not break through Huang Zhong's defense. The fierce general is almost invincible in narrow terrain.
Shoot him!
The Xia army archers above the siege tower discovered that Huang Zhong and dozens of people were blocking the siege soldiers on the suspension bridge. So they aimed their bows and arrows at Huang Zhong, and dozens of arrows were shot at Huang Zhong at the same time. Huang Zhong danced wildly with his broadsword, knocking away the incoming arrows, and entered the siege tower alone, avoiding the arrow rain above the siege tower. Dozens of heavy infantry were forced back into the tower by Huang Zhong alone, and many heavy infantry rolled down. Dozens of heavy infantrymen climbed up the wooden ladder inside the siege tower, and found a fierce general blocking the top with his sword, and started killing without anyone stopping him. Huang Zhong can crush a siege tower with one man. However, the Xia army had more than just one siege tower. More siege towers approached the city wall. The suspension bridge fell down, and the National Guard troops rushed out of the siege tower and fought with the defenders of the city wall.
No! The morale of the troops has been low after being bombarded by the Xia army's Hongyi artillery.
Kai Mao's face was bloodless, and Hongyi cannons and trebuchets bombarded him one after another, causing the morale of the defenders to collapse. In the following close-quarters fighting, the Xinye defenders were killed by the fanatical Protectorate army, who gradually gained a foothold on the city wall.
All armies are fighting hard and must not retreat.
At the critical moment, Wu Jun's General Zhu Ti stepped forward to turn the tide and boost morale. Zhu Ti's exclusive characteristic, midstream attack, triggered the effect, and the Xinye defenders also fell into a frenzy, fighting at the city wall with the National Protector Army. Both armies fell into a frenzy.
The morale of the Xinye defenders seems to have improved. Could it be the ability of the general named Zhu Ti?
Xiao Chue thought for a while, before setting out to attack Xinye. Xiao Chue had already done his homework in advance, and knew which generals the Wu army would send to support Xinye. Among the Wu army, Huan Wen was a commander-in-chief general, and Zhu Ti was a morale-boosting general. Zhu Ti's high morale bonus can sometimes have unexpected effects.
Hongyi cannon! Continue bombarding.
Xiao Chue repeatedly damaged the morale of the new wild army. Solid bullets, fireballs, boulders, and crossbow arrows, like a dreamy meteor shower, once again covered the defenders. Huang Zhong defeated the soldiers in the siege tower and set fire to a siege tower. When Huang Gong, whose face was filled with ashes, came out of the siege tower, a group of defenders and soldiers from the siege army had already fallen on the city wall. Huang Zhong looked towards the gloomy sky and saw the dreamlike meteor shower crashing down with thunderous force. Xinye City is shaking.
In Yongsan-Okang in the north of the king's city of Goryeo, a more fantastic fire came. Xiao's army made a surprise attack on Goryeo's granary and set fire to it. The fire burned the mountain and thick smoke billowed. Kill them all! King Li Chunggui of Goryeo was furious when he led the army to support the Yongshan granary. The strange troops led by Zhu Ning had successfully burned the granary where the Goryeo army had stored grain. The fire spread for more than 10 miles. And even the defenders of the Goryeo king's city could see it. Raging fire. Li Chunggui, who failed to rescue the granary, was angry with Zhu Ning who attacked the Longshan granary. He ordered the Goryeo general Zhang Wan to block Zhu Ning's retreat and besiege Zhu Ning with a large army. Zhu Ning risked his own life and made a surprise attack on the Longshan granary, putting life and death out of the question. The Korean army hoarded a large amount of grain and grass near Yongshan granary and deployed the army. Zhu Ning used a cavalry to cut into the Korean army and successfully attack Yongshan granary at night. But it was difficult for him to retreat. Tens of thousands of Goryeo infantry, archers, and cavalry besieged Zhu Ning amidst the fire. Zhu Ning led 800 Yuzhou cavalry, rushing left and right. And there were enemy troops everywhere. General, we may all die here today. Yuzhou Tuki broke through the encirclement in the fire and continued to reduce their numbers. Zhu Ning's armor was filled with more than a dozen arrows, and blood flowed from the wounds. Zhu Ning endured the pain and looked around. But the Korean soldiers attacked frantically. The most important granary was burned down, and Zhu Ning had completely angered the Korean people. If Li Chunggui could not keep Zhu Ning, he would be completely unable to make up for the losses caused by the burning of Longshan granary. Zhu Ning had to bear the wrath of the Goryeo army. Since we are suicide squads, we should not be afraid of life or death. Zhu Ning was not afraid and continued to attack the Goryeo army. The number of Goryeo soldiers near the Longshan granary was more than 50 times that of Zhu Ning's cavalry. Brand, the leader of the Fire Dragon Legion, stood on the hillside near the Longshan granary. He saw the raging fire roaring into the sky, his face solemn. The Longshan granary was burned down by the Xia army's surprise troops. Not only the army of the Goryeo kingdom was affected, but also several soldiers and horses supporting the Goryeo kingdom. This cavalry will be wiped out. Brand was also a little annoyed. The granary was burned down, and it was not easy for Goryeo to defend next. Legion Commander, Xia army's reinforcements are about to arrive. What? Brand looked towards the direction of the Xia army's reinforcements. A large number of Xia army's cavalry appeared in an attempt to join Zhu Ning. Intercept Xia Jun. The Fire Dragon Legion joins the melee. The war on the battlefield of Goryeo broke out again. When Zhu Ning had only 200 cavalry left, Li Mu's cavalry joined Zhu Ning and drove back the Goryeo army. Fulfilling the mission, Zhu Ning held his bleeding shoulder and closed his injured eyes, almost dying. Burning down the granary, Li Chunggui won't be able to hold on for long and will definitely return to Kaijing. Li Mu picked up Zhu Ning. Li Chunggui was almost able to kill Zhu Ning, the most powerful general of the Liaodong army. But Zhu Ning was rescued by Li Mu. Li Chunggui jumped into the air and couldn't help but become even more angry. The Yongsan granary of Goryeo was burned down. And for a while, everyone in Goryeo was in danger. It is not difficult to imagine what the importance of the granary meant to the Korean army that used human sea tactics. The battlefield in Goryeo gradually opened up. Ding! The 6th epic battle will begin in October of the 15th year of the Lord calendar. When the battlefield in Goryeo took a turn for the worse, the news of the 6th epic battle shocked all the lords. At this time Chu Tian was attacking the Beifu army. When Chu Tian heard the news of the 6th epic battle, he fell into a brief silence. Now the north and the south are fighting fiercely, and the battle lines are deadlocked in the Qinling Mountains and Huaihe River. When it is difficult to open up the situation, the 6th epic battle comes unexpectedly. Maybe it's an opportunity. Chu Tian needs a chance. My lord, the armies of Liaodong, Monan, and Mobei burned down the Longshan granary of the Goryeo kingdom. The Goryeo army has gradually withdrawn from the Toishixian area and returned to the royal city. At the same time, Chu Tian received news about the Korean battlefield, and the Korean battlefield took the lead in opening up the situation. Chapter 984 The 6th Epic Battle. The 6th Epic Battle? Just in time. I need more generals to defeat Chu Zimu. Timur, during this period, you are responsible for attacking the Ganges Plain. And Mahmud, you are responsible for attacking the Deccan Plateau. OGDI, the new overlord of Central Asia, ruled over hundreds of millions of civilians. He learned about the 6th epic battle and began to prepare for it.
The epic battle will not last long, and there are still opportunities to recruit generals. So all lords are happy to participate in the epic battle. The epic battle related to Ajadai is related to Mongolian and Turkic civilizations. After occupying the Indus Plain, Ogedai could even participate in battles related to ancient India. Today's Wakuatai is a gathering of civil servants, generals, and troops from Mongolia, Turks, and ancient India. The news of the sixth epic battle spread throughout the lord world, and every lord was already familiar with it, so it was not a surprise. Great lords such as Wakuatai, Tolai, Alexander, Marshall, and Constantine regarded Chu Tian as a formidable opponent. The rules of each epic battle are different. Each lord checked the rules of this national war. Chu Tian also received the rules of the sixth epic battle. The epic battle of the sixth national war of the Han Empire is unknown. First, qualifications for participation. Lords whose territory has a population of more than 3 million. For lords participating in the war, their territories are not protected by the system. Second, camp. The most powerful lord is in the red camp, and the other lords are in the blue camp. Lords in the same camp can sit back and watch, but they cannot attack each other. Thirdly, the lord of the red camp can carry 50,000 troops and horses, and 5 generals or counselors. Each lord of the blue camp can carry 30,000 troops, 3 generals or counselors. Soldiers cannot be recruited on the battlefield. Fourth, you can get military merit by killing the lords, generals, and legions of the enemy camp. You can get more military merit by killing enemy generals or high-level soldiers. You can get more rewards by winning your camp. Fifth, all systems of players participating in the war are cut off. Sixth, after death, all initial troops can be resurrected, including players, generals, and legions. NPC heroes and soldiers in the epic battle copy cannot be brought back to the main world. Chu Tian glanced through it briefly and caught 2 key points. It is not clear what the specific epic battle is. In addition, in this epic battle, all the lords of the Han Empire will be divided into 2 camps. Chu Tian alone belongs to the red side camp, while the other lords belong to the blue side camp. Each camp, with its respective NPC leader, tries to defeat the opposing camp. For example, in the Battle of Kunyang, if Chu Tian was in Lu Xiu's camp, then the other lords were in Wang Meng's camp.
This time it's not easy.
Chu Tian thought about his opponent. Huan is qualified to participate in this epic battle. But now Huan is still marching on the western Sichuan plateau, conducting a Mongolian-style roundabout, and has no chance to participate in this national war. Even if Huan participates, he still belongs to the blue camp. Then his opponents are Tong Kai, Liu Bei, and Yang Zhulong. Xua Tang was also qualified to participate in the sixth epic battle. However, in this epic battle, the territory was not protected by the system. So Xua Tang, who was besieged in Huacheng, was actually unable to lead his troops to participate in the battle. In other words, in the later stages of the war between the heroes, there were only 4 lords who could actually participate in the epic battle. No, there was also Jiaozhou Shepherd King Defa, a total of 5 people. There is only one red side lord represented by Chu Tian, Tong Kai, Liu Bei, Yang Shilang, and the unknown Wang Defa. In addition, there are 2 most important NPC bosses who exist on the epic battle battlefield. What kind of epic battle will it be? Chu Tian didn't know. The alignment you play in an epic battle is important. Lu Xiu's enemies will be destroyed by meteorites.
It's quite interesting.
Chu Tian estimated that only by actually entering the battlefield of the epic battle would he know what kind of battle it was, and what camp he was in.
It's hard to choose who to lead this epic campaign.
There is also a more serious problem. That is, the selection of candidates for the epic battle. The territory is not protected by the system, which means that while the epic battle is ongoing, the war in the main world continues. Chu Tian could not take away the generals from each battlefield. In the same way, the princes in the south cannot take away some important generals. Otherwise the main world will fail, and it will be useless even if they win first place in the epic battle.
Epic battle? Preferably the Second Punic War.
In Egypt, the 3 Roman emperors Caesar, Pompey, and Constantine joined forces to attack the coalition forces of the Egyptian provinces. After learning about the sixth epic battle, Constantine fell into brief contemplation. The Romans had conquered many places in North Africa. In theory, Constantine was no longer just a Roman lord, because Constantine occupied a lot of African territory and was considered half an African lord. Epic battle. Most likely the Punic Wars between Rome and Carthage. The Punic War may have resulted in the emergence of North Africa's #1 commander, Hannibal. But this time, it was another internal war between the three emperors of Rome. In Asia Minor, Alexander led the Macedonian expeditionary force to defeat and pacify the various dignitaries of the Ottoman Empire. Following Aristotle's proposal, Alexander made compromises and marriages with the Ottoman dignitaries, and hoped to gradually Hellenize Asia Minor.
The unified European kingdoms will be divided into 2 camps.
The rules for the epic campaign Alexander received were a little different. Some kingdoms in Europe have been unified internally, and cannot be divided into camps. Therefore, in the European continent, except for the Roman Empire ruled by the 3 emperors, the lords of other civilizations are divided into Eastern European and Western European camps. In St. Petersburg, Catherine and the German Hohenzollern fought in the Kingdom of Poland. Because of the dispute over the partition of the Kingdom of Poland, they went to war directly. This is why Catherine did not send troops in the Han Empire's North-South War. Nor did she have the name to intervene in the Han Empire's unification war many times. Catherine also had her own troubles. After Hohenzollern became the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, he controlled Germany, Bohemia, Austria, and Hungary, and divided Poland. He already had the capital to compete with the Tsarist Russian Empire.
Peter, if you have time, go to Xia City in the Han Empire and meet your father.
After reading the rules of the epic battle, Yekaterina learned that Eastern Europe and Western Europe would be divided into 2 camps to fight. She didn't care, but said to the grown-up Tsarist prince, Peter, the only Russian prince, nodded.
Sophia, take the prince and princess to Xia City. Your Majesty, you? Before this battle begins, I want to defeat the Teutonic Knights.
The Kingdom of Poland and King Jagiello of Poland were divided into the Eastern European camp.
I don't want to be in the same camp as the Russians. Jogivo, join the Holy Roman Empire, and we will defeat Tsarist Russia together. The territory you lost can be regained from the east.
Opposite the long square table sat Hohenzollern, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Hohenzollern was whispering like a devil, instigating conflicts between Poland and Tsarist Russia. Chapter 985, Capturing the Jingzhou General. There is only one feeling when you have weapons from across the ages to suppress your enemies, and that is pleasure. Xiao Chua ordered Hongi artillery to continuously bombard the Xinya city wall. The Xinya city defenders were passively beaten and suffered terribly. Xiao Chua, who didn't care about supplies, consumed nearly 800 rounds of solid ammunition and bombarded Xinya. The north wall of Xinya collapsed under the continuous bombardment of Hongi cannons and trebuchets. The Khitan cavalry wielded maces, attacked Xinya city through the gap, and occupied the north city. 200,000 Xia troops attack in full force. The Xia army's siege weapons were too terrifying, and the walls of Xinya city could not hold on in front of Hongi cannon and Xiangyang cannon. Escape. At this time, Kai Mao had only one thought, which was to escape back to Xiangyang. Kai Mao has never seen such a terrifying siege method. The attack launched by the Xia army's long-range weapons was like a fireball, leveling the walls of Xinya city. Any general may be killed by the fierce offensive of the Xia army's long-range weapons. Xinya North city was lost. Kai Hao did not dare to defend the inner city, and directly abandoned the city and fled. Kai Mao rode alone for thousands of miles, heading toward Xiangyang. Wu Jie was unable to stop Kai Mao from fleeing. As the actual general, he tried his best to maintain the army, and retreated steadily. The strength of the Wusong coalition forces in Xinya city was no less than that of the Xia army. Even if they were defeated, they would still have the power to fight back. It was just that Kai Mao was frightened, so he abandoned his army and fled. Huang Zhong was still trying his best to turn the tide, but Huang Zhong's general Lu Pan was brave. After breaking off with Huang Zhong, he shot arrows desperately, and killed the Xia army cavalry who were chasing them, buying time for the army. There are also differences between generals. Some generals are as timid as mice, while others are full of courage and can turn the tide in times of crisis. Wu Jie, Huang Gong, Lu Pan, Zhu Ti and other generals all tried their best to protect the retreat of the army. King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table rushed at the forefront. As a surprise team, the Knights of the Round Table participated in the pursuit, and took the lead in breaking into the retreating Wu and Song coalition forces. The Knights' sword chopped down the infantry along the way. The 200 Knights of the Round Table have extremely strong defense. Ordinary crossbows cannot even penetrate the plate armor of the Knights of the Round Table. The sword in the lake radiated cold light in King Arthur's hand, and exploded in an instant. A dozen infantrymen along the way were killed by King Arthur's sword.
200 knights of the Round Table overcame the retreating 10,000-foot soldiers. An armor-piercing arrow penetrated the plate armor on the chest of a knight of the Round Table. The knight of the Round Table let out a muffled groan and fell off his horse. King Arthur immediately looked towards the direction where the arrow was shot. And the holy sword had moved. With lightning and flint, a stream of light shot towards King Arthur, who was the most conspicuous in plate armor. The holy sword blocked half of Artoria's face, and the blade of the sword reflected the profile of her face, blocking the flowing light, and the firelight splashed. The arrow shot by Huang Zhong was successfully blocked by King Arthur's Sword of the Lake. There are indeed capable people among Xia's army. Huang Zhong couldn't get a single blow, and the main force of the Xia army from behind had arrived. So he got on his horse and retreated backwards. King Arthur's wrist was slightly numb. Although Huang Zhong's arrow was blocked, the process was very thrilling. By accident, she had been shot by Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong left in shock. King Arthur led the Knights of the Round Table to advance triumphantly, and without Huang Zhong as the main force, the Wusong coalition suffered a larger rout. I have almost used up the solid bullets specially designed for the Hongi cannon. Will I have to be taken care of by my husband's family after I return? Xiao Chua successfully conquered Xinya, but Chu Tian finally used up all the solid bullets she had accumulated. However, Xiao Chua had to admit that it felt really good to use the Hongi cannon to bombard the enemy, especially since the opponent did not have the Hongi cannon and could only be beaten passively. Forget it. We will serve you according to the family law. Xiao Chua was still thinking about having a child. Otherwise it would be difficult to guarantee his status in the future. My lord, in this battle 20,000 people were killed and 40,000 were captured. The enemy General Lu Kun was captured for us. A general of the Eastern Jin dynasty was brought to Hua Mulan, who was named the coach. Beside Hua Mulan, there is 12-year-old Ma Yunlu. Ma Yunlu was already 1.5 meters tall at this time and looked somewhat like a heroine. Ma Yunlu, who participated in the Battle of Xinya, only watched the battle, but the vastness and bloodshed of the battlefield still deeply shocked Ma Yunlu. Zhu Ti and Lu Kuan, the two protagonists of The Chicken Dance, attempted to conquer the Central Plains to the north and quell the Wuhu rebellion. One of them, Lu Kuan, was captured by the Xia army and became a prisoner. Even if you kill me, I will never surrender. Lu Kuan, with disheveled hair, was detained by the Xia army, but had no intention of surrendering. Hua Mulan has followed Chu Tian for many years and already knows how to deal with these prisoners. Even if these prisoners will not surrender, Chu Tian will not choose to kill them. With the size of Chu Tian's forces, a few prisoners could easily be fed. Come here, imprison him, and capture the king of Wu alive later. He will surrender. Hua Mulan ordered Lu Kun to be taken into custody. Lu Kun's expression was gloomy. Before he had accomplished much, he was captured by the Xia army led by Hua Mulan. He really had no face to see the king of Wu again. Don't kill me! I know your military guard, General Mi Fong. The two captured Song army generals shouted. Sir, our Western teaching group captured 2 generals of the Jingzhou army alive. The Byzantine Empire General Siphias led the Byzantine heavy cavalry to attack and successfully captured 2 generals, who looked like senior officials of the Song army in Jingzhou. So he came to claim credit from Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan looked at the 2 trembling generals, whose integrity was much different from Lu Kun's. You two seem familiar. The 2 Jingzhou army generals quickly said. The villains Kai Zhong and Kai He were captured a few years ago and served under Master Mi Fengmi. They have no merit but hard work. Please forgive us. It turns out to be you. Hua Mulan has also heard of Kai Zhong and Kai He. When Chu Tian settled the Battle of Yuzhou, Mi Feng had captured these 2 generals. Chu Tian asked them to temporarily serve under Mi Feng and attack Hebei. Later, Chu Tian saw that Kai Zhong and Kai He were of no use, so he agreed to the Kai family's redemption. Now, Hua Mulan has captured these 2 cowardly generals alive. To be honest, whether Kai Zhong and Kai He live or die will not have much impact. Hua Mulan wasn't even interested in killing them, so she might as well exchange them for money. Untie them and let them go whenever the Xiangyang Kai family brings the ransom. Hua Mulan knew that Chu Tian was financially tight, so she took the same measures as Chu Tian. Kai Zhong and Kai He looked at each other and said to Hua Mulan in unison, We 2 brothers are willing to follow the general and King Xia, and do not want to go back. Dot! Hua Mulan was speechless. These 2 generals really have no integrity at all, and they can't be driven away this time. On the battlefield in the eastern part of the Langya kingdom, Xia Haoan, the sword god of Changbampo,
went out for the first time. A long sword was in his hands with great skill. And he fought with a Beifu army cavalry for 10 rounds. And finally killed him off his horse. Tens of thousands of Beifu troops retreated to the rear, seemingly out of panic.
As expected of Xiao Haoan, he defeated tens of thousands of Beifu troops with one man.
After Mi Fang saw Xiao Haoan going to battle, the Beifu army quickly retreated. She thought that Xiao Haoan's swordsmanship scared the Beifu army commander Xie Xian. So Xie Xian withdrew. Xing Durong commented,
Xiao Haoan's swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world. And I'm afraid Lu Bu is no match for him. Brother, maybe we can become brothers with different surnames with Xiao Haoan.
Brothers Lu Kuang and Lu Xiang said,
I'm afraid that if Xiao Haoan joins the 5 Tigers of the Northern Army, our brother's ranking will drop again.
Mi Fang hesitated.
Xiao Haoan's martial arts skills are enough to form an alliance with us. But my brother at home told me that it is not appropriate to form a party for personal gain. A few of us join forces to dominate the world. But the influence is not good. So we should give up.
In fact, Xie Xian chose to withdraw his troops after plundering the eastern part of Langya Kingdom because Tongke wanted to mobilize the Beifu army to participate in the 6th epic battle. He was not frightened by Xiao Haoan, but just retreated after Xiao Haoan drew his sword. Not long after Chu Tian went on an expedition in person, he regained the eastern part of Langya Kingdom. However, the Jiangdong Navy still left a partial division and continued to attack coastal areas. Chu Tian selected 50,000 soldiers to prepare for the 6th epic battle. Although several coastal counties were attacked by Jiangdong Navy, the losses were nothing compared to Chu Tian's huge territory. Chapter 986, Candidates from various princes for the expedition. In Xia City, 50,000 soldiers were ready to go. Chu Tian selected 20,000 cavalry troops, 5,000 from the Xinji Battalion, 24,000 from the Changshui Battalion, Yueqi Battalion, and Tunki Battalion from the 5th School of the Northern Army, plus 24,000 from the 3rd Battalion, plus special units such as the Trap Camp and a small number of Iron Eagle Scouts. According to Hua Mulan's report, Xinye City has been captured, and Wuqi besieged Fan City. Wuqi was the commander-in-chief who contained the enemy forces in Xiangfan. With Wuqi in charge of Xiangfan, Chu Tian could safely go and participate in this epic battle. Among the infantry generals, Wuqi was in charge of Xiangfan. Wang Jin fought hard with the Shuhan army on the Qinling Mountain Road, and Lu Yi besieged the king of Goryeo City. So Chu Tian simply took only the cavalry to participate in the epic battle. Chu Tian alone can make the cavalry invincible. The Yuzhou army has not yet intervened in any battlefield. And Wei Qing, Zhou Yafu, and Li Guan can all be mobilized. Chu Tian decided to take away Sun Bin, Wei Qing, Dian Wei, Li Guan, and the only firearms heroes Xiao Liang. Chu Tian, Xiao Liang, and Wei Qing can provide 3 army-wide auras, reaching the upper limit. The Xinji Battalion is currently a pure firearms unit, and it is also Chu Tian's trump card. Sun Bin has the military advisor bonus, and his intelligence of 99 is enough to cope with most situations. Dian Wei is responsible for guarding. When encountering danger, Dian Wei's combat power will be greatly improved. Li Guan can serve as the vanguard general who charges into battle, and his Bao skills can also be used to snipe enemy generals. Originally, Chu Tian considered bringing Shui Gui or Zhao Yun, who could also fill Li Guang's role. But Shui Gui and Zhao Yun confronted Lu Bu, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei at Yangping Pass. Without them to punish Lu Bu might have performed in front of thousands of troops. Take the head of an admiral. Although Su Fengnian would try to protect himself, Chu Tian did not dare to let a coach take the risk. With 45,000 cavalry and 5,000 divine machine battalions, Chu Tian abandoned the bloated infantry. No matter which battle in history this epic battle is, it can basically be handled. Even if it is a city defense battle, Chu Tian believes that he can turn it into a wild defeat battle. Lu Kun, Kai Zhong, and Kai He, who were captured during the Battle of Xinye, were sent to Xiaqing for detention. Kai Zhong, Kai He were harmless to humans and animals. So Chu Tian released them directly and asked them to serve in Mi Fang's 5th School of the Northern Army. In order to pacify Jingzhou in the future, it will probably be necessary to use the power of the Kai family to appease the gentry in Xiangyang. Name Kai Zhong. Talent, Silver Level General, Navy Department. Commander, 49 Force, 54, Intelligence, 20, Politics, 26, Charm 20. Characterity Timid. Favorability 51. Characteristic 1, Kai Brothers, D-Level Trait. When on the same battlefield as Kai He,
The naval attack power of the two commanders will plus 4%. And their personal force will plus 4%. Characteristic 2, clumsy fake surrender, negative characteristic. When fake surrender, there is a high probability of being seen through. Chu Tian looked at the characteristics of Kai Zhong and Kai He again. They were simply top-notch generals. As a historical military commander, it is quite impressive to have such a panel. Chu Tian randomly selected any mid to high-level general in the Fubo army. Even an ordinary general had higher attributes than Kai Zhong and Kai He. So Chu Tian didn't care much about Kai Zhong, Kai He and his brothers, and let them do whatever they wanted. As for Lu Kuan, the famous general of the Eastern Jin dynasty, Chu Tian ordered him to be imprisoned. When Chu Tian was a child, he heard the story of dancing upon the rooster. During the Western Jin dynasty, a pair of gay friends discussed the current situation impassionedly. In order to serve the country, they got up and drew their swords to practice martial arts as soon as they heard the rooster crow in the middle of the night. This pair of friends were Zhu Ti and Lu Kuan, who were already the chief clerks of Sili at that time. Moreover, these two people were not just talking. Later, Wu Hu disrupted China. The Western Jin dynasty was destroyed, and the Eastern Jin dynasty was established. After Zhu Ti went south to Jiangdong, he crossed the Yangtze River and went on the northern expedition. He attacked Ji in the middle of the river and regained Yuzhou. He fought against Zhao Shao in the later period. However, because he was not trusted by the Eastern Jin dynasty, he became ill and died of illness. Lu Kuan stayed in Bingzhou in the north and tried to turn the tide, but was defeated by Shi Le and took refuge with Duan Pishi, the Xianbei leader of the Duan clan. He was killed by Duan Pishi. Zhu Ti has the ability, and Lu Kuan has the reputation. However, Lu Kuan's military ability was far behind, and he was far from the opponent of Emperor Shi Lu of later Zhao dynasty. As for Zhu Ti, Shi Lu was not very willing to fight Zhu Ti. As a celebrity of his generation, Lu Kuan should also have good abilities. At least the combination of Zhu Ti and Lu Kuan is countless times better than the combination of Kai Zhong and Kai He. Based on the loyalty of Zhu Ti and Lu Kuan, Chu Tian estimated that only by forcing Tongke to surrender, Zhu Ti and Lu Kuan would surrender. When preparing to participate in the sixth epic battle, two little guys Chu Peter and Chu Anna from St. Petersburg came to Xia City to visit their father Chu Tian. Chu Tian also knew that Catherine and Hohenzollern were fighting on Polish territory. Chu Anna's long hair is more blonde, while Chu Peter's hair is more dark. During this period of time, there was a new addition to the Xia Palace, but it was Emperor Rufu, who had always been unnoticed and had a child. Emperor Rufu plays the role of the housekeeper of Prince Xia's mansion. She is usually very low-key, but sometimes Chu Tian will hang out with her. Xiao Chua was envious of Emperor Rufu's treatment. Hui Qing also had some resentment. The time for the sixth epic battle is gradually approaching. 50,000 soldiers have gathered in Xia City, and fighting continues on various battlefields. Chu Tian had nothing to do while waiting for Huan and Miuk's 100,000 Mongolian cavalry to complete their large roundabout. On the western Sichuan plateau, Huan and Miuk set off from Longxi and marched on the plateau. General Gao Xianji provided marching bonuses to the Mongolian cavalry to speed up the march in the mountains. When it comes to the art of mountain marching in the Han Empire, few people can surpass Gao Xianji. Chu Zima must be enjoying himself at this moment. But I have to make a big detour in this barren mountain and harsh water. Huan was leaning on a wooden stick and suffered a lot. In Jiaozhou, in the southern part of the Han Empire, Defa, the herdsman king of Jiaozhou, was fighting in the jungle with the lord of Dai Viet. The soldiers and horses of the Dayue kingdom appeared and disappeared in the jungle, and Wang Defa suffered a lot. The lord of Dai Viet recruited the famous general Qin Xingdao, who defeated the Mongolian cavalry, as well as dozens of famous generals who were good at jungle warfare. However, the battle was unfavorable, and they temporarily returned to Kanwu County. Wang De found that it was difficult to conquer Dayue Kingdom, so he temporarily gave up the idea and withdrew his troops and returned to Jiaozhou. The war between Jiaozhou and Dai Viet has been going on for many years, and there has been no winner or loser between the two sides. Dai Viet has a population of tens of millions. In addition, Dai Viet's jungle troops and generals specializing in jungle warfare troubled Jiaozhou shepherd King Defa. It seems that a war has broken out between the northern and southern princes. Do I have to choose a side? When Wang Defa retreated, he couldn't help but think about his position. There are only three possibilities for the Han Empire. One possibility is that Chu Tian went south to sweep away all the separatist princes. The second possibility is that changes occurred in the north, and the various princes in the south rose up. The third possibility
is that the situation of dividing the world into three parts is maintained for decades. Just like the three kingdoms. As a shepherd in Jiaozhou, Wang Defa naturally prefers the third possibility. His strength is not as good as that of Chu Tian, Tong Kai, and Liu Bei. But in Jiaozhou, he is an out-and-out Earth Emperor, surpassing tens of millions of people. However, if the general trend of the world develops towards the first two possibilities, then Wang Defa will have to consider the issue of lining up in order to maintain his future status.
The Jiaozhou army finally left.
In the jungle in the northern part of Dai Viet Kingdom, Dai Viet Kingdom's famous General Chen Xingdao led an army of 100,000 to watch the Jiaozhou army leave on guard. After several consecutive years of war, Dai Viet suffered 200,000 casualties in its army. Dai Viet Kingdom, Tanglong Province. The king of Dai Viet Kingdom reorganized his troops and horses after the Cao Cao army left, preparing to participate in the epic battle within Dai Viet Kingdom.
Southeast Asia should be turned into a kingdom before it can compete with the Han Empire. But now, a Jiaozhou makes me miserable. I ordered Chen Xingdao to attack Siam.
Dai Viet Kingdom, located in the south of Jiaozhou, also had its own difficulties. The long-term war with the Jiaozhou army inevitably affected the expansion of the Dai Viet Kingdom. After building Yi City, Tong Kai led the Jiangnan navy back and looted many counties along the coast and obtained a large amount of gold and silver.
Xie Xian, Zhou Yu, and Xiao Mo, you three will go with me on the expedition. Lu Sun, Lu Meng, and Lu Laoji will temporarily command the navy. Ming Gong will be in charge of defense.
Tong Kai could only choose 3 people, and decided to bring Beifu Army Commander Xie Xian, Fire God Zhou Yu, and Fierce General Xiao Mo. Zhou Yu can serve as the mastermind, and the
God of Fire
trait has a wide range of uses. Xiao Mo was responsible for breaking the formation.
Asking your sworn brother to participate in this national war can give you an advantage.
Tong Kai ordered people to inform Sun Jian to participate in the national war as a lord. Sun Jian has not given up his identity as a lord and is entrenched in Lujiang County, so he can also participate in the 6th epic battle. Chu Tian ignored Sun Jian's existence. In fact, there were 5 princes in the south who could participate in the epic battle. However, Chu Tian secretly agreed to Sun Jian's conditions, so Chu Tian was not too worried about Sun Jian. Sun Jian could just sit back and watch.
Take Sun Ce and Sun Quan with you to practice,
because the 6th epic battle can be resurrected. Sun Jian didn't mind taking his 2 sons to experience it and see the big scene.
The enemy is King Xia.
Sun Jian considered that Chu Tian was in a hostile camp, and it would not be easy to handle. Even if Sun Jian is not very willing to fight Chu Tian, he cannot be seen by Tong Kai, and he will have to adapt to circumstances when the time comes. Yang Shirlang, king of Song dynasty in Jingzhou, was considering candidates for the expedition. Wu Qi was still besieging Fancheng, and Yang Shirlang could not transfer Zongzi and other generals.
We can only fight at this time. Huang Gong, Wei Yan, and Wu Jie, you will go out with me. The defense line outside Fancheng will be handed over to Zongzi. Pan Mei, Su Shu, Wan Pin,
Guozi,
Li Daozong and others.
After the fall of Xinya City, Lu Pan, Huang Gong, and Wu Jie fled back to Xiangyang, and Yang Shirlang was helpless. The Xia army had siege equipment such as Hongyi cannon and Xiangyang cannon to bombard Xinya City, which was difficult to defend. If it were Xiangyang City, which was comparable to the Imperial City, it could still hold on for a long time. So far, Xinya City is only a medium-sized city. When Xinya fell, Yang Shirlang retreated and defended Xiangyang and Fancheng. Xiangfan's defense line remained strong. Yang Zhulang knew that this was also a rare opportunity, and he might be able to get valuable props. In Hanzhong, Liu Bei was fending off the 3 armies attacking Hanzhong while deciding who would go out for the epic battle dungeon.
Yangping Pass is left to Wang Ming to defend and is indestructible. If the Xiliang army enters the Dingjun Mountain Trail, then with the 2 generals Guan Yu and Zhang Fei guarding the north and south villages of Dingjun Mountain, the Xiliang army will not be able to enter Hanzhong. At the exit of Baoxia Road,
Yang Su, Shi Wei, Han Qinhu, and Hirobi can guard. At the exit of Luogu Road, Tian Dan, Hu Luguang, and Li Yuanhao can guard. My lord, please invite Lanling King Gao Su and Zhou Dui to fight with me.
Player strategist Qin Shi provides advice to Liu Bei. Liu Bei said,
Lianpe and Zhou Dui were originally captured by Zhao Long of Jizhou and imprisoned in Handan. Later, Xiao Long died in the battle. They were captured by me and brought to Mianju. They were unwilling to surrender. Will Zhou Di be willing to go on an expedition? My lord, please do not belittle yourself. Lianpe and Zhou Dui's old master, who Ma has given up on competing in the Central Plains. With Lianpe and Zhou Dui's abilities, many years have passed, and the old relationship between the monarch and his ministers has faded. How can they be willing to remain in obscurity for a lifetime? My lord only needs to visit the thatched cottage 3 times, and they will definitely be willing to do so.
Driven by the lord,
Chen Shi believes in Liu Bei's charm, as long as the other party is not a die-hard loyalist. And with Liu Bei's charm value, he can win over him after a few years of wooing him.
I'll go give it a try. The Xiao army has generals Wang Jian, Li Ji, Meng Tian, and Yang Yi, and Han Zhong is under great pressure.
Liu Bei couldn't help but move. Lianpe and Zhou Dui have been prisoners since they were captured in Jizhou. Liu Bei worked hard for several years, but failed to recruit them. So he took a dim view. Now that Chen Shi said this, Liu Bei was eager to try again. All the princes are selecting candidates for the expedition. The time for the 6th epic battle is approaching. Not all princes of the Han Empire can send high-level troops to participate in epic battles. Only Tongke has spare strength. And Yang Sherlang, Liu Bei, and Sun Jian do not all have high-level troops. If Yang Sherlang takes away 30,000 high-level troops, then Xiangyang City will be in danger. The Western continent participates in epic battles as kingdoms. So Western lords such as Alexander, Louis, and Charles are all high-level troops.
Iron-armored holy cavalry, companion cavalry, silver shield soldiers, war elephants, and Chanyu guards.
Alexander organized 30,000 elite troops to fight. Chapter 987 The Battle of the Giant Deer. In the vast northern land, the north wind is strong. The sky is hazy, and the ice is frozen for thousands of miles. A group of soldiers and horses appeared out of thin air in the north. The banners of the Xiao army were ringing. The soldiers in sharp attire exhaled white air and rubbed their hands because of the cold. Chu Tian was wrapped in a cloak and looked around. It was actually winter. It's October in the main world, but it's December in the epic dungeon, and it's freezing cold. The 50,000 Xia troops who entered the dungeon had their halberd-holding hands frozen due to the cold.
What battle would take place in the dead of winter? This place seems very familiar.
Chu Tian fought in all directions in the Han Empire and had personally set foot in many places, so he could roughly tell where he was. The scene in front of me seems to be in the Jizhou area north of the Yellow River. There were many great battles in Jizhou, such as the Yellow Turban Rebellion, in which the officers and soldiers of the Han dynasty fought a decisive battle with the 3 Zhangjiao brothers in Jilu County. Chu Tian still remembers the first epic battle,
Yellow Turban Rebellion.
Compared with the scene at that time, it seems to be somewhat similar to now. Could this be Jilu County? Could it be the battle that took place in Jilu County? Chu Tian thought of an earth-shattering battle with a giant deer. The Battle of Jilu was the battle that made Overlord Xiang Yu famous.
It won't be the battle of the giant deer, right?
Xiao Liang approached Chu Tian and breathed into his hands. He was dressed in white, and his cheeks were red from the cold.
It looks like it's 9 out of 10. If we had known it would be the coldest month of winter in the dungeon space, we should have prepared more clothes.
Chu Tian was already somewhat certain that this epic battle was the Battle of Jilu. However, Chu Tian didn't know which camp he belonged to. In the Battle of Jilu, the Overlord Xiang Yu fought with the Qin army. He won 9 battles and 9 victories. All the princes in the world bowed to Xiang Yu. Military merit can bring prestige, so there is a saying that high merit will shock the master. The Battle of Jilu was divided into 2 camps, the Qin army and the coalition of princes. In addition to the Chu army represented by Xiang Yu, the coalition forces of the princes also included the Zhao army, the Qi army, and the Yin army. The allied forces of the princes were divided into 2 groups. Xiang Yu went north to rescue the Zhao army, who was besieged by the Qin army in Jilu, and Liu Bang went west to Guanzhong. Liu Bang did not participate in the Battle of Jilu. The winner of the Battle of Jilu was the coalition of princes represented by Xiang Yu. So theoretically the same camp as Xiang Yu has an advantage. The 50,000-strong army was waiting for the Iron Eagle Scout cavalry to explore the surrounding terrain and situation. At this time, a group of black-armored cavalry was approaching Chu Tian's 50,000-strong army.
Meet the enemy!
Since most of the troops were cavalry, the Xiao army gathered quickly. The 5,000 soldiers of the Shinji battalion are also well-trained and arranged in a linear formation. The black-armored cavalry who arrived did not know whether they were enemies or friends.
The Qin army advocates black. Is this the Qin army's cavalry?
When Chu Tian saw the black armored cavalry approaching, he knew what was going on. The black armored cavalry stopped less than 200 steps away from the 50,000 Xia troops. A black armored general rode out and asked,
"Are you a general sent by His Majesty?"
Chu Tian probably knew that this black armored general was from the Qin army, and the Qin army generals regarded him as a general sent by Hu Hai, the second emperor of Qin, to support the Qin army. Most likely, he joined the Qin army camp. Chu Tian couldn't help but frown. The enemy camp was Xiang Yu, and he was going to fight a holy level warrior. What Chu Tian is most proud of is his cavalry. However, there are a few cavalrymen who are equally unparalleled in the world, including Temujin, Xiang Yu, and Alexander. This time when they met Xiang Yu, Chu Tian's cavalry was no longer the strongest. The confrontation with Xiang Yu was too exciting, and Chu Tian couldn't bear it. Chu Tian responded to General Qin.
"I am Chu Zimu, and I have been ordered to come to help. May I ask the general's name?"
General Qin was very satisfied when he saw that Chu Tian had admitted that he had officially joined the Qin army in the Battle of Jiulu.
"I am the general of Mengtian, Shijian, and now I am the general of General Wangli. It turns out to be General Shabama."
Chu Tian really didn't know this person, but Chu Tian knew about Meng Tian and Wangli. Chu Tian knew about Meng Tian because Meng Tian worked under Chu Tian. Wangli is also a celebrity. Wangli's father was Wang Bin, and Wang Bin's father was Wang Jian. The three generations of the Wang family were all Qin generals. Wang Jian, Wang Bin, and Wangli are not bad in ability. Of course, Wang Jian is greater than Wang Bin, and Wang Bin is greater than Wangli. Wangli was also a famous general. After Meng Tian committed suicide, Wangli succeeded Meng Tian and took charge of the Great Wall Army. Later, when the Qin dynasty was in chaos, the Great Wall Army fled one after another. Wangli led the remaining Great Wall Army southward and joined forces with Qin General Zhang Han to suppress the Qin uprising army in the late Qin dynasty. However, Wangli met the overlord Xiang Yu and was defeated and died. The Qin royal family declined from then on. Shi Jian was Meng Tian's general and one of the generals of the Great Wall Army. After Meng Tian died, Wangli took over Meng Tian's position. Then Shi Jian also followed Wangli south to suppress the uprising army in the late Qin dynasty and enter the Jiulu battlefield. In terms of ability comparison, Shi Jian's ability is lower than Wang Li's.
"General Wangli is waiting for you outside Jiulu City, with your army coming to help. You will definitely make these remnants of the Six Kingdoms look good."
Shi Jian looked at the 50,000 troops brought by Chu Tian. Chu Tian's 50,000 strong army were all high-level troops, comparable to the Qin army at its peak. Shi Jian couldn't help but envy.
If the late emperor was still there, and the Qin army swept across the 6 countries, how could the Guangdong bandits be so arrogant? No. If the young master Fusu and General Mengtian were alive, the Guangdong bandits would not dare to be so arrogant.
Chu Tian deeply agreed with this statement. During the periods of King Qin Zhaoxiang and Qin Shi Huang, the Qin army was at its peak, and the nobles of the 6 countries were suppressed. However, during the period of Qin II, the Qin army that swept across the 6 countries was no longer what it was before. At this time, 30 years had passed since Qin Shi Huang began to take over the power, and more than 10 years had passed since the establishment of the Qin Empire. Many of the Qin troops who swept across the 6 kingdoms were already old. In addition, without Qin Shi Huang in charge of the overall situation, Qin Tu and Zhao Gao could not suppress the nobles of the 6 countries at all. Even though the Dragon Emperor is old, the heroes of Guangdong will still be afraid of him. The Dragon Emperor passed away. Qin lost its deer, and all the heroes competed in the Central Plains. As a military general in the Mengtian era, Shi Jian should have been a general appointed only at the end of Qin Shi Huang's reign. Naturally, he misses the era when the Qin army was strong, rather than the current precarious Qin Empire. The deaths of the young masters Fusu and Mengtian can be regarded as cutting off the last hope of the Qin Empire. Perhaps, the combination of Prince Fusu and Mengtian can prolong the Qin Empire's reign. But there are no ifs in history. This place is an epic battle dungeon. What Chu Tian strives to achieve is to let the Qin army he represents win and challenge the coalition of princes represented by the overlord Xiang Yu. Although the uprising army in the late Qin dynasty was launched by Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, the results of the uprising had already been seized by the nobles of the 6 countries. Xiang Yu was the queen of Chu. Those who were besieged in Jiulu City were the nobles of Zhao State. In other words, this is a war between the Qin army and the nobles of the 6 countries. The nobles of the 6 countries are still afraid of the Qin army. The fear is engraved in their bones. Unless the god of war descends from heaven and can defeat the Qin army, the fear of the nobles of the 6 countries can be eliminated. The 50,000 Xia troops, commanded by Chu Tian, gathered and followed Shi Jian's 500 Qin army cavalry to march towards Jiulu city.
How many troops does General Wanli have?
Chu Tian believed that it was necessary to know the reality of the Qin army's battle here. After all, the opponent was Xiang Yu, the overlord of Chu, which was extraordinary. If Chu Tian had not intervened, the Qin army would have been crushed by Xiang Yu.
The Great Wall Army is 200,000, including tens of thousands of elites. The Great Wall Army is no longer what it used to be, and there are many people fleeing. Many of the 200,000 people come from the young men who built the Great Wall. The leader will be General Wanli, and under him is me, and the 2 generals Su Jiao.
Shi Jian hated the remnants of the 6 kingdoms, but was quite enthusiastic about Chu Tian, an ally, and explained the details of the Qin army to Chu Tian.
200,000 Great Wall Army.
Because Chu Tian had many generals, he knew how many troops one general could easily command. With the 200,000 Great Wall Army, even a king-level commander is very reluctant, and only an emperor-level commander can handle it with ease. Wang Li's commander value. Chu Tian didn't think he could provide bonuses to the 200,000 Great Wall Army. Even if Wang Li, Shi Jian, and Su Jiao were combined, their bonus would not be able to cover an army of 200,000. According to Shi Jian, among the 200,000 Great Wall Army, it is estimated that only tens of thousands are the real special unit.
Great Wall Army,
which is Meng Tian's old team. This group of troops is also Wang Li's true elite. Shi Jian continued.
In the south of Jiulu, there are Zhang Han's more than 200,000 troops, tens of thousands of whom are elites in Guangzhong, and the rest are Lishan prisoners. Zhang Han is responsible for protecting the grain road and blocking the incoming troops from the south. These soldiers. Our food comes from Guangzhong and Luoyang. None of the thieves in the Guangdong group is Zhang Han's opponent.
And Xiang Liang was killed by Zhang Han. In other words, the Qin army has 400,000 troops, of which there are about 100,000 elites.
Chu Tian probably knew the strength of the Qin army in the Battle of Jiulu. Although the generals of the Qin army did not have an advantage, the Qin army had a large number of troops. Zhang Han was the last pillar of the Qin dynasty to suppress the rebel army. The uncle of Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, fought with Zhang Han in Dingtao and was defeated and died. Zhang Han was also unlucky. If he had not met Xiang Yu and Han Xian, Zhang Han would have been considered a first-rate general. Unfortunately, Zhang Han lost to Xiang Yu and Han Xian successively, becoming a stepping stone for the two of them. Zhang Han's most famous deed was organizing Lishan prisoners to defeat the peasant uprising army in the late Qin dynasty that threatened Guangzhong. Of course, Zhang Han has now summoned tens of thousands of Guangzhong Qin troops. And these Qin troops are the real main force of the Lishan army. Currently, there are 400,000 Qin troops in the Chutian camp. There were also a lot of rebels on the opposite side, and Xiang Yu is the only one who really dared to fight against the Qin army. If Xiang Yu can win repeated battles, the rest of the rebel armies may also join the war. How to defeat Xiang Yu and how strong Xiang Yu is. These are all problems that Chu Tian cannot solve for a while. 50,000 Xia troops approached Jiulu. The Xia troops could already see the faint walls of Jiulu city and the dark Qin army camp. The troops brought by Chu Tian were only a quarter of Wang Li's 200,000 Great Wall Army. In addition to the Great Wall Army, Zhang Han's Lishan prisoner army also numbered 200,000. It was hard for Chu Tian to imagine that such a huge army would be defeated by Xiang Yu. This also shows how terrifying Xiang Yu is from the side.
Shi Jian said, those who were besieged in Jiulu city are the remnants of Zhao state, King Zhao Xie, Prime Minister Zhang Er, and tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. To the north of Jiulu are the remaining troops of Zhao state General Qin Yu, tens of thousands of people. Qin Yu around the remaining camps. There are also Qi and Yan troops with numerous troops and horses. However, they are just a ragtag group and are nothing to be afraid of. As long as the king of Zhao is killed, they will be frightened by the news and will destroy themselves without attacking.
Chu Tian did not doubt Shi Jian's words.
The idiom, stand on the wall and watch,
comes from the Battle of Jiulu. All the princes had nothing to do with themselves, and only Xiang Yu rushed to the front to challenge the invincible Qin army. Therefore, although there are troops and horses from Zhao, Qi, and Yan to the north of Jiulu, and troops and horses from Chu to the south, The Qin army actually has to deal with only Xiang Yu's troops. In addition, there are legions brought by Tong Kai, Liu Bei, and other princes from the main world. If Xiang Yu's battle is unfavorable, the NPC rebels in the north will not dare to act rashly. On the contrary, if Xiang Yu defeats the Qin army, the rebel army north of Jiulu will intervene on the battlefield, and the Qin army will be in danger. Seeing the arrival of 50,000 Xia troops, the 200,000 Great Wall troops all cast surprised looks. Even the Qin army was very jealous of the cavalry horses and armor brought by Chu Tian. Chu Tian's 20,000 cavalry troops are all high-level units, equipped with the best horses and armor. Chu Tian garrisoned troops outside Jiulu city. The princes north of Jiulu were shocked when they saw that the Qin army had obtained a brave and capable army, and they did not dare to act rashly. Wang Li met Chu Tian, and Chu Tian also got to see Wang Jian's grandson. Chu Tian had no respect for Wang Li, because even Wang Jian served under Chu Tian. Soon, as long as Jiulu is defeated, King Zhao is beheaded, and his head is passed to Luoyang. All the rebels will be frightened, and the world will be at peace. I, Wang Li, also want to make immortal contributions like my ancestors. Wang Li saw the suppression of the uprising in the late Qin dynasty as an opportunity for him to make meritorious deeds. If the great Qin Empire could be rebuilt, then Wang Li's contribution would probably be the same as Wang Jian and Wang Bin. Chu Tian just smiled slightly and asked Wang Li for various supplies while getting closer to him. Unlike the Battle of Kunying, Chu Tian could trust Lu Xiu. In the Battle of Jiulu, Chu Tian could not trust Wang Li. Not to mention Wang Li, even Wang Bin might not be able to stop Xiang Yu in the Battle of Jiulu. And Wang Jian was also reluctant, because in Lord, Xiang Yu is a king and a saint-level warrior. The Battle of Jiulu is much more difficult than the Battle of Kunying. It is not easy to break the situation. To the south of Jiulu is Zhang Han's 200,000 strong army, and further south is the Chu army. If Xiang Yu's Chu army goes northward, it will definitely break out into a war with Zhang Han's 200,000 strong army first. We cannot let the Chu army achieve its goal easily. Chu Tian used tree branches to draw a rough topographic map on the snow. Xiao Liang, Wei Qing, and Sun Bin discussed with Chu Tian how to break the situation. As for Li Guang and Yan Wei, Chu Tian did not expect them to break the situation. The battlefield situation in the Battle of Jiulu is very clear. Wang Li's 200,000 Great Wall army besieged Jiulu, and at the same time dealt with the princes in the north. Zhang Han's 200,000 Lishan army protected the grain road, and at the same time dealt with the princes in the south. The Qin army's grain was transported by water from Guangzhou and Hulua to Hebei. Sun Bin said, I think Wang Li, Shi Jian, Su Jiao, and others are far inferior to my lord and General Wei Qing. It is better to try to evade their military power and lead the Qin army to fight the Chu army. Eliminating Wang Li's military power? This is not easy. The plan proposed by Sun Bin was to replace Wang Li and Zhang Han and lead the Qin army to fight the Chu army. Chu Tian was sweating profusely. He had to seize power and confront Xiang Yu. The Battle of Jiulu was not easy. Chapter 988 The Last Qin Army. The grain trucks of the Qin army traveled from Zhanshui to Jiulu, transporting grain and grass from Guanxi to Jiulu. The Qin army was large in number, and the pressure on food and grass was also huge. Kanto is the territory of the descendants of the Six Kingdoms, and the logistics of the Qin army still come from Kansai. Qin General Zhang Han rode a war horse and led the Lishan prisoners to protect the grain and grass. Many Lishan prisoners were emaciated and worked hard for the Qin army under the supervision of the Qin army in Guangzhou. In Jiulu city, 200,000 Great Wall troops besieged King Zhao. A group of cavalry from the Zhao army in the city rushed out, non-stop, trying to break through the siege of the Great Wall army. Zhao General Zhang Xian and Chenze rode and shot all the way, risking their own death and killing dozens of Great Wall troops. The Zhao army was still afraid of the Qin army. However, this group of Zhao cavalry still broke through the encirclement and went to seek help from the coalition princes stationed in the north of Jiulu, who were watching from the sidelines. 3 Qin generals Wang Li, Shi Jian, and Su Jiao appeared at the fighting place after a small group of Zhao cavalry broke through. General Qin was not an ordinary person, and he deliberately let King Zhao go to ask for reinforcements. Otherwise, with the number of Great Wall troops besieging the city, it would be difficult for Zhao's cavalry to break through. Instead of running around, it is better to besiege King Zhao, attract the remnants of the 6 kingdoms to Jiulu, and destroy them in one battle.
Wang Li put his hand on the hilt of the Qin sword, still confident in suppressing the coalition forces of the late Qin princes. The tactic of surrounding a point and calling for reinforcements is not impossible. The three Qin generals Chu Tian and Wang Li stood together, and they could probably detect Wang Li's intentions. But Wang Li and the others did not expect that a powerful hero like Xiang Yu would appear in the coalition of princes. There are many descendants of the six kingdoms, and many talents will always be born in troubled times. The building is about to collapse, and it is not easy for Wang Li to become the night watchman of the dynasty. Wang Li turned to Chu Tian and said,
"Soon, the reinforcements from the remnants of the six kingdoms will arrive at Jilu. They will destroy their reinforcements and defeat Jilu. The world will be in jeopardy. I hope to see your strength later."
Because Chu Tian's 50,000 Xia army was so well equipped, it was even several notches better than the Great Wall army of the late Qin dynasty. Chu Tian has now gradually adapted to the status of the general of the Qin army.
"The Zhao army is as afraid of us as tigers. King Zhao wants to ask for reinforcements from the major princes. But the major princes may not support King Zhao. Even if he rescues, he will only send an army."
Partial teacher.
Chu Tian did not know the actions of the coalition of princes. He could only speculate on the actions of the coalition of princes based on the strength and psychology of both sides. Except for Xiang Yu in the south, the coalition of princes in the north did not dare to save King Zhao. The six-nation coalition was unable to resist the powerful Qin and was destroyed by Qin because they all had their own agendas and could not work together. The same is true for the descendants of the six kingdoms. Wang Li was somewhat convinced of Chu Tian's judgment.
The remnants of the six kingdoms are all a group of incompetent people. The king of Chu appointed Song Yi as the top general, Xiang Yu as the second general, and Fan Zhang as the bottom general. He led 50,000 troops however. He stayed south of the Zhang River for more than 40 days, and did not dare to go north. The Chu army has stayed for more than 40 days?
Chu Tian was sweating profusely when he heard Wang Li mention the specific time. According to this time point, it is very likely that Xiang Yu will stage a desperate epic battle.
It's better to take the initiative and send a cavalry force to attack the princes in the north and capture all their troops. Then go south to attack the Chu army. I will personally command the cavalry to go north.
Chu Tian believed that he could not sit still and wait for death. So he tried to actively break the situation. After a small group of Zhao cavalry broke through, they went to ask Zhao General Chen Yu for help. Chen Yu gave 5,000 men and horses, and Zhang Xian and Chen Zhe led 5,000 Zhao troops to attack the Qin army. The nobles of Zhao, Qi and Yan, then shook their heads as they watched Zhang Xian and Chen Zhe leading 5,000 soldiers and horses south to relieve Jilu.
The Qin army was so powerful that it once swept across 6 kingdoms. Wang Li and Zhang Han were famous generals, while Zhang Xian and Chen Zebang were few major generals. Didn't they go to die in vain? If Jilu is defeated and King Zhao is killed, we'd better return to our hometowns and watch the world's general situation change. If Lianpe and Li Mu were reincarnated in the Zhao state, perhaps they would no longer be afraid of Wang Li and Zhang Han, and the king of Zhao would not be besieged in Jilu city.
A group of nobles from the 6 kingdoms were afraid of the Qin army and hesitated to move forward. Although the reinforcements from this group of nobles from the 6 nations were very close to Jilu city, they could only build barriers for defense. Zhang Xian and Chen Zhe led 5,000 Zhao soldiers southward, trying to defeat a Qin army and boost morale so that the coalition of princes in the north would have the courage to attack southward. There are a lot of coalition forces in the north. If they have the courage to go south and attack the Zhang Han and Wang Li armies in the middle with the Chu army in the south, they may have a chance to win. Wang Li Jun was responsible for surrounding Jilu. In fact, this task was not the most important. What was more important was Zhang Han, who was protecting the grain road to the south of Jilu. Once Zhang Han's 200,000 Lishan army loses its food route, then not only the Lishan army will have to retreat, but even Wang Li's 200,000 Great Wall army will also be short of food. Wang Li and Zhang Han's 2 legions were the Qin Empire's last hope for a comeback. Of course, the princes in the north have not yet realized that they should work together to attack from the north and the south. Instead, they are waiting for someone to take the lead and consume Wang Li and Zhang Han's troops. The north wind is howling. The river ice is galloping. The Great Wall troops are clad in razor-sharp armor, and their armor is cold. Qin General Wang Li stood on a Qin chariot, holding his sword in his right hand. There was snow on his armor,
and his eyebrows were dyed white by the snow. Qin General Shi Jian and Su Jiao each led a group of chariots and remained silent with the Qin army. The Great Wall Army came from the army of the Qin dynasty that destroyed the Six Kingdoms. Meng Tian commanded the Great Wall Army to drive the Xiongnu northward and occupied Hatao. Later, Meng Tian committed suicide, and Wang Li took charge of it, which was the last Qin army. At this time, the Great Wall Army was in decline. With many soldiers fleeing, Wang Li was in charge of a Great Wall Army that had lost at least half of its combat effectiveness. Despite this, there are still some Great Wall troops who swear to follow their general to defend the Qin dynasty. The north wind was blowing hard. Countless snowflakes were flying. The sky and the earth were vast, and the sky was hazy. The flag of the Qin army was torn by the strong wind, and some low-ranking Qin soldiers stretched out their hands to block the snowflakes. The elite Great Wall Army left behind from the Mengtian era remained motionless even in the north wind, filled with invisible murderous intent. The last 1,300 Golden Fire Cavalry, clad in sharp armor, let the heavy snow fall on their armor and stared ahead. In addition to the Golden Fire Cavalry, Qin Ruishi also stood in the north. Breathing calmly, they once swept through 6 countries, chased the Xiongnu from the north, conquered the south and fought in the north. And they were invincible. However, their temples were white, and the elderly among them were already in their 50s or 60s. Their former generals, Wang Jian and Meng Tian, are dead. Wang Bin and Li Xian are old and living in seclusion, and their lives and deaths are unknown. The person who leads them is already the 3rd-generation general of the Wang family. When they swept across the 6 kingdoms, they were young and strong, throwing their heads in blood. Even when the empire was about to fall, they still stood up and defended the empire.
Why doesn't Father want to come out? With Father's ability, these remnants of the 6 nations will definitely be frightened by the news,
Wang Li said to himself. Wang Jian and Wang Bin's father and son swept across the 6 kingdoms, and the descendants of the 6 kingdoms feared them second only to Qin Shi Huang.
General, Zhao cavalry appears in front.
The 200,000 Great Wall troops were all moved. The coalition of princes in the north finally sent reinforcements to Jilu City. Wang Li pulled out his sword, rubbed the blade against the scabbard, and pointed straight ahead.
Attack! Until the blood dries. There will be a truce until the death. We will fight until the blood is shed dry.
Tens of thousands of elderly Qin troops shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heaven and earth, echoing on the battlefield. The rest of the young Great Wall Army members were also infected. They slapped their shields with their weapons and screamed, "Kill!" The morale of the Great Wall Army was high, and some elderly Qin soldiers burst into tears, as if they were back to the time when they wiped out the 6 kingdoms and dominated the world.
Wind! Wind!
The Qin army launched a fierce attack on the 5,000 Zhao reinforcements. The momentum was like a rainbow, with galloping chariots, galloping horses, and Qin crossbows.
Drive!
The slave hand shook the reins, and the Qin chariot drove straight into the giant deer. Wang Li, as the commander-in-chief, personally charged into the battle when the building was about to collapse. The blood of Wang Jian and Wang Bin still flowed in his body. He wanted to be like his ancestors and fight for Qin made great achievements. The cold Qin sword killed his Zhao cavalry. Hot blood splashed on Wang Li's face, and the chariot rolled over a corpse. The Great Wall Army marched forward inexorably. Their halberds swept across, and Qin's crossbows fired arrows that filled the sky. Waiting for Zhao's reinforcements was a ruthless massacre. Whether it was the Zhao army who was besieged in Jilu City, or the coalition of princes in the north who were watching from the sidelines, they were all frightened by the ferocious momentum of the last Qin army, and their scalps were numb. Although the Qin Empire is in danger, there are still a group of veterans who have swept through the 6 countries. They use their last bodies to try their best to protect the empire that is about to be torn apart. In the Battle of Jilu, the 5,000 Zhao soldiers who Zhang Xian and Chen Zhe tried to test the Qin army were completely wiped out. Zhang Xian and Chen Zhe were beheaded by Wang Li. Wang Li's Qin army cleared the battlefield and buried the corpses. The faces of the coalition forces were bloodless and trembling. Chapter 989. Destroy the descendants of the 6 kingdoms.
Zhang Xian and Chen Zhe are really idiots. They thought we could defeat the Qin army. They led 5,000 Zhao troops to attack Wang Li. It is like a hungry tiger in a meat trap. What's the use?
General Chen Yu of the state of Zhao held a banquet with the descendants of the state of Qi and Yin in the camp north of Jilu. He felt heavy when he learned that Generals Zhang Xian and Chen Zhe of the state of Zhao were defeated and killed in an attack on Wang Li. Among the Qin armies of Zhang Han and Wang Li, there were also a group of veterans who had wiped out the 6 kingdoms.
Is it hopeless for our 6 countries to recover? Since there are 6 kingdoms, why is there still a strong Qin? We continue to hold on to the barriers and wait for changes. The strength of the Qin army prevented Qin Yu and other descendants of the 6 kingdoms from advancing, and could only defend. The descendants of the 6 kingdoms only hope that God can take over this Qin army. As for how God took away the Qin army, that is not something that descendants of the 6 kingdoms can imagine. The coalition of princes in the north continued to defend. At night, the allied forces of the princes set up outposts to patrol outside the camp to prevent the Qin army from attacking. Suddenly, there was a rain of arrows in the dark night, and many patrolling Zhao cavalry were killed by random arrows. Enemy attack! The Qin army is heading north. The coalition forces of the princes were panicked, thinking that after the Qin army defeated Zhang Hui and Shenzhou, they went north to attack the coalition camp. Don't panic! Don't panic! A Zhao general tried his best to maintain the Zhao army's formation. However, his efforts seemed to be in vain. The Zhao army was frightened by the Qin army's terrifying performance during the day. At this time, they were attacked at night and panicked, running in all directions. Wei Qin was responsible for the frontal attack, while Chu Tian led 10,000 cavalry troops to surround the rear and rush into the retreating Zhao army. Dian Wei roared, led the Tiger Guards, fell into the camp, destroyed the horses and antlers, and allowed the cavalry to advance straight in. Chu Tian holds the red sky sword and follows the cavalry army to attack. Because this epic battle can be resurrected, Chu Tian dared to go into battle in person and kill powerful enemies. Flying General Li Guang wreaked havoc on the enemy camp and set fire to the allied camp of princes. General, the Qin army is coming! Let's go! Chun Yu, the general of the state of Zhao, came out of his tent and saw Qin Gu in all directions. His shouts of killing shook the heaven and the earth, and he couldn't muster any desire to resist. Facing the Qin army, Qin Yu felt a conditioned fear and just wanted to escape instead of turning around and fighting the Qin army. The nobles of Qi and Yin also immediately withdrew their troops, abandoned their camps, and retreated north. Chu Tian led 40,000 cavalry and divided them into 2 groups. He and Wei Qin each commanded 20,000 cavalry. They attacked from both sides and defeated the coalition of princes in the north. The fire spread in the camp of the coalition of princes, and the cavalry army and the cavalry from the 5 schools of the northern army easily harvested the coalition of princes. There are also a few elite troops such as Zhao Bianqi, Yin Jia, Qi martial arts, and so on in the coalition of princes. However, the commanders of these troops are too incompetent. Even high-level troops cannot exert their full strength under their command. Escape. General Qin Yu of the state of Zhao tried to escape from the Jiulu battlefield, but the Zhao state cavalry led by him was besieged by the cavalry army. The 800 Xuanjia army defeated the 3,000 Zhao cavalry, and they fought freely, rushing left and right. Qin Yu drew his sword and slashed, and found that even the ordinary Xuanjia army cavalry might not be able to capture them. The Xuanjia army is the elite cavalry of Emperor Taizong Shimin of the Tang dynasty. They are 9th level heavy cavalry. Each cavalryman is equivalent to the combat power of a gold level general. To a certain extent, the Xuanjia army augmented by Chu Tian was more terrifying than the Great Wall army augmented by Wang Li. Qin Yu was stabbed by the Xuanjia army's horse in the melee, and his cavalry was defeated by the Xuanjia army. I am the general of Zhao state. Don't kill me! Qin Yu saw that he could not escape. The black armor of the Xuanjia army and the darkness were like evil ghosts. Qin Yu was timid, so he surrendered to the Xuanjia army. The coalition of princes in the north was defeated. From Qin Yu to ordinary soldiers, more than 10,000 people were killed, and as many as 40,000 were captured. The remaining coalition forces of the princes retreated to the north. At night and dawn, the camps of the princes in the north were in a mess, with black smoke billowing, broken walls, and corpses strewn everywhere. The Xia army's cavalry troops swept the battlefield and confiscated the grain, grass and arrows from the allied forces of the princes. The next battle with Xiang Yu may be very brutal, so Chu Tian needs a lot of arrows. Dozens of nobles from the 6 kingdoms were captured alive and brought to Chu Tian. A Xuanjia army cavalry pointed at a Zhao noble and said, "This man calls himself General Chun Yu of Zhao." Chun Yu? Chu Tian had some impression of this person. At the end of Qin dynasty, Chu and Han fought for hegemony, and heroes gathered together. Among them, the top commanders are Xiang Yu and Han Xian, followed by the generals from Xiang Yu and Liu Bang's camp: Engbu, Long Jia, Peng Yu, Zhou Bo, Fan Kuai, Chao Shen and others. As for the descendants of Zhao,
Yan, and Qi. Most of them are mediocre and incompetent people, who have become the experienced package of famous generals. Chen Yu is considered a celebrity. He participated in the Battle of Jiulu, and the last battle that later made Han Xian successful. The Zhao army was crushed by the Qin army, and the Han army successively. Now, Chen Yu was captured alive by Chu Tian's cavalry army. Chen Yu's face turned pale, and he didn't know how Chu Tian would deal with it. In Chen Yu's eyes, Chu Tian was also a Qin general. It seems that the Qin army will not be merciful to the soldiers of the Six Kingdoms.
Save his life and appease the Zhao soldiers. I want him to watch how we defeat the Six-Nation Coalition.
Chu Tian only felt that he was the villain of the Jiulu War, representing the brutal Qin army and blocking the Six-Nation Coalition. From the perspective of Xiang Yu and other descendants of the Six Kingdoms, Chu Tian is considered to be aiding the evil. Chu Tian gathered 40,000 surrendered soldiers, increased his own strength to 90,000, and went south to join Wang Li. Wang Li finally recognized Chu Tian's strength when he saw that Chu Tian defeated the princes in the north in one battle, captured tens of thousands of people, and captured Zhao's general Chen Yu alive.
Your Majesty sent you to Jiulu to help. This is because God does not want to destroy our great Qin.
Wang Li couldn't help but sigh.
Chen Yu and others are just chickens and dogs. They fall apart immediately after a slight attack. The real strong army is Xiang Yu's Chu army.
Chu Tian didn't quite agree with Wang Li's idea now. Even if Zhao is defeated, there is still Chu and Liu Bang who is marching into Guanzhong at the moment. At the end of the Battle of Jiulu, Qin had perished. The building will collapse. No one can turn the tide. Heroes will always appear and sweep the world. Lu Xiu is not considered to have saved the Han dynasty. But the country's name is still Han, and it is actually half a new dynasty. Wang Li asked doubtfully.
The commander-in-chief of the Chu army, Xiang Liang, was killed by Zhang Han in Dingtao. But why do you think so highly of the Chu army? The Chu army changed commanders. Xiang Yuqing outdid his predecessors, and was eager to avenge Xiang Liang. His troops were unstoppable. We should inform General Zhang Han, and let him dig trenches, and set up antlers and barriers to weaken the Chu army. In addition,
stock up on as much food as possible during this time.
Chu Tian received a batch of food and grass from the coalition forces, and believed that food and grass were a key. If Zhang Han, who was protecting the grain road, was defeated, Wang Li, who besieged Jiulu, would be in a food shortage situation. Wang Li sank into deep thought, and finally admitted that what Chu Tian said was true.
I will let someone inform Zhang Han.
Chapter 990 Overlord Xiang Yu. South of the Zhang River. In the Chu army's camp. For princes, Liu Bei, Tong Kai, Yang Shirlang, and Sun Jian gathered together, as well as an unknown Muang Defa of Jiaozhou. The number of the Lord Coalition forces arriving from the main world is still more than 50,000 Chu troops. The Five Lords Coalition had 150,000 soldiers and horses, while the Chu army only had 50,000. But no lord dared to underestimate the 50,000 Chu army. To be precise, the 50,000 Chu army was the main force in this Battle of Jiulu.
Wang Defa, your Jiaozhou army has not intervened in the civil war for a long time. Why not join forces with us and carve up the world? You can still be the local emperor in Jiaozhou for a few more years.
Why not? Tong Kai tried to win over Jiaozhou Mu to join their camp. Jiaozhou has a large population, including naval general Zheng Chengdong, as well as military generals such as Li Dingwei and Fu Yud. If it joins the coalition forces of Shu and Wu, it will undoubtedly be a big boost to the coalition forces of Shu and Wu.
Ahem. I'll wait and see. Dai Viet has always wanted to annex Jiaozhou. Without me in charge of Jiaozhou, Anan monkeys would jump up and down.
Wang Defa seems reluctant to choose a side quickly. When the various southern lords were discussing joining forces, Sun Jian looked at the sky.
It's going to rain.
Liu Bei and other princes all raised their heads. And sure enough, the sky was cloudy, and it was cold and raining heavily. All the princes hid in their tents. Compared with the Qin army, which had special food routes, the Chu soldiers were cold, hungry, and lacked supplies. Song Yi, the general of the Chu army, was afraid of the Qin army. He drank too much and did not want to make progress.
This is very similar to the 18 Princes campaign against Dongzhuo.
Seeing that the Chu army was hesitant, Tong Kai couldn't help but think of the scene when the 18 princes attacked Dongzhuo at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. It was almost the same as this time. However, Tong Kai does not intend to be the first bird because Song Yi is in danger.
General, please come to see me.
Song Yi, the general of the Chu army, treated the 5 arriving lords as his subordinates and ordered them to come to court.
If Xiang Yu doesn't take action, we will kill Song Yi.
Li Dinghua, the general behind Wang Defa, was dissatisfied with the superior Song Yi. Several lords looked at each other, showing everyone's evil expressions.
Okay.
In the main tent of the Chu army, General Song Yi gathered the generals of the Chu army and several arriving lords, held a banquet as usual, and was intoxicated. Liu Bei's expression was calm, and he was thinking to himself. Behind him stood Lanling King Gao Su, the famous General Zhou Dui of the later Tang dynasty, and the player's military counselor Qin Shi. Several lords had their own thoughts. Below General Song Yi's position, Second General Xiang Yu had a gloomy expression, like an invisible mountain. As a military advisor, Fan Zhang was sitting upright, with the food on the dining table untouched. Xiang Yu, Fan Zhang, and the 5 lords were silent, while Song Yi and several Chu generals drank happily and talked loudly, without any intention of marching to attack the Qin army. Wang Defa's General Li Dinghua wanted to take action, but Wang Defa stopped him with a look. None of the princes in the Han Empire who have survived to this day are mediocre. Not only can they control their subordinates, but they can also observe their actions. Wang Defa had already noticed something was wrong in the atmosphere. Tong Kai, Sun Jian, Liu Bei, and Yang Sherlang also stood still, and they also noticed something. Sure enough, Xiang Yu spoke with a rich voice.
When will the general send troops? As soon as Xiang Yu finished speaking, the generals of the Chu army who had been chatting with Song Yi fell silent. According to the position of these Chu army generals of Song Yi faction, Xiang Yu's words are really inappropriate. Song Yi was dissatisfied.
Do you have any objection to my arrangement? The Qin army is north of the Zhang River, separated from our army by only a river. Guangdong is the homeland of the 6 kingdoms, and the Qin army has no supplies here. All the food and grass come from Guangzhou and Shanjuan, which is so far away. All we need to do is cut off its food routes. The Qin army can be defeated. If the general dare not fight the Qin army, why not hand over the military power to me? And I will personally command the Chu army and go north to fight against the enemy.
Xiang Yu held the wine glass, and the invisible force caused the wine glass to break and turn into powder. Song Yi's face turned livid.
I am a general, and you are just a sub-general. How dare you question my order?
The two sides' words were at odds with each other. Xiang Yu stood up, and everyone's eyes were focused on Xiang Yu.
I am the descendant of Xian Yan of the Chu kingdom. My ancestor defeated the Qin army Li Xian with an army of 200,000. Who among the 6 kingdoms has such courage? Although Chu has 3 households, Chu will definitely defeat Qin. As the commander of the Chu kingdom, you should not forget the blood feud and the hatred of the country's subjugation. Now that you are cowering and ruining the reputation of our Chu army, why not send you underground to meet the ancestors of the past? Xiang Yu, how dare you? Take him down.
Song Yi drew his sword, and several Chu generals also stood up, their swords at war with each other. Song Yi's long sword thrust towards Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu clamped Song Yi's long sword between his 2 fingers. Song Yi wanted to draw the sword, but the sword didn't move at all.
With your abilities, you are not qualified to serve as the general of the Chu army. You are nothing more than a corpse.
Xiang Yu exerted a little force, and a fine long sword broke into 2 pieces, in front of everyone's horrified eyes. Xiang Yu used his half-cut sword to behead Song Yi in the tent. General Song Yi of Chu State was easily killed by Xiang Yu, which was not much more difficult than killing a chicken. All the Chu generals in the main tent were moved, and several Chu generals, who had good relations with Song Yi, were even trembling. Xiang Yu killed the general in front of everyone, and he already looked like a king. At this time, Fan Zhang stood up to reassure people.
Song Yi and Qi conspired to rebel against Chu. The king of Chu ordered Xiang Yu to kill them. So don't panic, generals.
Xiang Yu glanced at everyone.
Is there anyone dissatisfied?
The generals were obedient, and did not dare to speak out. Fan Zhang supported Xiang Yu as temporary general of Chu.
Generals Ingbu and Pu led 20,000 Chu troops as vanguards to cut off Qin's food routes. I myself led 30,000 Chu troops to cross the river and fight against many rebels. Is there any objection?
Xiang Yu made a decision, but for a while, no one dared to respond, which was equivalent to acquiescence in disguise. The Chu army, which had been lingering for 46 days south of the Zhang River, finally began to take action. The Chu army did not have much food and fodder, so they had no choice but to fight against the odds. Tong Kai, Liu Bei, Sun Jian and other lords knew that Xiang Yu was a holy general. As long as they followed Xiang Yu and provided assistance to Xiang Yu, their camp would have a high probability of winning. Facts have proved that it would be difficult to achieve success if allied generals like Yuan Shao and Song Yu were involved. Only heroes like Xiang Yu, Cao Cao, and Sun Jian who fought in adversity could achieve great things.
This time Chu Zimu is in trouble. It's Xiang Yu. Fortunately, he won't die in this battle.
Sun Jian thought that Chu Tian probably had no solution. Xiang Yu's terror was already evident when he personally killed Song Yi. Sun Jian himself could not break the sword with 2 fingers. Sun Jian was fortunate that the epic battle would not affect the pattern of the main world. Otherwise Sun Jian might have to consider canceling the marriage.
This is the real overlord of Jiangdong.
Only when Sun Ce, the little overlord of Jiangdong, saw Xiang Yu, the real overlord of Jiangdong, did he know what it means to pull the river out of the mountains. In comparison, Sun Ce is just a weakened version of Xiang Yu, and is still far behind Xiang Yu, the overlord of Chu. Although Xiang Yu was from Xuzhou, he and his uncle Xiang Liang raised troops from Jiangdong, and the core force was the soldiers from Jiangdong. Sun Ce couldn't help but long for Xiang Yu's same power. Xiang Yu's strength may have reached 100. Xiang Yu's force is 100, because the highest force is only 100. Sun Ce's military power was far inferior to Xiang Yu's. Sun Quan followed Sun Jian on the expedition. He also saw Xiang Yu kill Song Yi in the camp, and was greatly shocked.
I also want to become a general. If there is such a general, why should we be afraid of Chu Zimu? We can only be trapped in Hanzhong. No, I can't control it.
Liu Bei secretly thought about whether he could conquer the overlord Xiang Yu. But even Liu Bang, the emperor of the Han dynasty, had to win with difficulty. Even if he recruited Xiang Yu, he could not suppress Xiang Yu at all. Some generals can only be kings, and are not willing to be ministers. Xiang Yu was wrapped in a cloak, and stood on the hillside, looking at the Qin army in the north of Zhang River. His father Fan Zeng stood beside Xiang Yu. Generals Ingbu and Pu had led 20,000 Chu troops to cross the river as the vanguard. They took the lead with the Qin army general Zhang Han. War. Ingbu was the vanguard general under Xiang Yu, and General Pu was Ingbu's deputy general. Xiang Yu's eyes were like the light of a sword.
The king of Chu has agreed that whoever enters Guanzhong first will be the king of Guanzhong. Who else in the world would be better than me?
Chapter 991, SSS Level Characteristics. Burning the boat.
The violent Qin is unpopular, and will eventually destroy the country. No matter how hard you struggle, it will not help. The defeated general. Shut up!
Qin General Shi Jian stepped on the face of Zhao General Chen Yu. Chen Yu was tied up by Wu Huada, and became a prisoner of the Qin army. The Qin army had no good impression of the nobles of the 6 kingdoms. And the nobles of the 6 kingdoms were always unwilling to obey Qin's rule. They always wanted to rebel, and restore the 6 kingdoms. Zhang Liang, the first counselor in the early Han dynasty, hired strong men to assassinate Qin Shi Huang during his eastern tour after he became a powerful figure in Korea. Qin Shi Huang's eastward tour was said to be in search of elixirs. It was more likely that he wanted to frighten the powerful people of the 6 countries.
If the late emperor were here, how dare you, the people of subjugated country, to rebel.
Qin General Su Jiao drew his sword and wanted to kill Chen Yu and sacrifice the flag. Chen Yu was sweating profusely. As long as Su Jiao slashed him with his sword, he would die.
General, the Chu army has crossed the river. General Zhang Han lost the first battle, and the food road is in danger. The Chu army actually crossed the Zhang River?
Su Jiao was moved at this time, and no longer cared about killing Chen Yu, but instead focused on the Qin army's food route. The soldiers and horses have not moved, but the food and grass go first. The number of Qin's army is 8 times that of Chu's. But more is not always better. The food and grass needed by the 400,000 Qin army was an astronomical figure, and most of the food and grass came from Guanzhong. Once the Chu army destroys the grain transportation channel, and the Qin army cannot transport the grain from Zhangshui to Jilu, Wang Li's 200,000 strong army will be destroyed without attack. Shi Jian said.
Zhang Han defeated the traitor General Zhou Wenji's hundreds of thousands of troops in one battle, defeated Chen Shi, surrendered Weijiu, and killed Tian Dan. His troops were like hunting foxes and rabbits, and he killed Xiang Liang in 3 battles. He was so good at fighting. How could the Chu army let Zhang Han fail?
Su Jiao couldn't believe it either. Zhang Han is by far the best general in the world, and the Guandong rebels were violently beaten by Zhang Han, at least before Xiang Yu appeared. No one in the Guandong princes thought that he was Zhang Han's opponent. But now, The Chu army's vanguard troops directly frustrated Zhang Han.
Go south to support Zhang Han.
Chu Tian learned that Zhang Han was attacked by the Chu army. So he immediately gathered his troops and prepared to go south to join Zhang Han. When the Chu army crossed the Zhang River to attack Zhang Han, Chu Tian was digging trenches and setting up wooden fences. Xiang Yu went north, and Chu Tian left thousands of soldiers behind, consumed the drawings, and continued to dig trenches to participate in the epic battle. In addition to soldiers and horses, Chu Tian also brought drawings of fortifications. Without fortifications, Chu Tian believed that it would be impossible to fight Xiang Yu in the field.
Let's go south together and meet the Xiang Yu you mentioned. Shi Jian, you lead the 100,000 Great Wall Army and continue to besiege Jiulu.
Wang Li took Su Jiao and 100,000 Qin troops southward. Chu Tian reminded Wang Li many times that he needed to pay attention to Xiang Yu, the general of the Chu army. Wang Li was not incompetent. As the grandson of Wang Jian, he had basic qualities. After being reminded by Chu Tian, he began to pay attention to the Chu army. Therefore, the Chu army attacked Zhang Han, and Wang Li decided to join forces with Zhang Han and Chu Tian to defeat Xiang Yu.
This time, it is a decisive battle between the grandson of Wang Jian, the famous general of Qin, and Xiang Yu, the grandson of Xiang Yan, the famous general of Chu.
Chu Tian suddenly thought of the identity between Xiang Yu and Wang Li. Wang Jian destroyed Chu. Xiang Yan committed suicide. Xiang Yu destroyed Qin, and Wang Li was killed. Maybe this is cause and effect. While Chu Tian was lamenting the dramatic fate, Wang Li came over on a war horse.
It is said that the one who attacked the grain road was the Chu army general Ingbu. Ingbu?
Chu Tian knew that Xiang Yu had generals such as Long Jie, Jibu, Zhongli Mei, and Ingbu, among whom Wang Ingbu of Zhejiang was considered famous. Ingbu was Xiang Yu's vanguard general. After Xiang Yu claimed the title of overlord of Western Chu, he named Ingbu the king of Zhejiang. Later, Chu and Han fought, but Ingbu betrayed Xiang Yu and secretly collaborated with the Han army. Liu Bang conquered the world and named Ingbu king of Huainan. Later, when the Han dynasty reduced its vassal status, Ingbu raised troops, but was defeated by Liu Bang's imperial commander. At this time, Ingbu was at his peak, and the Battle of Jiulu was Ingbu's battle to become famous. If you follow the Lord's model, Ingbu's command value is not high. He was once defeated by Xiang Yu's general Long Jie and Liu Bang himself. But there is no doubt that Ingbu is a strong warrior with force. A strong general is good at commanding a small number of troops, but sometimes he can achieve great results. Once attacked by a fierce general, even a famous general, who can command many soldiers and horses, may be killed. Chu Tian is flying General Li Guang, who can charge into the battle, and Dian Wei is a guard. The Xuanjia army, Qishu army, and Huban army are brought by Chu Tian, so there is basically no need to worry about being suddenly killed by Ingbu Zhu. Xiao Lian was counting the troops.
Zhang Han has 200,000 troops. Wang Li and Shi Jian have 100,000. We have 90,000. Almost 400,000 troops. The Chu army has 50,000. And the 5 princes in the south have 150,000 troops. A total of 200,000. Equivalent to twice the force ratio. Sun Jian is half of our men. Therefore, the number of enemy troops we really have to deal with is less than 200,000. Probably only about 170,000. Among them, the most powerful combat force is 8 of the 50,000 Chu troops. The soldiers from Qianjiangdong were the first soldiers to follow Xiang Yu. The 150,000 troops brought by the 5 princes cannot all be high-level soldiers. They need to keep a large number of elites in the main world to fight with us. So among the 150,000 troops, there may be tens of thousands of high-level soldiers. I estimate the number will not exceed 100,000.
Chu Tian nodded, agreeing with Xiao Liang's analysis. The most disturbing thing is Xiang Yu's 8,000 Jiangdong soldiers. Jiangdong soldiers followed Xiang Yu to conquer the world, but in the end, they were all killed and wounded. So much so that Xiang Yu finally lamented that he could not see his elders in Jiangdong. The Qin army besieging Jiulu divided into 2 groups. When Chu Tian and Wang Li went south to rescue Zhang Han, 30,000 Chu troops and 150,000 rebel troops crossed the Zhang River. The 20,000 Chu troops of Generals Ingbu and Pu have already fought against Zhang Han's Qin army. The Chu army burned the boats crossing the river, carrying only 3 days' worth of food and grass. It was truly a ruin.
I only carry 3 days of food and grass. Is that really enough?
Tom K, Liu Bei, Sun Jian and other princes turned slightly pale when they saw that the boats crossing the river were burned. Even they don't dare to take risks so easily, because Xiang Yu really only brought 3 days' worth of food and grass. If the Qin army cannot be defeated within 3 days, or the grain and grass can be seized from the Qin army, then the 200,000 Chu army and the rebel army will be completely wiped out. Xiang Yu sank the boat, and Han Xian fought with his last resort. These are ruthless people who risk their lives to survive.
If we lose, we lose.
Tongke rectified his troops and horses. Among the 5 princes, only the 30,000 soldiers and horses brought by Tongke were all high-level troops of the 30,000 Beifu army. Xie Xian, Zhou Yu, and Xiao Mok followed Tongke to participate in the Battle of Julu. Xie Xian's Beifu army was the absolute main force. Zhou Yu is responsible for making suggestions, while Xiao Mok is responsible for guarding.
This army of soldiers and horses is more elite than the Qin army I have ever seen.
Xiang Yu rides a black horse, holds an overlord's spear, and wears heavy armor. When Xiang Yu saw the Beifu army, he couldn't help but sigh at the elite of the Beifu army. As the most famous unit of the Eastern Jin dynasty, the Beifu army is equivalent to the Qin Ruishi to the Qin state, and the Tiger and Leopard cavalry to the Chaowei state. However, what Xiang Yu really cares about is the Jiangdong disciples of Sun Tzu, the little overlord of Jiangdong. Sun Tzu's exclusive military unit is similar to Xiang Yu's military unit, so Xiang Yu feels familiar with it. Sun Tzu also noticed Xiang Yu's exclusive military unit. The Jiangdong disciples brought by Xiang Yu had a murderous spirit, and their strength exceeded Sun Tzu's Jiangdong army. Sun Quan had special troops to relieve his troops.
There is no need to compare with Xiang Yu. Throughout the ages, there is only one person.
Sun Jian was worried that Sun Tzu would belittle himself after seeing Xiang Yu, so he reminded Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu was already a brave general, but compared with Xiang Yu, he seemed inferior.
Father, Sun Bofu, will definitely make an immortal contribution.
Sun Tzu was not discouraged.
The chief generals of the Qin army are Zhang Han and Wang Li. Zhang Han should be a king-level commander, while Wang Li's ability is slightly inferior to Zhang Han, and may be a diamond-level commander. They are not as good as Xie Xian and Zhou Yu. And the real troublesome one is Chu Zi conspiracy. The Qin army is large in number, plus Chu Zima's generals.
Tongke believes that Zhang Han was defeated by Xiang Yu and Han Xian, and defeated Xiang Liang with difficulty. He is not an emperor-level commander like Li, Wang Jian and others. He should be a king-level commander. He is first-rate, but not yet at the top level. The Qin and Chu armies used the south of Jiulu as their assembly point. 600,000 troops gathered like 2 black dragons. The Chu army collapsed, but the Qin army did the same. After losing the Battle of Jiulu, Qin had no more soldiers to use. Chu Tian commanded 50,000 Xia troops, 40,000 surrender soldiers, and 90,000 troops. Among the 40,000 surrendered soldiers, there are several thousand high-level troops, including Zhao Bianqi, Yin Jia, and Qi martial arts. These are the elite soldiers of the 6 kingdoms. However, the elite soldiers of the 6 nations could not play their due role under the mediocre generals of the 6 nations. After Chu Tian captured 40,000 surrendered soldiers, these surrendered soldiers also had a certain fighting strength.
Ding! Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, crossed the Zhang River. The Chu army triggered the SSS level burning the cauldron feature. The Chu army's attack power increased by 40% and entered a state of full morale, which lasted for 3 days.
Suddenly, Chu Tian received a system notification and his eyes widened. Xiang Yu's SSS level characteristics meet the triggering conditions. The burning cauldron has 2 effects. One is a high bonus to the Legion's attack power, and the second effect is to maintain full morale for 3 days. In other words, Xiang Yu's army will be very terrifying in these 3 days, and their morale will not drop. Different SSS level characteristics have different effects. And
break the cauldron,
and
fight to the last ditch
are the strongest adversity characteristics, and are born to die. The importance of morale to a legion is self-evident. Full morale within 3 days means that the Chu army is highly motivated and invincible.
How many SSS level characteristics does Xiang Yu have? It can't be 6.
Chapter 992 Xiang Yu fights Zhang Han.
Kill!
The vanguard general of the Chu army, Ingbu, armed with 2 axes, charged into the Qin army. 20,000 Chu troops defeated tens of thousands of Qin troops. More than 10 years ago, the Chu state was destroyed by the Qin state. But now, the Chu army is so aggressive that they only want to avenge their previous humiliation. The blood of the Qin army dyed the robe of British cloth red. Murderous intent filled the air. Ingbu's eyes were red. And he killed hundreds of Qin soldiers. The Qin army killed by the Chu army numbered thousands. The Qin army defending this grain transport corridor was defeated and fled.
You are not allowed to flee. Otherwise you will be seated together.
Dong Yi, the captain of the Qin army, tried his best to gather the defeated Qin army. Qin's laws were strict. And even though the army at the end of Qin had declined, it still gradually gathered under Dong Yi's tent.
How could the Chu army be so powerful?
Dong Yi still didn't know that Xiang Yu's
breaking cauldron and sinking boat
characteristic had already taken effect. In addition, Ingbu himself was a vanguard general and had extra bonuses when serving as a vanguard. Dong Yi was defeated by Ingbu and had to seek refuge with his general Zhang Han.
General, there are 4 grain transport corridors, and the Chu army has occupied 2 of them. Thousands of grain trucks have been robbed.
The disgraced Dong Yi led his remaining soldiers to see Zhang Han. Zhang Han's expression was solemn.
The Chu army is more adept at fighting than imagined. Their momentum is different from other thieves from the 6 kingdoms.
Chief Sima Xian asked cautiously.
General, are you confident in defeating the Chu army? If I was confident before the Chu army crossed the river, I may not be so now.
Zhang Han seemed to feel that the momentum of the Chu army had changed significantly after Xiang Yu triggered the characteristic of
burning the cauldron and sinking the boat,
and he was no longer confident in himself. The 2 generals Sima Xian and Dong Yi looked at each other. They teamed up with Zhang Han to kill Xiang Yu's uncle Xiang Liang. They thought they had killed all the Chu generals, so they went north to attack the Zhao army. However, Xiang Yu came back with Fan Zeng, Ingbu and others, and they were more difficult to deal with than Xiang Liang.
No matter what, there are only a few of us left who can defend the empire. The remnants of the 6 kingdoms can be defeated 3 or 4 times, but we cannot fail even once. Reorganize our troops and fight against the Chu army.
Zhang Han summoned Qin Ruishi and the Lishan prisoner army to confronting was 20,000 Chu army south of Julu and north of Zhangshui River. It's freezing cold. The 2 armies are facing each other, and their flags are flying. The Qin army and the Chu army seem to be a duel arranged by fate. Chu generals Ingbu and Pu, and Qin generals Zhang Han, Sima Xian, and Dong Yi faced each other across the grain transport corridor. Ingbu rode out alone, pointing the 2 axes in his hands at the Qin army's general Zhang Han.
Zhang Han, in the past you killed my master Xiang Liang in 3 battles. Today, the blood debt will be paid with blood.
Zhang Han wanted to ride his horse out, but Captain Dong Yi stopped Zhang Han and said,
General, this man is brave and invincible in battle. 1 horse can equal 1,000. If there is a surprise attack, your life may be in danger. There is no need to be afraid. Facing the armies of the 6 nations, being too weak will only make them push forward.
Zhang Han went out to confront Ingbu.
When Wang Jian pacified the Chu kingdom, I killed Xiang Liang. Now that I have 2 opportunities, I wish I could drive out all the remnants of the Chu kingdom. Although Chu has 3 households, if Qin is destroyed, Chu will definitely die. Kill!
Ingbu waved his war axe with his right hand, and the Chu army, which was at a numerical disadvantage, took the lead in attacking the Qin army.
Kill!
Qin Ruishi and Lishan prisoners attacked the Chu army. 2 torrents collide.
I hope Zhang Han hasn't fought with the Chu army yet. Otherwise, the Chu army in the burning cauldron state will be too terrifying. At this time, we should hold on for 3 days and wait for Xiang Yu's bonus to disappear.
Chu Tian and Wang Li led their troops southward. Wang Li's and Zhang Han's camps were not far from each other. Xiang Yu's
burning the cauldron
triggering conditions are more stringent, and it has a limited time of 3 days. However, Chu Tian was worried that Zhang Han would be defeated by Xiang Yu if he could not last for 3 days. Not only that, Xiang Yu not only has the ability to
break the cauldron,
but also has other SSS level characteristics, which means that even if the burning cauldron ability fails, the combat effectiveness of the Chu army commanded by Xiang Yu will not be weakened too much. To be conservative, it is best to avoid fighting Xiang Yu when the Chu army is at its peak.
Chu General Ingbu defeated Dong Yi. General Zhang Han has personally fought with the enemy General Ingbu. The enemy General Ingbu retreated a little later,
and Xiang Yu and Ingbu reunited.
The Qin army scouts in the south successively sent back news that Zhang Han's 200,000 Lishan army was fighting with the Chu army's vanguard General Ingbu. Qin General Dong Yi was no match for Ingbu, and Zhang Han could fight Ingbu. But there is a more powerful Xiongnu behind Ningbu, a group of princes from the main world, as well as their generals and legions. Zhang Han may not be able to handle these people, even if Zhang Han has 200,000 Lishan troops. This Chu army is indeed extraordinary. It took Zhang Han 3 battles to kill Xiang Liang's Chu army. They were defeated first and then won. This Chu army is probably even stronger than Xiang Liang's Chu army. Wang Li and Su Jiao, the 2 generals of the Qin army who followed Chu Tian southward, had completely retracted their contempt for the Chu army at this time, because Zhang Han, currently recognized as the #1 general in the late Qin dynasty, was in a bitter battle. Golden Fire Cavalry. Can I command it? Chu Tian took a fancy to the 1,300 Golden Fire Cavalry commanded by Wang Li, and wanted to use the Golden Fire Cavalry to strengthen his cavalry army. Chu Tian, who gained Ming Tian's allegiance in the main world, knew that the Golden Fire Cavalry was an 8th level heavy cavalry. Wang Li's Golden Fire Cavalry is not an ordinary Golden Fire Cavalry, but a veteran of many battles left behind by Ming Tian, who guarded the Great Wall. After Ming Tian died, Wang Li inherited many veterans left by Ming Tian. The once powerful Golden Fire Cavalry now only has 1,300 people left. Because 3 days ago, Chu Tianbei attacked the coalition of princes and captured the Zhao general Chen Yu, which made him famous. Therefore, the generals of the Qin army trusted him very much. Wang Li hesitated for a while and chose to send 1,300 Golden Fire Cavalry, who had experienced hundreds of battles. Leave it to Chu Tian. These people followed Ming Tian to guard the Great Wall. They originally resisted the Huns, but they didn't expect that such a day would come. Chu Tian officially took over the surviving Golden Fire Cavalry. Legion, Golden Fire Cavalry. Grade 8th grade. Number of people, 1307. Status, confused. Average level, 95. Average morale, 93, combat strength. Average physical strength, 91, combat strength. Number of war horses, 3124. The Golden Fire Cavalry, with an average level of 95, is indeed a battle-hardened division. Under Wang Li's command, the Golden Fire Cavalry could not play its original role at all. But in the hands of Chu Tian, who has 2 SSS-level cavalry characteristics, Song Lang White Deer, and Sealing Wolf Jushu, the Golden Fire Cavalry can fully play its role. Impact. Not only the Golden Fire Cavalry, but the Great Wall Legion that Wang Li took over also had a group of veterans who had fought all over the 6 countries or guarded the Great Wall. Chu Tian was thinking about how to completely take over the Great Wall Legion. Sun Bin's strategist characteristics can make Chu Tian's actual command value reach the same as that of Sun Bin. That is, 96 points, which can provide a bonus for 200,000 cavalry. If Wang Li is killed or put under house arrest, the Great Wall Legion may not be willing to accept Chu Tian's control, and it may be self-defeating. Chu Tian tried to gain Wang Li's trust. After asking Wang Li for 1,300 Golden Fire Cavalry, Chu Tian wanted to recruit 10,000 Qin cavalry to bring his own strength to 100,000. Asking Wang Li for troops is not completely cost-free. Since Wang Li has asked for his troops, he must do something to defeat Xiongnu. South of Jilu, the battle between Zhang Han and Ningbu was in full swing. The Chu army lost 7,000 people, while the Qin army lost more than 20,000 people. Most of Zhang Han's 200,000 Lishan troops were Lishan prisoners. That is, prisoners and slaves. They fought with the Chu army who had entered a state of breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat, resulting in more casualties. Zhang Han was already feeling strenuous in fighting Ningbu. But now, with the arrival of Xiongnu and the 5 major princes' coalition forces, Zhang Han is facing even greater pressure. The combined forces of Xiongnu and the 5 princes were no less powerful than Zhang Han's Lishan army, and were also more elite. Why am I uneasy? Zhang Han felt an invisible murderous aura. Xiongnu and the 5 major princes' coalition forces are approaching fiercely. The Jiangdong disciples, the Beifu army, the Western army of the Song dynasty, and Baibao Xianbei. Their military power stretches to the sky, with no end in sight. The main forces on Zhang Han's side are Qin Ruishi, 7th level, and Lishan prisoner, 2nd level. The Lishan prisoners were not of high rank, but their superiority was due to their large numbers, and Zhang Han could provide high bonuses to the prisoner army. Therefore, the Lishan prisoners could defeat most of the peasant uprising armies in the late Qin dynasty. When the Lishan prisoners met Xiongnu's Jiangdong descendants and the elites of past dynasties,
They might not be their opponents if they did not have an advantage in numbers.
Report. Opposite is the Qin Army General Zhang Han. General Ingbu broke through 2 corridors of the Qin Army and blocked Zhang Han. It's Zhang Han again! If Zhang Han kills my uncle, he will definitely teach him how to kill him.
Xiang Yu personally led 8,000 Jiandong disciples, swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger, soaring straight into the sky. Wang Jian attacked Chu. Xiang Yan was defeated and died. Zhang Han killed Xiang Liang in 3 battles, and the Xiang family became famous generals in Chu for 3 generations. And they were sworn in with Qin. Yafu Fanzeng fell into silence. Compared with the impulsive Xiang Yu, Fanzeng, as a counselor, has a longer-term vision and does not care about the gains and losses of a city or a pond. Nor does he care about personal grudges. Fanzeng said,
Zhang Han has 200,000 soldiers and horses. And Wang Li also has 200,000. Now even Wang Li has to obey Zhang Han's control. Zhao is superior to Xianying in power and cannot tolerate anyone. If someone lobbies Zhang Han if you surrender, it will be easy to destroy Qin. If 400,000 troops and horses fall into your hands, General, why worry about failure? Father, Zhang Han and I are inseparable. Those who do big things don't stick to trivial matters. Zhang Han is just following orders. He can be used by Qin Tu and Zhao Gao, or he can be driven by us. I see. Zhang Han is not so easy to surrender. The general can defeat Zhang Han and break the siege of Jiulu first. If Zhang Han cannot capture Jiulu, Zhao Gao must be dissatisfied and want to kill Zhang Han. Zhang Han is afraid and will surrender without a fight in all likelihood.
Fanzeng's eyes were blazing, and he suggested that Xiang Yu put aside his hatred, defeat Zhang Han, and then subdue Zhang Han and seize the world instead of sticking to personal grudges.
If Zhang Han can survive, I will not only spare him from death, but also make him king. Although Chu has 3 households, if Qin is destroyed, Chu will definitely die. Although Chu has 3 households, if Qin is destroyed, Chu will definitely die.
The morale of the Chu army was high, always maintained at 100. And the mountains roared and the tsunami roared. 8,000 Jiandong disciples follow Xiang Yu, and their momentum is rising invisibly.
What a terrifying momentum! The special soldier Jiandong's children plus Xiang Yu's bonus.
Xie Xian, the commander of the Beifu army, could clearly feel that Xiang Yu was 1 level higher than him. Xiang Yu's Jiandong army is brewing an astonishing momentum, just waiting for Xiang Yu's order. Jiandong army will launch a death-defying offensive against the enemy.
This is probably the ability of Overlord Xiang Yu, which is much higher than other generals.
Tongke also felt that Xiang Yu was at his peak. The Battle of Jiulu was Xiang Yu's famous battle, which directly put Xiang Yu above all the princes.
Although it is also the Jiandong army, my Jiandong army is a bit worse than it.
Sun Tzu also held the Overlord's spear and commanded the Jiandong army, but he always felt that his army could not reach Xiang Yu's level. Xiang Yu and the 5 princes made a move to attack the Qin army. The effect of breaking the cauldron only lasts for 3 days. The Chu army must defeat the Qin army as soon as possible. When Zhang Han and Xiang Yu were about to go to war, Zhang Han received a message from Chu Tian and Wang Li.
General,
Chu Zimu and Wang Li proposed to hold on to the grain road and wait for the Chu army's morale to drop before fighting with them.
Zhang Han was stunned at first.
The Chu army was about to launch an attack. I retreated at this time and was defeated like a mountain. However, we can use the grain transport corridor to slightly block the Chu army's offensive. Chu army is about to move.
Chief Shirsima Xian, Captain Dong Yi, and a group of generals reminded. The dull war drums of the Chu army sounded. Generals Ingbu and Pu served as the vanguard, and generals such as Long Jie, Ji Bu, and Zhong Li Mei followed Xiang Yu. The 150,000 strong army of the 5 princes was divided into 2 groups and detoured from the flanks, hoping to swallow up Zhang Han's 200,000 strong Qin army. The Qin army is divided into 2 parts. If one of Zhang Han's troops is captured and one of Wang Li's troops is left, there is nothing to be afraid of.
Zhang Han is also considered the number 1 figure. Unfortunately, he met Xiang Yu. This time, Zhang Han will definitely be doomed. Yang Sherlang participated in this battle and saw the Chu army and the 5 princes coalition forces attacking Zhang Han. Xiang Yu led his troops to break through, knowing that Zhang Han's winning rate was not even 1%. Zhang Han probably realized that the danger was approaching, so he ordered the 200,000 Lishan army to use a grain transport corridor
as a defense line, and divided his troops to attack the invading prince's armies on the flanks to prevent himself from being completely annihilated after being surrounded, since Bai Qi completely wiped out the main force of Zhao in the Battle of Chongping. Large-scale annihilation battles are not uncommon. Zhang Han divided his troops to protect the flanks, and the number of troops to resist the Chu army in the front was reduced. No one who is waiting is allowed to retreat. Zhang Han drew his sword and faced Xiang Yu. The Dark Chu army, with the anger after destroying the country, approached the Qin army step by step. The Chu army jumped into the tunnel used by the Qin army to transport grain, and fought hand-to-hand with the Qin army, and their weapons collided. Ingbu once again charged into the Qin army, and the two axes caused a bloody storm. A group of Chu cavalry attacked Zhang Han's Qin Rui soldiers. The leading general was wearing red armor and had a spear like a dragon. It swept across all directions, and there was a faint sound of dragon roar. Ingbu is like a tiger, and this man is like a dragon. Ingbu and Long Jie, the two most powerful generals under Xiang Yu, attacked the Qin army at the same time, and they were overwhelmingly powerful among the Qin army. Long Jie waved his spear, and dozens of Qin soldiers were sent flying. No retreat. The generals of the Qin army tried their best to maintain the military formation, and at the same time, they killed and wounded the Chu army in large numbers. Some of the Lishan prisoners swung their iron chains, making a sound of breaking through the air, and hit the Chu soldiers. Although the Lishan prisoners are not a high-level unit, they are a special unit. The Lishan prisoners, commanded by Zhang Han himself, are quite destructive and even use iron chains as weapons. A low-level Chu soldier had an iron chain wrapped around his throat, his eyes bulging, and another iron chain hit him, killing him. The Lishan prisoners led by Zhang Han were a group of desperados, but they dared to fight back and forth with the Chu army. On the flank, the Beifu army was already fighting with the Lishan prisoners. Xie Xian handed over 5,000 Beifu troops to Zhou Yu's command, and Zhou Yu ordered them to serve as the fire arrow team to throw fire arrows at the Lishan prisoners. Zhou Yu's fire arrow team caused high burning damage. The Qin army who was hit by the fire arrow let out a shrill scream. Even if they were not killed, they quickly lost their combat effectiveness and were difficult to heal. The fierce General Huang Zhong brought by Yang Zhulong carried a big sword and slashed directly into the enemy's formation, causing a bloody storm. He was no worse than Ingbu and Long Jie. For a warrior of Huang Zhong's level, there are only a few enemies that can be killed with bows and arrows, so it is better to just kill them with swords. The young General Wei Yan jumped on his horse with a spear and killed more than a dozen Lishan prisoners. Liu Beijun and Lanling King Gaosu led one of the top arms of Xianbei civilization, Baibao Xianbei, Northern Qi dynasty, to attack back and forth among the Qin army. The Lishan prisoners attacked Baibao Xianbei with chains and spears, but they were almost unable to break through the defense of this elite armored cavalry. Without Chu Tian's presence, Zhang Han, Sima Xian, and Dong Yu were unable to fight against these formidable opponents. The Qin army could only rely on its strict system and the supervision of a group of veterans to maintain the front line. I will break Zhang Han myself. Xiang Yu swung his cloak and got on his horse. Fan Zeng tried to dissuade Xiang Yu. As a king, you should sit in the rear and command thousands of troops and horses, and you can defeat millions of people. If you charge forward, even if you can defeat 10,000 people, you will be defeated and killed if you have limited physical strength. Father, don't worry. Unless I seek death, no one can kill me. Wu Shui, follow me to break the Qin formation today. Xiang Yu swung the reins, and the black horses galloped on the battlefield, as if they were walking on flat ground. Overlord Xiang Yu personally went to fight and attacked the Qin army. Alas! Seeing that Xiang Yu did not follow his advice, Fan Zeng just shook his head. He didn't know what would happen in the future. That's all. As long as you don't meet a commander at the same level as Xiang Yu, then even if you charge into battle, you won't fail. The thief will die. A Qin army general attacked Xiang Yu and drew his Qin sword. Xiang Yu didn't say a word, and the overlord gun was fired. The Qin army general seemed to have been bombarded by artillery SHLS. His sternum was broken, and he flew backwards for more than 10 meters, knocking down more than a dozen Qin soldiers. In one round, the Qin army general was killed immediately. Xiang Yu entered the battle with the overlord's spear. In less than a stick of incense, hundreds of Qin soldiers had been killed, and a blank space was cleared around Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu was still killing everyone in all directions, wherever the overlord's spear went.
It swept across everything, killing thousands of people in one battle. And the Qin army was terrified. The Lishan army only has 200,000 people. If Xiang Yu continues to kill like this, they will collapse soon.
Chu General Xiang Yu is here to attack Qin and get him the title.
Xiang Yu roared. The morale of the Lishan army dropped significantly, and they were as afraid of Xiang Yu as a tiger. The nobles of the 6 countries who followed Xiang Yu into Julu saw that Xiang Yu was surrounded by the Qin army alone, but instead killed tens of thousands of Qin troops by himself. They were no less afraid of Xiang Yu than the Qin army.
8,000 Jiannong soldiers. Go into battle.
Fan Zhang still believed that Xiang Yu could not be allowed to show off his bravery, so he ordered 8,000 Jiannong soldiers to go into battle.
Withdraw! Withdraw!
Zhang Han didn't expect Xiang Yu to be so brave and defeat the Qin army before he mobilized 8,000 Jiannong men, so he hurriedly retreated to the 4th Grain Transport Corridor. Chapter 993 Shooting Liu Bei. Zhang Han's Qin army retreated to the 4th corridor. The 200,000 Lishan army suffered heavy losses and was not completely out of the battle. 8,000 Jiannong soldiers joined the battle and fought hard against the Qin army. The two sides fought again on the 4th corridor. The Qin army was defeated for the 2nd time and was forced to give up the 4th corridor.
Zhang Han was completely defeated by Xiang Yu and had little power to fight back.
Tongchua's Beifu army only covered the Chu army and attacked from the flank. The Lishan army could no longer bear the losses. The Chu army held back the Qin army and tried to fight the Qin army for a 3rd time. Xiang Yu, Ingbu, and Long Chia swept through thousands of troops. Suddenly, Fan Zheng looked to the north. The wind was howling, and there was murderous intent. The scout cavalry deployed by Fan Zheng to the north of the battlefield to guard against Wang Li urgently reported.
Wang Li's army is moving south. Ming Jin withdraws his troops.
Fan Zheng immediately ordered his troops to withdraw to prevent being attacked by Wang Li and Zhang Han. Xiang Yu was lucky to have Fan Zheng, who was proficient in the art of war, as his advisor. Boom! More than a dozen Qin soldiers were knocked several meters high. Xiang Yu was covered in blood, but it was the blood of the Lishan army. There was a deep hatred between Chu and Qin. At this time, Xiang Yu came back for revenge. He killed thousands of Qin troops by one man and defeated 200,000 Lishan troops. Xiang Yu was not exhausted. When Xiang Yu heard that Ming Jin had withdrawn his troops, he was reluctant for a while. If he pursues Zhang Han and fights, it is entirely possible to completely defeat Zhang Han. Zhang Han still has some strength now. The 5 princes also heard the sound of gold, and they couldn't help but look to the north. They saw only the northern horizon, and the black cavalry went south, flanking the Chu army camp. The cavalry all over the mountains and plains are all equipped with high-end equipment, and the ground is trembling, and murderous intent is permeating the air. The first to bear the brunt was Liu Bei Jun, who was near the north of the battlefield.
Lord, retreat quickly!
Chen Shi knew something about Chu Tian's forces, and at a quick glance, he recognized them as the most elite cavalry of Chu Tian's forces. Liu Bei wanted to defend Hanzhong, and not all of the 30,000 soldiers he brought were high-level troops, and they could not withstand the impact of the cavalry army. King Lanling's 500 Baibao Xianbei protected Liu Bei and retreated.
Kill it!
Chu Tian is in the cavalry army, and the cavalry is everywhere. The cavalry army is all composed of high-level heavy cavalry, and the explosive impact is devastating. 20,000 cavalry troops, plus the cavalry from the 5th School of the Northern Army, took the lead in overwhelming Liu Bei's 30,000 Shu army. The Xuanjia army opened the way at the front. Hundreds of Xuanjia army cut through the Shu army. The Qingshu army, Zhongxia army, and Huban army in the rear opened the gap, swarmed in, and quickly destroyed the Shu army. Only King Lanling's Baibao Xianbei could compete with the cavalry army. King Lanling held a halberd and knocked a black armor soldier off his horse. The halberd tore through the black armor and killed him. However, being close to the Xuanjia army means that they will soon be heavily surrounded by the cavalry army. Liu Bei, King Lanling, Zhou Dui, and Chen Shi tried to break out of the cavalry army. Everywhere they looked, they were full of tall horses and armor.
Generals Wang Li and Su Jiao exerted pressure from the left and right, forcing the Chu army to retreat.
Chu Tian turned against the enemy and took the initiative. He asked Qin generals Wang Li and Su Jiaofan to lead a large city army to attack Liu Bei's army in a roundabout way. Chu Tian personally held the sword and followed the cavalry army to advance.
No! Brother Xuanda was attacked by the Xia army.
Tong Ke also saw at a glance that this was Xia's cavalry army.
So he asked Xiao Mok to lead a group of Beifu troops to support Liu Bei. Zhang Han has been defeated and is facing the Qin army in the north. Fan Zeng changed his order, and the Chu army sergeant changed the sound of drums to tell Xiang Yu to pay attention to the cavalry troops coming from the north. Children from Jiandong, follow me! Xiang Yu abandoned the Qin army that was pursuing Zhang Han and led his troops from Jiandong to attack Chutian in the north. It takes time for Xiang Yu to support Liu Bei, and at this time, Chutian's cavalry has already attacked Liu Bei frantically. In the decisive battle with Xiang Yu, the five princes are always a huge threat. Therefore, Chu Tian decided to eliminate one prince first to avoid being attacked from the flank by the five princes during the decisive battle with Xiang Yu. Liu Bei originally had the appearance of an emperor, but like Cao Cao, Liu Bei had been suppressed after encountering Chu Tian. And at this time, he was overwhelmed by Chu Tian's cavalry. King Lanling tried his best to resist, but Xia Jun's horses and armor were everywhere. The trapped King Lanling could no longer take care of Liu Bei. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei had no chance to protect Liu Bei in the main world. Lu Xuanda, I'm sorry. Chu Tian was among the cavalry, and Dian Wei commanded the Tiger Guards to protect Chu Tian and fight until Liu Bei was in front of him. Chu Tian held a king-level longbow in his hand, pointed it at Liu Bei, and used the 100 steps pierce skill to shoot out a stream of light. Chu Tian's current military force is enough to pose a threat to Liu Bei. At this time, Liu Bei was fighting bloody battles, and was attacked by the cavalry army. He was injured, and could not resist Chu Tian's arrow. The armor-piercing arrow penetrated Liu Bei's armor. Liu Bei felt like he was severely injured. Severe pain came from the wound, and Liu Bei quickly lost consciousness. When Liu Bei regained consciousness again, Liu Bei had already appeared in Nanjing County, Hanzhong. In the main world, Liu Bei was already breaking out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for this epic battle to be resurrected, Liu Bei would have been shot and killed by Chu Tian. In the troubled times, all the princes dared to go into battle in person. Liu Bei followed the army, and Chu Tian also followed the army, and successfully eliminated Liu Bei. Liu Bei disappeared. The Battle of Jiulu. From the perspective of King Lanling and others, Liu Bei was shot by Chu Tian and died on the spot. Liu Bei's Shu army suffered all casualties and basically lost its combat effectiveness. Liu Bei also became the first prince to be eliminated because of being too unlucky in the Battle of Jiulu. Withdraw troops? After Chu Tian defeated a prince with lightning speed, he did not advance but retreated because he had received notification from Sun Bin, who was observing the battlefield. Sun Bin was both a counselor and a strategist, so Chu Tian trusted Sun Bin's judgment infinitely. Since Sun Bin judged that he would give up when the situation was good, Chu Tian immediately led his cavalry to leave. In this epic battle, Chu Tian mainly used cavalry. The mobility of the cavalry could ensure that he could quickly get out of the battle. Even the cavalry army may not be able to defeat that troop. Sun Bin has noticed Xiang Yu's change of attack direction. If Xiang Yu is allowed to engage in battle with the cavalry army, and the elite troops such as the Beifu army are eyeing the battle, the cavalry army may also be defeated. Why retreat now? Wang Li and Su Jiao saw that the cavalry army destroyed the Shu army and thought they could take advantage of the situation to pursue them. However, Chu Tian chose to retreat north at this time, and they were very puzzled. However, Chu Tian was in charge of the most elite cavalry, whose combat effectiveness was superior to Wang Li's Great Wall Legion. Without Chu Tian's cavalry, Wang Li and Su Jiao also began to withdraw north. When the various princes thought that Chu Tian was going to have a decisive battle with Xiang Yu, Chu Tian gave up this opportunity. Does Chu Zimu also know that Xiang Yu's army has entered a burning cauldron state? Tong Ke couldn't help but suspect that there were restrictions on breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat, and that the enemy might notice it. Chu Tian's retreat was obviously a deliberate attempt to avoid Xiang Yu and wait for the burning cauldron effect to pass. Generally speaking, even if a general activates an effect, the enemy will not know it and can only estimate it. But burning the cauldron will make the opponent aware of it. Xiang Yu severely damaged Zhang Han's Qin army, and Chu Tian regained control, eliminated Liu Bei, and weakened Xiang Yu's camp. The two sides went back and forth and fell into a confrontation. Damn it! You don't dare to fight with me! Xiang Yu reigned in Muhaima, and the Qin army in the north succeeded in attacking and immediately withdrew, allowing Xiang Yu to temporarily escape. If Chu Tian confronts Xiang Yu at this time, Xiang Yu has the bonus of breaking the cauldron. Even if he fights for 2 consecutive days, his morale will not drop at all. Moreover,
Xiang Yu has the effect of lowering the morale of the enemy. If it increases and decreases, Chu Tian will be defeated. The probability is not low.
The Qin army in the north is trying to avoid the sharp edge of our army. They can temporarily give up attacking Zhang Han and kill Wang Li in the north first to lift the siege of Julu and join King Zhao.
Fan Zhang saw the powerful Xiang Yu coming back with a gun, covered in the blood of the enemy. So he reminded Xiang Yu to defeat the two Qin armies as soon as possible while the Chu army was at its peak. Zhang Han's Qin army has lost part of its combat effectiveness. So the only Qin army that poses a threat is Wang Li in the north.
Liu Bei has been eliminated. How many people are left in your Shu army?
Tong Kai and Yang Shilang couldn't help but frown when they saw that the Shu army was missing Liu Bei and Zhou Dui. And only players Chen Shi and King Wanling were left. Chen Shi's face turned pale.
Less than 10,000 people. Chu Zima's cavalry army is at least the 6th and 7th level troops. And there are also many 8th and 9th level heavy cavalry. It is really terrifying.
Tong Kai knew the existence of the cavalry army and assembled many high-level heavy cavalry from the Xiao army. The North China Plain was no better than the hills and river networks in the south, which was suitable for heavy cavalry to charge. So the cavalry army had a terrain bonus. Yang Zhulong asked,
"What should we do next?" "Follow Xiang Yu and go north to attack the Qin army. We must fight quickly and not give the Qin army any chance to counterattack. In addition, we have controlled all the Qin army's food routes, and the Qin army will soon be short of food."
Chapter 994 Qin Army Alliance. Zhang Han retreated along the Zhang River. All 4 grain transport corridors had been occupied by the Chu army, and he was defeated like a mountain. In the central plains, Zhang Han fought hard 3 times and killed Xiang Liang, the famous general of the Chu army. At this time, the more terrifying overlord of Western Chu emerged and defeated the Qin army. Zhang Han's Lishan army was destroyed by 100,000, leaving only 100,000. The commander of the Qin army, Sima Xian, and the commander-in-chief, Dong Yi, were all in dire straits. Xiang Yu was in a no-man's land in their army, and no one could stop him from advancing. As if the two sides were not on the same level, the struggle between Chu and Han for hegemony was different from the 3 kingdoms. There was no particularly strong commander in the 3 kingdoms. Guan Yu could threaten the central plains, but was defeated in Maicheng. Cao Cao swept across the north, but burned Chibi. Zhuge Liang left Qishan 6 times, but fell in with Hangyuan. The gap between Chu and Han hegemony was too obvious. Xiang Yu and Han Xian were the only ones in the same bracket. Other famous generals at the same time would almost be swept away when they met these 2 people. Zhang Han can be regarded as a king-level commander, but he still has the fate of being defeated by Xiang Yu.
The children of Jiannong are the strongest army in the 6 kingdoms. Could it be that the nursery rhyme that Qin will be destroyed by Chu is actually true?
Zhang Han was a little doubtful about life at this time. Xiang Yu did not choose a surprise attack, but fought head-on, defeating Zhang Han majestically, leaving Zhang Han unable to find a way for himself. However, Zhang Han's mentality was still good, and he did not collapse completely. The Qin army of 200,000 was able to save at least 100,000. Sima Xian said to Zhang Han,
"General, on the battlefield just now, if Wang Li didn't have a supporting army to attract the attention of the Chu army, our entire army might have been annihilated."
Zhang Han seemed to react to Sima Xian's reminder.
"Immediately send someone to contact Wang Li and Chu Zimu. Sima Xian, go there in person."
Chu Tian and Wang Li originally planned to join Zhang Han and fight Xiang Yu. However, 2 accidents occurred on the way. After discussion, Chu Tian and Sun Bin decided to retreat to Julu City and use fortifications to block Xiang Yu's attack. One of the surprises was that Xiang Yu triggered the
"Burn the Cauldron"
feature, which directly increased the Chu army's offensive capability by 1.4 times. If coupled with a full morale state, the Chu army's offensive capability is stronger and can continue to fight. 9 battles in 3 days are not impossible. Possible. Another surprise was that Xiang Yu's advance was so rapid that he had already defeated the Qin army commanded by Zhang Han, Sima Xian, and Dong Yi when Chu Tian resisted the battlefield. Without the cooperation of Zhang Han and the others, it would actually be quite difficult for Chu Tian to win. Fortunately, Chu Tian built earth forts, trenches, and arrow towers south of Julu City in advance, turning the field battle into a defensive battle. The Chu army came with no cauldrons and boats, so it was naturally impossible for them to bring trebuchets and other siege equipment. Wang Li found Chu Tian.
Why don't you continue the attack on the battlefield north of Zhangshui? Zhang Han has been defeated, and the morale of the Chu army is still high. It is not rational to fight decisively at this time. It is better to hold on for 2 days. Wait for the morale of the Chu army to drop, and then fight with the Chu army to a duel.
Chu Tian's intention was simple. The effect of the SSS-level Burning Cauldron is very powerful. But there are also limitations. That is, it can only last for 3 days. After 3 days, the effect disappears, and the Chu army returns to normal. Then it is your time. Of course, the premise is that it can be defended.
The Zhao army, the Yin army, and the Qi army are gathering in the north of Julu again.
When Chu Tian returned to the original camp, the nobles of the 6 countries who were defeated by Chu Tian learned that the Chu army had won. So they came back again and camped in the north of Julu city. The descendants of the 6 kingdoms were defeated by the Qin army many times. But the weeds were not burned out and grew again with the spring breeze. Zhang Han and Wang Li were like firefighters.
These remnants of the 6 nations must be punished.
Wang Li heard that the descendants of Zhao, Yan, and Qi had gathered their remnant troops and appeared in the north of Julu again. He was furious. So he killed the Zhao general Chen Yu, who was captured by Chu Tian to sacrifice the Qin flag.
The descendants of the 6 kingdoms, except Xiang Yu. Don't worry about anyone else. Leave 20,000 to 30,000 troops to defend the coalition of princes in the north, and 50,000 to 60,000 troops to besiege Julu.
Chu Tian didn't care much about the comeback of Zhao Jun and Yin Jun. He is deploying a defensive line. Xiang Yu is already heading north, and the 2 sides may have to fight under Julu city.
The Great Wall Army is responsible for consuming the strength of the Chu army. Li Guang, you are responsible for keeping an eye on Xiang Yu.
Chu Tian tried his best to maintain the number of cavalry troops to deal with Xiang Yu. The cavalry army has the ability to kill powerful generals. Liu Bei and Zhou Dui were besieged by the cavalry army, but were still defeated and died. Only King Lanling and Chen Shi of the Shu army were still alive. And King Lanling was also seriously injured.
Maybe if the cavalry army besieges Xiang Yu, they can fight to death. But how many cavalry troops will be consumed?
Chu Tian had to consider using the cavalry army as a winning trump card to besiege Xiang Yu. Neither Li Guang nor Dian Wei is Xiang Yu's opponent, so they can only use the human sea tactic. And it is also a human sea tactic composed of high-level troops. Only a few strong players can enjoy such treatment.
Sure, Sima Xian, the commander of Zhang Han's army, came to meet with the generals on the orders of General Zhang Han.
A Qin general galloped with all his strength and came to Wang Li's army, changing 3 horses on the way. A long history is equivalent to a chief of staff. Chu Tian knew that Sima Xian was a character. Historically, after Zhang Han surrendered to Xiang Yu, Zhang Han, Sima Xian, and Dong Yi were in theft to Guanzhong by Xiang Yu. They were named King Yong, King Sai, and King Zhai respectively. They were known as the 3 Qin dynasties and guarded Liu Bang, who was entrusted to Hanzhong. Later, Liu Bang and Han Xian built plank roads openly, secretly attacked Qinsong, and defeated the 3 Qin dynasties. Sima Xian has certain abilities, but his ability to command troops is not as good as Zhang Han and Wang Li. At the end of Qin dynasty, Sima Xian was one of the few generals available for appointment in the Qin army camp. When Sima Xian saw Chu Tian, he couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude.
Thank you, General Chu and General Wang, for sending troops to help us. We can avoid the annihilation of the entire army. Otherwise, we will definitely be executed by Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao.
Chu Tian couldn't help but think of calling a deer a horse, and Zhao Gao could be said to have brought down the empire, making the Qin dynasty, which was already in danger, even worse. In fact, according to the real Battle of Julu, after Zhang Han was defeated by Xiang Yu, he led 200,000 Qin troops to contain Xiang Yu in Hebei for a year, and requested reinforcements from the court. However, Zhao Gao's reaction made Zhang Han think that Zhao Gao wanted to kill him. He surrendered to Xiang Yu. Zhao Gao is considered a center of the Qin Empire. Sima Xian continued.
Now the Chu army is marching northward with great momentum. General Zhang Han asks all generals to hold on to Julu and wait for the morale and physical strength of our soldiers to recover before we fight to the death with the Chu army.
Chu Tian asked.
How long will it take? As short as 7 days. As long as 10 days and a half month. No. Xiang Yu is eager for battle and will attack at all costs. Defense is not his style. In this case, I send Wei Qin to take over your cavalry. Wei Qin will command the cavalry and Zhang Han will command the infantry. They will set off in 3 days to join us at Julu City attack the Chu army from a flank.
Chu Tian decided to let Wei Qing lead the cavalry from Zhang Han's Lishan army. Wei Qing's cavalry is definitely stronger than that of Commander Zhang Han. Zhang Han is better at commanding infantry.
In 3 days, the soldiers may not be able to rest and recover. The fighter plane is fleeting. We don't have enough food and grass here. Whether we can hold on for 3 days has to be decided. There is no need to be at full strength. All right.
Sima Xian looked at Wei Qing, who was coming out. According to Chu Tian, Wei Qing might be able to bring the combat effectiveness of Zhang Han's army to a higher level. Wei Qing and Sima Xian immediately went south and returned to Zhang Han's army.
The Chu army is coming.
The day after, Chu Tian and Wang Li retreated to the north. The aggressive Chu army appeared south of Julu. The Jiangnan soldiers opened the way at the front. The Zhao army, who was trapped in Julu City, finally saw the reinforcements. Chapter 995. Li Guangdong. General Ling Bu of the Chu army took the lead and once again served as the vanguard general. The Chu army held shields and halberds, formed a dense square formation, and charged towards the Qin army's camp under Julu City. The morale of the Chu army was high and in full condition. As if they had been given a shot of blood, they need to vent their anger to the Qin army. More than 10 years ago, Xiang Yin, a famous general of the Chu state, was defeated by Wang Jian, and the Chu state was destroyed. But now, there is a nursery rhyme of the Chu state that says, although Chu has 3 households, if Qin is destroyed, Chu will surely die. More than 10 years later, the Chu army took crazy revenge on the Qin army. Ing Bu's shirt was stained red with blood, and he stood side by side with the Chu army general Long Jie, looking proudly at the Qin army camp. Ing Bu and Long Jie, the 2 generals of the Chu army, Long Hu, were ordered by Xiang Yu to serve as the vanguard.
Long Jie, do you dare to attack the Qin army's camp?
Ing Bu provoked Long Jie. Long Jie groaned.
Why don't you dare? Then, let's see who can gain more.
Ing Bu and Long Jie each led a group of Chu troops to attack the camp of Qin General Su Jiao. Because Chu Tian had left behind a few days ago, the Qin army used architectural drawings to build low earth fortresses and 100 wooden arrow towers in advance as barriers to resist the Chu army. In the past, the Qin army attacked and the Chu army defended. But now, the Qin army defends and the Chu army attacks.
We, the children of Guangzhong, have never experienced such shame.
Qin General Su Jiao, who was once Mingtian's general, couldn't help feeling sad and angry. The Qin army had the numerical advantage, but was on the defensive and was passively beaten. If it were placed in the era when Qin Shi Huang wiped out the 6 kingdoms, it would be unimaginable. Ing Bu and Long Jie braved the rain of arrows from the Qin army and broke through one of the camps. The 2 generals of the Chu army captured the Qin army and killed thousands of Qin soldiers. The Qin army in the camp was forced to withdraw and retreat to the second camp. A Qin army general was nailed to the wooden door of the camp with Long Jie's dragon spear. Blood spattered and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth.
Is that all the Qin army?
Long Jie pulled out his dragon spear, and the cold corpse of the Qin army general fell to the ground. Ing Bu and Long Jie captured a camp in Suju easily.
Move to attack the Qin army's second camp.
Ing Bu and Long Jie turned to attack the Qin army's second camp. In the second camp, a general climbed onto a wooden arrow tower carrying a bag of top-notch armor-piercing arrows made by the master swordsmith Oyezi. At this time, the morale of the Chu army was high, and the Qin army was passively beaten. 2 fierce generals, Ing Bu and Long Jie, attacked. The Qin army was miserable, and could only rely on Chu Tian's generals. Li Guang took off his special weapon, Li Guangdong, and aimed at the Chu army general Ing Bu, who was attacking the second camp. Li Guangdong was created by the forging master Oyezi. Name, Li Guangdong. Quality, Imperial level. Effect, attack power plus 13. Accuracy plus 10%. Range plus 10%. Penetration plus 15%. With burning damage. Special effect, when shooting rocks to attack the enemy, the penetration of the first arrow will be an additional 20%. And the burning damage will be an additional 20%. This time Chu Tian only brought 2 powerful generals, Dian Wei and Li Guang. At this time, Li Guang was responsible for the Xia army's force. Only Dian Wei and Li Guang could stop Ing Bu and Long Jie. Qin General Su Jiao had retreated to the second camp, and the Chu army's vanguard was in hot pursuit. However, the Qin army of less than 20,000 people pursued Su Jiao's 50,000 Qin army and pursued him fiercely.
Open!
The two generals Ingbu and Longqia worked together to smash the simple wooden gate of the Qin army's camp. Ingbu held a pair of axes, and Longqia entered with a dragon spear. The Qin army and the Chu army were fighting around the wooden gate. Thousands of soldiers were fighting. Su Jiao refused to retreat this time. Compared with Sima Xian, Dong Yi and other Qin generals who surrendered easily, Su Jiao and Shi Jian were Meng Tian's generals, who would rather die than surrender. Although they are not capable enough, they dare to fight to the death.
The Great Wall Army will not retreat.
Su Jiao called on the Great Wall Army to resist to the death. The Great Wall Army is good at defense and has high defense power.
The Qin army that once shocked the 6 countries has completely disappeared. You are just struggling in vain.
Ingbu's two axes danced wildly, causing a bloody storm among the Qin army. In a few breaths, dozens of Qin soldiers who besieged Ingbu were killed, and their corpses were everywhere. Heroes emerge in large numbers in troubled times, and the era of the Qin army is over. Su Jiao saw that his men were killed one by one, and the Qin army was bleeding like a river. He couldn't help but burst into tears.
If General Meng Tian is still alive, how can we let you traitors do whatever they want? We are willing to fight to the death with the general.
When a group of Meng Tian's former subordinates under Su Jiao heard Su Jiao mention Meng Tian, they all fought to the death.
Struggle in vain.
The dragon gun in Longqia's hand made a clear dragon roar and turned into numerous gun shadows, stabbing all the Qin troops along the way to death. In front of the Chu army, who was in ruins, the Qin army, whose morale had declined somewhat, faced the Chu army with full morale. In the face of the gap, the determination to die was of no use. Ingbu was killing everyone. Suddenly, Ingbu felt a chill. He was like a prey. And in the dark, there was a hunter staring at him. Ingbu turned around subconsciously and smashed out the axe in his hand. Between the lightning and flint, a ray of fire penetrated Ingbu's chest, and the terrifying impact almost made Ingbu fall off his horse.
Ah!
Ingbu let out a shrill roar, and the surrounding Qin troops subconsciously took a few steps back. Among the Chu army, Xiang Yu has the highest military force, followed by the fierce generals Ingbu and Longqia. The two of them are Xiang Yu's capable generals. Ingbu covered the bloody hole in his chest with his hands. The heartbreaking pain came from his chest, and the blood flow continued. If Ingbu hadn't reacted in time just now, perhaps the arrow would have hit Ingbu's heart instead of his right chest. Even so, Ingbu's face was pale and his physical strength was rapidly consuming. Li Guang holds Li Guanggong. The first arrow does extremely high damage and has a burning effect. The fire burns Ingbu and directly puts the Chu army's vanguard general into a state of serious injury. Even those with the same strength may not be able to avoid the hidden arrows of Bao-type generals. Li Guang's second arrow had already been shot. It still caused burning damage and turned into a streak of fire. With a bang, Longqia was guarded in front of Ingbu, and the dragon spear knocked away the second arrow shot by Li Guang. The fire formed by the arrow was defeated by the dragon gun. After Li Guang's position was exposed, the arrow fired at this time was no longer a hidden arrow, so it was blocked by Longqia.
There are also strong generals in the Qin army. Retreat!
Longqia judged the opponent's force from Li Guang's archery skills, and it was quite terrifying. Even a strong general with 98 or 99 force might be shot by Li Guang without defense. At this time, the two armies were fighting, and Ingbu was seriously injured by Li Guang's sneak attack. Longqia could not continue to lead his troops in the fight while protecting his companions. Longqia and Ingbu withdrew from the camp. Li Guang fired 20 bursts of fire, killing 20 Chu soldiers. No more. No less.
Pity!
Li Guang failed to shoot Ingbu and couldn't help but scream that it was a pity. However, Li Guang did not realize that with his arrow, the Chu army, which had been advancing so triumphantly, finally suffered a big loss. Overlord Xiang Yu came to the south of Julu and learned that General Ingbu was seriously injured, and the wound seemed to be burned by fire. He couldn't help frowning.
It seems that there is a strong general in the Qin army who is good at archery. Ingbu, he hurt you today.
I will definitely kill him.
Ingbu struggled and said,
"Thank you, Lord."
Tong Kai and Yang Zhulong looked at each other. Although Li Guang failed to kill Ingbu, in fact, Ingbu, the vanguard general of the Chu army, had lost his combat effectiveness and was unable to participate in the subsequent battle.
Which of Xia's archery warriors led the battle in Julu?
Tong Kai knew that the Chutian forces had several generals who were good at archery, including Xuerengui, Li Guang, Taisher Ci, and Xia Hoyuan. Yang Sherlang said,
"I don't know. But since even the Chu army general Ing Bu was injured by a hidden arrow, and his life is in danger, it seems that it is either Shuai Gui or Li Guang. And Taisher Xiai and Xia Hoyuan are still a little behind.
The Chu army was shocked by the news that Ing Bu was seriously injured.
Although the burning cauldron
State continued, the Chu army was still full of morale.
Once the burning cauldron
State ended, this incident was bound to affect the rate of decline in the Chu army's morale. Xiang Yu's ideas are also very straightforward.
Within 3 days, defeat the Qin army and kill Wang Li.
This time, Xiang Yu takes action again. A Qin army camp that was originally captured by Ing Bu was recaptured by the Qin army again, and Su Jiao hoarded heavy troops to guard it.
There are actually 2 lines of defense in the south of Jilu City. The second line of defense is narrower than the first, with only a trench and a wooden fence. It seems dispensable. Sticking to the first line of defense made Xiang Yu and Fan Xing think that there was only one line of defense. Xiang Yu often goes into battle himself, and when the Chinese army retreats, he leads them to the second line of defense.
Chu Tian believed that it would be difficult to defeat Xiang Yu's 8,000 Jiangdong soldiers and the coalition of high-level troops such as the Beifu army in a plain field battle. In particular, Xiang Yu's military strength is also unknown. If Xiang Yu kills Chu Tian and takes Chu Tian's head among the thousands of troops, the consequences will be disastrous. Han Xian's tactics to deal with Xiang Yu were to combine vertical and horizontal forces to encircle him with absolute military superiority.
Xiang Yu was very confident in his own force, while Chu Tian chose to lure the enemy. But Chu Tian didn't know how many soldiers and horses it would take to kill Xiang Yu. Sun Bin said,
"It is best to separate Xiang Yu from the 8,000 disciples."
Chapter 996 The Humanoid Beast Xiang Yu. Zhou Yu pulled out his long sword and pointed it forward. Thousands of fire arrows rose into the sky and fell into the Qin army's camp. Wang Li, the leader of the Qin army, watched the dense fire arrows falling and raised his shield to defend. A fire arrow hit the Qin army's flag, and the flag quickly burned with black smoke. Several arrows hit Wang Li's shield, which was burned and blackened.
The power of this fire arrow team is really terrifying.
Wang Li saw hundreds of Qin army casualties around him, and many places were on fire. He was afraid of the fire arrow team added by Zhou Yu. The fire arrow blessed by Zhou Yu has high ignition damage.
General, the Chu army has begun to attack.
A Qin soldier reminded Wang Li. Wang Li looked to the south and saw the dark Chu army and the allied army pressing towards the Qin army's defense line. Tens of thousands of arrows rose into the sky, like a rain shower.
Fight back! Wind! Gale!
The veterans of the Qin army of the Great Wall army skillfully operated the Qin crossbow and sputtered at the attacking Chu army. The arrows from both sides were killing each other's soldiers, while Xiang Yu, the leader of the Chu army, appeared among the thousands of troops, followed by 8,000 Jiangdong disciples. The black horses are galloping. Xiang Yu alone is equivalent to thousands of troops.
Xiang Yu is about to take action. We will definitely win this time. The Beifu army will look at the situation and support Xiang Yu.
Tong Kai is always paying attention to Xiang Yu's movements, because Xiang Yu is the key to defeating the Qin army, and is also the most terrifying army on the battlefield. As a whole, the 8,000 Jiangdong disciples may be more powerful than the put-together cavalry army.
Xiang Yu!
Wang Li saw the Xiang banner rustling in the north wind. The descendants of the Chu state represented by Xiang Yu were the great enemies of the Qin army. The two countries resisted most fiercely when the Qin army unified the world. One was Zhao, and the other was Chu. At this time, the state of Chu was revived.
Fire the arrow!
The Qin army's arrow rain focused on Xiang Yu and the Jiangdong disciples he brought. The dense arrow rain covered the sky. The overlord's spear danced wildly, and the defense constructed was airtight. No arrow could hit Xiang Yu. Jiangdong soldiers galloped on horseback. Their spears were like dragons, and they shook away the rain of arrows. The Qin army's attack seemed weak.
The Great Wall army is failing. Or are the Jiangdong children too aggressive?
Chu Tian stood on a tall wooden arrow tower, looking at the entire battlefield. The Qin army's crossbow arrows did not cause enough damage to Jiangdong soldiers, and could not slow down the attack speed of Jiangdong soldiers. Flying General Li Guang has led the Chieshui army to fully take over the arrow towers on the Qin army's defense line. In addition to being heavy cavalry, the Cheongshua army is also proficient in bow skills. They use the bow and arrow bonus provided by the wooden arrow tower to enhance the bow damage of the Cheongshua army. The existence of the arrow tower is not a decoration. It can provide better vision and defense, and the construction speed is also fast.
Li Guang took down the powerful Li Guangbao, while Qiushua's army held sophisticated Mongolian bows in their hands and adopted Mongolian-style archery to focus on the Jiangdong soldiers. Chu Tian looked from the wooden arrow tower and saw the Chu army attacking from the front, while the four major princes attacked from the flanks. The Qin army was flanked by two of Meng Tian's generals, Su Jiao and Shi Jian, with Wang Li in the middle. Chu Tian's cavalry was mobile to assist in the defense. The two famous generals Wang Li and Xiang Yu finally met in Jiulu and fought to the death. Xiang Yu's famous horse Wu Zui was able to ride extremely fast, and even the 8,000 Jiangdong disciples were kept at a distance by Xiang Yu. "Gun array!" The Qin army general at the front gave an order, and the Qin army retreated behind the wooden fence and formed a dense phalanx of spears. In front of the Qin army, there was a trench trying to block the Chu army's cavalry assault. Xiang Yu's cavalry is truly unparalleled in this era. Little tricks. The distance between Xiang Yu and the Qin army narrowed, and a trench appeared in front of them. But the speed of the Wu Haima did not decrease by half. "Drive!" The Wuzui horse leaped over the trench, and the overlord's spear swept out. The terrifying momentum flattened the wooden fence in front of Xiang Yu, and more than a dozen Qin troops were knocked away. A 10-meter wide gap appeared in the wooden fence, and Xiang Yu had already entered the Qin army single-handedly. The overlord's spear swept across all directions. Wherever Xiang Yu went, the Qin army was ruthlessly harvested. Occasionally, the Qin army was shot several meters high. "General Xiang Yu of the state of Chu is here. Although Chu has 3 households, if Qin is defeated by Chu," Xiang Yu shouted loudly, like thunder. The morale of the Qin army dropped significantly, and people were panicked. 8,000 Jiangdong soldiers rode war horses, followed their general, leaped over the trench, and like a storm, spears pierced and hit the Qin army's spear phalanx. The Qin army's seemingly solid defense line was immediately crumbling. "The overlord of Western Chu is so terrifying. If Han Xian doesn't show up, who can compete with him?" Chu Tian could see the attributes of his army. Xiang Yu didn't know what attributes were triggered, which caused the morale of the Qin army to drop significantly. The morale of the Golden Fire cavalry dropped directly from more than 90 to more than 70. The morale of some low-level Qin troops dropped even more, dropped below 60. With high cavalry bonuses, coupled with reducing enemy morale and destroying ships, Xiang Yu's cavalry is simply a killing machine. Before having the combination of Han Xian, Zhang Liang, and Xiao He, Liu Bang didn't dare to fight Xiang Yu. In the Battle of Pengcheng, Xiang Yu's 30,000 cavalry blitzed Liu Bang's hundreds of thousands of troops, devastating them. Xiang Yu alone caused a bloody storm in the Qin army. Like a butcher, no one can hurt him. Chu Tian saw that the Qin army soldiers were constantly being knocked away by Xiang Yu, and knew that Wang Li's Qin army could not defend them. "It's time for us to help!" Dozens of loud arrows flew into the sky, and the sharp whistling sound attracted more than 1,000 timid Shui troops stationed on the arrow tower to join the battle. The cowardly Shui army was Temujin's bodyguard, and he was also an existence that plunged an era into fear. Li Guang saw the sound of the arrow rising into the sky, so he bent his bow and aimed an arrow at a Chu army general. A bolt of fire shot out with lightning speed and penetrated the Chu army general's chest. The blazing fire burns its internal organs. The Chu army general fell to the ground before he could react. Like a ruthless archery machine, Li Guang used up all the 24 armor-piercing arrows in a quiver in one breath. Cowardly Shui Jun specializes in shooting Jiangdong's children. Xiang Yu's Jiangdong soldiers are too powerful to defeat Xiang Yu. Jiangdong soldiers must be severely damaged. Qiushua's army went all out, using armor-piercing arrows with high penetrating power. The wooden arrow tower provided a good field of vision for Qiushua's army. The Qiushua army mixed with the Qin army suddenly broke out. At least hundreds of Jiangdong soldiers were shot and killed and fell in the ditch or in front of the Qin army's earthen fortress. The Jiangdong soldiers are harvesting the Qin army, while the cowardly Shui army is secretly firing arrows. Although it is unethical, this is the art of war. Chu Tian was relieved when he saw that Qiushua's army had the ability to kill Jiangdong soldiers. Temujin was afraid of Shui Jun and Xiang Yu's Jiangdong disciples. It is difficult to say who will win and who will lose. Of course, the premise is that the holy general Xiang Yu does not play in person. Xiang Yu killed the Qin army in all directions, and more than a dozen Qin soldiers were shot away by him. He turned around and found that hundreds of Jiangdong soldiers had been killed by Shui's army's hidden arrows, and he couldn't help but be furious. The cold arrows that attacked Jiangdong soldiers came from the wooden arrow towers between the Qin army's earthen fortresses.
Jie Shui's army is very skilled in archery and often hits the critical point. They are the best archers on the grassland. Boom! A wooden arrow tower was destroyed by Xiang Yu, and a dozen cowardly Shui Jun and Qin Rui soldiers on the arrow tower fell down. Xiang Yu easily demolished a wooden arrow tower by himself. Dozens of Great Wall soldiers stabbed Xiang Yu with halberds. The overlord's spear danced wildly. The air waves swirled. The halberd broke, and more than a dozen heads were cut off.
Can no one stop him?
Wanli wanted to pick up his sword and kill Xiang Yu, but his intuition told him that he might not be able to catch a single move in front of Xiang Yu. After all, Xiang Yu demolished an arrow tower in front of him, and still had the strength to kill the Qin army. Wanli had to use the human sea tactic to constantly besiege Xiang Yu. Jiangdong soldiers and the ordinary Chu army had broken through the Qin army's defense line, and the Qin army was attacked from both sides. Xiang Yu demolished a wooden arrow tower and charged left and right among the Qin army. He demolished another arrow tower and killed the cowardly Shui army, who fired hidden arrows from the arrow tower. Jiangdong soldiers also began to besiege the arrow tower, climb the arrow tower, and fight with Jie Shui's army on the arrow tower. More than 200,000 soldiers and horses fight in a melee. Tong Kai and Sun Jian attacked the defense line of the Qin army General Su Jiao. The Beifu army and Jiangnan army broke through the earth barrier in two camps. Sun Ce, the little overlord of Jiangdong, was stimulated by Xiang Yu and rushed into the Qin army alone. Rampaging, Sun Quan was shooting arrows from the rear, and he actually killed several Qin soldiers with his own archery skills. Xie Xian commanded the Beifu army to advance, and the Qin army was unable to resist. If Chu Tian hadn't dug trenches in advance, piled up earthen forts, set up arrow towers, and added the Qin army's camps to form a more complicated first line of defense, perhaps the Beifu army could have easily broken through the Qin army's defense. Despite this, the Great Wall army, which was fiercely attacked by the Beifu army and Jiangnan army, retreated steadily. Sun Jian was coerced by Tong Kai and attacked the Qin army, so he had to work hard and kill the Qin general with the ancient ingot sword. On the other side, Yang Sherlang and Wang Defa attacked Qin general Shi Jian. The Qin army commanded by Shi Jian was also in danger. Huan Gong, Wei Yan, and Wu Jie joined forces to defeat Shi Jian and captured 3 camps in a row. Li Dinghua, the general brought by Wang Defa, was also a fierce general and defeated the Qin army in succession.
This time it has nothing to do with the camp. I just want to gain military exploits and deal with the monkeys in Dai Viet.
Wang Defa saw Li Dinghua defeating the Qin army, which was expected. If the Qin army commanded by Bai Qi, they might be able to defeat Li Dinghua's Jiazhou army. The Great Wall army at this time was already the second generation. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Wang Ben, Meng Tian, Li Xian and other generals are no longer here. Suddenly, a cavalry group appeared in Wang Defa's sight. The Xia army's battle flag was fluttering, and the cavalry army was galloping in again. It was the Great Wall army that faced the Chu army head-on. But Chu Tian's cavalry had not moved yet.
Chu Zima repeats his old tricks.
Wang Defa and Yang Sherlang soon understood Chu Tian's intention. Chu Tian would rather sacrifice the Great Wall army than cut off Xiang Yu's flanks. The cavalry army and the Northern Army's 5 cavalry schools overwhelmed the Jingzhou army and Jiazhou army before they could react.
Lord, back off!
Young Wei Yan raised his spear and stood in front of Yang Zhulong. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Defa escaped in advance. At the same time, Wang Li organized the earliest batch of veterans of the Great Wall army to form a line of defense, desperately resisting the Jiangnan soldiers and breaking through the flank cover of the Chu army for the cavalry army. Chapter 997, the eve of the decisive battle.
The flank has been breached, temporarily suspending troops.
Fan Zhang saw that the flanks composed of Jingzhou army and Jiazhou army were defeated by the cavalry army. The cavalry army tried to attack the Chu army's camp from behind, so he once again offered money to withdraw his troops. Xiang Yu has defeated Wang Li's Qin army, demolished 7 arrow towers of the Qin army, killed more than 1,000 people, and massacred all directions. However, Chu Tian once again avoided confrontation with Xiang Yu and attacked the Jingzhou army and Jiazhou army, covering Xiang Yu in an attempt to surround Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu heard the voice of Mingjin's defenders and had to retreat. The Great Wall army besieged Xiang Yu and was defeated by Xiang Yu again. The cavalry army did not attempt to attack the Chu army's camp, but retreated in time. When Xiang Yu turned back, he missed again.
Qin Jun is playing with us.
Fan Zeng felt like he was being played again. Chu Tian never attacked Xiang Yu from the front, but only attacked from the flanks to surround Wei and rescue Zhao. As soon as Xiang Yu retreated, the Chu army's offensive was contained. Two princes, Yang Shilang and Wang Defa, fled back in disgrace. On the other side, the Beifu army also had to retreat.
The effect of breaking the cauldron is only one day. If we don't completely break through the Qin army's defense line, our troops will become less and less, and it will be difficult to win.
Tongke saw that the Jingzhou army and Jiazhou army had also suffered heavy losses, leaving only the Chu army and Jiangdong army, and fell silent.
I will help you 4,000 Jiangdong disciples to strengthen your flanks.
Xiang Yu handed over 4,000 Jiangdong disciples to Yang Shilang and Wang Defa to supplement their troops.
Will there be insufficient troops on the front?
Yang Shilang was worried that after Xiang Yu divided his troops, he would not have enough troops to break through from the front.
Keeping the flanks allows me to attack.
Xiang Yu was depressed for a while. He attacked twice in a row, but Chu Tian attacked them with flank attacks. At this time, he had to divide his troops and strengthen his flanks. Tongchua's Beifu army and Sun Jian's Jiangdong army do not need Xiang Yu to divide his troops. The Beifu army itself is strong enough. Xiang Yu saw that the physical strength of the troops was declining. So he said,
"The whole army rests, and we will fight again tomorrow."
Tongke reminded Xiang Yu.
Among the Qin army, the real commander is Chu Zimu. If he can be killed among the thousands of troops, the Qin army will collapse without a fight.
Tongke thinks that Xiang Yu can be used with Xiang Yu's force. If traces of Chu Tian are found among the Qin army, there is a high probability that Chu Tian can be killed.
Chu Zimu?
Xiang Yu heard what Tongke said and believed that Chu Tian, who commanded the cavalry army, should indeed be punished. Fan Zeng's considerations were more long-term.
I have sent people to contact Zhao Jun, Yan Jun, and Qi Jun, and they are finally willing to send troops to help.
After Xiang Yu retreated, the Qin army camp was in a mess. 7 wooden arrow towers were destroyed by Xiang Yu with his bare hands. Dozens of cowardly Shui troops were killed by Xiang Yu in the melee. The Qin army that Xiang Yu personally killed ranged from 1,000 to 2,000.
Xiang Yu killed thousands of people in every battle. If Xiang Yu recovers his strength and fights again, wouldn't he kill 10,000 people in 10 days, and 100,000 in 100 days?
Chu Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the devastation everywhere. Xiang Yu is equivalent to a giant humanoid beast. No one in the Great Wall Army can kill Xiang Yu. But when Xiang Yu goes berserk, even the arrow tower can be easily demolished. The Qixua army deployed on the arrow tower, as a 9th level unit, could not escape disaster. The leader of the Great Wall Army, Wang Li, was as heavy as water. 50,000 people in the Great Wall Army were killed, leaving only 150,000. The Qin army's generals and captains suffered hundreds of deaths.
50,000 people were killed in one battle. There has never been such a loss.
Wang Li inspected among the injured Qin troops. 100 wooden arrow towers were half destroyed by the Chu army. The wooden fences and horses were also destroyed, and many antlers were emitting black smoke.
The Chu army is expected to launch a decisive battle tomorrow. Let Wei Qing and Zhang Han lead their troops to join them in advance.
Chu Tian's cowardly Shui army lost about 700 people in the melee. Xiong Shui's army was deployed on the arrow tower and mixed with the Great Wall army, and was killed by Xiang Yu and Jiangdong's disciples. 700 people were killed, but Xioshua's army fired cold arrows, and Jiangdong's disciples suffered more casualties. Sun Bin reasoned.
The flanks of the Chu army were severely damaged, and we believe that the main force of the Qin army has been exhausted. Xiang Yu will probably divide his troops to strengthen the flanks. We can concentrate the main force on the central army and fight Xiang Yu head-on. This is a false and true strategy. The truth is false. The truth is false. The truth is false. The art of war is really terrible.
According to Sun Bin's idea, Chu Tian concentrated his main forces and prepared to challenge Xiang Yu head-on. Among the 5 major princes, only Tongke and Sun Jian still had relatively intact troops. The troops of the other 3 princes were severely damaged by Chu Tian and were basically nothing to fear. Sun Bin said to the 2 generals Shi Jian and Su Jiao,
"Tomorrow's decisive battle requires these 2 generals to fight to the death to stop the Chu army."
Shi Jian and Su Jiao said sternly,
"I am willing to fight to the death. Fight to the last soldier, and never retreat. My lord, please trust the 2 generals. What they say will not be false."
Chu Tian didn't have enough generals at this time, so he could only trust Shi Jian and Su Jiao. Shi Jian and Su Jiao were Meng Tian's subordinates. Probably because of Meng Tian's old subordinates. They were influenced by Meng Tian and became upright. In Zhang Han's camp, the general Zhang Han was injured in the battle with Xiang Yu. He originally planned to rest for a while before fighting Xiang Yu decisively. However, Chu Tian sent Wei Qin to take over Zhang Han's cavalry.
Two generals. The Chu army is rushing to attack, and the Qin army in the north is about to be defeated. We must work non-stop and go north to support. We must arrive tomorrow. Wei Qin, I will hand over 20,000 cavalry to you and head north first. Can!
Wei Qin led 20,000 cavalry and immediately headed north. According to the original plan, Wei Qin and Zhang Han went north 3 days later. But Xiang Yu destroyed 50,000 Qin troops in one battle, and the offensive was more ferocious than Chu Tian imagined. Zhang Han watched Wei Qin take away 20,000 cavalry, rectify the remaining troops, and then go north.
This man's ability is better than mine, and he may be able to turn the tide.
Two generals, Sima Xian and Dong Yi, were surprised.
Even the general said this. Could they save our great Qin? We can only see if we can create a miracle in the battle with the Chu army tomorrow.
Zhang Han threw his last troops into the battle. Zhang Han still had 100,000 Qin troops. Wei Qin took 20,000 cavalry, and Zhang Han commanded 80,000 infantry, crossbowmen, and Lishan prisoners to go north. To the north, Wanli still has 150,000 Qin troops, and Chu Tian has about 70,000 troops. The Chu army had fewer troops, with only 150,000 troops left. The Zhao army in Jilu City is 50,000. And the coalition of princes in the north is 100,000. Because Xiang Yu had won many battles, the coalition of princes in the north and the Zhao army in Jilu City were ready to move. The next day, at night and dawn, Xiao Liang opened his eyes and came out of the tent. 5,000 soldiers from the Shinji battalion had already stationed themselves on the second line of defense. Xiao Liang yawned. The Qin army and the cavalry army on the first line of defense in front were still sharp and ready to fight the Chu army to the death. To the north, the coalition of hundreds of thousands of princes, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally began to move south, trying to attack the Qin army with Xiang Yu. The prime minister of the state of Zhao in Jilu City stood on the city wall with open ears, and said to King Zhao Xie,
General Xiang Yu of Chu State killed 100,000 Zhang Han in the first battle, and Wanli 50,000 in the Second World War. He is invincible. We can cooperate inside and outside, and cooperate with Xiang Yu and the north. The princes united their forces to attack the Qin army.
Chapter 998 Goryeo is subjugated again. In the main world, the kingdom of Goryeo opened its capital, Yanjia, Xian Dengshi, and Liaodong infantry, under the supervision of Li, stormed the royal city of Goryeo. The northern part of Goryeo was occupied by the Liaodong army. The rebellious Goryeo army was suppressed, and tens of thousands of people were killed. Li concentrated all his troops and besieged Kaijing. Li recruited more than 100,000 Korean soldiers to serve as cannon fodder for the attack on the king of Korea. As the king of Goryeo, Li Chunggui had to personally defend the city and advance and retreat with the defenders. Li and Gung Yin were good at attacking cities, and the Korean defenders were under tremendous pressure. Yoshinobu Yubu, a retainer of the Japanese reinforcements Tachibana Michiyuki, was injured by Xianyang artillery. More than half of the samurai from the Tachibana family who came to support the Goryeo kingdom were injured. The Satsuma samurai of the Shimazu family, one of the bravest samurai in Japan, also suffered heavy losses. Shimazu Yoshihiro's katana was curled due to the fierce battle, because Li pushed the coalition forces into Kaijing City and besieged samurai such as Tachibana Michiyuki and Shimazu Yoshihiro. He was called Yin-Yun's military god by the Japanese samurai. Although the Japanese warriors gave themselves an inexplicable title, it did not mean that Li would be merciful. Instead, they set up hundreds of large counterweight trebuchets to bombard the royal city wildly. And then the Liaodong heavy infantry coerced Goryeo. The country surrendered and launched a fierce attack on the Goryeo king city.
This city is difficult to defend. I can't die here like this.
Brand, the commander of the United Fire Dragon Legion, also brought many reinforcements and died in the Liaodong army's offensive. In addition to using the surrendered soldiers of Goryeo as cannon fodder, the Liaodong army also used Mongolian cavalry as archers to provide cover for the siege troops.
Brand, what happened to the people who went to negotiate? The Xiao army claims that Goryeo has been their territory since ancient times and will not accept negotiations. However, If our Fire Dragon Legion wants to withdraw from Kaijing, they are willing to give us a channel. Damn it. The Han Empire is still so arrogant.
Brand faced the aggressive Han Empire. Although he was very angry, he had nothing to do. The United States went to war with the Mayan Kingdom and the Aztec Empire in Central America. The Griffins, White Eagles, Crusaders and other legions were locked in a bitter battle in the jungle, with no remaining power to support the distant Koryo Kingdom.
Legion Commander, we may have to leave the Kingdom of Koryo. If we give up the Koryo Kingdom as a chess piece, the Han Empire may consider occupying the 4 Japanese islands, and then march eastward to expedition to our American civilization area. It is easier for us to defend the 4 Japanese islands than to defend the Koryo Kingdom. The Han Empire's cavalry advantage cannot be used at all in the 4 Japanese islands, which are mainly mountainous.
United States reinforcements were already contemplating withdrawal.
These warriors and dragoons, they may not be reliable.
King Li Chumgui of Goryeo has noticed that the reinforcements sent by the Fire Dragon Legion, the Tachibana family, and the Shimazu family want to retreat.
Your Majesty, what should we do?
Goryeo military generals Jiang Hansen, Zhang Wan and others gathered under Li Chungui's tent, feeling confused about their future. If the king city of Goryeo is breached, although they can retreat to some mountain cities in the south to hold on, without the 2 most important cities of Kaijing and Shijing, there is basically no possibility of a comeback.
If the city is defeated, then surrender. Anyway, it's not the first time.
Li Chungui's mentality is quite good.
The Xiao army has begun to attack the city again.
The defenders on the city wall beat gongs and drums to remind the army in the city that Li wanted to capture Kaijing while Chu Tian was away, so that he could claim credit from Chu Tian when Chu Tian returned. Li was not the only one to have this idea. All the generals who participated in the battle to destroy the Goryeo Kingdom were eager for military success. Only with military merit can one be promoted. Mi Fan can become a general of the armed guards, with the merits accumulated over more than 10 years. And Hua Mulan was granted a title for killing Shagatai. So nothing is impossible. Lui, Prince Yan, Li Mu and other generals stood under the city of Kaijing, looking up at the majestic Kaijing.
This is a general attack. If we capture Kaijing, we will destroy the country. Everyone who participates in the battle will receive an extra month's salary.
Li formed a formation and summoned 100,000 Korean soldiers and 300,000 Xia troops, a total of 400,000 troops, to launch a general attack on the royal city, below the king's castle of Goryeo. The Xia army's military might stretched as far as the eye could see. Hundreds of Xiangyang cannons bombarded the special city wall of the king of Goryeo city day and night. The arrow towers and towers of the city wall have been raised, in order to strengthen the defense. The Korean defenders built wooden fences on the dilapidated city wall. Xiangyang artillery once again destroyed the wooden fence. The fire spread on the city wall, and thick smoke billowed. The Xia army only used Xiangyang artillery to bombard the city wall, and the infantry stopped attacking. Uncharacteristically, it made the Korean defenders realize that the day of decisive battle was coming. The 400,000-strong army already outnumbered the defenders. The teleportation array of the king's city of Goryeo was cut off, and there were enemy troops outside the city. The cities in the south were unable to transport grain, grass and weapons to the king's city, turning it into an isolated city. Tachibana Michizuki, the lord of Takibanima Castle, called for important retainers such as Yubu Yunabu, Anton Ayatada, Takano Daisen, Ono Zenyuki and other important retainers.
If I am unfortunately killed in this battle, Inakiyo will be the governor of the Tachibana family.
Ono Zenyuki said.
Kaindaden is only 6 years old this year. I am afraid it will be difficult to suppress many retainers. I believe in your loyalty. Only loyalty can we survive in troubled times. Yes.
In order to take precautions, Tachibana Michiyuki made arrangements for his funeral in advance. At this time, Shimazu Yoshihiro, the general of the Shimazu family, came over and said,
"You don't have to be pessimistic. Brand of the Fire Dragon Legion has decided to withdraw from this city. We can return
Kyushu Island, end this desperate war.
All the retainers of the Tachibana family were moved.
Our retreat means the defeat of this war. Keep the Green Mountains here. Don't worry about running out of firewood. And prepare to break out. The Xia army is in a hurry to break the city and won't care about us. They even hope that we will withdraw from the kingdom of Goryeo and not cause them any obstacles."
Shimazu Yoshihiro was also frightened by Li Yi's momentum. In addition, the Satsuma warriors suffered heavy losses and were heartbroken. So he was unwilling to help Li Chunggui defend this city. It is also a good thing for the samurai of the Tachibana family. The war drums of the Xiao army sounded, and 400,000 Xiao troops launched a general attack on the king of Goryeo. The black wave completely swallowed up the royal city. The south city gate opened wide, and the Fire Dragon Legion, Tachibana family, and Shimazu family samurai broke out. Sure enough, as Shimazu Yoshihiro guessed, Li Yi's purpose was to capture the Goryeo king city and was not interested in them. The Xiao army at the south gate was just a patrol team and quickly gave way to the passage. Encircling 3 buildings can break the defender's mentality of fighting to the death, so they are often used in siege battles. Koryo's reinforcements fled, and the remaining Koryo defenders were unable to hold on to this royal city. The North City Gate was first breached by Yan Jia. Zhu Nung, Gong Sun Kong and other Xiao army generals boarded the city to seize the flag and occupy the North City Gate. Mongolian cavalry, Wuhan cavalry and Xianbei cavalry swarmed in. Li Yi and other generals of the Xiao army stood on the hillside outside the city, watching the Xiao army's flags planted on the city walls of Kaijing and tens of thousands of cavalry entering the city, knowing that they had finally captured the kingdom of Goryeo. At the end of the 15th year of the Lord's calendar, the king of Goryeo's city was destroyed. This was also the second time that the Goryeo kingdom fell. It was ravaged by 2 princes of the Han Empire in the war to destroy the Goryeo kingdom. As many as 1 million of Goryeo's young men were killed, and the country's national strength fell to the bottom. For a time, the main world was shocked, and the Japanese shogunate and Southeast Asian countries were panicked because they might repeat the fate of Goryeo. King Li Chunggui of Goryeo was defeated and led some generals to surrender to the Xiao army. However, a few dissatisfied Goryeo generals retreated to many mountain cities in the south and resisted stubbornly. In the United States, Virginia, a group of players' parliament fell out because of the fall of the Kingdom of Korea. The Fire Dragon Legion spent 500,000 gold coins to support the king of Goryeo, Li Chunggui. But what did we get? In addition to losing tens of thousands of people, we didn't get any benefits. Stupid. If you don't curb the expansion of the Han Empire, you will have to pay not just 800,000 gold coins, but 80 million gold coins. The kingdom of Goryeo is destroyed, and we can only support the Japanese shogunate. The conquest of the Mayan civilization and the Aztec civilization has restrained more than a dozen of our legions. These civilizations in the jungle are more powerful than we imagined. We still need to deal with our opponents in the jungle as soon as possible. Chapter 999, Great Qin's Deadly Battle. The Last Chance. Hill! Hill! The deputy general of the Qin army, Su Jiao, went crazy. He was trying to block the offensive of the Beifu army. The giant deer battlefield is littered with corpses and bones. The Qin army's battle flag broke and burned in the fire. Xie Xian's Beifu army cooperated with Zhou Yu's God of Fire characteristics and advanced northward. The Qin army could only resist with difficulty. Zhou Yu's fire arrow team burned down the Qin army's arrow towers, wooden fences, and military flags. Many Qin army soldiers were burned and mourned all over the field. The orderly Beifu army advanced steadily, and the dense and solid military formation made Su Jiao feel desperate. As an unknown Qin general, Su Jiao is not on the same level as Xie Xian and Zhou Yu. It is estimated that only Su Jiao's former boss Meng Tian can fight. Su Jiao could only rely on the less than 10,000 veterans of the Great Wall Army left behind by Meng Tian to try his best to stop Xie Xian from advancing. The Chu army camp launched a final decisive battle against the Qin army camp. Overlord Xiang Yu once again attacked head-on, while the Beifu army and Jingzhou army mainly attacked the left and right wings. No one is allowed to take even a step back. Otherwise, everyone will sit down together. Su Jiao desperately resisted, buying time for the decisive battle between Chu Tian and Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu's strength made the Qin army have to fight with their lives. The soldiers of the Qin army were harvested by the Beifu army, and the casualties on both sides were disproportionate. Only Meng Tian's leftovers, a group of aging Qin Rui soldiers who once swept through the 6 kingdoms, can compete with the Beifu army. General, let us shed the last drop of blood for Great Qin. Qin Ruishi, with his temples turning white, asked Su Jiao for a fight in unison. In the past, they once swept through the 6 kingdoms and established the Great Qin. However, the empire soon fell into disarray. They were the last remaining force in the empire. Allow! Su Jiao's eyes were red, and there was no unnecessary nonsense. Soon, he will follow these veterans of the Great Qin Empire and fight to the last man. How can I say that I have no clothes? I share the same robe with you. The king raised his army, repaired my sword and spear, and shared the same enemy with me.
There were only a few thousand Qin Rui soldiers. Although they were old, they still shouted the wind of Qin and charged at the Beifu army, which they knew was invincible. It seems that at this moment, they are back to the time when they swept across the 6 kingdoms and the Qin army was unstoppable and conquered all directions. Qin Ruishi stepped over the corpses of his companions, holding a halberd, and crashed into the dense phalanx of the Beifu army, fighting to the death. The Beifu army ruthlessly harvested Qin Ruishi. Xie Xian's bonus was not at the same level as Su Jiao's, but even Xie Xian was shocked by Qin Ruishi's momentum. This group of Qin soldiers fought for the Qin Empire all their lives. They served in the army for 15 years, and only returned home after 80 years.
There is the Qin in the west. How powerful it is.
Sun Jian saw Qin Rui's soldiers advancing one after another, and seemed to feel the strength of the Qin army when it wiped out the 6 kingdoms. Qin Ruishi died generously, but the fire arrows of the Beifu army fell into Qin Ruishi's ranks, and the dead piled up like mountains. Other soldiers of the Great Wall army were infected by Qin Ruishi, and they also stepped forward to fight to the death, using their lives to delay the advancement of the Beifu army. On the Jilu battlefield, the last batch of Qin Rui's soldiers were killed one after another. Although the Great Wall army believes that Prince Fusu is more suitable to be the monarch of Qin than Hu Hai, they are not fighting for Qin too at this time, but fighting for the empire and its past glory. The Jilu battlefield was extremely fierce, and the last remaining force of the Qin army was reduced to ashes.
General Meng Tian's old troops are dead. All of them are dead.
Su Jiao's tears flowed down his bleeding eyes. He wiped away the bloody tears with his arm and pulled out the Qin sword. A man doesn't shed tears easily, but he hasn't reached the sad point yet.
Commanders, follow me to kill the enemy. Kill!
Su Jiao led the Qin army on the left to launch the final charge. This Qin army looks forward to death. Su Jiao has already bet his life. Fire arrows fell from the sky, and the Qin army's camp turned into a sea of fire. The leather armor of the corpses was burning. From time to time, Qin soldiers who were charging into the battle were killed by fire arrows, and their shields were filled with arrows from the Beifu army. Su Jiao slashed out with his sword and chopped down a Beifu soldier. Blood spattered on the scarred Qin sword. At this time, all of Su Jiao's soldiers went to fight the enemy. No one could protect him, and he did not need protection, because he was already determined to die.
Ah!
A spear hit Su Jiao's armor, which was dented, and the impact broke one of Su Jiao's ribs. Su Jiao endured the pain, and Qin Jian waved his backhand, killing another Beifu soldier. Su Jiao took the lead, and the Qin soldiers he led also took the lead bravely, fighting fiercely with the Beifu army at the Qin army's fortress. The flames spread, the smoke billowed, the Qin sword collided with the spear, and the corpses of the Beifu army, Qin Ruishi, and the Great Wall army were everywhere. Su Jiao was trapped in a tight siege by the Beifu army and was seriously injured. However, a fierce general from the Beifu army rushed out and slashed at Su Jiao with a machete. Su Jiao resisted with all his strength. The light of the sword cut off Su Jiao's Qin sword, and a knife marked deep into the bone appeared on Su Jiao's chest. Su Jiao supported his body with a broken sword. It was impossible to survive.
Ahem. If General Meng Tian is still alive.
Before Su Jiao could finish his words, his body suddenly fell down. Su Jiao, the general of the Qin army, was killed in the Battle of Jiulu. The Qin army's general flag was cut off by Xiao Mok, the general of the Southern Dynasty, and fell on Su Jiao's body, stained red with blood. In the left camp of the Qin army, 30,000 of the 50,000 Qin troops were killed. Su Jiao, the leader of the left camp, was killed. The remaining 20,000 were retreating steadily, and were still struggling to hold on. In the right camp of the Qin army, Yang Shilang and Wang Defa, who were supported by 4,000 Jiangdong soldiers, defeated the Qin general Shi Jian. However, Shi Jian, like Su Jiao, was also a subordinate of Meng Tian. He fought to the death and tried his best to stop the Chu army from advancing in the Qin army's camp, which was burned down by fire. For 1,000 Jiangdong soldiers had a hatred of the country and the Qin army and swept across the Qin army. The Qin army relied on its tenacious willpower to delay the Jiangdong soldiers. According to Sun Bin's arrangements for them, they delayed the 4,000 Jiangdong soldiers, Jingzhou army, and Jiaozhou army, so that they could gain a chance to defeat Xiangyu. The price to pay for this is that Su Jiao and Shi Jian will most likely be wiped out. Shi Jian agreed without saying a word.
General, your legs. Don't be stunned. Stop these Chu barbarians.
Shi Jian's left leg was burned by the fire in the camp. But he refused to retreat, and commanded groups of Qin troops to advance and fight to the death. Jiangdong's soldiers had advanced to a distance of less than 50 meters from Shi Jian. From time to time, arrows fell next to Shi Jian. But Shi Jian did not take a step back. When the Qin troops were killed one after another, as the general, he could not retreat. Otherwise he would be sorry for the Qin troops, who went to die under his orders.
Back then, the Qin dynasty conquered the 6 kingdoms, conquered the mountains in the south, and chased the Xiongnu in the north. How glorious it was!
Shi Jian slowly drew his sword and looked calmly at the Jiangdong soldiers, who were about to kill him. The soldiers from Jiangdong swept across, and Qin General Shi Jian died in the raging fire.
The left camp was defeated and General Su Jiao died in battle. The right camp was defeated and General Shi Jian died in battle.
Wang Li sat in charge of the central army and gritted his teeth when he heard that 2 Qin generals, Su Jiao and Shi Jian, died fighting for the empire. His right hand holding the Qin sword was trembling. How many people in the world can have such courage? Wang Li asked himself. Even if he died, he might not be able to do it.
General, the Chinese army has been defeated.
When Wang Li's mind went blank, the Qin army's messenger reminded Wang Li. Xiongnu only led 3,000 soldiers from Jiangdong, and with less than 20,000 Chu soldiers including Long Xie, Jibu, Shonli Mei and other Chu generals, they defeated Wang Li's Qin army head-on. Fan Zheng left more than 10,000 men to guard the camp. Only Xiongnu dared to put into action such a confident method of using troops. The Qin army lacked generals. So Sun Bin personally commanded 20,000 people to resist the coalition of princes in the north, and the Zhao army coming out of Julu city. The Qin army's center consisted of only a few senior generals, Wang Li, Chu Tian, Xiao Liang, Li Guang, and Yan Wei. At this time, the Qin army's left and right camps were defeated, and the Chu army's flanks were about to be surrounded. Xiongnu defeated Wang Li's Qin army in the front, beheading 30,000 people.
I am the successor of Wang Jian and Wang Bin. Su Jiao and Shi Jian are of lower status than me. They sacrificed themselves for their country. How could I be shaken?
Wang Li couldn't help but feel ashamed for having had the idea of escape before. Wang Jian and Wang Bin fought for the Qin state throughout their lives. But Wang Li could not disgrace the reputation of his ancestors. Wang Li gathered the remaining soldiers and shouted,
Great Qin, fight to the death! Great Qin, fight to the death!
The Qin army raised its arms and shouted, and its morale recovered slightly.
General Wang Li, please lead your troops to retreat to the second line of defense.
When Wang Li was about to lead the Qin army in the middle to die generously, Chu Tian sent flying General Li Guan to remind Wang Li to retreat. Wang Li said sadly and angrily,
If you retreat now, Great Qin will perish.
Li Guan said,
Believe in my lord.
Wang Li's last shred of reason allowed him to lead the Qin army in the middle to retreat.
Don't let the Qin army leave.
Xiongnu massacred all directions and was unstoppable. Seeing that the Qin army was retreating to the north, he pursued it single-handedly. Qin soldiers were shot away along the way. Xiongnu single-handedly killed through the Qin army's formation and came to the back of the Qin army's formation. In 2 days, he killed 3,000 Qin troops with his own hands, broke the formation many times, and demolished arrow towers with his bare hands. His force was unprecedented and unprecedented. Xiongnu was about to turn around and kill through the Qin army's formation again. Suddenly, he saw rows of black armored cavalry on the horizon, dressed in razor-sharp gear and ready to go. Xiongnu's pupils shrank. This was the Qin army's reinforcement cavalry army, an elite heavy cavalry regiment composed of a variety of high-level cavalry.
The Chanshui battalion intercepts the enemy on the left. The Yuechi battalion intercepts the enemy on the right. And the Tumki battalion joins the cavalry army to capture Xiongnu.
Under the heavy protection of the cavalry army and Yan Wei, Chu Tian quickly issued the order. Xiongnu's bravery is unparalleled in the world, and he has repeatedly penetrated the Qin army's camp. What Chu Tian was waiting for was when Xiongnu broke the formation and lost touch with Jiangdong's disciples. Chanshui camp and Yuechi camp, as light cavalry, circled left and right, and from the front, 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry rushed towards Xiongnu. According to the speculations of Chu Tian and Sun Bin, even if Xiongnu, the overlord of Western Chu, was on the opposite side, he could not stop the attack of 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry. The cavalry galloped and the ground shook.
Chu Zimu should be among the cavalry. If you kill him, you can win. Wu Shui, join me in a fun battle today.
Xiang Yu's overlord spear was horizontal, facing 20,000 cavalry troops by one man. He did not retreat but advanced. The cavalry army moved southward, while Xiang Yu went northward alone.
What a joke.
Chu Tian felt his scalp numb when he saw that Xiang Yu did not retreat as expected, but instead attacked 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry with his own strength. Chapter 1000, SSS Level Characteristics. Overwhelming. Chu Tian has never seen anything so crazy when one person confronts 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry. However, in the Battle of Jiulu, Xiang Yu became the first person in Chu Tian to attack 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry on his own. Cavalry General. The Wuzui horse exuded black energy and thundered like thunder. Xiang Yu faced 20,000 cavalry troops head-on. One cavalry was truly worth 1,000. The high-ranking cavalry such as the Xuanjia army, the Xiongxia army, and the Huban army galloped horizontally, facing Xiang Yu who was rushing towards him. They were stunned at first, but at this time, they were unable to get off the tiger and could only attack Xiang Yu. They also didn't believe that Xiang Yu could kill 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry. Otherwise it would be too terrifying. The distance between the cavalry army and Xiang Yu was rapidly approaching, and the battlefield scene quickly regressed. Finally the two cavalry collided. To be precise, Xiang Yu ran into 20,000 cavalry troops by himself.
Die!
With a wave of the overlord's spear, a stream of air blades swept over. Several Xuanjia troops at the front were knocked away, knocking down the Xuanjia troops at the rear. With one blow, more than a dozen Xuanjia soldiers were killed or injured. Xiang Yu charged into the Xuanjia army, swung his overlord's spear, and several more Xuanjia soldiers were driven away, leaving no one to defeat the enemy. Even if he is a 9th level soldier, he is still killed instantly by Xiang Yu. His strength is unbelievable, surpassing all the generals Chu Tian has ever seen. Chu Tian had seen generals such as Lu Bu, Xuerengui, Guan Yu, etc. Now he met Xiang Yu and found that Xiang Yu was superior to other generals. Charging all the way to Chu Tian, hundreds of Xuanjia troops encountered each other, and dozens of knights were killed.
Chu Zimu, suffer death.
Xiang Yu already knew from the players that Chu Tian was more important than Wang Li among the Qin army. As long as Chu Tian is killed, the Qin army will be leaderless, and the Chu army will win.
Lord, retreat quickly. This person's force is superior to mine.
Dian Wei's expression was solemn. Chu Tian had never seen Dian Wei take the initiative to admit that his force was inferior to the opponent's. But this time, Dian Wei directly and happily admitted that his force was inferior to Xiang Yu's. Even Dian Wei did not dare to attack the 20,000 cavalry troops head-on. These were 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry, not 20,000 yellow turban troops. If the yellow turban army is on the opposite side, Dian Wei dares to rush in on foot. If it is 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry, there is only one result: death.
Don't worry. You won't die this time.
Because he could be resurrected. Chu Tian felt free to let Dian Wei consume Xiang Yu's physical strength. In order to defeat Xiang Yu, all the cavalry troops can be turned in.
The whole army kills Xiang Yu and covers me.
Chu Tian began to retreat, avoiding Xiang Yu's sharp edge, using himself as bait to attract Xiang Yu to chase him. The 20,000 cavalry troops were like a winch, with Xiang Yu as the center, trying to strangle Xiang Yu. The black armored cavalry surrounded him, and dozens of horses stabbed at Xiang Yu.
Open!
Xiang Yu's attack was full of brutality, sweeping across all directions, breaking through more than a dozen horseshoes with one shot. The Xuanjia army cavalry could not hold the horse in their hands tightly, and was thrown several meters into the air. Xiang Yu, surrounded by thousands of troops and horses, pursued Chu Tian closely. The cavalry attacked Xiang Yu, but was killed by Xiang Yu instead. Xiang Yu has attacked the Qin army many times, and still has some strength left. The Xuanjia army was defeated, and the Zhongxi army and the Heli army swept in. Zhongxia army, 9th level. Heli Hejuan, 6th level. Thousands of cavalry overwhelmed Xiang Yu. As long as Xiang Yu is still flesh and blood, the Zhongxi army and the Heli Hejuan can still pose a threat to him. Chu Tian was wandering among the cavalry. The famous horse Juing was as fast as Wu Haima. Chu Tian bought time for the cavalry to attack Xiang Yu. Qin General Su Jiao and Shi Jian died in battle because of his plan, and Chu Tian could not live up to their sacrifices.
Chu Zimu, do you dare to fight me? Let's fight alone and decide the outcome to avoid the casualties of hundreds of thousands of soldiers.
Xiang Yu roared like thunder. Even Chu Tian, who was hiding among the cavalry, could hear it. Fighting alone with Xiang Yu? Chu Tian rolled his eyes. Not to mention one Chu Tian. Even 100 Qiushans might be defeated by Xiang Yu in this state. Historically, Xiang Yu asked Liu Bang to fight alone. But of course Liu Bang refused in the end. 20,000 cavalry troops besieged Xiang Yu. But Xiang Yu still killed all directions among the cavalry troops, killing 200 high-ranking cavalry, and went on a rampage, looking for traces of Chu Tian. If Xiang Yu detects his traces, Chu Tian doubts that Xiang Yu can really take the rank of general among an army of millions. Xiang Yu's physical strength inevitably declined. Xiang Yu himself also noticed that his condition was declining, being strangled by 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry. If you are not careful, you will be completely devoured,
strengthening the mountains and overwhelming the world.
Xiang Yu shouted violently, and a terrifying momentum descended. Xiang Yu's armor was filled with black energy, and it seemed to merge with the black mist of Wuzima. The earth cracked, with Xiang Yu as the center, and spider web-like cracks spread to all sides.
Hush!
Dozens of Zhongshu soldiers had no time to avoid the cracks in the ground. Their horses tripped over the cracks in the earth and fell heavily to the ground. Xiang Yu triggered the SSS level characteristic.
Strengthen the mountain.
His personal combat power increased greatly, and his body was protected by black energy, and he moved forward indomitably.
Die!
Xiang Yu swung a spear, and black energy swept dozens of meters. Dozens of high-level cavalry were knocked away and killed instantly. The cowardly Shui army cavalry pressed the string with their thumbs and tried to kill Xiang Yu with a long-range attack. More than a dozen arrows were shot at Xiang Yu and were submerged in the black air. The sound of metal and stone colliding was heard. Xiang Yu's second shot was deflected, and armor-piercing arrows splashed around. Xie Xuejuan wanted to shoot the Wuzue horse shrouded in black mist, but he couldn't do it. Xiang Yu swung his third spear, and black energy swept across the wasteland, and dozens more high-level cavalry were killed. If it were not possible to resurrect, just the death of the elite high-level heavy cavalry would be enough to make Chu Tian feel distressed. After the outbreak, Xiang Yu was comparable to the god of war, harvesting enemy cavalry in a piece. Thousands of high-level heavy cavalry died under Xiang Yu's offensive alone. A ray of fire penetrated the black fog around Xiang Yu and shot towards Xiang Yu. This arrow shot through the air like a bamboo. Li Guang's bow was bent, and the first arrow had extra penetration and burning damage.
Did you succeed?
Li Guang's face was solemn. He was proud of his bow's skills, and he did not dare to say that this arrow could kill Xiang Yu, or even that he could hurt Xiang Yu.
It's just an arrow.
Xiang Yu's burly body loomed in the black mist, and he grabbed an armor-piercing arrow in his left hand. The burning damage caused by the armor-piercing arrow left Xiang Yu's palms scorched black. However, Xiang Yu caught Li Guang's full-strength arrow with his bare hands.
Incredible.
Li Guang was sweating profusely. Xiang Yu, after the violent rage, was no longer at his level. At least 2 levels beyond him.
It's you who seriously injured Ingbu?
Xiang Yu exerted force with his left hand, and the armor-piercing arrow forged by Yezi broke, and sawdust flew out. Li Guang's arrows had burning damage, and Xiang Yu roughly judged that Li Guang was the one who seriously injured the Chu army's vanguard General Ingbu. Xiang Yu suddenly changed his target and attacked Li Guang, who was less than 100 meters away. The black energy came like an overwhelming force. The Overlord spear Wuxuan was dancing wildly. The air waves were rolling, and the armored cavalry were carried away one by one, among thousands of troops. No one can stop him. Li Guang kept opening his bow and fired 24 arrows in a row. The arrows turned into streaks of fire and flew towards Xiang Yu, using up all the armor-piercing arrows in a quiver. However, in front of Xiang Yu, who had triggered the
strengthening the mountain
trait, all 24 blazes were defeated, and the flying armor-piercing arrows even accidentally injured the heavy armored cavalry along the way. Xiang Yu was galloping like lightning, and when Li Guang finished shooting a bag of armor-piercing arrows, Xiang Yu was already approaching Li Guang. The black horse was wrapped in black mist, and its front hooves were raised high. Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, was condescending and struck out with all his strength from the overlord spear. Black mist surrounded the overlord spear, forming a black armor-piercing spear, and hit Li Guang hard. Li Guang had no time to draw his sword, so he could only use Li Guanggong made by Yezi to block the black overlord spear. Li Guanggong has fire emanating from it. It is an imperial weapon. The black overlord spear stabbed Li Guanggong. Li Guanggong seemed to have a spirit. screaming in agony, flames rising into the sky. And the bow broke. The king-level war horse neighed in pain, because it could not withstand Xiang Yu's full blow. And the horse's bones broke. Li Guangda vomited blood and fell from his horse, holding the broken Li Guanggong in his hand. With just one blow, an imperial weapon was destroyed.
My own longbow.
Li Guang's heart was filled with blood. The imperial weapon that Oyezi built specifically for him was named after him, Li Guang. It was finally completed, but it was destroyed by Xiang Yu.
You can actually take one of my moves. Your strength and weapons are very good.
Xiang Yu rides a black horse and holds an overlord's spear in his hand. Black mist hangs between his armor, like a demon despising Li Guang.
General. Spear.
A Zhongxiu army cavalry threw a heavy lance to Li Guang. Li Guang took over the heavy lance and attacked Xiang Yu on foot. The cavalry of the Zhongxiu army cooperated with Li Guang and attacked together.
I promise to kill you for Yingbu, and I will keep my word.
Xiang Yu's body swelled. Veins popped out. The attack speed of the overlord's spear increased significantly, and fierce winds and rains enveloped Li Guang. Li Guang was good at archery, but his spear skills were at a discount. Li Guang, who was attacked fiercely by Xiang Yu, had little power to fight back. He suffered dozens of serious injuries and died on the battlefield. The hundreds of Zhongxiu army cavalry who besieged Xiang Yu together with Li Guang were all killed.
The might of the holy general is simply terrifying.
Chu Tian was shocked when he saw Xiang Yu easily kill Li Guang. Xiang Yu's strength has surpassed all fierce generals, and is more like a humanoid ferocious beast than Dian Wei. The strength of the SSS level characteristic,
strengthening the mountain,
is far higher than the SS level characteristic,
bravely championing the three armies,
and it is already the top personal characteristic. This was the first time Chu Tian encountered such a fierce opponent. He had tried every means to separate Xiang Yu from the Jiangdong disciples. However, even if Xiang Yu was alone, Chu Tian's 20,000 cavalry troops could not defeat him. And he also lost the flying general Li Guang. Of the 20,000 cavalry troops, at least 1,000 were killed by Xiang Yu on his own. Wang Li's Qin army fought and retreated, still delaying the Jiangdong soldiers. The Beifu army and the Jingzhou army have also broken through the left and right camps of the Qin army and are fighting with the Chanshui camp and the Yueqi camp. Time has gone against Chu Tian.
Are we going to retreat to the second line of defense? But Xiang Yu looks like he hasn't exhausted his physical strength yet.
Chu Tian gritted his teeth. Still a little short of it. Only by exhausting Xiang Yu's physical strength as much as possible can he have a chance to defeat the overlord of Western Chu. To the south of the Chu camp, 20,000 Qin troops led by Chomping Ho Wei Qin finally appeared and attacked the Chu camp where Fan Zeng was.